Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 957 The King of Still Wind Kingdom and the others didn't know this arrogant arbitrator who looked down on everyone. However, Yue Yang noticed. The Liberty Queen's expression changed slightly when she saw this arbitrator. She seemed to know who this person was, but she didn't speak, as if she was unwilling to talk about this person. As for that arbitrator, his gaze lingered on the Liberty Queen for the longest time when he scanned the crowd. Although this time was extremely short, and even Ming Ri Hao didn't notice this detail, Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, caught the main point immediately. The person who claimed to be an arbitrator was definitely familiar with the Liberty Queen. Now, the only thing that made Yue Yang feel strange was, how could a person like the Liberty Queen know someone from the central shrine? There must be a secret. Old Hao, who is this guy? Yue Yang probed to see if Ming Ri Hao knew this person. I've never seen him before, but I've heard others mention him. This guy should be one of the 4 kings under the Sun King of the Sun God Palace in the central shrine, the double-faced king. Ming Ri Hao secretly transmitted a message to Yue Yang when the arbitrator holding the sickle floated and led the King of Still Wind Kingdom and the others forward. What's the Sun God Palace? Sun King. Yue Yang had heard of the 3 most powerful halls in the central shrine, namely the Holy Hall, Dragon Hall, and Blood Hall. Among them, the extremely powerful Ji that he had met previously was also the guy who snatched one of the 6 divine equipment, the 4 divine armor, together with his master Tian Yu during the battle at Berry Sword Villa, and became the current Holy Hall Master. Other than the 3 most powerful halls, Yue Yang had also heard of Light Hall Master Zhang Hua, Dark Hall Master Wan Mo, Fire Hall Master Burning Wind and the others. As for the Sun King of the Sun God Palace and the Double-Faced King, one of the 4 kings under the Sun God Palace, Yue Yang had never heard of them before. Different from the 3 halls, this is a force controlled by the elders of the temple. Ming Ri Hao secretly transmitted a message to Yue Yang while following behind. Tell me in detail. Yue Yang's interest was piqued. Compared with the Ji the Sun King is not inferior. He was originally an important figure trained by the elders of the Divine Temple to resist the dictatorship of the Supreme Master of the Divine Temple. Although the Sun King could not be compared with the Supreme Venerable of the Temple, he was definitely at the level of Ji. Because of his great strength and the support of the Elders Guild, he also had considerable power in the central shrine. There were 4 kings and 8 generals under the Sun King's command, all of whom were personal guards carefully cultivated by the Elders Association of the Divine Hall for tens of thousands of years. Even though their strength was not as good as that of the 3 halls, they were not far behind the light, dark, wind, fire, water, earth, and so on of the outer hall. Moreover, many of the positions of the hall masters, deputy hall masters, and elders in the outer hall had already been infiltrated by the Elders Association. Only the Divine Temple, the Dragon Hall, and the Blood Hall are in the hands of the Supreme Venerable of the Temple. Ming Ri Hao was very familiar with the central shrine. He had probably spent a lot of effort to gather information. It seems that there is a mysterious first hall master below the Supreme Venerable of the Temple. His ranking is even higher than Ji's. Yue Yang asked again. Yes, there is a first hall master. He is the 3rd most powerful force in the central shrine. Ming Ri Hao nodded his head affirmatively. It seems that the central shrine's internal structure is not as solid as a piece of iron. Yue Yang felt lucky. Of course, it is impossible for it to be solid. Everyone desires power. However, the Supreme Venerable of the Temple is too strong. That's why he is able to control the entire situation. Let's not talk about the Supreme Venerable of the Temple. That guy is not someone that we can challenge. Moreover, he is focused on studying extreme martial arts and doesn't care about the outside world. The original name of the first hall master seems to be Dong Fang. He hates the Tong Tian Tower a lot. It is said that he is the descendant of a Tong Tian Tower warrior who betrayed his clan. However, he treats the Heaven Realm well, especially the various clans in the Heaven Realm. He takes good care of him. The aristocratic circle in the Heaven Realm calls him the benevolent First Hall Master. Ji and the others don't call him the First Hall Master. They call him the Hall Master of the Divine Temple or the Dragon Hall. The one who calls him the First Hall Master to the outside world is Dong Fang. This benevolent First Hall Master is probably at the same level as the Supreme Venerable of the Temple. However, This benevolent first hall master rarely deals with the internal political and diplomatic affairs of the temple. Compared to the Elders Association who only wants to gain more benefits and the Supreme Venerable of the temple who has absolute power, the first hall master of the Dongfang Hall is more welcomed by the various clans and clans. To us, he can be considered as a moderator. Of course, his attitude towards the Tong Tian Tower is not to be trifled with. He hates the Tong Tian Tower. He is one of the warmongers who wants to flatten the Tong Tian Tower. Now, I suspect that during the battle with the prison emperor, he was the one who joined hands with the Sun King and the others to launch a sneak attack on the prison emperor. Otherwise, the prison emperor who possesses 3 divine equipments wouldn't have risked his life against us so easily. Ming Ri Hao explained in detail. How strong is the Supreme Venerable of the temple? Yue Yang asked the last question. I don't know. This is because no outsider has seen him for the past 10,000 years. Other than Ji Wei and the others, only the first hall master of the Dongfang Hall and a few saint-ranked elders can see him directly. The Supreme Venerable of the temple is a martial arts fanatic. In order to pursue the limit, he can train for thousands of years. No one knows how strong he is exactly. However, one thing is for sure, he is above the divine Supreme Venerable realm. Before Ming Ri Hao could finish his sentence, Yue Yang immediately replied, of course. If the Supreme Venerable of the temple wasn't above the divine Supreme Venerable realm and didn't have absolute divine power, how could he suppress the entire central shrine? One of the 3 hall masters under him, Ji Wei, was already infinitely close to the god realm. Actually, Yue Yang didn't want to understand the Supreme Venerable's strength the most. It was definitely not something that Ming Ri Hao could understand. Yue Yang really wanted to know if the Supreme Venerable of the temple was the Tian Yu who snatched the 4 divine armors back then. Tian Yu was Ji Wei's master. If this old fellow didn't die, he would most likely be the current Supreme Venerable of the temple. Of course, he wasn't too clear about the details. He couldn't be 100% sure about the truth. He could only suspect it for now. Whether it was Tian Yu or not, to the current Yue Yang, the Supreme Venerable of the temple didn't need to think too much about it. He definitely couldn't beat him. Before challenging him, he must first get rid of Ji Wei, who was 1 level lower than him. Yue Yang wouldn't challenge a martial arts madman who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years before he passed the 10 trials of the Land of Trials and obtained the final ancient reward. That kind of thing was still too far away. In the future, when Queen Vivian Li came out and obtained the divine grimoire of the Land of Trials, Tigress, Shui Niu and the others would also grow up and bully him with numbers. He could probably barely give it a try. Now was still the time to kill small monsters to level up, so he couldn't be anxious. Do you know the clown? Yue Yang suddenly thought of a question. If the clown you're talking about is a skinny guy who likes to wear colorful clothes, wear a ghost mask on his face, and is full of evil tricks, then I can tell you for sure that I know him. That guy is famous for his schemes. When he was still very weak, he was already one of the 8 generals that the Temple Elders Guild decided to nurture. At that time, he was a traitor of Tong Tian Tower and made a very scary plan against Tong Tian Tower. I don't know the details, but he is definitely one of the 8 generals under the Sun King. Ming Ri Hao suddenly smiled as he secretly pointed at the double-faced king who was flying in front of him with a sickle in his hand. He whispered to Yue Yang, "Don't you think that bastard Xiao Chou looks very similar to this guy? They're practically made from the same mold." Yue Yang nodded his head with certainty. They should be master and disciple. I remember that the clown was very weak at that time. In order to nurture him, the Elders Guild spent a lot of effort. The Sun King specially appointed one of the 4 kings to teach him. I didn't know who it was before, but after seeing him today, he should be the one who appointed this double-faced king to be the clown's teacher. Ming Ri Hao told Yue Yang about the clown's past. Only now did Yue Yang know that the clown was only a level 3 innate. To be able to gain the favor of the Central Shrine Elders Guild and the Sun King with his innate strength, the clown was definitely not simple. However, what puzzled Yue Yang was that the clown's strength wasn't very strong. So many years had passed, why didn't he, as one of the 8 generals, develop his strength? From Yue Yang's point of view, the clown was only at the peak of heaven rank level 4. He hadn't even touched the threshold of an innate elder. Compared to his teacher, double-faced king, who was at least a level 6 innate elder, he was too far away. Of course, potential was a limitation. There was also another point. The clown should have some secret ability. He wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface. If only he could take a look at it now. The current him should be able to see through the clown's true secret, right? Yue Yang sighed in his heart. The next time he saw the clown, he must use all his strength to get rid of this guy who was full of evil tricks. A guy who was too smart definitely couldn't be allowed to live for too long, especially when he had the entire central shrine standing behind him. Double-faced king, who was holding the sickle, suddenly stopped when he drifted to the center of the tranquil ocean. He waited for the king of Still Wind Kingdom and the others to catch up. Both of his hands moved mysteriously. The quasi-divine artifact jet-black demonic scythe sliced the space around his body. The Sea of Tranquility, which had been extremely calm, was also sliced into several equal pieces like tofu. When the final round was sliced out, there was a flash of brilliance. It was as if a certain spatial gate had been opened, connecting to a certain spatial passageway. The king of Still Wind Kingdom and the others were dumbfounded. This was too powerful. He actually cut open the tranquil ocean without causing an energy explosion. What kind of control did he have? Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and Emperor of the Underworld's eyes turned cold. With their control, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Ming Ri Hao also frowned slightly. It wasn't too difficult for him to cut open the tranquil ocean. However, it was a bit difficult to maintain it like this and let everyone enter. After all, without a unique ability, it would be extremely strenuous to do this. He looked at Yue Yang, implying, "What do you think, brat? Can you do it?" Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders. He didn't reply. "Do I have to tell you that I have a teacher who is especially knowledgeable about spatial teleportation?" Ming Ri Hao saw that this brat was asking for a beating and almost wanted to beat him up. However, when he thought about how abnormal this brat was, it would be abnormal if he didn't know about spatial teleportation. So, he reluctantly accepted it. "All of you, enter. Remember to suppress your aura. Don't use your energy to touch anything." Double-faced King's cold voice was like a warning to a group of ants not to cross the boundary. It made Ji Feng and the others feel very depressed. However, the monarchs couldn't even compare to one of his toes. They had to endure it even if they didn't want to. Moreover, even an idiot wouldn't do something like using energy to touch the tranquil ocean. After passing through the spatial tunnel in the center of the tranquil ocean, Yue Yang realized that his group had been teleported to a strange spatial tunnel. This spatial tunnel was located in the center of the tranquil ocean in another place. The space wasn't small. It was estimated to be at least as big as 10 football fields. At the other end of the spatial tunnel were the captive Pearl Beauty and the assassins. Other than the fake vengeful domain emperor, there were more than 10 heaven-ranked rankers that Yue Yang didn't recognize. In terms of strength, excluding himself and Ming Ri Hao, the other party could totally defeat the king of Still Wind Kingdom and the others. Since they had such overwhelming strength, they should have just charged forward and started fighting. Why did they have to play so many tricks? Yue Yang thought about it, but he couldn't understand it. He could only guess that when they were plotting against the king of Still Wind Kingdom and him, the young Master Titan, they definitely had other targets. It couldn't be as simple as them. Very quickly, Yue Yang's bold guess was partially verified. A third man directly passed through the tranquil ocean and entered the spatial tunnel. He didn't care about anyone. Even the arrogant double-faced king only took a glance at him before walking towards the Freedom Queen. Who was he? Chapter 958. This person was somewhat similar to the golden man who had appeared in the Green Willow country to seize the god's blood and was now holding the Pearl Beauty captive. At the very least, they looked similar on the outside. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the two of them had completely different temperaments. The golden man who seized the god's blood had an oppressive aura, like a blade or a sword, with an overbearing sense of sharpness. As for the man who came later, not only was he dressed simply, his aura was also as steady as a mountain, reserved and calm. It was as if he had the power to shatter the heavens and crack the earth, but he had been hiding it like a dormant volcano. Similar to the golden man in front, the man who came later also had a sword. This sword looked very ordinary, and it wasn't hung on the waist like an ordinary swordsman. It didn't even have a scabbard. It was only wrapped with a few ribbons and casually carried on his back. "I knew it, they are using you again. Actually, these people are all trash, the dregs of this world. Why do you have to risk your life to save them? Trash like them will only cause more harm even if you save them. It's not like you don't know what kind of trash they are. Follow me, this is not a place you should be." The person ignored everyone and walked directly to the Liberty Queen's side. He looked at her. Then, Seeing that the Liberty Queen was silent, he sighed softly and advised with a gentle voice, "If you want to save people, why don't you do it with me? That way, it will be safe and you can help more people." The Liberty Queen shook her head and didn't argue, but she rejected the person's advice. The double-faced king who was holding the demonic scythe didn't speak. He didn't seem to see the person. The golden man on the other side took a step back inadvertently and hid behind a few assassins. The Pearl Beauty kept looking around, as if she wanted to see everyone's reaction clearly. She paid the most attention to Yue Yang's expression. Yue Yang naturally pretended to be stupid. Ming Ri Hao's performance was simply like an idiot. He hunched his body and hid behind a few huge heaven rankers. He looked like a coward. Sky Execution and Dragon Emperor quietly went forward and protected Yue Yang. They sensed that the person who came had an irresistible power. In order to prevent this person from attacking Yue Yang, they had to be 200% vigilant. On the other side, Ji Feng, Qing Lang, Lu Luo, and the other country lords had ugly expressions on their faces. Because they had already recognized the identity of the person behind them. Avenge the Domain Emperor. The person who ignored everyone was the Avenging Region Emperor, whom they had once suspected along the way and completely overruled. The person Wan Zhao called out before, who was now standing behind the Pearl Beauty, was just a disguise. But now, the vengeful Domain Emperor had really appeared. Furthermore, he was much stronger than they had imagined. Although the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others were able subordinates of the Emperor of the Shengguang region, they were not as powerful as the Emperor of the Divine Light region. But they were not qualified to fight against the Revenge Domain Emperor. The Revengeful Domain Emperor was a headache for the Shengguang Domain Emperor and the Wrath Domain Emperor. Only death awaited the Revengeful Domain Emperor. If you insist on saving these people, then I have no choice but to kill them all. You should know that your life is the most important to me, and they are just trash among trash. Seeing the Liberty Queen shake her head, the Vengeful Domain Emperor said calmly. Then, he slowly turned around and walked towards the country lord and Yue Yang. His eyes seemed to be looking at a group of dead people. "Why do you always do this?" The Liberty Queen suddenly shed tears. "I'm not at fault. You know that." The Vengeful Domain Emperor heard the Liberty Queen's cry and stopped in his tracks. "As long as we forgive others and resolve our hatred, the suffering will leave us. Why are you so persistent? Hatred can't restore everything in the past. On the contrary, it will only double the destruction of the entire Tianhua region. After fighting for so many years, so many people have died. It's enough." The Liberty Queen covered her face and cried. "I only know that they have been taking advantage of your kindness. You have been forgiving generation after generation, but not only did you not get anything in return, but you were also ridiculed by those ungrateful people. I don't blame you, because you are just like your mother. You were born kind and can't bear to see others suffer. You would rather suffer than blame others. However, your kindness has been used by bad people and you are being persecuted. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge. Whether it will destroy the entire Tianhua region, I don't care. No matter how many people I have to kill, I don't care. No matter what happens, I won't forgive them. They caused everything today. I want to avenge my mother. I want to avenge you. I want to avenge the countless people who have been persecuted and died. I want to give an unforgettable cruel blow to those who arbitrarily deprive others of their happiness. I want all the misfortune in the world to be placed on them. I want to add the suffering you have suffered 1,000 times and 10,000 times on them. I don't care about my reputation. I was born for revenge. Unless they are all dead, my revenge will never stop." The Vengeance Sovereign clenched his fists. His face was calm. However, deep in his eyes, there was hatred. It was an unforgettable pain that could not be erased by any force in the world. Yue Yang suddenly understood why the suffering of the Tianhua region had lasted for thousands of years. Why did Ming Ri Wu pretend to be blind? Why did things become more and more tragic? The reason was simple. Whether it was the Furious Territory Emperor, the Divine Light Territory Emperor, the New Water Temple Master, or the Avenging Territory Emperor, they all had stubborn tempers that could not be changed. Of course, this was not strange. From a certain point of view, they were actually a family. There was a certain blood relationship and character inheritance. Just like that, whether it was right or wrong, everyone had to fight to the end and solve the problem with their fists. Fight to the death. In this way, it would be strange if they did not fight to the death. Moreover, the tragedy of the Tianhua region was complicated and confusing. It was not easy to sort it out, let alone resolve it. If these people had not been so stubborn, if the Wrath Domain Emperor had not been so stubborn, if the New Water Temple Lord had not been so stubborn, if the Divine Light Domain Emperor had not been so stubborn, then there would not have been so many tragedies. As for the Vengeance Sovereign, Yue Yang did not think that he was wrong. On the contrary, to a certain extent, Yue Yang was very supportive of the Vengeance Sovereign's action. There was nothing wrong with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the Vengeance Sovereign did not bring up the idea of revenge. If someone wanted to harm his family, Yue Yang would also pick up a knife and fight with his life. There was nothing wrong with revenge, but it had to be done in the best way. One could not just rely on brute force, one could not let hatred blind one's eyes. This was the only difference between the way Yue Yang handled things and the Vengeance Sovereigns. I know what I did was wrong, but I don't know what is the right way to do it. As for you, I do not want you to live in hatred. You should have your own life and your own pursuits instead of thinking about revenge all day long and how to use more blood to attack the enemy. Although I'm your mother's descendant, I'm not willing to support you in your vengeance. Whether it's you, the Divine Light Territory Emperor, or the Wrath Territory Emperor, all of you are fighting like this, using endless battles to satisfy your ambitions and vent your desires. I don't want to be involved in a war like yours. Go, I won't leave with you. The Queen of Freedom wiped away her tears. Although she looked weak, her eyes were firm. You just need to leave with me. I do not need your support, and I do not need you to do anything for me. You just need to stay in a safe place and live well. That is enough. You cannot convince me, and I cannot convince you. We are both stubborn people. If you are not willing to help me, I will not force you. But I have already decided to take you away. You cannot resist because I am stronger than you. In this matter, I should be the one in charge. After the Vengeance Sovereign finished speaking, he took another step forward. When he stood in front of the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom and the others, he did not draw his sword. He only said calmly, "You can commit suicide. That will lessen the pain." The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's expression was very ugly. His face was deathly pale. Everyone was furious, but they were even more afraid. Because facing this powerful Vengeance Sovereign, even if all of them joined forces, they would not be able to be killed by him with one hand. In front of a Domain Emperor, a Heaven Ranker at the Monarch level was like a mouse in front of a lion. No matter how many of them there were, it would be useless. The Vengeance Sovereign saw that the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom and the others did not speak and snorted, "Don't expect that coward Divine Light to come and save you. In a dangerous place like the Tranquil Ocean, he never dared to meet me. Moreover, even if I don't kill you, do you think that with your strength, you can survive the schemes of Double-Faced King and the other schemers? The value of trash like you is just some fresh blood used as a sacrifice in an astral world stone fragment." Double-Faced King, who was far away, was silent. It was as if he was born deaf and did not hear anything. The Pearl Glowing Beauty, on the other hand, kept looking at Yue Yang's expression. She was trying to figure out what was going on. Yue Yang coughed slightly. When everyone looked at him, he smiled. "What astral world stone fragment? I don't know. What schemes? I also don't know. Then, I, who knows nothing, loves peace, and was a good student when I was young, I guess I have nothing to do with your fight. Then, can I leave this place? You, who are you?" The Vengeance Sovereign felt that Yue Yang was a little strange. He was also a little uncertain. Where did this brat come from? Does it mean that I can go home and eat? Yue Yang looked like a student who was punished to stay in school to admit his mistake. Hee hee. The Pearl Glowing Beauty couldn't help but laugh. The Pearl Glowing Beauty glared at Yue Yang unhappily, blaming him for his abnormal nonsense. Fortunately, he met the Vengeance Sovereign. If he met the enraged Sovereign, he would have already punched him. The Vengeance Sovereign did not answer. He only slowly pulled out the sword on his back. Chapter 959. Before the sword was pulled out, it looked very ordinary. It was a rusted iron sword that could be sold for 1 silver coin in a weapon shop and still be sold for 3 copper coins. However, when the Revenge Domain Emperor pulled out the sword from his back, all the Heaven Rank rankers who were carrying weapons felt suffocated. They felt as if their weapons were being intimidated. That kind of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts was like the appearance of a ferocious tiger scaring small animals. It was a natural majesty that could not be replaced by hard work. It was also not something that could be resisted with brute force. Double-Faced King's black demon scythe buzzed for a long time. It was a joyful cry filled with bloodlust. It was as if a rancor had seen his mortal enemy, and his blood was boiling. It was not only the demonic scythe. Even the double-faced king's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light. It seemed like he could not hold back and was about to start a massacre. He was just using his willpower to hold it in and wait for the best opportunity. As soon as the ordinary-looking sword was pulled out, it turned into a shining silver sword of light. It did not swing and remained still. The entire sky immediately turned into a beautiful starry sky that was dotted with dots. When it rotated and slid in its master's hand, the space passage seemed to be cut by an invisible sharp weapon, as if it could collapse at any time. On the other hand, all the heaven-ranked rankers at the scene suddenly felt some kind of pain in their hearts. It was as if the depths of their souls had been cut by this divine light sword, causing them to bleed uncontrollably. Other than double-faced king who was holding the jet-black demon scythe, Ming Rihao who was pretending to be ignorant and Yue Yang who had undying willpower, everyone, including Sky Execution and Dragon Emperor, felt as if they had been cut by this divine light sword. Light divine sword, this was the Revenge Domain Emperor's strongest weapon. Ever since the Revenge Domain Emperor appeared, it had never stopped reaping the lives of its enemies. It had never stopped drinking the blood of its enemies. Although it and double-faced king's black demon scythe were both quasi-divine weapons, the two treasures of the same level were completely different in terms of power and killing intent. Even a blind person could see that the light divine sword was much stronger than the black demon scythe. If it was not for double-faced king's domain and ability, the black demon scythe would not be a match for the light divine sword. What are your last words? The Vengeance Domain Emperor was never soft-hearted when it came to slaughtering his enemies. His mercy was never used on his enemies. Under his sword, he had never forgiven his enemies. Only death, only fresh blood, could wash away the endless hatred in his heart. I will tell you before I die, but not now. God's retribution stepped forward. You are no match for me. The Vengeance Domain Emperor was slightly moved. He did not expect that someone would dare to challenge him alone. Then, there's still us. The Dragon Emperor and the Underworld Emperor stood out as well. When Grey Wolf saw that the Domain Sovereign was not to be trifled with, he wanted to shrink back and pretend to be a pet dog. However, he was kicked away by Yue Yang. The appearance of Grey Wolf caught the attention of the Vengeance Region Emperor. He seemed to frown slightly. Divine Beast, I really didn't notice it just now. In the distance, the double-faced king also stared at Grey Wolf in surprise. He was displeased that he had misjudged Grey Wolf. An immature divine beast would not be able to fight against a region emperor. Moreover, the Vengeance Region Emperor had a quasi-divine weapon, the light divine sword. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others were very touched. They already felt ashamed that God's retribution and Grey Wolf were willing to step forward and help. However, they were not powerful enough. If they really stepped forward, they would only be throwing their lives away. They could only resist the impulse in their hearts. They looked at Yue Yang, hoping that he would continue to speak. If he could use his identity as a descendant of the Upper Bound to dispel the idea of the Vengeance Region Emperor, that would be the best. In fact, other than being enemies of the Vengeance Region Emperor, there was no conflict of interest between them and the Vengeance Region Emperor. If young Master Titan was willing to plead on their behalf, perhaps the Vengeance Region Emperor would let them go. The pearl-glowing beauty was also staring at Yue Yang, as if Yue Yang would lose face if he didn't stand up and say a few words. I like fighting, but everyone can fight, but you must pay attention to control yourself. Don't damage public places. Environmental protection is very important. Even if there are no children here, it's not good to damage the flowers and plants. When Yue Yang spoke, everyone almost knelt down. He was indeed a young master who was born with a golden spoon and had never seen the cruelty of the world. Look at what he said, he was really stupid. Meow. Other than the bootlicker Grey Wolf, no one else felt that what Yue Yang said made sense. Grey Wolf not only clapped his hands, but also applauded and praised his master for saying well. He even used his wolf paw to give a thumbs up. The only thing he didn't do was to take out a box of shoe polish and polish Yue Yang's leather boots. Everyone was full of tears. Look at what a watchdog did. How loyal and smart must he be to be able to do this? In comparison, he was worse than a dog. Class leader Jin and chief butler Yi felt ashamed. They felt that their previous performance was really too bad. Almost at the same time, the two decided that they would learn from Grey Wolf in the future. With Sky Execution, the fighting maniac, coming forward, Yue Yang would not stand up foolishly. It would be so tiring to fight with the Vengeance Region Emperor. If he could slack off, he would. Moreover, wouldn't it be more fun to stay here and watch the double-faced king play some tricks? Of course, with Sky Execution's current strength, fighting with the Vengeance Region Emperor was just asking for trouble. Therefore, the very kind Yue Yang stretched out his hand and summoned a few giant shadows. Under everyone's gaze, he strengthened Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and Grey Wolf. In an instant, the strength of Sky Execution and the others doubled. Their auras were released. It was earth-shattering. In the end, when Sky Execution and the others got used to it, everyone's strength had increased by at least 10 times. Grey Wolf, the divine beast that Yue Yang had trained, had his strength increased by 100 times. He roared at the sky and transformed, instantly becoming the same as Dao Tai. Then, he unleashed his power to his heart's content. The divine beasts will shock the heaven rankers so much that they almost fainted. Not only the jet-black demon scythe, but even the light sword god immediately buzzed. The double-faced king was stunned. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others were dumbfounded. The assassins on the opposing side almost exploded. No wonder this young Master Titan was such a treasure. This kind of shadow had 100-fold increase in strength. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? That's right, I'll wait for you at the Sea of Tranquility. If you can withstand 100 blows without dying, I'll make an exception and spare your lives. The Vengeance Region Emperor slashed the light sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed 3 times, vaguely pointing at Sky Execution, Grey Wolf and the Earth Divine Weapon Dao Tai. He could now see that these people and the Divine Beast were not the subordinates of the Shengguang Region Emperor. But the pride of the strong made him unwilling to change his mind easily. Agreeing to 100 blows was already a concession he had never made before. Be careful, the Dragon Emperor was the steadiest. When Sky Execution and the Vengeance Region Emperor flew out, he left a reminder for Yue Yang. With Yue Yang's strength, he did not need to remind him. But by doing so, it would dispel the enemy's concerns, and it would also allow the enemy to secretly plot against Yue Yang. When the barbaric Bull brothers saw that there was going to be a fight, they were like drug addicts seeing white powder, or like drunkards seeing fine wine. But without Yue Yang's orders, they did not dare to make a move. They were so anxious that they kept stomping their feet. They wanted to speak, but they were afraid that Yue Yang would scold them, and they were even more afraid that they would ruin Yue Yang's plans. Yue Yang saw this and waved his hand impatiently. The barbaric Bull brothers were overjoyed. They did not stop thanking him. But they did not leave immediately. They still looked at Yue Yang. Yue Yang felt strange. These two idiots were obviously eager to fight. Why didn't they make a move? That, young master, we also want to. When the barbaric Bull brother spoke, Yue Yang completely understood. He laughed and said, everyone says that you are stupid, but I don't think you are stupid. You even know to ask me for the blessing of the giant shadow. Tisk tisk, how smart are you to think of this? Seeing that you are so eager to fight, I will give you 2 giant shadows each, okay? Great. The barbaric Bull brothers were so excited that their voices were trembling. However, even a fool knew that this young Master Titan did not have any good intentions. Someone as powerful as God's retribution would find it hard to control a giant shadow. For someone like the barbarian Bull brothers, who already lacked control, it would be difficult to control a giant shadow. 2 for each person. As a result, although the barbaric Bull brothers' strength had improved, it had improved too much. They lacked control, so they walked like ducks. If they went out to fight with the Vengeance Domain Emperor, even if the Vengeance Domain Emperor did not kill them, he would still torture them to death. Feng Ji, Jin Yun, class leader Jin, and the others saw the barbaric Bull brothers, who were still very happy, running out. They could not help but feel nervous. Sweat appeared on their foreheads. This young Master Titan must not be offended. Otherwise, they would not know when they would be punished. The battle outside had already started. The Vengeance Domain Emperor held his sword without moving. He reached out and pressed Sky Execution's heavy fist. With a turn of his body, he threw Sky Execution into the calm sea. Sky Execution's body smashed into the extremely calm sea, immediately breaking the balance of energy. An eruption that was 1,000 times more violent than a volcanic eruption happened in an instant. The entire peaceful and Jing Sea became a stormy sea with thousands of feet-high waves, passing through thousands of walls of waves, stepping on the vortex that was like the giant mouth of a primitive monster. Grey Wolf hit the back of the Vengeance Domain Emperor. The sneak attack that was exchanged with Sky Execution's injury was a great success. The Vengeance Domain Emperor slashed Grey Wolf with his sword. He intended to cut Grey Wolf into two. Dao Tai was a little slower, but he arrived in time. He could not attack the Vengeance Domain Emperor in time. He opened his giant mouth and used his sharp teeth to resist this fatal blow. Not bad, but it is far from enough. The Vengeance Domain Emperor kicked Grey Wolf and Dao Tai away with his two legs. Then, he spun his sword and aimed directly at the Dragon Emperor's throat. Stubborn. The Dragon Emperor was mainly responsible for defense. He used the Dragon Shield to defend against this sword. Meanwhile, Sky Execution, which had just broken free from the eruption in the sky, fell like lightning, and blasted toward the Vengeance Domain Emperor. The space passage was shaking, and the peaceful and Jing Sea became a stormy sea. This place was on the verge of collapse. There was a possibility that it would collapse at any time. However, the fair judgment had not yet begun. The negotiation between the King of Still Wind Kingdom and the assassins had just begun. The golden-haired man who had been disguised as the Vengeance Domain Emperor walked out from behind the assassins. He had a smile on his face, as if he was meeting a good friend. King of Still Wind Kingdom, I have always respected you and the other monarchs. It just so happened that I invited your wife here. Actually, we don't have any ill intentions at all. We just want to borrow your astral stone fragment for a while. I can guarantee that once we're done with it, we'll return it to you immediately. There won't be any damage to it. The King of Still Wind Kingdom's face was livid. He forcibly suppressed his anger. Who told you that I have the astral stone fragment? Would a person like me also have that kind of treasure? At this moment, a heaven ranker who had disappeared previously appeared in a flash. It was the former guard captain, Yu Chao, who was originally loyal to the King of Still Wind Kingdom. He was still sizing him up like that day. However, his tone was very different from before. I said it, King of Still Wind Kingdom, if I remember correctly, half a year ago, you got a treasure chest that contained the astral stone fragment, right? A person like you naturally doesn't deserve to have the astral stone, even if it's just a small fragment. Smart person, you should understand what is called treasuring a jade ring one in trouble. The astral stone is really not something you can have. Let go, give up on the astral stone, and we can pretend that nothing has happened. You can still go back to being the King of Still Wind Kingdom. You can still live a luxurious life of controlling the world and lying on the knees of beauties. When the Pearl Beauty heard this, her tears flowed down. Your Majesty, my most beloved Your Majesty, give them the astral stone fragment. We can't win against them. Yue Yang secretly touched Ming Ri Hao. He meant to ask, what is this astral stone fragment? Chapter 960. Ming Ri Hao did not answer and continued to play dead. On the other side, the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom slowly walked out and stretched out his hand towards the Pearl Radiant Beauty. Beauty, if I really obtained the astral stone fragment, how could I not take it out? In my eyes, all the treasures in the world are nothing compared to your smile. Back then, I did obtain a treasure chest, but that was a trap set by the enemy. The treasure chest was empty, and I became the scapegoat. Beauty, if I really obtained the astral stone fragment, how could I not take it out and share it with you? Your Majesty, the Pearl Radiant Beauty burst into tears. Yu Chao, the captain of the guards who was originally loyal, sneered, we should change our method and enlighten the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. For example, if we chop off Lady Pearl Light's left hand, perhaps the Lord will remember the location of the astral stone fragment. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom was both angry and shocked. He repeatedly waved his hand to indicate that he did not want to do that. He very sincerely pleaded to Yu Chao, Yu Chao, I see you as a brother, and have shared everything with you. I have never owed you anything. Have you forgotten all that? Ever since we helped each other escape from the mountains of corpses until today, I have never done anything to let you down. Although I don't understand why you're doing this, please don't drag Pearl Light into this. She's innocent. If there's anything, come at me. Please don't hurt her. She's just a weak girl, she can't take the torture. Besides, I really don't have the astral stone fragment. If I had it, I would have taken it out to exchange. You should also know that Pearl Radiant is my life. No, she is more precious than my life. How could I sit back and watch her suffer? Let her go, I am willing to give you whatever you want. Yu Chao laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that tears splashed out. He shook his head and pointed at the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. I really don't know if you are muddle-headed or your eyes are blurred. I am not your brother Yu Chao at all. Your ridiculous brotherhood has nothing to do with me. If you want to build a relationship, talk to the pet dogs in your backyard, because your good brother has already entered their stomachs. Not only the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom, but even Yue Yang and the others who were watching from the side also understood that the real Yu Chao had long been killed. The arrogant madman in front of him was just a substitute. The Azure Wolf Emperor scolded, "Just who are you?" That, Yu Chao, waved his hand disdainfully. "Please, don't show off your power to me. Who can you scare? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? A trash like you doesn't deserve to know who I am." The moment these words came out, the Azure Wolf Emperor was practically seething with anger. The Azure Wolf Emperor roared angrily. His aura exploded as he summoned his Soul Wolf Warbeast and fused with it. His strength soared to the limit. Within 3 seconds, his strength would reach the peak of Heaven rank level 5. When the Azure Wolf Emperor raised his claws and tore at the void, the entire spatial passageway felt like it was collapsing. However, just as the Green Wolf Emperor was about to charge forward and tear apart the fake fish tide, the Still Wind Emperor stood in front of the Green Wolf Emperor to block him. On the other side, the fake fish tide was provoking the Azure Wolf Emperor with a disdainful gesture. His other hand was holding a sharp dagger. It was on the neck of the Pearl Luster Beauty. If the Azure Wolf Emperor charged forward, the Pearl Luster Beauty's blood would splatter and she would die. The Still Wind Emperor, who was most worried about the Pearl Luster Beauty's safety, naturally didn't want to see a tragedy happen. He tightly held onto the Azure Wolf Emperor, blocking him in front of the fake fish tide. The Azure Wolf Emperor's claws were blocked by the Still Wind Emperor, giving the fake fish tide an opportunity instead. He instantly threw out 2 punches, heavily hitting the faces of the Still Wind Emperor and the Azure Wolf Emperor, sending the 2 flying dozens of meters away. Although the injuries were light, the humiliation was great. "Ha ha ha ha, fool, idiot, you're all trash. Trash like you are really a waste of rice if you don't die." The fake fish tide disdainfully spat on the surface of the spatial passageway. "Fuck." The Azure Wolf Emperor was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "I beg you, don't be rash. Wait for me to save the Pearl Luster first." The Still Wind Emperor firmly held down the Azure Wolf Emperor who was about to go berserk. "Do you think you can get your woman back if you keep compromising? Ji Feng, what is this? It's clearly someone else's trap, and we've all fallen into it. If we don't fight back with all our might, only death awaits us. What was a woman? If you were alive, what beauty would you not have? If you're dead, what's the point of saving this woman? Wake up, this woman shouldn't be your stumbling block. If you're tough enough, he won't even dare to touch a hair on her, do you understand? It's because of your compromise that he's able to succeed." The Azure Wolf Monarch roared angrily at the Still Wind Monarch. "Pooh." The fake Yu Chao suddenly stabbed the dagger into the chest of the Pearl Beauty. The Jewel Beauty's hand moved slightly, and she couldn't say anything as she fell to the ground. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom was stunned. Yue Yang sneaked a peek at Ming Ri Hao to see how he would react. Ming Ri Hao's expression did change for 1,000th of a second, but he recovered very quickly. When Yue Yang turned around, he had already regained his lifeless look. The fake Yu Chao waved the bloody dagger in his hand. "Still Wind Kingdom Monarch, I think you should remember something now. If you don't, I can help you remember again. Where should I cut this time? If I cut off this perfect face, you'll definitely be very happy, right? Or, I can chop off one of her arms and cut off her fingers one by one, okay? No, please don't." The Still Wind Kingdom Monarch roared hysterically. "I'll promise you anything. Whatever you want, I'll give it all to you, as long as you don't hurt the Pearl Luster anymore." "Your Majesty." The Pearl Luster Beauty covered the wound on her chest with her small hands and called out weakly. Very quickly, blood gushed out from her mouth as she coughed uncontrollably. Astral Stone Fragment. The fake Yu Chao's target was this. "I really don't have this, I really don't." Before the Still Wind Kingdom Monarch finished speaking, the fake Yu Chao had already pierced through the Pearl Luster Beauty's right arm with a dagger. The Still Wind Kingdom Monarch staggered forward with an extremely pained expression. He rushed over desperately and threw himself on the Pearl Luster Beauty. The fake Yu Chao waved the dagger and pierced thousands of bloody holes on his body. The Still Wind Kingdom Monarch seemed to feel no pain. He only painfully carried the Pearl Luster Beauty who had fallen to the ground. The blood and tears on his body dripped onto the body of his beloved woman. Seeing this, the Freedom Queen couldn't help but scream, "Stop." The fake Yu Chao took out an assassination dagger and firmly nailed it into the Still Wind Kingdom Monarch's back. Only until the Still Wind Kingdom monarch slowly fell to the ground with the pearl luster beauty did the fake Yu Chao clap her hands and laugh contemptuously at the Freedom Queen. Astral Stone Fragment, is it yours? The Freedom Queen naturally shook her head. The fake Yu Chao grinned hideously. If it's not with you, then why did you ask? You little whore, are you born to need a beating? You dare to meddle in my business. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the Freedom Queen. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the Freedom Queen's slender and beautiful swan-like neck. Just as he was about to throw the Freedom Queen to the ground, the Green Wolf Kingdom monarch who had been waiting for a long time arrived. The Green Wolf Kingdom monarch was very fast. As fast as lightning. However, the golden man who was pretending to be the Vengeance Domain Emperor was even faster. His sword pierced through the Green Wolf Kingdom monarch's shoulder like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. The Lu Luo Kingdom monarch didn't even have time to rescue the Vengeance Domain Emperor. The golden man who was pretending to be the Vengeance Domain Emperor was staring at him face to face. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Yue Yang who was standing beside the Lu Luo Kingdom monarch, the Lu Luo Kingdom monarch probably wouldn't have been able to protect himself. The Lu Luo Kingdom monarch and the 10,000 Zhao Kingdom monarch looked at each other and put their hands down, indicating that they had given up fighting and wanted to be smart bystanders. Very good, we need more smart people. The fake Yu Chao turned to look at Yue Yang. Eldest young master, what about you? I've always been very smart. Yue Yang raised his hand, indicating that he was an obedient child. Then stand aside, this is a grudge between me, Ji Feng and the Green Wolf Kingdom monarch, it's none of your business. Although the fake Yu Chao was very unhappy with Yue Yang's attitude, he was still worried about this eldest young master from the upper realm. After all, his identity and the strength of his bodyguards were there. As long as he didn't kill everyone, revenge was destined to come. Therefore, he used a kind of division tactic. As long as Yue Yang, Lu Luo, 10,000 Zhao and the other heaven rankers stayed out of this matter, the Green Wolf Kingdom monarch alone wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. As for the Still Wind Kingdom monarch, with the Pearl Beauty as a hostage, no matter how strong he was, it was equivalent to zero. Alright, Yue Yang agreed immediately. He was so straightforward that the surrounding people couldn't believe it. How could this eldest young master be so obedient? However, what Yue Yang said next immediately made everyone understand. This brat hadn't changed at all. He was still the arrogant eldest young master from the upper realm. This was because Yue Yang added, if you kneel down and beg me, then I'll consider it. Everyone's expression changed. The Still Wind Kingdom monarch and the Green Wolf Kingdom monarch who were originally gloomy became ecstatic. As for the Lu Luo Kingdom monarch and the other heaven rankers, they were stunned. When they regained their senses, they came to a sudden realization. Who said that young Master Titan was a coward? He was simply a troublemaker. The more chaotic, troublesome, headache-inducing things were, the more this young Master Titan liked to do. It was harder than ascending to heaven to get him to leave in such a tense situation. Other than refusing to leave, he was deliberately provoking them. This made the whole situation even more complicated. Perhaps, this was the thrill that this eldest young master wanted to play. The fake Yu Chao was so angry that his nose became crooked. It's fine if you're arrogant, but asking people to kneel down and kowtow, isn't this too arrogant? Will you die if you don't stop being arrogant for a while? Just now, you had Sky Execution and other powerful guards by your side, so I tolerated you for a while. Now that the Vengeance Region Emperor is about to kill your guards, why are you still so arrogant? The fake Yu Chao couldn't help but swear. It was really not easy to calm down for this arrogant eldest young master. Whoever helps me kill this fool, I can grant him the qualification of inferior servant. Yue Yang gestured for Zhang Guan and the others to attack. Cough, young master, we can't beat this fool. Before Zhang Guan finished speaking, he was already kicked away by Yue Yang. You're all trash, such weak scum. You don't even have a battle score of 5, and you can't even win. Yue Yang flew into a rage. He punched and kicked, causing Zhang Guan and the others to run away like fallen flowers. If you're done showing off your young master's prestige, then come and die. The fake Yu Chao decided to test this young master Titan's trump card. There's no other way, this young master has to do it himself. Yue Yang rolled up his sleeves. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do you think this young master is a sick cat? Hey, what arbitrator over there, are you dead? Can't you see this fool persecuting this young master fiercely? He's a heaven stage level 6 guy, beating me, a quasi-heaven stage, is that acceptable? This arbitrator is only responsible for mediating. If one party is unwilling to mediate, then it has nothing to do with me. The double-faced king replied coldly. Everyone cursed. Mediating like this, could you be any more shameless than that? With these words of yours, this young master can rest assured. Yue Yang didn't get angry but laughed instead. He first patted his chest and summoned little Wen Li. Then, he hid behind Ming Ri Wu and pointed at the fake Yu Chao. Take down that fool for me, peel off his teeth, and snatch a bottle of God's blood back, a full bottle of God's blood, not a single drop less. Also, damn arbitrator over there, listen carefully, we don't need to mediate now. Go, all of you go, melt that group of scum into water, and flush it to the Pacific Ocean with the toilet bowl, divine beast. The double-faced king saw this, and his eyes flashed coldly. This young master titan still had a trump card, and it might not be just this one. Chapter 961. As soon as little Wen Li appeared, the fake fish tide's expression immediately changed. Given his strength, he could only yell at the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the Green Wolf Kingdom. Furthermore, he could only do so while holding hostages. In fact, even if Yue Yang did not summon little Wen Li to fight, he would not dare to hurt Yue Yang, the young master titan, from the upper realm. After all, he was from the upper realm. Even if he was from the central shrine, he could not kill him as if he was an ant from the lower realm. The golden man who was pretending to be the Emperor of Revenge stretched out his hand. He stopped the fake fish tide. His demeanor seemed to have a different kind of rationality. He said calmly, "We don't need to make more enemies. Young Master Titan is just a guest." Yue Yang immediately objected, "He's not a guest, he's an enemy. You tried to assassinate me before, and I haven't settled the score with you." The Golden Shadow's face was still calm. An unsuccessful assassination is not an assassination at all. Yue Yang found that he was like a scholar meeting a soldier. He could not reason with him. If an unsuccessful assassination was not an assassination, then it was a treat. He escaped the assassination because he was capable, not because the assassins did not try to kill him. Since they tried to kill him, it was not an assassination. He could not seek revenge. What kind of bullsh*t logic was this? Now, he understood a little. The way the people of the central shrine did things, their words and actions were really different. The Golden Shadow paused and suddenly made a decision. If young Master Titan is willing to leave, then I can return that drop of God's blood to you. Yue Yang corrected, "Not a drop, a bottle. You stole a bottle of my God's blood." Everyone was speechless. It was already good enough that the other party was willing to take out a drop of God's blood. Another bottle. Did he really think that God's blood was plain water? It was the best choice to take the God's blood and leave immediately. The Golden Shadow who once pretended to be the Emperor of Revenge no longer said anything. Instead, he turned around and returned to the team. He seemed to have guessed that Yue Yang would make such a decision. Outside, Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, the Bull Brothers, and Grey Wolf were still besieging the vengeful domain sovereign. To be precise, they had no choice but to attack together, because they had to give it their all. If any of them were to relax, the Vengeance Region Emperor would probably seize the opportunity to kill one of them. At the end of the spatial passageway, waves of energy suddenly fluctuated. Gradually, a spatial door was formed. The base of this door was made up of various heaven rune patterns. It shone with a golden and silver brilliance, looking extremely mysterious. Could this be the astral gate? Yue Yang's attention was suddenly diverted from the fake fish tide, but little Wen Li gave up before the attack. And returned to Yue Yang's side, quietly guarding him. As she returned to Yue Yang's side, a few shadows appeared at the other side of the Sea of Storms. Somehow, these shadows managed to escape the attention of the vengeful Region Emperor. They passed through the storm sea stealthily and slipped into the space channel that was about to collapse. Their leader was a tall and sturdy barbarian with bulging muscles. His fangs were like daggers, exposed from his lips. His upper body was naked, and his khaki-colored skin was tattooed with strange totem patterns. Below him was a piece of animal skin casually wrapped around his waist. A few bloody human heads were hanging on a copper ring that was tied to the animal skin with ox tendons. This bloodthirsty barbarian held a mace in his left hand and a piece of raw meat from an unknown beast in his right hand. He was gnawing on it fiercely. That kind of terrifying gaze and posture made people feel weak just by looking at it. Following closely behind this 10-meter tall barbarian was a dwarf who was less than half a meter tall. The little dwarf was wearing an unusually gorgeous outfit. On his head, he wore a big hat that was at least half his height. Different from the vicious barbarian, this little dwarf was full of smiles and seemed to be in a very good mood. Behind the little dwarf was a bald old man with a long beard. He had a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. Except for that coffin-like face and snow-white long beard, this old man did not look much different on the surface. Of course, as long as one was in the heaven stage, he could easily see that this coffin-like old man was actually several times stronger than the barbarian and the little dwarf. Compared to the previous two, this old man was the truly terrifying existence. Behind the old man was a big fat man who staggered. Everyone had seen many fat men, but they had never seen anyone as fat as this fat man. This fat man was no different from a meatball. Even his fingers were so fat that he could not open them. His eyes were pressed into a thin line by the fat on his face. If one wanted to see this fat man's eyes clearly, he would probably have to use a knife to cut off more than 10 kilograms of fat from his eyelids. Although he was fat, this fat man still had legs. He could also walk. Just by watching him walk, people felt tired and breathless for him. Anyone who saw this fat man could not help but think, if I change walking to rolling, I believe it will be much faster. The distance wasn't far, but Fatty had to walk for a full 10 minutes before he finally arrived at the entrance of the space tunnel, where the pearl glowing beauty was already on her last breath. When he saw the pearl on the pearl beauty's forehead, his eyes immediately squeezed out two sharp lights, like the tip of a needle. Wow, is this a prayer pearl? Good stuff. Little beauty, if you are willing to give it to me, I will promise you anything. Quick, 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 take it off, I want it, I like it so much, quickly give it to me. If I give it to you, will you spare my life? The pearl beauty gasped with difficulty and asked weakly. No, impossible, if you are not willing to give it to me, then I will just snatch it, although I do not like to be so troublesome. The fat man answered confidently while gasping for breath. That is my trophy, Fatty, go away. The fake fish tide was furious. You are my brother, what is yours is not mine. You are very busy now, I will help you keep it. The fat man laughed shamelessly. What, I am your brother, what is mine is yours. Then what about yours? The fake fish tide pushed away the fat man's attempt to take off the pearl from the pearl beauty's forehead. Mine, of course it is mine, even. Blood brothers should be clear about the accounts. Before the fat man finished speaking, he was kicked away by the fake fish tide. After kicking the fat man away, the fake fish tide rushed to the entrance of the space passage and shouted, Idiot, are you not going to participate in today's matter? The astral world gate is about to open, if you want a share, why don't you come in? I am too lazy to crawl. At the entrance of the space passage, there was actually a shadow lying on the ground like a dead snake, sleeping lazily, not moving at all. Yue Yang was the most curious, and when everyone was not paying attention, they found that this young master had already run out. He was holding a branch in his hand that came out of nowhere. Yue Yang continued to poke the sluggard who was lying lazily on the ground. He poked him left and right, but that guy didn't move at all, as if he was a dead person. Only when Yue Yang poked his chrysanthemum with a tree branch did he lazily turn around and mumble, I'm not dead, I'm just too lazy to move. Everyone was sweating profusely. It was really not easy to be lazy to this extent, however, it was even more difficult to be as curious and courageous as young Master Tai Tan. Zhang Guan and the others hurriedly protected Yue Yang. Now that the king of Still Wind Kingdom was almost crippled because of the Pearl Beauty, and Green Wolf was also heavily injured, it was not enough to rely on Zhang Guan and the others. Only Lu Luo and Wan Zhao, the two kings, could protect young Master Tai Tan. Of course, the most important thing was still the little Lamia Loli. If not for her, everyone would have just surrendered, and it would be impossible to fight against so many strong enemies. Ming Ri Wu still pretended to be dead and did not say a word. On the other hand, the king of Green Wolf Kingdom had a serious expression. He could somewhat recognize these people. If there were only one or two of them, the king of Green Wolf Kingdom might not be able to recognize them. However, there were so many of them, and they were so obvious, unless he was blind, there was no way he could not recognize them. When Yue Yang returned, the king of Green Wolf Kingdom whispered to him, Young Master Tai Tan, these people are actually the 8 generals under the Sun King. That fake Yu Chao should be the hanged man who is famous for his betrayal and rebellion. He is good at disguising himself as other people and is extremely deceptive. In the following battles, he might even disguise himself as another person. Therefore, you must be careful for the next period of time. Unless you are very familiar with them and can recognize them as your own people, otherwise, don't easily believe anyone here. They might all be the disguises of the Hanged Man. What about the fake vengeful domain emperor? Yue Yang felt that there were 3 people who were the strongest here. The Hanged Man could not be ranked in the top 3. There were only the fake vengeful domain emperor, the long-bearded old man, and the lazy man who was too lazy to move. He should be one of the 8 generals, the poet, the king of Green Wolf Kingdom guessed. If the Hanged Man represents betrayal and rebellion, then the poet represents knowledge and rationality. As for the barbarian, he represents bloodthirst and madness. That little dwarf represents stinginess and wealth. The former likes to eat people and is very cruel. The latter is greedy and stingy. He is good at stealing his opponent's treasures and money. He is a guy who will reap the rewards once he strikes. That fat man represents greed and plunder. He will not let go of any benefits. As for the long-bearded old man, he represents stubbornness and conservatism. They are the 2 strongest among the 8 generals. Other than the long-bearded old man, there is the fool who is too lazy to move. On the surface, he represents stupidity and laziness, but in fact, he is a guy with great wisdom who looks stupid. His strength is unfathomable. The king of Lu Luo Kingdom wanted to please Yue Yang, so he quickly introduced them. The 8 generals under the Sun King. Yue Yang deliberately bent his fingers and pretended to be surprised. He asked, "Isn't there another one? Could it be?" He deliberately looked at the double-faced king who was holding the demonic scythe. The king of Green Wolf Kingdom lowered his voice and quickly looked at the double-faced king. It is said that there is another one called the clown. He represents evil and conspiracy. He is the most mysterious existence. No one has seen the true face of the clown. Maybe he is far away, but he is right in front of us. Who knows? The king of Green Wolf's words implied that he guessed that the double-faced king was the legendary clown. However, Yue Yang knew. The double-faced king was the double-faced king, and the clown was the clown. 7 of the 8 generals under the Sun King had come, so why didn't the clown appear? Could it be because of his appearance? If the clown didn't appear, what was he plotting behind the scenes? There were also the other 3 kings who were on the same level as the double-faced king, and the Sun King who was so powerful that even Ming Rihao had to hide and pretend to be a grandson. Where were they now? Yue Yang had a premonition that the enemies had almost all appeared. In that case, the next step should be the final revelation of the entire plan. Chapter 962. The door of the space passage opened, revealing a long oddly shaped passage. The hanging man who impersonated Yu Chao looked at the Green Wolf Kingdom king and the others with a menacing gaze. He threatened them, "All of you, come in." Although this fool is lazy, it's still very easy for him to kill a few people. If we don't get the whereabouts of the astral stone fragment from the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom, none of you can leave this place. Similarly, if the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom is willing to give us the astral stone fragment, not only can you leave, we can also help you remove the curse. The poet who impersonated the Regent Emperor tried to persuade them. The Green Wolf Kingdom king and the others were silent. They clearly knew that these people were unreasonable people. But what could they do? Expose their laughable excuse. If they did that, they would only make these people shed all pretense of cordiality and attack them directly. Holding on to that 1 in a million hope, the Azure Wolf Emperor and the others were not willing to turn hostile and attack him. They only turned around and looked at Yue Yang. Seeing that this young Master Titan did not seem to mind at all, they could not help but feel reassured. With Yue Yang in the lead, the group of people followed the poet and walked into the depths of the space passage. The hanging man grabbed the heavily injured Lord of Still Wind Kingdom and the pearl-glowing beauty and walked at the front. Behind them was the extremely powerful long-bearded old man. Outside, the double-faced king acted as if nothing had happened. He stood there quietly and did not move, as if he was waiting for more guests to arrive. The space passage. Yue Yang felt that this place was different from ordinary space passages. Yet, he could not tell what was strange about it. He only had a suspicion in his heart. After walking to the end, the space in front of him suddenly opened up. What appeared before him was a world that was beyond Yue Yang's expectations. A stone world. There was no sky or earth here. Even the dome that was a few thousand meters high was made of stone. The stones here were not the commonly seen stones on the ground. They were a special kind of energy stones. The transparent energy stones here floated in the sky, forming the sky. The opaque and heavy energy stones formed the ground, flowing like water. In addition, there were all sorts of strange stalagmites, stone flowers and stone trees. Everything was filled with stones. Yue Yang discovered that this stone world was extremely vast. Its surface area was even larger than a large city in Skysplit Tower. He casually picked up a stone at his feet. He found that the stone was full of energy, comparable to a high-quality gem. But here, this stone was ordinary. There were countless crystals that were thousands of times better than it, like the stars in the sky. The stone flowers were as bright as the fresh flowers outside, and the stone trees were as lush as the forest outside. The shapes of the stalagmites were even more dazzling. Some of them were like swords, some were like knives, some were like axes, and some were like spears. They were densely packed, growing everywhere, or hanging upside down from the sky, forming a forest of blades and spears. There were also small animals that looked similar, such as rabbits, mice, dogs, and cows. They were so lifelike that it seemed as if they would jump up from the ground in fright the moment they got close. The most amazing thing was that the water here was also stone. A kind of liquid stone. Yue Yang scooped up a handful of water from the stream. He discovered that it was extremely heavy, even heavier than a normal stone. But strangely, it was liquid, dripping drop by drop into the gaps between his fingers. Apart from a small number of essence crystals that shone brightly, this liquid water was the most energetic. The energy in the water here could not be compared to the Mother Earth potion. But, if all the stone water in the streams and lakes were collected and refined, Yue Yang believed that the energy obtained would not be inferior to the Mother Earth potion that Yue Yang had obtained previously. The Emperor of Green Wolf Empire saw Yue Yang scooping up the stone water here and sighed, "What a pity." What he meant was that it was a pity that he could not refine the energy here. Because everything in this stone world was made of stone, the water here was also made of liquid stone. Even with their heaven-ranked physiques, it was impossible for them to directly absorb and drink it. So, the Emperor of Green Wolf Empire and the other heaven-ranked physiques could only stare at the energy here, unable to use it at all. Unless one's body was completely of the earth attribute, otherwise, no one would be able to absorb the energy here. Yue Yang did not make a sound. He who possessed the nirvana flames, refining it. That was a piece of cake. Furthermore, to the chaotic spirit who possessed the super-elemental body, absorbing energy was her favorite. If she was allowed to come here, she would not be willing to leave until she absorbed all the energy here. There was also the Reaper Mantis sister who grew up later on. She was also good at absorbing energy. Of course, the one who could absorb the most energy was not the two of them, but Man who possessed the heart of earth. Man wanted to fight here. She was definitely an invincible existence. Yue Yang felt that he must bring Man here when he had the time, and let her strength soar under the nourishment of the earth energy here. No need to look, nothing here belongs to you scum. The laws of the stone world have an extremely strict space restriction. Don't even talk about absorbing energy, you can't even bring a small stone away. The hanging man stood on a tall sharp energy stone, one hand grabbing the Emperor of Still Wind Kingdom, the other hand grabbing the Pearl Beauty, as he mocked the Emperor of Green Wolf Empire below. The Emperor of Green Wolf Empire finally understood why the poet, Savage, Dwarf, Fatty, Longbeard and the others were not tempted by the energy crystals here. It turned out that there was a law restriction here. He followed the hanging man's group and continued to advance forward. After walking for about 10 kilometers in the stone forest, Yue Yang realized that they had stopped in the middle of a stone flower forest. In the most central area, there was a stone wall. The wall was like a jade, and its entire body was like a crystal. It was translucent, and it stored unlimited energy, constantly emitting a gentle energy brilliance. On the stone wall, there were extremely mysterious ancient runes. Even a person like Yue Yang, who specialized in runes, had a hard time looking at them. Around the ancient rune circle, there were 12 depressions. 8 of them had already been filled, while the remaining 4 were still empty. Yue Yang understood at a glance. This should be the astral stone fragment they were talking about. It turned out that it was an energy crystal that could open a deeper space. Emperor of Still Wind Kingdom, you're smart. Take out the astral stone fragment now, and I'll spare your life. The hanging man threw the Emperor of Still Wind Kingdom in front of the astral stone. I really don't have the astral stone fragment. The Emperor of Still Wind Kingdom coughed up blood and smiled bitterly. It's all right, you can open it even if you're missing one astral stone fragment. You just have to sacrifice more rancors. I'll kill your beloved first, and see if you can remember anything. If you think that I'm a kind-hearted good person who will pity you because you're pitiful, then you're completely wrong. For the god's body, for the legendary godly grimoire, let alone you laughable outsiders, even if it was my father or my son, I would kill him without hesitation. The hanging man grabbed the pearl-glowing beauty's neck, as if he was pinching a pitiful little chick. He could break her slender neck at any time. Your Majesty, save me. The pearl-glowing beauty was so scared that her face turned pale. Now was the most critical moment. If she didn't hand over the astral stone fragment, she would really lose her life. My lover, don't be afraid. I'll accompany you on your journey. I won't be alone. The Emperor of Still Wind Kingdom raised his hand, preparing to commit suicide. On the other side, the heartless Yue Yang had no reason to watch this emotional scene of life and death. This kind of thing might be very touching, but he would vomit if he watched it too much. Yue Yang, who had been killed by Aunt Chong Yao many times before he transmigrated, hated people like, Your Majesty, do you still remember Nanny Rong at the Great Ming Lake, the most? Unknowingly, he had already run to the front of the jade-like astral stone. His face was almost stuck to the translucent stone wall as he looked inside. As he discovered something, he cried out in surprise, Wow, there really is a god's body inside. It's a pity that there's only half of it. The head and body are gone. It looks like a goddess. She's wearing clothes, but the important parts are covered. I can't see clearly at all, bastard. The Azure Wolf Kingdom's emperor and the others sweated. Young master, can you be a little more nervous? Now is the time to fight and kill. If you want to see the important parts of a woman, shouldn't you find a time when you're free? When the Queen of Freedom heard this, her face turned red. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yue Yang. What nonsense are you saying? You must treat a goddess with respect. Yue Yang laughed, pretending to be ignorant. Is that a goddess inside? I can't see clearly at all. Actually, I've always been very respectful to the goddess. I've never had any blasphemous thoughts. I'm an upright gentleman. When he said this, even the enemies on the hanged man's side almost all fell to the ground. Will you die if you don't brag? If you say you're an upright gentleman, are there still despicable people in this world? As you can see, this is the astral stone that leads to the astral world. Now, we've already collected 3 astral stone fragments, and only the last one is missing. It's in the hands of the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. If you can persuade him to take it out and open the astral world gate, then we can consider sharing a bit of the god's blood with the god's body inside. If you don't comply, each and every one of you will become energy for the blood sacrifice. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. I'll start the countdown now. What kind of expression is that? Could it be that you want to resist my will? The hanged man was talking comfortably, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, everyone was looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Not a single person was listening to him. He couldn't help but explode in anger. Stop, look quickly. The poet calmly shouted to stop him. The hanged man turned his head to look, and was so shocked that he almost threw away the pearl beauty in his hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yue Yang had unknowingly run into the astral space behind the astral stone's teleportation gate. Vaguely, they could see that this brat was standing at the side of the divine body, as if he was about to lift up the goddess skirt to look inside. What was going on? How could this young master titan run into the astral world that hadn't been opened yet? What kind of treasure or ability could allow him to enter the astral world that even the rankers of the central shrine frowned for? The hanged man even had the thought of tearing this brat apart and committing suicide. However, he had no choice now. This young master titan had already run into the astral world, and they had no choice but to stay outside and watch him. Fortunately, this brat was just lustful. He seemed to be more interested in lifting up the skirt, and didn't keep that half of the god's body the moment he entered. What should he do? The hanged man looked at the calmest poet, trying to think of a solution. However, the poet also had a headache. This young master titan was completely unexpected and unexpected. He had even entered the astral world gate. Who knew what to do when there was an astral stone gate between the inside and outside that couldn't be opened by any external force? Chapter 963. Just when everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do, Yue Yang came out again. He told everyone very honestly, it is indeed a god's body, and it is indeed a goddess, but I didn't see anything. After a pause, he added, who would have thought that there would be a knee-length culottes underneath even though she was clearly wearing a light muslin dress? It seems like she was already prepared. The whole scene suddenly became silent. No one knew what to say. After the Emperor of the Green Wolf Empire and the others were stunned, they gradually remembered that this young Master Titan really had this ability. Back in the previous attack at Stillwind Swamp, he used a shadow-like inherent skill, shifting shadows, to deceive everyone. Now, it was not impossible for him to use this, shifting shadows, to enter the astral space. However, what the Emperor of the Green Wolf Empire and the others couldn't understand was why this young Master Titan still wanted to come out. He clearly went in, and he was the only one who could enter. Now, he came out all at once. Other than taking off the skirt of the goddess body, he really didn't do anything. This young Master Titan was too obedient, his appearance was so abnormal. Not only the Emperor of the Green Wolf Empire and the others, even his enemies like the Hanged Man and the Poet were all brain dead. No matter how they thought, they couldn't understand. The barbarian savage wanted to rush over and capture Yue Yang, but the poet who pretended to be the vengeful emperor hurriedly stopped its impulsive actions. He could go out, but he could also go in. If he really made a move on this young Master Titan, wouldn't it be equivalent to driving him into the astral space again? The best thing to do was to pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, he could go in if he wanted, or he could come out and stay with everyone else if he didn't want to. It was very unnecessary to offend such a young master. The central shrine could indeed sweep the world in the lower realm, but in the upper realm, they really didn't dare to say so. There were some things that they couldn't and didn't dare to do too much. You, come here for a moment. The Freedom Queen was a little angry with Yue Yang's actions. To her, Yue Yang was a good boy, how could he do this? She decided to educate Yue Yang. Of course, in this place, only Yue Yang was worth educating. If it was someone like the Azure Wolf Emperor or the Hanging Man, no matter how angry she was, she definitely wouldn't say a word. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the Queen of Freedom, only Yue Yang was worth correcting. As for the others here, no matter if their hearts were mostly broken or completely broken, they were already beyond redemption. Yue Yang happily went over, but in the end, he had no choice but to lower his head and accept a round of moral education. See, what did they look like when they didn't have good moral lessons in the past? Even if he transmigrated, he still had to go through another lesson. Just as Yue Yang was receiving his education, 2 more people entered the stone world. He didn't even need to look to sense how powerful these 2 people were. The Azure Wolf Emperor and other heaven rankers couldn't even see the blurry images that the 2 deliberately maintained with their eyes. From this, it could be determined that the other party's strength had already surpassed them by too much. The 2 people looked a little similar, but the brilliance emitted from their bodies was different. One was holy golden, the other was angry blood red. The man emitting holy blazing light held a long weapon in his hand, but it was unclear whether it was a staff or a spear. It looked especially glorious and dazzling. The man emitting angry blood red brilliance had a sword at his waist. The tip of the sword seemed to be dripping blood. Moreover, when this person took a step forward, every step he took seemed to leave a wet bloody footprint. Although the 2 people entered at the same time, they separated into 2 sides. Every step they took, they were on guard against each other, as if they were going to attack each other at any time. That kind of resentment and killing intent, even those sluggish snakes in winter would be scared awake and flee on the spot. Monstrous hatred, hatred that seeped into their bones. There was only one ending for the 2 of them. They wouldn't rest until one of them died. You haven't found the astral stone fragment yet. Forget it, I can't wait any longer. It doesn't matter, I have already collected the blood of 108 heaven rankers under a certain domain emperor. It seems that it is enough for a sacrifice, the man on the left said. Coincidentally, I have also collected the blood of more than 200 heaven rankers under a certain domain emperor. The man emitting angry blood red brilliance snorted angrily. The Azure Wolf Emperor and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They all recognized who these 2 people were. One was their boss, the Divine Light Domain Emperor, the other was their real enemy, the Wrath Domain Emperor, who hated them even more than the Vengeance Domain Emperor. The Vengeance Domain Emperor, if he had not met him, he might not have come looking for a chance to kill him, but the Wrath Domain Emperor was different. He was born to kill the Divine Light Domain Emperor's subordinates and attack the Divine Light Domain Emperor. Unless the Wrath Domain Emperor died, he would never let go of anyone related to the Divine Light Domain Emperor, the New Water Temple Lord, or the Vengeance Domain Emperor. The poet and the long-bearded man each represented their own forces and bowed to the 2 domain emperors. Their bows were exactly the same, and the timing was the same. Their attitudes were equally respectful, and no one could find any loopholes. But the two domain emperors were still very unhappy. The divine light domain emperor snorted slightly and restrained the anger in his heart. But the wrath domain emperor could not help himself and slapped the poet away. Get lost, you people have no true respect at all. If it were not for the double-faced king's invitation and his promise to give me the rest of the divine body in exchange for a few drops of divine blood, I would never have cooperated with you. The divine light domain emperor laughed loudly. There is no need to cooperate with a mad dog. As long as you give me the divine body, I will not only help you get rid of this mad dog, but I will also generously give up the right to contract the divine grimoire. I know that what the Sun King really wants is the divine grimoire. It's okay, I can give him the divine grimoire, but you must promise me to kill this mad dog in this stone world. There can only be one domain emperor in the Tianhua domain, and that is me. According to the rules, the divine light domain emperor's son has the right to inherit the divine light domain emperor's position. The long-bearded old man nodded, agreeing to the divine light domain emperor's conditions. On the other side, the poet's actions were the opposite. Although his face was swollen, he still bowed politely to the wrath domain emperor and asked, "Do you want to immediately use the blood sacrifice to open the astral world stone gate? I will fight with that despicable person here to determine who is better. Open the astral world gate and immediately go in to find the divine grimoire. If there is none, get out immediately. The double-faced king has brought the Sun King's words, and the divine body belongs to me. If you dare to have any ideas about it, you will die a horrible death." The wrath domain emperor waved his hand coldly. Faster than lightning, the heavy sword attacked the divine light domain emperor at an extreme speed. The sword light was like a raging sea of blood. The Green Wolf Empire emperor and the others almost vomited when they saw it. They had killed countless people and had never felt disgusted, but now that they saw this sea of blood, they could not help but tremble in fear. The divine light domain emperor had long seen that most of the people present were his subordinates. He used the treasure in his hand to guide, and it turned into a brilliant golden ball of light. It collided with the blood-red ball of light, and then quickly retreated, creating a terrifying tunnel in the stone world. The poet and the long-bearded man had unknowingly received 2 barrels of purified heaven-rank blood. Countless heaven-rank demonic crystals and heaven-rank blood were compressed and slowly injected into the holes of the fragments of the astral world stone. The hanging man, the little dwarf, and the fat man also took out 3 shining fragments of the astral world stone and inserted them into the remaining 3 holes. The brilliance exploded like a waterfall. In a flash, it had flooded the entire stone world. Other than the dull roar of the small-scale battle between the Wrath Domain Emperor and the Divine Light Domain Emperor, the entire stone world had become a sea of light. Yue Yang found it difficult to see anything. The light was so dazzling that he could not even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. In the light, little Wen Li stood quietly beside him. Some of the enemies who were waiting for an opportunity to get close had no choice but to give up. No matter how bright the light was, it could not affect her combat effectiveness. Although her talent was binding, she was also good at controlling, purifying, and sealing. As long as she was willing, even light could not escape her seal. Other than the people beside Yue Yang, the surrounding area had long been in a mess. Everyone could feel it. The door of the astral world stone had been opened. The divine body was just 100 meters in front of them. As long as they stretched out their hands, they could obtain it. Who would not be tempted? When the poet, the long-bearded man, the barbarian, the fat man, the dwarf, and the others began to kill their companions, the Green Wolf Empire Emperor dodged a fatal blow and rushed madly toward the divine body. What divine grimoire, what Sun King, what divine light territory emperor, and what wrath territory emperor? He did not think of any of them. He only thought of one thing, which was to snatch this divine body and hide in the grimoire world. Even if he had to hide for hundreds or thousands of years, it would be worth it. It would be worth it. The Lu Luo Empire Emperor and the others had the same idea as him. However, the fastest person was the Green Wolf Empire Emperor. After all, he was known for his speed. Just as the Green Wolf Empire Emperor stretched out his hand to grab the divine body, the double-faced king was already standing in front of the divine body. With a scythe, he chopped off the Green Wolf Empire Emperor's right hand. Then, with another scythe, as the Green Wolf Empire Emperor tried his best to dodge, he turned around and chopped off one of the Lu Luo Empire Emperor's legs. The jet-black scythe turned a third time and chopped off a few heaven rankers who were chasing after the divine body. Don't rush, everyone better be smart and don't touch this divine body. Because, underneath her body, there is a high possibility that the entrance to the divine grimoire world is under her. Once we have checked, as an arbitrator, I will not fight with you ants for the treasure. Outside the astral world stone wall, the Divine Light Territory Emperor and the Wrath Territory Emperor suddenly stopped fighting. They stood on the left and right, confronting each other. But at the same time, they were concerned about a question. Double-faced king, is the entrance to the divine grimoire world under the goddess? Is the legend true? In the legend, I have indeed heard of such a thing. A very great goddess, in order for her descendants to successfully enter the divine grimoire contract, used her life and divine power to open a passage above. Although she sacrificed herself, it was all for the sake of her descendants. Today, we have finally gathered all the astral stone fragments. After the blood sacrifice, we have also opened the astral world, and we have seen this goddess who is worthy of respect. As for the passage, of course there is, although we are not sure if it is. The passage to the divine grimoire. Divine Light Territory Emperor and Wrath Territory Emperor, I am very sorry. This is the result of the hard work of the central shrine. After His Majesty the Sun King obtains the divine grimoire, this divine body will be generously bestowed to you. Because you have contributed 4 astral stone fragments, with your contribution, the divine body can be bestowed to you. As for whether you can share it or enjoy it alone, it has nothing to do with us. Now, please leave. The Sun King will definitely give you justice. The double-faced king actually asked the 2 territory emperors to leave, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Indeed, when you see the divine body, you show your true colors. The Divine Light Territory Emperor was not angry, but laughed instead. If you think that you can defeat me, the Territory Emperor, with just a few pieces of trash like you, then that is a joke. The Wrath Territory Emperor was furious, and blood light surged from his body. Of course we are not that stupid. His Majesty the Sun King once said that the Tianwu domain has been rotten for too long. In order to clean up the mess, the old can't be kept anymore, so we have to make a new one. You can all be eliminated. Not only you, but also the territory emperors who are seeking revenge outside should all be on their way. The double-faced king laughed sinisterly. The lion and the golden crown of the Sun King's throne greet the 2 territory emperors. I have never wanted to have exceptions. Other than the 2 territory emperors, you still have the chance to leave. As for the others, I am very sorry. You will all become the blood tribute before the Sun King receives the divine grimoire. This is the highest honor that I can offer to His Majesty the Sun King. Of course, it is fine if the 2 territory emperors are not willing to leave. I have been wanting to chop off your heads for a long time. This honor has always tempted me. Tianwu Domain, Still Wind Swamp, will become the grave of 3 territory emperors. How delightful would that be? From afar, the voices of 2 people could be heard almost at the same time. When Ming Rihao heard it, he secretly reached out to touch Yue Yang. What he meant was that the super-powerful Sun King was about to make his move, and that Yue Yang had to be careful not to be killed instantly by the Sun King. Seeing Ming Rihao, who was a level 8 innate elder, acting like a turtle, Yue Yang's heart could not help but beat faster. Damn the Sun King. It would be a lie if he said he was not afraid. Would this person, who was at the same level as Ji Wei, really appear? Chapter 964. The Sun King had not arrived yet, but the Lion King and the Golden Crown King of the 4 kings and 8 generals had arrived. Other than the Silent King and the Clown, almost all of the Sun King's subordinates were here. This showed how important the central shrine was to the ownership of the divine grimoire. Ming Rihao quickly filled Yue Yang in on the relevant information. Among the 4 kings, the Silent King represented piety. It was said that the Silent King, the most powerful of the 4 kings, had a strong gift of faith and prayer. His strength was not inferior to the hall masters of the inner and outer halls of the central shrine. Ming Rihao hinted that if he were to face the strongest Silent King alone, he would not be able to defeat him easily. The Silent King, who had not shown up yet, was different from the Lion King, the Golden Crown King, and the Double-Faced King. When the Sun King was growing up, the Silent King had accompanied him as a servant. He was the most capable person by the Sun King's side and could be called the pillar of the Solar Palace. According to the time of joining, the Sun King's subordinates, the Lion King, who represented courage, and the Golden Crown King, who represented honor, were more experienced than the Double-Faced King, who had only joined 8,000 years ago. In terms of strength, they would probably be slightly stronger than the Double-Faced King. Just a lion, a golden crown, and a big scythe. Do you think you can scare us? The furious Domain Emperor laughed wildly. The furious Domain Emperor's bravery is unparalleled. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we will not easily win. The double-faced king smiled sinisterly. I have a very good suggestion. I wonder if the furious Domain Emperor will consider it. The Shangguang Domain Emperor has always been at odds with you. Both sides want to get rid of each other. Today is the best opportunity. If you, Wrath Domain Ruler, are willing to accept, then we will do our best to assist you in killing the Shangguang Domain Ruler. We, the Sun King, only want the Divine Grimoire. Even if we give the Divine Body to you, Wrath Domain Ruler, it is not a problem. What do you think of such a condition? Bah, the furious Domain Emperor roared. Although the Shangguang Domain Emperor and I are mortal enemies, I will not let anyone else do it. You want to sow discord between us so that we can kill each other. This plan is too childish. The furious Domain Emperor, so you refuse? The double-faced king asked casually. Even an idiot wouldn't accept such a ridiculous condition. Even if I join forces with you to kill the Shangguang region emperor, you will be able to sit on the sidelines and reap the benefits. From the very beginning, I have seen through your ridiculous tricks. If you want me to fall for your evil tricks, you must be dreaming. The furious Domain Emperor shouted as he increased his energy. His body was surrounded by a blood-red brilliance, forming a horrifying sea of blood. Then, Emperor of the Shangguang region, what do you think? If you accept, we can join hands to kill the angry Domain Emperor. Same condition. Great ancient God above, we will not go back on our words, or we will be cursed. The double-faced king turned to the Divine Light Domain Emperor shamelessly and asked. Do you think I look like a fool to you? The Divine Light Region Emperor asked, his body glowing brightly. It doesn't look like it. The double-faced king sighed. I don't look like one, but I am. Before the Divine Light Domain Emperor could finish his sentence, he had already condensed a ball of light that was as powerful as the sun and pushed it out, smashing into the arms of the enraged Domain Emperor. You are asking a tiger for its skin. You will die without a burial place. The enraged Domain Emperor was enraged. Instead of retreating, he pressed down on the energy ball and forced it back to the Divine Light Region Emperor. The one who will die will be you. I have a secret agreement with the Sun King. The Divine Light Region Emperor laughed coldly. The double-faced king flashed and joined the battle. He joined forces with the Divine Light Region Emperor. Together, they attacked the enraged Domain Emperor. The other 8 generals, such as the poet, the savage barbarian, the fat man, the long-bearded old man, the hanging man, and the dwarf, surrounded Yue Yang, the Green Wolf Empire Emperor, and the others. In their minds, these were all insignificant characters. If necessary, their only role was to be used as a blood sacrifice to open the passage of the Divine Grimoire. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Of course, their attitude towards Yue Yang, the young master of the Titan Empire, was a little different. After all, he was the young master of a famous family in the upper worlds. It would be best if they could kill all of them and make it clean. Otherwise, it would really cause a lot of trouble. Before the Sun King officially entered the Divine Grimoire, this young master could not be killed. Moreover, with such weak strength, there was no need to kill him. He would not be a threat at all. All the surviving heaven rankers hid in the world inside the astral stone. In the stone world outside, the enraged Domain Emperor, the Divine Light Region Emperor, and the double-faced king had turned it into ruins. Fortunately, no matter how the stone world outside was destroyed, the space inside was not affected by any energy. It was a safe place for the time being. The entrance and exit of the astral stone wall also stood firm under the destructive energy shockwave. It was completely undamaged. This was the foundation of the stone world. Before the stone world was destroyed, it would not collapse. Unlike the battle between the Domain Emperors outside worriedly, the Freedom Queen was not as concerned about the outcome of the battle as the others. Instead, she shed tears at the half of the divine body. She is your mother, Yue Yang asked. How is this possible? Ming Rihao did not need the Freedom Queen to answer. He fainted. How could he guess? Then why are you crying so sorrowfully? Yue Yang did not understand. The goddess had made such a great sacrifice for the masses. You should be happy for her. Why are you crying? And why are you crying so sorrowfully? For the first time in her life, the Freedom Queen had the urge to strangle Yue Yang. So be it if he was a busybody. Was he not even allowed to cry? Moreover, it was too much to make wild guesses without understanding the situation clearly. Fortunately, the Freedom Queen had good self-restraint. She was kind and tolerant. She did not argue with this brat. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they might fight with Yue Yang to the death. The Lion King and the Golden Crown King who spoke just now did not see them enter. However, the sharp-eyed Yue Yang suddenly saw two ordinary people, who were dressed very ordinarily, enter. Just how ordinary were these two? They were like stones by the roadside. Even if they had seen them before, even with head manager Yi and head Jin's photographic memory, if these two people were to stand on the streets of Green Willow City, head manager Yi and head Jin would not be able to recognize them. That kind of feeling was like those passers-by on the streets that had nothing to do with them. They would not pay attention to them at all. Even if they saw them, they would forget them as fast as possible. Most importantly, these two people's appearance and dressing were completely different. However, with Yue Yang's eyesight, he could not see any difference. There was no abnormality. That was the biggest abnormality. One must know that Yue Yang had the Heaven Eyes divine vision that could see through all the truths in the world. Now, even his Heaven Eyes divine vision could not see the difference between these two people. Yue Yang could not see any abnormality, let alone others. The two people's statures were not considered tall. Their appearance was ordinary. Their clothes were also old-fashioned. From head to toe, there was not a single part of their body that could be seen. This kind of person was even more inconspicuous than the stones by the roadside. It was as if one could point out hundreds of similar people from a random spot on the street. However, these ordinary people were as natural as an old farmer. They walked calmly in the stone world that was filled with destructive shockwaves. It was as if the shockwaves from the battle between the two domain emperors and the double-faced king did not exist at all. When the other heaven rankers saw the two of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people even fainted in fright because of the appearance of these two ordinary people. This was because one of the ordinary people on the left was carrying a person in his hand. Avenge the Domain Emperor. The Avenge the Domain Emperor was no longer as relaxed as he was when he was surrounded by Sky Execution and the others. He was already unconscious due to his heavy injuries, his eyes were tightly shut, and his chest was sunken in. His limbs were hanging limply, and his eyes were closed. Blood flowed from his mouth, dripping down his cheeks and onto the ground. Because of the appearance of these two ordinary people, the Fury Domain Emperor, the Divine Light Domain Emperor, and the Double-Faced King all stopped fighting. Which one of them is the Sun King? Yue Yang's expression changed. He quickly asked Ming Ri Hao using telepathy. It was the first time that his Heaven Eyes divine vision could not see through the enemy's true identity. I don't know. Ming Ri Hao shook his head bitterly. Although he tried his best to relax his body, he still tensed up unconsciously. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's creation domain that helped to conceal his aura, it would have leaked out long ago. The enemy would then be able to see that the real expert was Ming Ri Hao, who was hiding in the crowd. Other than shrinking his body and bending his waist, Ming Ri Hao also closed his eyes. He did not dare to look at the two ordinary people. He was afraid that one of them, the Sun King, would sense him and discover him. Yue Yang and Ming Ri Hao had guessed that the Sun King would come. They never expected that this Sun King would come so quickly. No one knew him, and no one could see through Ming Ri Hao. Why did the Sun King come so early? Wasn't he supposed to open the passage to the Divine Grimoire and come here leisurely after the Furious Domain Emperor and the Shengguang Domain Emperor fought to the death? This was too abnormal. Greetings, Taijia. We did not want to disturb everyone's business so early. However, in order to fulfill the wish of a good friend, we had no choice but to come early. Please forgive us if we have disturbed you. The ordinary person who was carrying the unconscious Revenge Domain Emperor explained to the crowd politely and apologized. Then, a severely injured man appeared out of nowhere. He held the man in his hand, just like the Revenge Domain Emperor. The others did not have much reaction because they did not know him. However, Yue Yang's pupils contracted. This man was on the verge of death. He was actually the snake-haired devil man who invited Yue Yang to White River City. He was the young master Eternal Wind of the Gouda family, one of the four most powerful families in the Heaven Realm. Yue Yang's eyes turned cold instantly. As cold as frost. Now, he understood that the person who was fishing was not only himself, but also the owner of the Sun God Palace, the Sun King. This ordinary-looking, scary man was definitely the biggest enemy in his life. He was even scarier than Ji Weri. After all, even Ji Weri didn't really realize his existence, but this Sun King appeared in front of him like a fisherman who had profited from the fish. Just where did he reveal his flaws? Yue Yang still could not figure it out. However, he was sure that the Sun King was not only after the divine grimoire, but also after him. Chapter 965 Stormy Sea. The battle was still going on. The barbaric bull brothers' blood dyed the huge waves that hit them red. Seeing that they were sent flying, the Dragon Emperor stretched out his hands helplessly. Other than barely keeping his body from being swallowed by the stormy sea, he could no longer spare any strength to catch his two companions who had fought side by side. At the most dangerous moment, Wei Tai Lang, who was heavily injured and bathed in blood, struggled to jump up and bit the barbarian bull boss with one of his teeth, while hooking the second barbarian bull boss with his tail, bringing the two of them, who had completely lost their ability to fight, into the grimoire world. On the other side, Dao Tai also used his body to support the Emperor of the Underworld, who was vomiting blood but still gritted his teeth and persevered. Among the people who were fighting, the only one who could still stand was Sky Execution. He was the Vengeance Domain Emperor. Up until now, he had been the main force of the team against the Lion King and the Golden Crown King. The Vengeance Domain Emperor was killed by the strongest enemy in one move. He fell to the ground and fainted instantly. Perhaps he looked down on Sky Execution and the others and felt that they were not qualified to fight. Or perhaps he was afraid that things would change. The strongest enemy just carried the Vengeance Domain Emperor and left. He did not attack Sky Execution and the others again. However, this did not mean that Sky Execution and the others could survive. The most powerful enemy had left, but his subordinates, the Lion King and the Golden Crown King, had stayed. That person's order was to cut the weeds and eliminate them all. Just the Lion King alone was enough to kill the exhausted Sky Execution and the others. Moreover, there was still the Golden Crown King, who was watching from the side and could launch a fatal attack at any time. You can't win. Just surrender. You all have great potential. In time, your achievements may not be lower than ours. This was the third time the Lion King advised them to stop attacking. In his eyes, Sky Execution and the Dragon Emperor were really talented. Not to mention the barbarian bull brothers, just the uncontracted but incomparably psychic mythological beast and the peculiar shaped earth divine weapon were worth going against the original intention of the plan to recruit. After all, talents were rare. Sometimes, enemies could turn into friends or even loyal subordinates when they were converted. As a leader, he had to be broad-minded and tolerant of others. There are only God's retribution who dies in battle. There are no God's retribution who surrenders. God's retribution's attitude was simple and clear. He would rather die than surrender. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. A hint of admiration flashed in the Lion King's golden eyes. However, his admiration for her character did not hinder his actions. He would appreciate the enemy's insistence on their ideals. He admired the enemy's integrity. However, if he encountered an enemy with a different ideology, he would never let them go. This was because in his belief, anyone other than himself was an enemy. As long as it was an enemy, the best outcome would be death. No matter who it was, as long as it wasn't one of them, they had to die. The Lion King raised its head and roared. The entire storm sea suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. All the storms seemed to have been intimidated into a daze. All stopped. When the surface of the sea started moving again, God's retribution and the others were shocked to find that the stormy sea's surface had become the mouth of a lion. God's retribution and his companions were standing on the tip of the lion's tongue. In an instant, he was about to be swallowed by the lion's mouth. How could he block such an attack? This Lion King was so powerful that it could affect the entire stormy sea, which was filled with chaotic energy fluctuations. Oh my God, before the calamity engulfed his body, God's retribution felt so small and powerless for the first time. The danger was not only in the stormy sea outside. Although there was no battle in the stone world inside the space channel, it was 1,000 times more dangerous. Yue Yang, who thought that he had hidden his identity well and no one would be able to see through him, realized that the two seemingly ordinary but definitely not ordinary people had come for him. They didn't even spare another glance at Ming Ri Hao. The person who was carrying the vengeful domain emperor in one hand and the snake hair devil in the other ignored everyone's reactions and walked directly to Yue Yang. Gently, he put down the snake hair demonic man in his hands, and stared at Yue Yang's eyes with a gaze that seemed as if he wanted to see clearly. After a long time, he finally nodded his head heavily and said with absolute certainty, as expected of an exceptional genius. Calling him an abnormal genius is really not an exaggeration. You are the Sun King. Yue Yang felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. A sense of danger that he had never felt before rose in his heart. I spoke. Naturally, I am not the Silent King. Although that person said so, Yue Yang was still not 100% sure that he was the Sun King. His heaven-eyes divine vision couldn't see the difference between the person in front of him and the silent person. Could it be that the Sun King was so powerful that he could imitate others and still hide from his eyes? The Silent King, who was at the same level as the double-faced king, was actually as powerful as his master, the Sun King. Impossible, there must be a problem somewhere. I have to be calm and see the enemy's weakness. Otherwise, I will definitely lose this battle. Ming Rihao saw that Yue Yang was being suppressed by the Sun King and felt a chill in his heart. But the situation did not allow him to retreat. He had to support this young man with all his might. Otherwise, not only Yue Yang, even he himself would be killed by the Sun King. He stood up and condensed his aura. He was about to stand in front of Yue Yang to protect him. The double-faced king thought that he was Yue Yang's last secret guard. He floated over with lightning speed and floated behind Ming Rihao. He hooked the black demonic scythe around Ming Rihao's neck and said with a sinister smile, "Sir, this is a conversation between the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to have a chat or have some fun, please come over here. As long as you do not disturb Sir's conversation, I will accompany you anytime." Ming Rihao's aura exploded like thunder. Close to 100 lightning bolts shot out from his body. His huge body was as glorious as a god's body. It emitted a light that was even more intense than the sun. The stunned double-faced king did not expect that there was such an abnormal person hiding here. He quickly waved his scythe to attack. However, his demonic scythe couldn't break through Ming Rihao's defense even after using all his strength. Ming Rihao turned around and gave the double-faced king a heavy blow. The blow sent the double-faced king flying 10,000 meters away. Along with the demonic scythe, the double-faced king crashed into the ground of the stone world for 100 meters. After a long time, the heaven rankers who were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground heard the double-faced king's earth-shattering voice. The shockwave from Ming Rihao's attack was even faster than the sound. It instantly engulfed the entire stone world. All the heaven rank powerhouses couldn't help feeling as if the world was about to be destroyed. If they hadn't been in the astral world, all the heaven rank powerhouses below the ruler level would have been turned to dust by the shockwave. Qing Lang and the others were shocked. Even the Fury Domain Emperor and the Divine Light Domain Emperor who were standing in the center of the shockwave couldn't stand still. The shockwave sent them flying 100 meters away. It didn't hit them directly. Furthermore, it had such a terrifying power. If it was like the double-faced king and he was hit in the chest, wouldn't that mean? Ming Rihao stretched out his hand and pressed down forcefully. The shockwave that was about to destroy the entire stone world suddenly stopped. It was as if the surface of the ocean had instantly calmed down. The dazzling Ming Rihao was like a sun at this moment. It was hard for people to look at his piercingly cold divine might directly. Under everyone's fearful gaze, Ming Rihao took a big step forward. His 10-meter-tall blazing body shone brightly and completely covered Yue Yang's tiny figure. Ming Rihao stretched out his hand and pointed at the Sun King. He shouted in a deep voice, "Lai Zongkong, you are here to look for me, old Hao, right? What a good scheme. Actually, if you want to attack our Ming clan, you can just say it directly. There's no need to hide it." Sun King, who looked like an ordinary person, stood in front of Ming Riwu. He didn't move an inch under the impact of Ming Riwu's extremely powerful aura. The temple has always supported the three big shots, and the Ming clan has always been our loyal ally. How could we possibly attack the Ming clan? Lord Ming Rihao has misunderstood. Actually, Lai Zongkong had come today because he wanted to see his old friend. After all, Ming Yu Guang, one of the three great leaders, had broken free from the seal and returned to the heaven realm. Such a joyous event was something that the Divine Palace couldn't help but celebrate. However, compared to congratulating his old friend for regaining her freedom, what was more important was to welcome the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower to visit the heaven realm. Welcome, the new prison emperor Yue Yang, Yu Taiden. Although Lai Zongkong is not the ruler of Tianhua region, I welcome you with sincerity. Even though Ming Rihao's willpower was as strong as steel, the Sun King's last sentence caused him to tremble. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew that the Sun King was not here for him, but for Yue Yang. The reason why he hurriedly stood out to block the Sun King for Yue Yang was because he wanted to test how much information this Sun King had, so that he wouldn't make a mistake. What Ming Wu didn't expect was that not only did the Sun King see through his and Yue Yang's original plan, he had also completely grasped Yue Yang's identity. Yue Yang came from Tong Tian Tower and had already grown to become the new prison emperor. If the Sun King knew such a secret, then what else did he not know about Yue Yang? Ming Wu's heart kept sinking. At this moment, he remembered what his sister Ming Yu Guang had said before. In the central shrine, the great hall master Dong Feng was the smartest and the temple master Ji Wei was the strongest. As for the Sun King, Lai Zongkong, he was the most difficult opponent to deal with. Actually, a few years ago, Lai Zongkong had already heard of the unique name of Yue Yang. During the first battle, the Titan Prince became famous in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. At that time, he broke the Prison Emperor Divine Palace's seal with his own strength and completely inherited the Prison Emperor's will and divine weapon. Even the two great leaders, Zhu Xiao and Void, had no choice but to escape. When Lai Zongkong heard the news, he was extremely shocked. The Titan Prince was probably the only youth in the world who had defeated a great leader of the Heaven Realm with just his innate strength. No matter if it was intelligence or ability, it was enough to shock the Heaven Realm. In order to collect more information about the Titan Prince, Lai Zongkong had put in a lot of effort. He had sent out all kinds of informants countless of times, but the results were very little. The Titan Prince, who had the will, treasure and ability of the Conquest Queen and the Prison Emperor, appeared and disappeared mysteriously between the Tong Tian Tower and the Heaven Realm. It was really hard to fathom him. Sometimes he would appear in the Southern Heaven Realm, sometimes he would appear in the Western Heaven Realm. Every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, causing Lai Zongkong to exclaim in admiration. Even the Nine Light Clan's Heavenly Empress, who had led her clan to attack the Tong Tian Tower, was completely annihilated in the hands of the Titan Prince. Such miracles forced Lai Zongkong to revise his battle plan again and again. The turning point was only when young Master Chong Feng of the four major clans appeared. Young Master Chong Feng and the Titan Prince agreed to meet at the White River City of the Tianhua region. Young Master Chong Feng was righteous and came to fulfill the promise he made in the past. On the other hand, the Titan Prince was trustworthy and gave up the good opportunity to challenge the trials to come from thousands of miles away. Today, we have seen that the new Prison Emperor is even better than before. The Titan Prince's innate talent is indeed unparalleled in the world. Even among the millions of elites in the Heaven Realm, no one could be compared to the Titan Prince. The worries of Void and Zhu Xiao that day were not without reason. With the Titan Prince's growth speed, not to mention it is even possible for him to challenge the Ji-Zun of the temple. Lastly, may I ask the Titan Prince, how is the Conquest Queen doing recently? I believe that my old friend has already broken free from the seal and regained his freedom. There was a very calm smile on the Sun King's face, as if he was a hospitable host. While welcoming his guest, he also asked about his old friend. When the Sun King finished speaking, Ming Hao's expression had already changed 3 times. This fellow was much scarier than what his sister had said. What should he do? Ming Hao realized that no matter if it was his intelligence or fighting power, he was not a match for the Sun King. The only thing he could do now was to rely on Yue Yang. He turned around and looked at Yue Yang with hope. This brat was a big pervert. How should he deal with him? Chapter 966. Yue Yang revealed a smile on his face. He was unusually calm. Not only did he smile, he even clapped his hands. He clapped his hands and sighed. This is the first time I realized that someone cares about me so much and understands me so well. It would be great if you were a peerless beauty. Unfortunately, you aren't. Ming Hao almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, are you serious? Big brother, the enemies are already at your doorstep, yet you are still thinking about beauties and pushing them down. Can't you let your brain rest for a while? Other than Ming Hao, who was sweating profusely, the others like Fury Region Emperor and Divine Light Region Emperor looked at Yue Yang in shock. They never thought that the Sun King would even look down on Ming Hao from the Ming clan. Instead, he paid more attention to this unknown Titan Prince. Was this brat really the new Prison Emperor of Tong Tian Tower? The one who defeated Void and Zhu Xiao of the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm? Did he really inherit the 3 divine equipment of the Prison Emperor? Was he really the disciple of the Conquest Queen? If it wasn't for the Sun King, they wouldn't have thought of it. This brat really hid his strength well. Zhang Guan and the other guards naturally knew about Yue Yang's identity, but they were a little surprised. After all, they didn't know that Yue Yang was the disciple of the Conquest Queen. They also rarely saw Yue Yang using the three divine equipment of the Prison Emperor. However, they had seen the Prison Emperor divine sword in Princess Sissy's hands before. As for Feng Ji and Jin Yun, who had just joined, they were even more dumbfounded. This young Master Titan was too freakishly strong. Even the Sun King of the Solar Divine Palace of the Central Divine Palace had personally come out, but he still didn't dare to attack immediately. What kind of crazy news is this? The new Prison Emperor of Tong Tian Tower. Class Leader Jin and General Manager Yi's brains couldn't handle this kind of shock. Their eyes turned white and they fainted. The Emperor of Green Wolf Empire and the others beat their chests and stamped their feet. To think that they wanted to play mind games with this kind of abnormal person. They were really so stupid that they didn't even know. Actually, even the poet, the long beard, the hanging man and the others who participated in the overall plan were a little dumbfounded. They knew that the three region emperors were ambushed, but they never thought that the Sun King's real goal was to lure a big fish like Yue Yang, the new prison emperor, the disciple of the Conquest Queen. Was he really that easy to bully? Moreover, there was the super strong Ming Rihao standing beside him. If it weren't for the Sun King, the power of the four kings, Silence, Lion, Golden Crown, and Two-Faced, wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he had a stronger and smarter Sun King on his side. When the poet and the other 8 generals thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a little lucky. As long as young Master Titan is willing to be a guest in the Central Shrine, I believe that even the Great Master of the Eastern Shrine will welcome you with open arms. The Sun King gave a small hint. On the other hand, if Sun King is willing to be a guest in Tong Tian Tower, Her Majesty Fei Wenli will also treat you as a distinguished guest. Yue Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. I've wanted to go to the Central Shrine for a long time, but I haven't prepared a gift yet. If I go empty-handed, I won't be able to show my sincerity as the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower. What if you people from the upper realm laugh at us country bumpkins for being rude? You have to know that although we country bumpkins are poor, we have a backbone. We won't go to the extent of going to the upper realm to freeload and be looked down upon by you. Moreover, it's fashionable to live in a primitive environment now. Why don't you put away your boring hypocrisy and pretentious righteousness and come to visit our village? We have been reforming and opening up for many years. Now that the appearance of the new village has changed greatly, there are a lot of fresh river crabs. Most importantly, our prison cells are built quite well. Once you stay here, I guarantee that you will be so happy that you will forget home and home. You won't have any thoughts of going home anymore. Not bad, not bad. I will definitely go and take a look when I have time in the future. The Sun King wasn't angry, as if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Yue Yang's words. So you are from Tong Tian Tower, cough cough. The snake-haired devil man Chong Feng, who was on his last breath, suddenly spoke. You are. Yue Yang frowned, trying hard to recall the other party's identity. He is the young master Chong Feng who is said to be your friend. Ming Rihao really couldn't stand watching this kind of terrible one-man show anymore, so he cooperated and explained to Yue Yang. However, because this kind of show was too terrible and melodramatic, he was very depressed and annoyed. Ah, Yue Yang nodded his head in realization, but immediately shook his head and said with absolute certainty, impossible, the people I know are all beauties and handsome guys. This sentence sounds a bit like what a human would say. Ming Rihao sincerely agreed with Yue Yang's words for the first time. Zhang Guan and the other guards who were previously standing in the astral world and cowering like quails were revived at this time. None of them were combing their hair. They were just looking at themselves in the mirror. Their faces showed an expression of, I woke myself up this morning because I was handsome. On the contrary, the snake-haired devil man Dugu Chong Feng, who was being carried by the Sun King, was quite depressed. He coughed up blood and scolded loudly, what the FCK, which part of me doesn't look handsome? All of you go away. Don't think that you can get rid of me by saying a few words of nonsense. Who is the Sun King? Idiot, no matter what you say, I'm going to die today. Of course, there's also you idiots. When he said the last sentence, the snake-haired devil man's voice was a little choked. He didn't expect that at this time, Yue Yang still wanted to use this kind of lousy trick to save him. He also knew that it was impossible. The Sun King wasn't someone who would change his mind with just a few words. No matter whether he was related or not, as long as he appeared here, he would definitely die. However, although Yue Yang's actions were lousy and melodramatic, he was still a little touched. Damn it, don't tell me that I don't even have the qualifications to be friends with this kid before I die. The Sun King listened to the snake-haired devil man Dugu Chongfeng's words. His face was still calm. He wasn't angry at all. He even nodded with a slight smile. I've decided on one thing, and it's indeed not easy to change my mind. Just like when I suspected the Titan Prince, I would rather spend several years to go from a huge investment to nothing. Then, I spent all my efforts and paid an infinite price to get some bits and pieces of information. And now, because I have enough perseverance and patience, I've waited until the final harvest. You seem to be very confident. Yue Yang scratched the back of his head and asked with a puzzled tone, if you're so confident, why are you standing still? You can't be careless when dealing with a difficult opponent. Almost all the losers who have the possibility of winning in great strength have overlooked certain details and revealed flaws because of carelessness. Instead, they've ruined all their efforts. I've seen too many cases like this, and I've seen too many people who have made a single mistake that will bring about everlasting regret. Life can't be restarted, and once the outcome is set, it can't be reversed. Therefore, no matter how confident I am, I have to be cautious and make bold guesses in all aspects. I have to be careful to verify the results and ensure that I won't lose the final fruit of victory. Furthermore, according to my intelligence, the Titan Prince is a heaven-defying person in terms of strength, wisdom, and luck. Many powerful opponents have either died under your strength or failed under your calculations. Even if there are opponents that you can't defeat no matter how much you calculate, such as the 9 Glory Clan's Empress, you have enough luck to defy the heavens and send her into the abyss of failure. Therefore, how can I be careless when dealing with an opponent like you? The Sun King's words were definitely sincere. It could be said that he was being frank and straightforward, incomparably frank. However, when Ming Rihao heard this, beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Damn, how can there be such a freak like the Sun King in this world? He has absolute strength, but he is cautious and meticulous. How can people live with such an opponent? The snake-haired devil's lips revealed a bitter smile. Compared to the Sun King, he, the mature and rational young master from the upper realm, was just a child. There was no way to compare at all. The Furious Territory Emperor and the Divine Light Territory Emperor, who stood beside the Sun King, also felt a sense of insignificance. The smile on Yue Yang's face was still maintained, but even he felt that his smile was a little stiff. His hands were lowered as much as possible, in a relaxed state. He didn't dare to clench his fists, because he was afraid that if he clenched his fists, he would tremble uncontrollably. If Queen Vivian Li was here, or Ji Zun was here, Yue Yang would definitely burst into tears. Which godly gaming company arranged this boss? They can't play people like this. I've only killed a few elite monsters and leveled up a few days ago. I'm still far from the max level, but I've already completed this kind of dungeon. Damn it, do you think there are hundreds of priests ready to resurrect me? This is the end of the game if I die, but Queen Vivian Li can't leave the Black Hole Seal, and Ji Zun isn't here either. I'm alone, I have no choice but to die. Yue Yang kind of understood how sad the prison emperor was when he died alone. If he could, he would just give up. Yue Yang would leave immediately. But he couldn't. The current situation was that no matter if Yue Yang left or not, he couldn't escape from the Sun King's attack. This guy had been eyeing him for a few years, waiting to make a move on him. How could he escape so easily? Go, let's go one by one. Ming Rihao suddenly laughed and slapped heavily on Yue Yang's shoulder. The strength was so strong that it almost made Yue Yang pass out. Don't put on an act with me. Get lost immediately and find a place to hide. When you have enough strength, take revenge for us. In the end, if you dare to bully my sister, I won't dare to go against you even if I become a ghost. Let's go, young master, we're just ants. Zhang Guan and the other guards knelt on the ground, including Feng Ji and Jin Yun, who had just been accepted, without hesitation. It's not a loss for us to die here. At least we've seen the god's body. This was Hua Ban and Fei Huang. Remember to continue that fine tradition. Although we're at a disadvantage, it's indeed a good tradition. White Horse and Black Soil couldn't forget the tradition of beating people. Shut up, you guys are so annoying. I'm the young master. If I don't say anything, why are you guys so noisy? Yue Yang took out the 3-realm compass and placed it in front of Ming Rihao. Do you see that? The other party had already calculated this. Now that there's the power of the ancient code obstructing the teleportation, do you think you can run just because you say so? If I can run, I'll run away without saying a word. I don't need your nonsense. I feel that the Titan Prince still has some powerful trump card that he hasn't used. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm. The Sun King suddenly laughed. I can't guess what the Titan Prince's final confidence is, but it's definitely not fake. This is the real reason why I have to be so careful. Mother F***CKER, if I manage to capture you, I'll cut your flesh piece by piece. Yue Yang had never been so angry in his entire life. I think so too, the Sun King agreed. Then, he added with certainty, ever since the day I knew you, I've wanted to do this. Chapter 967 inches. Let's go. Old Hao is going all out today. It's my fault for making such a bad friend. Ming Ri Hao knew that he could not defeat the Sun King. But in order not to lose all of them, he decided to personally escort Yue Yang out of here. With Yue Yang's potential, as long as he could escape today's predicament, he would be able to conquer the queen and his sister Ming Yu Guang in the future. He would definitely be able to take revenge on the Sun King. What a great spirit of sacrifice. The Sun King smiled indifferently. He turned to the Furious Domain Emperor and the Divine Light Domain Emperor and asked, what about you? What's your decision? Ming Ri Hao and I are sworn enemies. Even a deaf person knew how bad the relationship between the Furious Domain Emperor and Ming Ri Hao had become. It was not strange for him to say such a thing. However, to everyone's surprise, the Furious Domain Emperor added, I will kill Ming Ri Hao with my own hands. But it does not mean that I will watch you kill him, even if you are the Sun King of the Solar Divine Palace in the Central Shrine. Even Yue Yang was a little shocked after hearing that. Let's think about it more deeply. Then he felt relieved. The Furious Domain Emperor was the second brother who caused all the tragedies. He was narrow-minded and stubborn. He really hated Ming Ri Hao, the third brother. Or, it could be said that the Furious Domain Emperor hated everyone back then. He felt that he was the biggest victim. He even felt that the reason why he caused this tragedy was because everyone had deceived him at the start, and he didn't get to marry his true lover. However, no matter how much the Furious Domain Emperor hated Ming Ri Hao, he wouldn't treat him as an outsider. He hated Ming Ri Hao, and he couldn't wait to kill Ming Ri Hao and everyone else who caused this tragedy. However, Ming Ri Hao was still his brother. At this critical juncture where everyone was in a life and death situation, the first choice of the Furious Domain Emperor would definitely be his brother who had fought side by side with him in the past. No matter how much hatred and resentment he had in his heart, his trust was far greater than that of the Sun King, who was in the opposing camp. The Sun King seemed to know that the Furious Domain Emperor would say that, so he did not react. But the Divine Light Domain Emperor thought about it. He bowed to the Sun King and said, Your Majesty, as long as you support the Divine Light's management of the Tianhua domain, the Divine Light will definitely go all out to eliminate the rebels. The Sun King paused for a moment before shaking his head. I can lie to you and say that I will support you in becoming the Regent Emperor of the Tianhua domain and become the true master of this place. I can even lie to you and say that I will give you the divine blood and make you a capable general under my command. However, I can't do that, nor do I want to do that. Because I don't want to leave behind any hidden dangers in front of young Master Titan. Unless it's my most trusted aide, I won't feel at ease if anyone leaves this place. You guys probably don't know how difficult it is to kill this Titan Prince, and how many inconceivable miracles he has created. In order to completely eliminate this potential opponent, Master Titan, I can give up all my interests, including you, the Emperor of the Shengguang region, who is very likely to become my right-hand man. The Divine Light Domain Emperor's breathing became chaotic in an instant, and he seemed to have suffered a great blow. The brilliant light was still there. Just like before. However, everyone could feel the panic and anger of the Divine Light Domain Emperor. Even though he wanted to become a pawn, the Sun King actually rejected him in front of everyone, not even willing to tell a lie. From this, it could be seen that the Sun King was determined to kill Yue Yang. Even if a Regent Emperor was willing to take the initiative to surrender, he would still carefully give up. He would rather not have a powerful Regent Emperor than to kill Yue Yang. At this level, he would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let a single person go. If you want to live, then attack together with Old Hao. Ming Ri Wu frantically raised his breathing and released his energy. HMPH. The Divine Light Domain Emperor was still unwilling to respond to Ming Ri Wu and did not join forces with him. He directly fled to the space tunnel outside the Stone World. As long as Ming Ri Wu attacked, no matter how strong the Sun King was, he would not be able to stop him from leaving. The Silent King's enemy was the angry Regent Emperor. As for the double-faced king who had just crawled out of the ruins, he needed to keep an eye on that young Master Titan. His opponents were only the 8 generals under his command. Just based on them, could they stop him? Like a ray of light cutting through the sky, it was unbelievably fast. In less than 1,000th of a second, the Divine Light Domain Emperor had already flown to the entrance of the space tunnel. It was not strange that his speed of escape was slightly faster. After all, he was escaping. What puzzled the heaven rankers who were watching the battle was that Ming Ri Wu, who had almost reached his peak state, rushed towards the Sun King at a speed as slow as a snail. How could this be? Time territory. The snake-hair demon man, who was hanging upside down in the hands of the Sun King, smiled bitterly. In the law of time, the avenging Regent Emperor, who had woken up at some point, sighed weakly. Under the influence of the Sun King's time territory in the law of time, the escaping Divine Light Domain Emperor uncontrollably increased his speed by 1,000 times, while Ming Ri Wu slowed down by 1,000 times. Everyone knew the serious consequences of uncontrollably increasing or slowing down. The Divine Light Domain Emperor was like a blind fly, smashing into the entrance of the space tunnel and smashing it into pieces. As for Ming Ri Wu, he was easily pushed back by the Silent King, who was guarding the Sun King, like an adult hitting a child. At this moment, even a blind person could see that there was no way to fight this battle. The Sun King had mastered the speed of time. As long as his time territory did not disappear, as long as his law of time was still in effect, then anyone's attack or escape would become a joke. Break! The furious Regent Emperor roared like thunder and exploded with all his strength. His body shot out thousands of rays of blood light. It formed a sea of blood around him. The sea of blood surged. It shattered the matter of the stone world that it came into contact with into powder. The furious Regent Emperor shouted crazily. He expanded his blood territory to fight against the Sun King's time territory. No matter how many thousands of years had passed, the Blood Sea was still the Blood Sea. The speed of time could not change the furious Regent Emperor's innate talent, raging tide, and blood territory. This was a hatred that could not be diluted no matter how much time passed. Ming Ri Wu returned to Yue Yang's side in a flash. He grabbed Yue Yang's collar and shouted, "Go, what are you waiting for?" Yue Yang's face was expressionless, and he did not say a word. On the other side, the Silent King did not chase and looked coldly. The Sun King, who was holding the snake-hair demon man and the furious Regent Emperor, still had a smile on his face. His hands did not move, but as soon as he thought of it, a brilliant holy grimoire appeared. The pages turned, and a guardian beast that was as cold as the sun rose above his head. To be precise, this was not a sun. This was a clock, similar to the sun. Its light was like an arrow, and there was a time pointer and a timetable on its surface. The current time was exactly 0.5 minutes and 35 seconds. When I was young, I was very excited when I successfully contracted a grimoire. But my guardian beast was a clock, and its innate skill was recovery, so I became the laughing stock of my companions. A useless innate skill that was so weak that it could not even move a slightly bigger stone, a guardian beast that could only tell time. This combination made me suffer a lot of mockery and disdain when I was young. As the Sun King spoke, the time on the sun clock in the sky kept moving, and Yue Yang's face became uglier and uglier. The Sun King shook his head and smiled again. However, I read a book from the Tong Tian Tower. The expert in the book said a theory that aroused my interest. He said that there were no useless beasts in the world, no useless innate skills, only useless people. After reading this book, I was greatly inspired, as if I had been reborn. I also made up my mind to train hard, and decided to become a useful person. I wanted to turn the useless beasts and useless innate skills into the best beasts and the best innate skills. Later, I succeeded, and I became the Sun King of the Sun God Palace in the Central Shrine. What do you mean? The angry Regent Emperor thought that the Sun King wanted to use his hard work and achievements to teach him a lesson. No, I just want to tell you that at my level, no matter what innate skills or beasts, they are all powerful. Once I use them, any enemy who is weaker than me will not be able to resist me. The Sun King said calmly, as if it was natural for a kindergarten teacher to teach a child that 1 + 1 = 2. After the Sun King finished speaking, the clock hand on the special type guardian beast, Sun Clock, above his head suddenly reversed. The blood sea that had expanded almost half of the stone world was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It kept shrinking back into the body of the angry Region Emperor. The clock hand reversed for a minute. The angry Region Emperor was shocked to find that his blood sea had returned to his body, and his body had also returned to the position before the explosion. The stones that had been turned into powder by the blood sea and half of the stone world had all returned to normal. The most terrifying thing was that Ming Ri Hao, who was holding onto Yue Yang's collar, was sent flying backwards. On the other side, the Divine Light Region Emperor, who was trying to escape, also returned to the position he had escaped from the broken tunnel entrance at high speed. When the clock hand of the sun clock returned to 0.5 minutes sharp, everything returned to its original state. The stone did not shatter, and the entrance to the spatial passageway was in perfect condition. Ming Ri Hao's face, which had been punched by King of Silence, had also disappeared. The two of them returned to their original positions in the state of being attacked. Realm of Time, the snake-hair demon man, who was hanging upside down in the hands of the Sun King, smiled bitterly again. In the Law of Time, the vengeful Region Emperor opened his eyes again, as if he had just woken up. He sighed weakly, just like what he had said before. At this moment, the clock hand of the sun clock. It started moving again. The Divine Light Region Emperor, who was originally trying to escape, stopped his futile actions. Ming Ri Hao, who was originally trying to help Yue Yang escape, also stopped his attack on the Sun King. Everyone completely understood why the Titan Prince, Yue Yang, did not leave. The reason was that the Sun King, who had the Sun Clock, the recovery inherent skill, the realm of time and the law of time, was a tyrannical existence. Not to mention fighting him, even escaping would become an unattainable dream. No, in front of the Sun King, even suicide was completely impossible. Without his consent, suicide would only become the biggest joke. Pa! The Sun King threw the snake-hair demon man on the ground. The clock hand of the sun clock turned back for a second, and the snake-hair demon man returned to the hands of the Sun King. Pa! He threw it again. The clock hand turned back. Pa! The clock hand turned back again. The snake-hair demon man could not help but cry, "Enough, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Kill your father." The Sun King's expression was calm as usual, and he looked at Yue Yang seriously. "How is it, Titan Prince, do you see any flaws?" Damn, Yue Yang could not help but give this guy the middle finger. Chapter 968. All the heaven rankers were crying. What did it mean to be as powerful as a god? This was it. Apart from kneeling down in front of the Sun King, no one could think of anything else to do. Even Yue Yang felt that this Sun King, who had an ordinary appearance but was so awesome that he had never seen anyone before, was really awesome. At first, he used a clock that could only be used to tell time, and he upgraded it to the sun clock. He used a recovery talent that could not move small stones, and he upgraded it to the recovery of all things. Furthermore, under the time domain and the laws of time, he achieved the abnormal realm of reversing time. If it were not for the fact that his strength far exceeded the Sun King's, he would have been tortured to death by this guy. The Azure Wolf Emperor and the others collapsed to the ground helplessly. Resist. It was meaningless. In front of the Sun King, it made no difference whether he resisted or not. If only he could die earlier. That was already the best result. You think of a way. Ming Ri Hao threw this difficult problem to Yue Yang. He decided not to worry about the Sun King's ability, in case his brain exploded and he died. You're so smart. Yue Yang gave him 2 bumps in disdain. I'm giving you a chance to train yourself. Ming Ri Hao accepted it even if he was despised. After all, he couldn't defeat the abnormal Sun King. No way. Do you really have a way to break it? The snake-haired devil man, who was thrown on the ground, screamed. The Vengeance Sovereign, the Wrath Sovereign, and the Divine Light Sovereign looked over in astonishment. Even the Sun King, the Silent King, and the others were watching quietly. Everyone was suspicious, but no one was as suspicious as the Sun King. Just a small amount of information about Yue Yang was enough for the Sun King to admit that this kid was the toughest enemy he had ever faced. If not for the fact that Yue Yang was so young and inexperienced, the Sun King was worried that he would not be able to defeat such an opponent. What's with your eyes? Yue Yang saw that everyone was looking at him suspiciously, and he suddenly became angry. Really? Ming Ri Hao was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that this brat had a skill that was even more powerful than the Sun King's reversal of time? It can't be. Isn't turning back time the most despairing ability in the world? Yue Yang waved his hands, signaling Ming Rihao to stand further away so that he wouldn't hinder his performance. Ming Rihao was as obedient as a primary school student. Slipped to one side, she stared unblinkingly at Yue Yang's hand, as if a miracle could happen at any time. The Silent King seemed to want to take action, but the Sun King shook his head slowly, indicating that he would wait and see. If Yue Yang could really break the time reversal, then it would be useless to stop him now. If he couldn't, then it would be easy. No matter what Yue Yang did, it would be futile. There was no need to worry. Yue Yang didn't look at the Sun King. Instead, he acted like a great sage giving a lecture to his students. He shook his head and said, "Actually, this thing looks very difficult, but it's very simple to solve. You just have to use your brain a little to figure it out." Hearing what Yue Yang said, everyone's faces were full of tears. They thought to themselves, "I know you're a little smarter, but we're not fools. This kind of blow is really hard to bear." Little Wen Li stood behind Yue Yang, silently guarding against any sudden attacks. She didn't seem to see the Sun King's ability to reverse time. Her fighting spirit was still high, and she wasn't affected at all. Facing the suspicious gazes of a large group of people, Yue Yang smiled and said, "I don't know if you guys know, but I'm curious. Why is the Sun King called the Sun King? Maybe you guys will answer that it's because the Sun King has the awesome sun clock. Then the second question is, why is the sun clock called the sun clock? Because it's like a sun and a clock, yes, but I have a third question. Why does a clock have to be like a sun? If a clock only needs time to be accelerated or reversed, it only needs to be like a clock. Why does it need to be like a sun? It also emits a brilliant light, drowning the entire stone world in a sea of light, and there will be no more darkness. Why?" Hearing what Yue Yang said, the Sun King's expression seemed to change. Ming Rihao, Snake Hair Demon Man, Revenge Domain Emperor, Wrath Domain Emperor, Divine Light Domain Emperor and other super rankers all revealed a thoughtful expression. As for those heaven rankers who were below the Green Wolf Emperor's level, they were all confused. They didn't understand why Yue Yang would doubt such an obvious question. It was because the sun clock's level was high, and its energy was strong, so it was like a sun. All war beasts would emit brilliant light when they reached an extremely powerful realm. It would be weird if it wasn't like that. Of course, this was a normal person's reaction, but Yue Yang had always been suspicious. "So, you suspect that the reason why the sun god can cooperate with Master to reverse time is because of its light?" Ming Rihao frowned and asked. "If it can still work after being extinguished, then I won't suspect it." Yue Yang snorted with his hands clasped behind his back. "Good suspicion. My sun clock indeed uses light to illuminate the target before it works. All abilities have certain prerequisites. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a demigod, but a real god." The Sun King honestly confirmed Yue Yang's suspicions. Then what's the use of knowing its light? The Divine Light Domain Emperor still shook his head. Although the sun clock was a special type guardian warbeast, it was already so powerful that even the Divine Light Domain Emperor had to look up to it. It could not be destroyed. What could stop it from shining? As long as there was light. If it could reverse time, then wouldn't everything else be futile? Faced with this difficult problem that everyone was at a loss of what to do, Yue Yang condensed a black energy ball in his hand. It became bigger and bigger, and like a black hole, it continuously devoured the energy around it. In the end, even the light emitted by the sun clock was absorbed into it. Ming Rihao roared in ecstasy, "Good. If light was needed for the sun clock's power to be effective, then wouldn't it be able to escape the torture of time reversal if it was not given a chance to shine?" The Vengeance Domain Emperor was also overjoyed, but he still shook his head. "No, this is not enough. This black hole still cannot escape the reversal of the sun clock, the time domain, and the law of time." The Freedom Queen also said, "It must be maintained by the law of time, and it would be best if it had the protection of divine power." The Sun King slowly closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. He nodded and praised, "You are indeed the genius youth who became the new prison emperor in just a few years. It was so easy for you to find the key point. I can't imagine what level you will reach if you are allowed to grow. Fortunately, I have surrounded you now. Otherwise, it would really be, if you had divine power, I believe I would be like the Empress and send you into the abyss of failure. It's a pity you don't have it yet." He snapped his fingers. The sun clock's time began to reverse. The black hole in Yue Yang's hand that was absorbing light shrunk rapidly, and finally returned to the state where Yue Yang was preparing to condense the black ball. Everything had returned to the beginning. Without the black hole absorbing light, the sun clock would continue to work. Even if he knew the key point, he wouldn't be able to break it. This sun clock was an invincible existence. There was no chance at all. The Vengeance Domain Emperor's eyes were filled with despair. As long as he had the sun clock, any effort would go down the drain. What could he do to resist the reversal of time? This was a task that could only be completed by a god. Ming Rihao pondered for a while and asked again, is there any other way? If there isn't, I will shatter this space. You should use your three-realm compass to escape while the time domain and the law of time are in chaos. Ming Rihao thought of self-destruction. If he tried his best and self-destructed, it would cause an irreversible shattering of the void in a short period of time. All the heaven rankers present would be dead for sure. However, Yue Yang, who knew the key point of the Sun King's ability, should be able to escape. Yue Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old Hao, can you stop thinking about suicide? I am trying to think of a way. Why are you in such a hurry? You still have a way. This time, even the Vengeance Domain Emperor was dumbfounded. I have about 3 or 4 ways, but I don't know which one is the best for now. Yue Yang was vexed as he counted his fingers. When Ming Rihao heard this, he immediately fell to the ground and almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Damn it, standing together with this brat really hurt his pride. This kind of pervert, damn it, shouldn't he be thrown into a pond and drowned when he was born? Letting this kind of person live would be the biggest blow to the world. It's fine if he is smart, but why is he so perversely smart? It's already arrogant enough to think of a way, but you still want to think about which way to use. Will you die if you don't attack people like this? I really want to know how you broke the sun clock that is known to be unsolvable. The double-faced king laughed sinisterly. He didn't believe what Yue Yang said at all. The Sun King remained silent, as if he was thinking. The situation of the battle had always been in his control. With the sun clock, the Sun King could kill his enemies at any time, no matter if it was earlier or later. Controlling time was equivalent to controlling everything. The only thing that the Sun King was concerned about was how this Yue Yang Yu Titan, who often created miracles, would break his sun clock today. If this Yue Yang could break it, it meant that others could do it too. For example, Ji Wei, who was at the same level as him, and the other heaven realm. Great leaders. Could he even break the time reversal ability? The Sun King thought that if he was Yue Yang, how would he break it? Yue Yang enjoyed everyone's fanatical and worshipful gazes. This kind of worship was different from others. This was the kind of worship that came from an overwhelming victory with high intelligence. It was completely different from the kind of worship that came from brute force. I'm younger than you, I have less experience, and my status is lower than you. It doesn't matter, my intelligence is higher than yours. Actually, the sun clock's time reversal is not omnipotent. It has a condition. What everyone saw just now, the radiance is 1. What is the basis of the radiance? It is to determine the target. In other words, if the target is not captured and the target is not specified, the sun clock will not work. For example, why did the Sun King lure us here? It is because this stone world is not big and is almost within the range of the sun clock's radiance. Furthermore, it is a semi-enclosed space. Hence, it formed an absolutely overwhelming power. On the other hand, if these conditions do not exist, for example, if there is an existence that the radiance cannot reach, then the sun clock will not be able to do anything, such as the black hole just now. Yue Yang explained patiently. The black hole was already within the range of the sun clock's time reversal. Hence, even if I create a black hole, it will not work. My blood sea will also not succeed. The angry Domain Emperor saw hope and could not help but join in. You have not found the reason why it will not succeed. Yue Yang criticized bluntly. The sun clock's most important ability is not the time reversal, but the Sun King's recovery inherent skill. It can be said that the Sun King's true strength is not the sun clock, but his recovery inherent skill. When the sun clock and the recovery inherent skill are combined, and through the time domain and the law of time, time can be reversed. Hence, just based on the sun clock alone, it is just a clock with a huge amount of energy. It is not a divine weapon or divine beast that can reverse time. How can the recovery inherent skill be broken? This time, even the Domain Emperor of Divine Light could not help but join in the discussion. The Sun King's recovery inherent skill is very strong, but it has a weakness. Even the Sun King was moved by Yue Yang's words. Could it be that this was true? Could Yue Yang, the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, really have a way to break it? Could he really defeat the Sun King, who was unbelievably strong and had the ability to reverse time? Chapter 969. Everyone looked at Yue Yang. They were waiting for him to give an earth-shattering answer. Unexpectedly, they heard him say, "The weakness of the recovery innate skill is that it's not resurrection, but recovery." Ming Ri Hao fell to the ground. All right, such an answer, this is also a weakness. What kind of weakness is this? The recovery innate skill is already scary enough. To restore everything, resurrection. How was he going to let them live? Ming Ri Hao was speechless. He felt that his expectations of this kid were too high. After all, no matter how powerful Yue Yang was, he had only lived for a few days. He was still too young. The Sun King's expression suddenly darkened. It was extremely ugly. The Silence King. For the first time, he revealed a shocked expression because he had never seen the Sun King lose his composure like this. Could it be that Yue Yang was right? Was this really a weakness? The Revenge Domain Emperor and the rest were confused. What shocked them the most was that even though Yue Yang had already said the answer, they still couldn't understand it. The Green Wolf Empire King really wanted to jump out like an idiot, take off his clothes, run around naked, raise his middle finger, put one hand on his waist, and shout, "FCK," 108 times to the sky. However, with his identity, status, or ability, there was no place for him to speak here. Hence, no matter how depressed he was, he could only accept it. It was actually good that he couldn't understand it. It was safer to be less intelligent. Look at young Master Titan. Wasn't he just a little smarter? He was actually targeted by the Sun King, and he was being closely watched. That was truly depressing. If the Green Wolf Empire King knew that the Celestial Empire once had a AQ, he might even be happy. Well said. The Sun King was silent for a long time before nodding his head in affirmation. Then, he shook his head and sighed. Young Master Titan indeed has a pair of sharp eyes. It's really admirable. If we let you grow for a while longer, will there still be a place for us to stand? Is the recovery innate skill really a weakness? Even someone as smart as the double-faced king couldn't understand it. Honestly speaking, even the Silence King, who had always followed the Sun King, couldn't understand it. He had only heard the Sun King mention the regret of the recovery innate skill. Speak, quickly tell us. Although Ming Ri Hao knew that the decisive battle was imminent, his curiosity could simply kill a cat. He still wanted to ask for more details. The Sun King's restoration talent can restore everything in the time domain, but it can't restore life. In other words, the Sun King's ability was not the true reversal of time, or rather, it was not a complete reversal of time, but a reversal of time for a certain target. On the surface, it looks perfect, no different from a time reversal, but in fact, it has a huge weakness. If the life form is damaged during the process, such as being killed, then the recovery innate ability won't work. Yue Yang's words instantly made everyone understand that if an opponent was killed, the Sun King would not be able to resurrect the target. Time reversal could only restore damaged items. If that's the case, things might get interesting. Ming Ri Hao laughed out loud. Right now, he felt that if he were to self-destruct, he would probably be able to get some compensation. King Silent and Double-Faced King might not die from the explosion, but at the very least, they would be severely injured. None of the 8 generals under him would be able to escape. Even if you see through my ability, I won't let you have the chance to use it. The Sun King revealed a smile as if he was in control of the whole situation again. Unless you have godly power or a powerful law power. The Vengeance Domain Monarch looked at Ming Ri Hao. Don't look at me. Ming Ri Hao expressed that he didn't have that ability. Even if he could use a small law power, it would be far inferior to the Sun King's time law. The Sun King relied on this to make a living. How could he compare? I might be able to help, but you have to promise me that you will take over the Tianhua region in the future and let the people here live a good life. I believe that you will be the best ruler. Although you are a little lazy, you are very kind. The Queen of Freedom suddenly stood out and said softly to Yue Yang, as long as you promise me, I will send you out of here. Ah, this is the first time I heard someone praise me for being kind. Thank you, but do I look like a soldier running away from the battlefield? Yue Yang laughed out loud and waved his hand, sending the Queen of Freedom flying 100 meters away mysteriously. Even if she uses her life as a sacrifice to ask for godly power to help you leave, you won't be able to escape. The Sun King was very sure. Let's fight. At this moment, Ming Ri Hao felt that there was a glimmer of hope, and his fighting spirit was boiling. However, He didn't hear Yue Yang's words, so he didn't know what to do. Should he charge forward, or should he use some tricks? He looked at Yue Yang, hoping that this lad would assign everyone's tasks clearly. The Vengeance Domain Monarch also looked over. Then, the enraged Domain Monarch looked over reluctantly and waited for Yue Yang's arrangement. Everyone's life and death depended on this lad's words. Only the Divine Light Domain Monarch's eyes were still flickering, and he couldn't make up his mind. After all, the Sun King was really too powerful. Even if Ming Ri Hao, the Vengeance Domain Monarch, and the Enraged Domain Monarch were to help, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the Sun King had many strong soldiers and strong horses. Not to mention the Silent King, just the double-faced king alone could hold off the heavily injured Vengeance Domain Monarch and the Enraged Domain Monarch. If the Silent King could hold off Ming Ri Hao temporarily, the Sun King should be able to instantly kill Yue Yang, the Titan young master who only had a pair of sharp eyes but not enough strength. Yue Yang also waved his hand. Old Hao, step back. This is a battle between kings, it's not your turn yet. Ming Ri Hao was furious. What kind of king are you? If I am a small fry, you are at most a commoner. Yue Yang's answer was to get lost, and he added 2 more words. The Sun King also waved his hand, asking the Silent King and the double-faced king to step back with their 8 generals. Killing Ming Ri Hao, the Vengeance Domain Monarch and the others wasn't his main goal. Killing the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, killing the rare genius Yue Yang, Titan Yu was his main goal. In order to achieve this goal, the Sun King wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. A young man who could see through his weakness in a short period of time must die. He must not let him have the chance to grow. This person must die in his own hands. Only then could he be at ease. Yue Yang's body suddenly emitted a black light that covered his entire body, blocking the light from the sun clock. Seeing that it was still the same move, the Sun King squinted his eyes. Like a needle or a dagger, the sun clock instantly reversed in the blink of an eye. Ming Ri Hao, the Vengeance Domain Monarch and the others didn't feel anything, but they could see that beside Yue Yang, there were countless electric currents that crackled, as if there was an invisible battle. In the end, it was the time reversal that won. When the sun clock returned to its original position, the black light on Yue Yang's body dissipated completely. You actually understood the power of a small law, the Sun King stared at Yue Yang sternly. There was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Compared to you, when I was your age, I was still feeling disheartened by my own abilities. Being able to kill a genius like you is even more satisfying than destroying a divine weapon. This is really exciting, Titan Prince. If you don't have a better idea, then the test will end here. I will send you on your way as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the longer I let you stay here, the greater the change will be. I will definitely not let you see through any more things. So, please say your last words. Come. Yue Yang's answer was very simple. He waved his hand at the Sun King. The Sun King's eyes shone like stars. He stretched out his hand solemnly. With a finger, a ray of light shot down from the sun clock and headed straight for Yue Yang. Heavy Crown, who truly possessed the special ability of shadow shift, appeared above Yue Yang's head in a flash, forcefully blocking the attack of the light wave. He revealed a bitter smile in the sky. There's no other way. With my strength, this is all I can do. The Sun King snapped his fingers. Time, 100 years have passed. Zhang Guan screamed and fell to the ground. His whole body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't because of aging due to the passing of 100 years, but because the passing of 100 years had caused his body to overuse energy. Without any way to replenish it, he could no longer maintain his body's needs. Thus, he became a skinny, hungry ghost. That kind of hunger wasn't just food, but also the crazy hunger caused by all kinds of fatigue. I didn't expect that I would starve to death. Zhang Guan gasped for breath and closed his eyes weakly. No. He too and the white horse galloped out and howled in grief. 2 light beams shot towards Yue Yang. Although they saw Zhang Guan's miserable state, they still rushed over without hesitation, hoping that before they died, Yue Yang would have more time to prepare. It would be best if he could see through another weakness of the Sun King's ability and turn the tables. The Sun King was expressionless. He looked at Yue Yang and said slowly, as long as I snap my fingers, no matter if it's 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, it won't be a problem. No matter how many people protect you, it won't help. Maybe you want to use their sacrifice to find my weakness, but it's too late, and your strength is too weak. The gap between our strength is a gap that no matter how much wisdom and sacrifice you make, it can't be eliminated. So, after the third light wave, everything will be over. He pointed his finger, and the sun clock emitted thousands of light beams. Whether it was the guards who rushed out to block, the heaven rankers like Green Wolf who wanted to hide in the astral world, or Ming Rihao and the avenging domain emperor who stood still, they were all hit by the light beams. Now, as long as the Sun King snapped his fingers, time would pass for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand the passage of time. Everyone looked at Yue Yang for the last time. Life or death, fight or retreat, it was all up to him. If he couldn't do anything, then everyone would accept their fate. If he still insisted on fighting, then everyone would fight with their lives. Even if it was futile, they had to fight to the end. Tell me, what should we do? Ming Rihao let out his final roar. You don't have to do anything. I said, it's time for the king to fight the king. You small fries go to the side, it's none of your business. Yue Yang sent He Tu and Bai Ma flying with a kick. He stretched out his hand again, and with incomparable provocation, hooked his finger, and shouted at the Sun King, come. The people on the Sun King's side were completely enraged. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You're courting death. Even the Silent King, who had the most endurance, showed anger for the first time. The Sun King, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He gently snapped his fingers. Time, 100 years pass. He Tu, Bai Ma, and the other heaven rankers all cried and fell to the ground. Trash-like leader Jin and Chief Butler Yi, who didn't have the strength of a heaven ranker, directly fainted. They would probably die with just a breath. On the contrary, the Queen of Freedom seemed to feel nothing. She quietly floated at her original position, and her expression was the same as before. Ming Rihao rubbed his stomach. He looked at the obviously weakened Fu Chu and the others, and slowly shook his head. With their strength, they couldn't escape the effect of the passage of time. Although 100 years would not cause them to fall immediately, the effect was still considerable. It felt as if someone had been sealed for 100 years and had just woken up. The double-faced king and the others wanted to mock him. But the Sun King's eyes suddenly widened. They were filled with astonishment. Because the only person who wasn't affected at all was Yue Yang, who was standing at the head of the crowd. How could this kid not be affected by the passage of time? Humans were the weakest when it came to the influence of time. I'm not affected by time because the sun clock, the time domain, and the time law have no effect on me. The only thing I'm a little afraid of is your recovery inherent skill. It's your strongest skill. As for your time law, to me, it's just a joke. I comprehended it from the gate of life and death. I, who have reached the innate supremacy realm and can control my own unique law. Although my body isn't a god's body, my realm is comparable to a god's body. How can I be affected by the time law created by your will? In my world, everything is decided by me. No matter if it's space, time, or life, if you want to defeat me, these are far from enough. Sun King, show me your true abilities. I really want to challenge you. How will I improve by killing a demigod of the quasi-god realm? I'm really looking forward to it. As you wish. The Sun King's face slightly twisted. An anger that he had never felt before ignited in his heart. No matter how careful he was, he had still severely underestimated this young man. He was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even a power like the time law couldn't kill him. It was no wonder that the Nine Lights Empress had fallen at the hands of this young man in the end. The Sun King took a deep breath and stared at his hands. Before I fight you, I'll clear away the obstacles on the battlefield. This way, you should be able to use your full strength to fight me. The Sun King raised his hands. He pointed them toward the sky. A brilliant light blossomed. It was as if a deity had descended and illuminated the world. Time, flow for 10,000 years. Ming Rihao felt the strength of his body rapidly weakening. At the last moment, he anxiously shouted, "You annoying fellow, remember to take care of my younger sister." Time, flow for 10,000 years. Ming Rihao suddenly heard an inconceivable voice beside his ears. What? Chapter 970. Unknowingly, a sun clock appeared above Yue Yang's head as well. It looked almost like the real thing. The only difference was that it was much smaller. It didn't look too mighty, but rather cute. Little Wen Li, who was standing behind Yue Yang, looked at it with sparkling eyes. She seemed to like the cute design of the sun clock. Of course, it didn't matter what the design was. The most important thing was its ability. This cute-looking sun clock actually had the ability to reverse time. Within 100 meters around Yue Yang, Ming Rihao and the rest jumped up. They felt energy flowing back into their bodies, and they were instantly filled with energy. However, a few heaven rankers who were 100 meters away from Yue Yang and wanted to escape had already died of exhaustion. They had turned into dried corpses. You have a sun clock too. Ming Rihao was dumbfounded. He felt that his brain wasn't strong enough. No, this is impossible. The hanging man opposite him screamed frantically. Illusion. The calmest poet saw that something was amiss. It's not an illusion, it's real. Double-faced king snorted. If it was just an illusion, it wouldn't be able to restore Ming Rihao and the rest. The sun clock was definitely fake, but the ability to reverse time was real. Sun King's gaze was cold as he stared at Yue Yang. For a long time, that feeling was like a lion king staring at a young lion that was about to grow up and threaten its position. Other than the jealousy and anger that came from the depths of its heart, there was also the unwillingness to accept the fact that time was unforgiving. It had put in so much effort to achieve what it had today. Yet, this young man was already catching up to it in just a few years. If it didn't kill this young man, would it still be able to see his back in the future? Yue Yang looked very relaxed on the surface, but it wasn't the case in his heart. Although he had temporarily dispelled the Sun Clock and Time Domain's time elapse, this was just one of Sun King's thousands of attacks. Sun King's next attack, would there be two simple moves like, Time Elapse, and, Time Elapse? Ming Rihao stretched out his hand and touched the sun clock above Yue Yang's head. A look of shock flashed across his face. Is this real? Not an illusion. With Ming Rihao's touch, even the Revenge Region Emperor and the others were puzzled. There was no reason for Yue Yang to have the Sun King's guardian beast. Could it be that this kid's innate talent was replication? Even if it was, it would only be a copy of its outer appearance. There was no way it could replicate the sun clock's true abilities. You're all pigs. Yue Yang gave everyone a disdainful middle finger. HMPH. The Furious Domain Emperor and the Shengguang Domain Emperor were furious. Apart from Yue Yang, no one had ever dared to belittle and humiliate them like this. In view of Yue Yang's life-saving grace, and the Sun King's covetous eyes, they could only endure it. As I said, the Sun King doesn't control time. If he controlled time, we would have died long ago. He could kill us at any point in time, such as before we came in, after we left, or at any time in between. If the Sun King controlled time, it would be meaningless for us to do anything. It would also be meaningless for him to fight with us, because he, who controlled time, doesn't need to do that. He wants to force us to stay here and get rid of us. This proves that the Sun King doesn't control time, but a very small space. The time domain created by the combination of his recovery, inherent skill and his guardian beast, the sun clock, is a special energy field. In order to strengthen this energy field, he has also comprehended the time domain. Yue Yang criticized them bluntly. You all place too much emphasis on the appearance in front of you. A true expert should have an unwavering will. In front of a mystery, they should always maintain their individuality and explore the truth of the matter directly. Unlike you, who are all panicking in front of the appearance. How can you still look like an expert? Unwavering will, maintain individuality. Ming Rihao's face brightened, as if he had understood something. In Tong Tian Tower, there is a door of life and death. All the warriors who pass through it must understand what is reality and what is reality. Actually, the flow of everything in the world, including time, what does it have to do with you? As experts of the honorable realm, we are like demigods. We stand between heaven and earth and look down on all living things. Life and death, prosperity and decline, what does it have to do with us? Yue Yang struck the iron while it was hot and shouted at Ming Rihao. I understand now. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Ming Rihao roared towards the sky. He punched the ground with both of his fists, causing the entire stone world to shake and almost collapse. A blazing light that was comparable to the scorching sun exploded from his body, causing his entire body to become bright golden. His 10-meter-tall body was as tall as a mountain, and the energy light pillar above his head soared into the sky like a huge dragon soaring into the heavens. Those who saw Ming Rihao could feel that he wasn't depressed because of his previous setback. Instead, under the enlightenment of Yue Yang, his inner state directly increased, and he completely recovered to his peak battle state. Moreover, the Sun King could feel that Ming Rihao's realm was much higher than before. Under the enlightenment of Yue Yang and the stimulation of Ming Ri Hao's improvement, the Vengeance Domain Emperor's eyes became brighter and brighter. The Vengeance Domain Emperor's eyes became brighter and brighter. His aura exploded and energy gushed out. Then, he laughed out loud. That's right, although I can't change the time of the sun clock, my will is indestructible. My revenge isn't over yet, I definitely can't die. Today, even if I have to face a strong enemy like the Sun King, I will still take revenge until the end. A burst of silver light spread out from the Vengeance Domain Emperor's body. On the other side, a horrifying sea of blood was forming, and it was even faster than the Vengeance Domain Emperor's silver light. Other than the Divine Light Domain Emperor, Ming Ri Hao, the Vengeance Domain Emperor, and the Wrath Domain Emperor were all enlightened under the enlightenment of Yue Yang, and they broke free from the Sun King's time domain one after another. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Ming Ri Hao, the Vengeance Domain Emperor, and the Wrath Domain Emperor come. If I didn't want to kill all of you at once, if I had attacked the moment you arrived at Green Willow City, the current situation wouldn't have happened. The Sun King took a deep breath and calmed down. He sighed with a little regret. Now, I completely understand. Yue Yang, Titan Yu, you are the kind of abnormal genius who grows in battles. If you grew up in a peaceful and worry-free environment, you wouldn't be able to achieve anything. It was the difficult battles that forced and pressured you to grow. It was this dangerous fate that pushed you onto the path of rapid growth. You grew in every battle, and after every battle, you would be reborn and enter a new realm. I really shouldn't have instigated the Nine Lights Empress to attack the Tower of Babel. If I could, I would have helped you clear all the obstacles in the Tower of Babel. That way, you might never reach your current realm in your entire life. I was wrong, I was wrong. For a young man like you who grows stronger with every battle, I, the Sun King, will not let you leave alive even if I have to pay any price. Silent King, go back and report this information to the Elders Group of the Deities Templar and the Great Hall Master of the Eastern Temple. If I can't kill Yue Yang, I will use my life as the price to seal him in this stone world. Once the seal is completed, no one is allowed to come close. I will never give this young man a chance to fight and grow again. The Silent King slowly knelt down after hearing this. The double-faced king and his 8 generals also knelt down in front of the Sun King. In order to eliminate the young man in front of him, the Sun King was willing to give up everything, even his life. His attitude shocked Ming Ri Hao and the others. Could it be that Yue Yang could really threaten the central shrine? Even a powerful person like the Sun King was willing to use his life to seal him. This was a privilege that even the Heaven Realm giants could not enjoy. Could it be that this young man's threat had far surpassed that of the Heaven Realm giants? The Silent King kowtowed again and again. He looked deeply at Yue Yang, as if he wanted to remember this young man forever. Then, he slowly got up and prepared to leave the stone world and return to the central shrine to report to his superiors. The Vengeance Domain Emperor pulled out the Divine Light Sword and pounced at him like an arrow. I can't beat the Sun King, but I can stop you from leaving. Take this. Before the double-faced king could stop the Vengeance Domain Emperor, the blood sea of the enraged Domain Emperor had already covered his head. Ming Ri Hao stared at the Divine Light Domain Emperor. Now, only this guy had no reaction. He was still watching the battle quietly, as if he wanted to stay out of it until the end. The Silent King did not look back. He continued to walk away step by step. When the Vengeance Domain Emperor's Divine Light Sword slashed at the top of his head, he raised his right hand and blocked the sword. The starlight on the Vengeance Domain Emperor's body dimmed, and he retreated while vomiting blood. However, the Silent King was unharmed. His golden right hand was unharmed, and his footsteps did not even slow down. Ming Ri Wu's eyes were wide open. Even if he gave his all, he could not make the Vengeance Domain Emperor vomit blood in one move. Moreover, the Silent King was still in a defensive state. How could he defeat the Vengeance Domain Emperor with just the counterforce of his body? Which one was the Sun King? The Vengeance Domain Emperor's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Ming Ri Wu rushed over and punched out with all his might. The entire stone world shook under his attack. As for the Silent King, he only stopped in his tracks and straightened his body. He didn't even turn his head. His right hand moved backward and received Ming Ri Wu's full-powered attack. After this collision, the Silent King took 3 steps forward. Ming Ri Wu took a big step back. The shock wave almost engulfed the entire stone world, destroying everything. The hands of the sun clock above the Sun King's head turned back by 3 seconds. Ming Ri Wu and the Silent King's bodies did not move, but their energy disappeared instantly. It was as if they had never collided. On the ground, there were only the 3 deep steps that the Silent King took and the big step that Ming Riwu took back. With the Silent King's powerful strength, even if Ming Riwu had a slight advantage, he would not be able to stop him. The Silent King's departure could not be stopped at all. Ming Riwu looked at Yue Yang, meaning to ask him what should he do. Let him go. We can't even care about our lives anymore, so why would we care about the information? Yue Yang kept looking at the Sun King, and the Sun King also looked at Yue Yang with full concentration. He did not care about what was happening around him. All right, then I will take the lead for you. Ming Riwu roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the entire stone world. He gave up on stopping the Silent King and turned to charge towards the Sun King. After getting rid of the restriction of the time domain and the time law, Ming Riwu decided to test the Sun King's strength first. At the very least, he would let Yue Yang take a look and see if he could find any flaws. Following closely behind Ming Riwu was the Domain Emperor, who also had the same thought. The energy storm created by the 2 super experts tore apart the surrounding space and surpassed time. Their fists and the light divine sword almost hit the Sun King, who was looking straight at Yue Yang. The Sun King was still staring at Yue Yang. His body seemed to tremble slightly. Ming Riwu felt an irresistible force exploding in his chest. Instantly, the world spun around him and he flew out uncontrollably. When his feet sank deep into the ground to maintain his balance, he raised his head and saw that the Domain Emperor, who was following closely behind him, was already pressed onto the ground by the Sun King. The Domain Emperor's entire body was pressed into the stone, and he could not even struggle. Ming Riwu was so angry that he wanted to curse, but when he opened his mouth, a stream of blood spurted out from his throat, so this was the Sun King's true strength. Did you see any flaws? The Sun King's eyes were still staring at Yue Yang. He never looked away for even a fraction of a second. In his mind, only this enigmatic young man was his true rival. Chapter 971 Inches. I saw it. There's a flaw when you use the time ability. You can't move, Yue Yang answered. Do you have a way to break it? Sun King asked again. No, Yue Yang answered honestly. The two of them were chatting like friends, but Ming Rihao, the Revenge Domain Emperor, and the others who were at the side all shuddered when they heard their conversation. This was a true life and death battle. No matter how the battlefield changed, the two only stared at each other. They searched for each other's weakness, looking for a chance to give the enemy a fatal blow. They didn't attack each other directly, but it didn't mean they didn't fight. On the contrary, this kind of battle of wits was the scariest. If one lost, he would lose his entire life. Yue Yang looked at Sun King. Suddenly, he waved at Ming Rihao, an Avenged Domain Emperor, who was struggling to get up. Go. The battle here has nothing to do with you. Today, only one person can walk out of the stone world alive. It could be me, or Sun King. Ming Rihao glanced at Yue Yang, then at the expressionless Sun King. He tried to move to the exit of the stone world. Sun King only stared at Yue Yang. He didn't care about Ming Rihao's departure. Ming Rihao, who was a level 8 innate supremacy, was just a small fish in Sun King's eyes. The real big fish was Yue Yang, who hadn't grown up yet. As for the other heaven rankers, they were just small fries. He didn't care. As long as he could kill Yue Yang, the Sun King didn't mind letting go 100 Ming Rihaos and 100 vengeful Domain Emperors, because these were existences that didn't pose a fatal threat. As long as the Central Divine Palace needed them, they could kill Ming Rihao or vengeful Domain Emperors at any time. When he realized that Yue Yang had a pair of eyes that could see through everything and grow infinitely in battle, Sun King decided to kill this terrifying young man. The Sun King decided to kill Yue Yang, this scary young man. At all costs. Am I really leaving? Before Ming Rihao left, he shouted at Yue Yang. Your Majesty. Double-faced King and the 8 generals looked at Sun King nervously. Should he let him go or stay? Let them go. You guys go out as well. Wait for me outside the Sea of Storms. In the eyes of the Sun King, there was only one opponent, Yue Yang. As long as this brat didn't leave, Ming Rihao's escape wouldn't be a problem at all. Furthermore, so what if Yue Yang stopped Ming Rihao? This brat had already seen through the Sun King's ability. He would definitely have a way to send Ming Rihao and the others out of the stone world. Yes, the double-faced king bowed deeply and was the first to leave with his 8 generals. Of course, he wouldn't let Ming Rihao and the others leave the stone world. Whatever the Sun King didn't have the time to do, they would do it even if they had to risk their lives. In the stormy ocean, there was still the Lion King and the Golden Crown King. Even if they were to surround and kill Ming Ri Hao, the Regent Emperor and the other heaven rankers, it would not be a problem. Ming Ri Hao was slightly injured, and the Emperor of Vengeance was injured one after another. Especially the last attack, he was already severely injured, and he did not have much combat power left. The enraged Emperor was fought by the Lion King, and the Divine Light Emperor might betray them at the last minute. Even if he did not, he would not dare to bite back and become the Divine Hall's enemy. As for the remaining people, the Liberty Queen had no fighting power, the snake-haired Dugu Changfeng was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and the Azure Wolf Emperor and the other heaven-ranked powerhouses weren't a match for the 8 generals. Even outside, except for the Divine Light Emperor, the only possibility was that Ming Ri Hao would escape. After some calculations, the double-faced king decided to wait outside and set up an inescapable net to capture all the remaining targets in one go. Seeing Yue Yang's insistence and the Sun King not stopping them, the heaven rankers felt a sense of hope. Although they knew that there would be a fierce battle outside, it was still better than facing the Sun King. Facing the Sun King, even the Emperor of Vengeance wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Facing the Sun King, they would definitely die. Definitely die. The battle situation outside the stormy ocean might be very serious, but if it was messed up, there might still be a few who could escape. Everyone had the mentality of being lucky. With this mentality, everyone rushed to the entrance of the Stone World's passage. The severely injured and weak snake-hair demon man was also carried by Head Jin. When Chief Manager Yi tried to persuade her, the Liberty Queen waved her hand, indicating that she wanted to stay. Returning to their original state, Zhang Guan and the others bowed to bid farewell to Yue Yang. They took the lead and rushed out, taking the initiative to lure the enemies away. Even the newly joined Feng Ji and Jin Yun's eyes were red. "Young master, we will wait for you outside. You must come out." Ming Ri Hao gave each of them a slap. "So wordy. Instead of worrying about this brat, why don't you worry about your skinny bones, just try your best to survive." Yue Yang didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. He was stared at by the Sun King, but he didn't even dare to blink. If he let his guard down even a little, Yue Yang felt that the Sun King would take the opportunity to kill him in one move. With Ming Ri Hao at the front and the Vengeance Domain Emperor at the back, the entire team left the Stone World and returned to the collapsed spatial passageway outside. Before entering the Sea of Storms, Ming Ri Hao suddenly stopped and swept a glance at the heaven rankers. "You guys can go. Who do you think I am? I am his big brother. As a big brother, I have to act like a big brother, right?" The Emperor of Vengeance thought for a while and advised, "You also know that even if you stay, you can't help him." Ming Ri Hao laughed. "Yes, I can't help him. But I didn't say that I would help him. I see that he is so pitiful. Can't I stay and accompany him? If I don't stay, that brat will definitely die. If I stay, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance." The blood light on the Emperor of Vengeance shone brightly and he scolded, "After thousands of years, you still haven't changed at all. You are still so annoying." Ming Ri Hao turned and walked towards the Stone World. "I don't intend to change. So what if I am annoying?" On the back of the King of Still Wind who was rescued by Chief Butler Yi, the dying beauty seemed to have glanced at Ming Ri Hao, or at the same time, it seemed to be a casual glance at the surroundings after waking up. When Ming Ri Hao's mountain-like figure disappeared without a trace, the Emperor of Divine Light region immediately turned into a ray of gold and disappeared into the entrance of the space passage in the stormy ocean. Seeing this guy leaving in such a hurry, the Emperor of Vengeance region's expression changed. "Oh no, this guy is colluding with the enemy. Forget it, he is that kind of person. Later on, I will try my best to hold back the strongest Lion King and Golden Crown King. You guys run as far as you can. If the Divine Beast Titan Yu and the Earth Divine Weapon are still fighting, you guys still have a chance. If the battle is already over, then try your best to find a target to perish together with. Vengeance, go. The only one who still has a chance to avenge us is you." A bitter smile appeared on the snake-hair devil's face. "We are injured and weak. Where can we run to? Eternal Wind, it's all because of me. If it wasn't for me, you and Titan Yu wouldn't have come to Tianhua region." The Emperor of Vengeance region patted the snake-hair devil's shoulder and apologized. "Actually, I came because I was curious about the divine body, not because of you. This is fate. Vengeance, go. I still have a special ability that can hold back the double-faced king for a minute. You guys take the opportunity while the Lion King and Golden Crown King are still fighting with Grey Wolf and the rest." You can avenge us when you have the chance. The snake-hair devil didn't count the Emperor of Vengeance region as part of his combat power. He knew the Emperor of Vengeance region would definitely leave immediately. The Emperor of Vengeance region snorted and didn't say anything. He just strode towards the exit of the tunnel. The Emperor of Vengeance region led the crowd to follow. They had to break through while they still had the most power. Otherwise, no one would survive. When they returned to the storm sea, the scene of the sea in front of them made even the Emperor of Vengeance region tremble. Because the Silent King didn't leave at all. He held the Divine Light region Emperor with one hand and stared coldly at the Emperor of Vengeance region and his people. Standing beside the Silent King, there was also the Double-Faced King, the Lion King, the Golden Crown King and the 8 generals. As for the Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of the Underworld and Grey Wolf who still had hope, they had all fallen. The corpses of the divine beasts floated all over the place, and a large amount of blood dyed the storm sea red. Where's Yue Yang? The Sky Execution struggled in the blood. There was no part of his body that wasn't injured, and the blood dyed him red. Not far from death, the Double-Faced King laughed sinisterly. Come, let's go in. The Sky Execution roared and struggled to pull the Dragon Emperor, who was also covered in wounds, out of the sea. Then, he carried the unconscious Emperor of the Underworld on his back and flew shakily towards the entrance of the space tunnel. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Sky Execution, who was on the verge of death, still wanted to go in to help the hope that he had protected. The Double-Faced King didn't use the demonic scythe. He only used one finger and pointed gently. An energy beam shot out and directly pierced through the Emperor of the Underworld and the Sky Execution. The Sky Execution's body swayed. He could no longer hold on. Slowly, he fell. The Dragon Emperor roared in anger, revealing his bony arm. His bloodied palm supported the Sky Execution's body and supported the Sky Execution, who was on the verge of fainting. We are warriors from Tong Tian Tower. You can kill us, but don't think of defeating us. Before we die, don't think of stopping us. Don't think of stopping us from fighting. Our will is eternal and will never be extinguished. Get up. The Silent King's eyes were cold. How could such a weak warrior have the will of an innate elder? If the Tong Tian Tower wasn't destroyed, it would really be a threat. The second beam. The third beam of energy shot out. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and supported the weight of the 3. He would rather die than fall. Blood spurted out from the 3 of them like a bloody waterfall, crazily splashing on the stormy sea. Because of the Dragon Emperor and Sky Execution's will that were harder than steel, the stormy sea around them was suppressed to an exceptionally calm state. There were no waves at all. The Dragon Emperor forcefully supported the Sky Execution and the Emperor of the Underworld. He gritted his teeth and continued forward with his own strength. Blood splattered all along the way. The 3 people who walked on the waves dyed the sea red. Boring persistence. The Double-Faced King waved his demonic scythe. Thousands of crescent moonlight fangs covered the sky and swallowed the Dragon Emperor and Sky Execution in an instant. Awoo! A wolf howled. The entire surface of the sea turned into the shape of a wolf's head. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the millions of crescent moonlight fangs in one gulp. A dog that couldn't even cover its bones emerged from the stormy sea. There wasn't an inch of undamaged skin on its body. Its bones could be seen at any time. It looked like it would die with just a breath. However, this half-dead dog could still jump out of the sea and follow the Dragon Emperor and Sky Execution. Its tail was still dragging the divine weapon Dao Tai, whose consciousness was in a mess and whose body was so heavy that it couldn't be dragged out of the water. The Double-Faced King was stunned. They aren't dead yet. The Lion King and the Golden Crown King looked at each other. They shook their heads and sighed helplessly. That is a dog that can't be killed no matter how hard we beat it. They didn't know how many methods they had used and how much effort they had put in to kill this divine beast that hadn't fully grown up yet. However, they didn't get what they wanted. Sky Execution spat out a mouthful of blood. He handed the Emperor of the Underworld over to the Dragon Emperor. He straightened his back and raised his head. He bombarded his chest with the electric ball, which had already stopped beating due to severe injuries. He madly electrocuted his heart to make it beat again. The heartbeat resumed. Sky Execution's eyes burned with endless fighting spirit. The thunderbolts and lightning also returned to his body. Although he was severely injured and on the verge of death, and if it were someone else, they would have fallen to the ground and died, he didn't seem to feel anything. He was still as proud as a spear. He clenched his fists. He ignored the gazes of the audience and the strong enemies surrounding him. He took the lead and walked toward the entrance of the space tunnel without hesitation. He swore to support Yue Yang, who was fighting alone. When he and the Dragon Emperor, who was carrying the Emperor of the Underworld, walked past the Revenge Domain Emperor and the others. The Revenge Domain Emperor and the Snake-Hair Devil Man found that their hearts were trembling. In terms of power, God's Retribution and his companions were not the strongest. However, their fighting spirit was unparalleled, and no one could match it. The warriors of the Tower of Babel had always been terrifyingly strong. Why were they so strong? It could be seen from Sky Execution. Because these were warriors that couldn't be defeated no matter what. Even if they killed him, they wouldn't yield to his will. He might die in battle, but he would never be defeated. These were the warriors of the Tower of Babel, not only Sky Execution, but also his companions. There was also the dog that didn't look like a divine beast. There was also the hidden Yue Yang, who even the Sun King had to go all out to kill at all costs. Chapter 972 Stone World. When Ming Rihao returned to the Stone World, he felt as if he had gone through a battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The environment here did not change. Everything around him was as good as new under the reversal of time. There were no traces of battle at all. However, Yue Yang and Sun King, who were originally standing and looking at each other, had completely changed. Yue Yang was already lying on the ground with one arm supporting him. Blood was dripping from his mouth. There were more than 100 wounds on his body, and they were of different depths. It was as if he had been injured by 10 different kinds of sharp weapons. Ming Rihao was not surprised that Yue Yang was knocked down by Sun King. What was surprising was, Sun King's right hand was also dripping blood. Drop by drop, it flowed from his sleeves and flowed down his fingers like a blood worm. Finally, it dripped down slowly. Yue Yang, this brat, could actually injure Sun King. The shock and astonishment in Ming Rihao's heart had reached its limit. When he fought against the Sun King, he was knocked down to the ground without being able to withstand a single move. No matter how strong Yue Yang was, he wouldn't be stronger than him. How did he do it? Could it be that he could defeat Sun King? Why did you come back? Yue Yang looked at Ming Rihao and scolded him, "Are you an idiot? You knew that you would die if you came back. Show off." Ming Rihao replied and laughed loudly, "I came back to see if you are dead or not. Ming Rihao, with your talent and ability, you should be able to do more than that. Show me your true abilities. I also want to see what kind of abilities the bravest Ming Rihao of the Ming clan has to be able to make the later generations talk about him so enthusiastically." Sun King slowly raised his bleeding right hand, as if he had just realized that he was injured. His expression did not change as he looked at Ming Rihao, who had returned. This was the first time he moved his gaze away from Yue Yang and looked at another person. "Brat, if I don't show you, you will really think that I, Old Hao, am inferior to you." Ming Rihao did not look at Sun King, but spoke to Yue Yang instead. A resplendent summoning grimoire, he floated in the air. The beam of light pointed straight to the sky. Ming Rihao's body emitted countless rays of golden light. He, who had completely recovered to his peak state, looked as mighty as a deity. In the sky, at the highest point of the light pillar, a sun was born. It instantly shattered, and an extremely fast expanding shadow jumped out from the shattered sun. It grew bigger and bigger. When this golden shadow landed on the ground, it had already surpassed the height of its master, Ming Rihao, by 10 meters. When Ming Rihao stretched out his hand and pressed it on the body of this golden shadow, the body of the golden shadow expanded crazily under the attention of Yue Yang and the Sun King. In a few seconds, it had already grown to a size of 30 meters. The golden shadow continued to grow larger, and the outline of its body gradually became clearer. Gradually, it became exactly the same as its master, Ming Rihao. However, it was 10 times bigger. Ming Rihao felt that the golden shadow was growing too slowly, so he raised his other hand towards the sky. The guardian beast that looked like him also did the same action, as if it wanted to raise the sky with one hand. A kind of energy that had never appeared before enveloped the area of several hundred meters around Ming Rihao. It was colorless and formless. However, even the Sun King furrowed his brows secretly. This was because this formless and colorless domain of power actually blocked the light emitted by the Sun Bell and the time domain like a barrier. It formed a unique space of energy around Ming Rihao's body. Ming Rihao roared like thunder. He clenched his fist tightly and released the power of the minor code that he had used all of his strength. It surrounded the space of energy and turned this domain of power into an independent space that was completely controlled by Ming Rihao's will. In this independent space that was controlled by Ming Rihao, the golden shadow grew to a height of 100 meters. Its body was like a mountain as it stood in front of Yue Yang and the Sun King. Yue Yang stood under the feet of the golden shadow and looked up for a while. He asked curiously, "This guardian beast is really a little strange. You don't know what I'm talking about, right? This is my guardian beast, Kua Fu, a humanoid beast with basic intelligence. With the support of my giant, inherent skill and sky domain, it is practically invincible. It is much stronger than your little lowly lamia who only has a cute appearance." Ming Rihao boasted to Yue Yang. Tisk. Yue Yang's reply was a direct disdain towards a certain bitter uncle's sour grapes mentality. HMPH. Little Wen Li was also very dissatisfied with Ming Rihao's bragging. She raised her pink little fist and waved it angrily to express her dissatisfaction. "There's no need to go all out. You can just watch from the side. Even if it's the sun, I can still shatter it." Kua Fu chasing the sun. Although Ming Rihao said that, in reality, he definitely had to join hands with Yue Yang to attack together. Even if he had the hidden Kua Fu, he probably wouldn't have an easy time fighting against the Sun King. Kua Fu raised its giant fist and used its godly strength to sweep away thousands of soldiers. It dived towards the Sun King in front of him. Ming Rihao's golden fist was even faster than Kua Fu's. It had already reached the Sun King's face. The Sun King looked at Yue Yang. He didn't care about Ming Rihao and Kua Fu's pincer attack. He just slowly closed his eyes. Two fists that could completely destroy the world landed on the Sun King's body at almost the same time. One fist descended from the sky, and the other fist shot upwards like a rocket. Facing the Sun King, who didn't even try to defend himself or counterattack, Ming Rihao not only used all his strength, he also used the ultimate strength that surpassed his peak state. The Sun King's face was dented by Ming Rihao's punch. The hairstyle on his head was also severely deformed. His body was like a nail that was hit by a heavy punch. It was nailed straight into the ground of the stone world. Such a fierce attack, it actually didn't do anything. Ming Rihao was completely shocked. He originally thought that by using his hidden strength and Kua Fu, he would be able to shake the Sun King's body. He didn't expect that it would be completely useless. When the fist left the Sun King's face, Ming Rihao realized that nothing had happened to the Sun King. His complexion was the same as before. Even his hairstyle wasn't messed up. If he used this kind of strength to attack the Wrath Domain Emperor or the Divine Light Domain Emperor, they would probably kneel on the ground and vomit blood. Even if the Sun King was much stronger than a Domain Emperor, it was impossible for him to not be injured at all. Ming Rihao retreated a few steps weakly and shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Unknowingly, Yue Yang had appeared behind him. He supported Ming Rihao and said, "It's impossible to defeat the Sun King with just strength. He has the sun clock in the time domain, so he can't do anything to our bodies. However, his time domain and his body can have a beneficial effect on them. In order to hit the Sun King and injure him, we need to use a kind of strength that the sun clock and the time domain can't eliminate." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ming Rihao was about to faint. "Why didn't you say so earlier that it was useless to hit the Sun King with strength? Isn't this a waste of strength? I already said it from the beginning. It's you who didn't listen to me." Yue Yang snorted angrily. "That's right. Since the beginning, young Master Titan has been telling us the weaknesses of my ability. It's a pity that your realm isn't high enough. You can't understand the truth." The Sun King's lips curled up into a victorious smile. "What should we do now?" Ming Rihao felt that they would definitely lose if this went on. Once the Sun King made his move, he and Yue Yang would definitely be tortured to death. "I haven't thought of a good way yet." Yue Yang indicated that he needed some time. "Oh my god." Ming Rihao felt like crying. "You can hold on for an hour. I think I can think of a way after that." Yue Yang thought for a while and gave him a time limit. "Let's not talk about an hour. Even 10 minutes is too much for me." Ming Rihao felt his head going numb when he heard the time limit. Please allow me to correct you. It's hard to say for young Master Titan. I'm a little worried about his final hidden strength. As for you, Ming Rihao, although you are very strong, that's only in the eyes of others. Unfortunately for me, who possesses the sun clock, recovery innate skill, time domain, and time law, you have overestimated yourself." The Sun King denied sincerely and said, "You won't be able to hold on for even 1 minute, let alone 10 minutes. In 1 minute, I can reverse the flow of time and make it longer than 100 or 1,000 years. Even if I don't use this ability, I can still defeat you in 1 minute with just my strength. FCKU. Ming Ri Hao was so mad that he stomped his feet. However, he knew that what the Sun King said was the truth. It was useless no matter how angry he was. Are you still not going to use your final secret strength? The Sun King looked at Yue Yang and asked. It's not time yet. Yue Yang smiled. I have a feeling that if I don't force you to use your final strength and destroy your final ability, I won't be able to kill you. The Sun King was silent for a moment. He looked at Yue Yang and slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Ming Ri Hao. How about this? I'll break Ming Ri Hao's 4 limbs to remind you not to provoke an opponent who can definitely kill you. Then what should I do? Stretch out my neck to be chopped off like you want? Yue Yang ridiculed. He wasn't the kind of person who could be threatened into submission. If you don't use your final strength, then I'm going to make my move. Titan Yu, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to escape from my attack. Because the difference between us is too big. My 10,000 years of hard work isn't something that you can erase in a few years. If no one helps me, when the Sun King said this, he looked at the Freedom Queen. The Freedom Queen shook her head. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. However, the powerful Sun King who has the quasi-god body isn't an undying existence. Titan Prince has something that can kill you. Take it as a small reminder from me. The Sun King's face immediately darkened. What is that? The Freedom Queen still shook her head. I won't say. Furthermore, I didn't see it clearly. The Sun King turned his gaze towards Yue Yang. Suddenly, he smiled again. Does Titan Prince have Deicide's treasure? I've already expected it. This is also the reason why I've been worried about it. If he had enough time to grow, for example, 100 more years, the Titan Prince with Deicide's treasure would probably fall even if he was the deity temple's Jizun. However, he wouldn't have this chance now. To be able to bury the new generation prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, to be able to bury the Conquest Queen's direct disciple, even if I, Li Zongkong, am killed by Deicide's treasure, I will die without regrets. The final test is over. Ming Ri Hao, Yue Yang, Titan Yu, and Freedom Queen Wang Yingluo, all of you can disappear. A light that was thousands of times more intense than the sun shot out from the Sun King's body. It was as if there was a sun burning the entire stone world. Everything was burning in the sun. No one was spared. Chapter 973. In the stone world, everything was the same. Although the stone world was almost destroyed by Sun King, it returned to its original state under the reversal of the sun clock, time domain and time law. The only difference was that Yue Yang, Ming Ri Hao and Freedom Queen, who were standing opposite Sun King, were gone. Could it be that the 3 of them were burnt to ashes by Sun King's blazing sun and turned into nothingness? Sun King knew how powerful his attack was. Although it was an attack with his full strength, he did not think that he could completely destroy the lives of Yue Yang and the other 2. Even the Freedom Queen and Ming Ri Hao wouldn't die so easily. It was possible for them to be heavily injured. However, when the 3 of them disappeared, a thought flashed through Sun King's mind. Yue Yang and Ming Ri Hao escaped. Right under his nose, under his destructive attack, they used a special method that he did not expect to escape. That was definitely not the ability of the 3-realm compass. Under the influence of his domain and laws, the 3-realm compass could not be used. Yue Yang must have used some other method. Sun King looked at the place where Yue Yang was standing. There was a small pool of blood there. He snapped his fingers. A green-skinned strange-looking warbeast jumped out from the golden light. It sniffed the blood a few times and immediately rushed towards the star world. This was Sun King's most trusted, Mudskipper. It was a non-combat type warbeast that was extremely good at tracking because it was extremely powerful and rare. In the central shrine, only palace masters and above were qualified to have a Mudskipper that would never lose its way once it started tracking. The Mudskipper was not strong, but its body was half elemental and half living. Whether it was sea, land or air, no harsh terrain could stop it from moving forward. Most importantly, once the Mudskipper was contracted, it would be a warbeast that could not be killed before its owner died. It was similar to a guardian warbeast in some aspects. The Sun King's Mudog had already been trained to the 1st rank of the Heaven Realm. Although it was not enough in battle, it was enough for tracking. Before the pursuit, the Sun King carefully observed the surroundings of the stone world for a while. Obviously, Even though there were mutagen dogs chasing after them, the Sun King didn't completely believe in this conclusion. Instead, he carefully searched the surroundings until he confirmed again and again that Yue Yang and Ming Rihao didn't hide from his eyes and didn't hide somewhere in the stone world. Indeed, they had really entered the astral world where the divine palace was lying. Only then did the Sun King slowly chase after them. To be honest, even if he saw Yue Yang's Ming Riwu's corpse, he would not be able to do so. He also had his suspicions. Forget about Ming Rihao. Before he saw Yue Yang's soul being completely destroyed, Sun King would never believe that Yue Yang, the new prison emperor, had died. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, the Sun King wouldn't let it happen. For the Sun King, if he wanted the central shrine to be glorious forever, threats like the Yue Yang Yu Titan had to be eradicated. There was nothing in the astral world. Even half of the unknown goddess body was gone. In the place where the goddess remains used to be, there was a mysterious ancient rune circle. The Sun King stepped forward and struggled to identify the mysterious ancient rune circle. He found that it was a God's Wish circle. Through this God's Wish array, he should be able to directly teleport to the divine grimoire according to the goddess' last wish. In order for future generations to enter the divine grimoire space, the goddess did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and use her life to open up this divine will passage. So it turns out that he purposely lifted the goddess's skirt not because he was lecherous, but because he wanted to investigate this path of divine will. The Sun King's face darkened, and he slowly clenched his fists. Damn it, this cunning kid. Did he already think of a way out before he discovered me? As expected of the young man who killed the Nine Lights Empress. Woof woof. The mudskipper didn't track based on smell, but on its senses. It barked at the ancient wish rune circle. However, with its ability and obedience, without the Sun King's order, it would not be able to do anything. It would not dare to enter the ancient wish rune circle by itself. The divine grimoire space was not something that any life form could enter. The mudskipper had a certain level of intelligence. It had already sensed the power of the divine grimoire, and there was a kind of reverence in its heart. The Sun King glanced at it and ordered, "You guard here. Before I come out, no one is allowed to enter. Even if the lion, Golden Crown, and Two-Faced come, let them wait outside. No one is allowed to touch this ancient wish rune circle." The mudskipper had intelligence and understood human nature. Other than not being able to speak, it was no different from an adult heaven stage martial artist. It bowed its head and accepted the order. It lay down in front of the ancient wish rune circle and quietly waited for its master's report. The Sun King's body flickered with a golden light. He stood on the circle and instantly teleported away. 5 minutes later, he suddenly appeared again and flew out of the stone world to search again. After confirming that Yue Yang had already escaped into the divine grimoire space with Ming Riwu and the Liberty Queen, he stood on the ancient wish rune circle and officially teleported in. The ancient wish rune circle erupted with a silver brilliance. It was incomparably beautiful, as if the Milky Way was descending from the sky. A wave of divine power was born under the Sun King's feet. In an instant, the Sun King disappeared. At the same time, it was as if a door had opened and a person had entered and another person had walked out. Yue Yang replaced the Sun King and stood on the ancient wish rune circle. The mudskipper's eyes widened as it stared at him. "What the FCK, are your dog eyes blind? Didn't your dog owner teach you manners?" Yue Yang was unhappy with the mudskipper's gaze and sent the mudskipper flying with a kick. The mudskipper fell heavily 100 meters away. Its head was kicked and its spine was almost broken. It was dizzy and disoriented. For a moment, it couldn't understand how this enemy could come out from the divine grimoire. Furthermore, he had accurately calculated the time of its owner's entry. How was this possible? Of course, let alone a dog, even the mudskipper's owner, the cautious and meticulous Sun King, had fallen into Yue Yang's trap. The mudskipper who was sent flying cried out in pain, "Woof, woof, woof," seeing that Yue Yang was about to leave. The mudskipper hurriedly climbed up in pain. Should it continue to wait for its owner in front of the ancient wish rune circle, or should it chase after this enemy? These two choices were equally important. Guarding here was to prevent someone from destroying the teleportation. If its owner did not succeed in contracting the divine grimoire, he would have to leave here. If the teleportation circle here was destroyed, then it would be troublesome for its owner to come out. However, its owner's main goal in entering the divine grimoire was to kill this threatening enemy. If this enemy escaped, wouldn't he fail his previous mission? These two conflicting thoughts almost made the mudskipper's brain explode. After all, It was not a human. No matter how smart it was still a dog. When Yue Yang slowly walked out of the astral world and was about to leave the stone world, the mudskipper couldn't help it and quickly chased after him. With its ability, it could not keep an enemy of Yue Yang's level, but it had to keep chasing and leave a clue and a target for its owner. Yue Yang ignored it. When he was about to enter the space channel, a wounded and bloodied dog ran in from the space channel. It shook its head like a bootlicker. The smirk on its face made the mudskipper want to beat it up. Damn, even if it was a watchdog, wasn't it too degrading? It was a disgrace to a dog. If it were not for Yue Yang, the mudskipper was prepared to teach this dog a lesson and teach it what a dog's dignity was. Idiot, do I need you to save me? You don't need to think about it. I am blessed and have a good life. When have I ever had anything happen to me? Are you a pig? You can be stupid, but you don't need to be that stupid. Just be a little stupid, scram. Seeing that Wei Tai Lang had expressed his loyalty, Yue Yang immediately rewarded it with a kick. You even wanted a watchdog to come and save its master. Did you think that this was a drama where Auntie Chong Yao stirred up tears? Was it that melodramatic? Meow. Wei Tai Lang hurriedly smiled, expressing that other than being a bystander, it was mainly here to admire its owner's prestige. This kind of lowly method of expressing loyalty made the mudskipper want to vomit. What a despicable dog. It had never expressed its loyalty like this before. Yue Yang suddenly looked back at the mudskipper and said to himself, although it's not good at fighting, it's not bad at scouting and tracking. It's also fast. The mudskipper knew that he was talking about it. It proudly showed its power to Wei Tai Lang. What was an awesome dog? Not only did it have to be praised by its owner, it also had to be recognized by its enemy. For example, this wounded watchdog was disliked by its owner and disliked by outsiders. It was simply a disgrace to the dog world. Wei Tai Lang seemed to be affected by the mudskipper's prestige. Its whole body slumped on the ground. It looked dispirited. After Yue Yang left, it stretched its limbs, looking as if it was going to starve to commit suicide. The mudskipper was prepared to chase after Yue Yang, but before it chased after its enemy, it proudly circled around Wei Tai Lang's body a few times, shaking its butt a few times. Seeing that Grey Wolf's strength was very weak, and that he was on the verge of death, and most importantly, that kind of half-dead energy, he was completely crippled. Even if they were to fight, Mudskipper felt that this lowly mud was definitely not a match for this noble dog prince. The Mudskipper raised its head and looked at the place where Yue Yang's figure disappeared. Based on the enemy's speed, it was confident that it could catch up to him within 30 seconds. Before that, the Mudskipper hesitated for a second. In the end, it decided to play around with this despicable and pitiful country bumpkin dog. Woof woof. The Mudskipper wagged its tail and shook its butt, shaking it in front of Wei Tai Lang. Its meaning was, "Come and eat my fart, you can't even eat my fart." Wei Tai Lang angrily waved its paw. But the Mudskipper was too fast. It couldn't catch it at all. The Mudskipper first ran away, but when it measured the attack speed of the dog in front of it, it became even more complacent and unscrupulously moved its butt close to Wei Tai Lang's mouth. Anyway, with its opponent's speed, even if it was 10 times faster, it wouldn't be able to hurt it. If this dog's attack speed was wind, then the Mudskipper felt that its speed was electricity. Wind could never catch up with electricity, no matter how hard it tried. No matter how angry it was. Wei Tai Lang opened its mouth a few times, but the Mudskipper darted out like lightning, unable to bite it no matter how hard it tried. The Mudskipper laughed wildly, rolling all over the ground. However, just as it was laughing heartily, Grey Wolf suddenly made a move. It opened its mouth once again. Its head was 100 times larger than before, and with just a single bite, it was able to devour Quan's entire body. It wasn't that the Mudskipper didn't try to escape, but it used the fastest speed in its life and still couldn't escape Wei Tai Lang's bloody mouth. Gulp. Wei Tai Lang swallowed the Mudskipper into its stomach, and its face once again revealed a despicable smile that deserved a beating. It imitated the Mudskipper's movements before it died, shaking its butt, wagging its tail, and proudly taking square steps on the stone surface where the Mudskipper had been before it died. In the end, it even laughed out loud, rolling all over the ground. When it finally stopped laughing and stood up, it returned to the appearance of a stupid dog, just short of carving the words, "I am very stupid," on its forehead. Chapter 974 Storm Sea. Double-faced King found that he did not need to do anything. The Vengeance Domain Emperor and the Wrath Domain Emperor were already being pushed back by Lion King and Golden Crown King. The Wrath Domain Emperor was still able to fight evenly with the Lion King. The Wrath Domain Emperor retreated mainly because the Lion King's attacks were too powerful and he did not want to take them head-on. Moreover, the Silent King was watching from the side, so he could not concentrate fully. However, the Vengeance Domain Emperor was in a much more serious situation. He was no longer a match for the Golden Crown King. After a long battle, the situation was getting worse. The Vengeance Domain Emperor was being suppressed by the Golden Crown King. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. With the Silent King around, the Vengeful Domain Emperor's life was likely to be in danger. Among the people present, the only one who could possibly escape was the Enraged Domain Emperor, who could barely protect himself. And this was under the condition that the Silent King did not attack with full force and had the intention to let him go. "I'll leave these small fries to you." Double-Faced King ordered the poet and ordered his 8 generals to continue surrounding the Still Wind Kingdom King and the other heaven rankers. Yes, the poet actually knew that the Still Wind Kingdom King, Green Wolf Kingdom King and the others were already prisoners of the Central Shrine. Even if they were let go, they would not be able to escape. The reason why the Still Wind Kingdom King and the others did not commit suicide was because they were waiting for a miracle. They hoped that the Yue Yang Titan from the Tong Tian Tower could defeat the Sun King and return victorious. Then, he would defeat the Silent King and lead everyone to a new life. This possibility, it was more impossible than a pie falling from the sky. Even with the help of Ming Ri Wu and the Freedom Queen, how could the Titan Prince be a match for the Sun King? Even if he could escape from the Sun King, he would not dare to stay. Defeat the Silent King and save these heaven rankers who had nothing to do with him. However, it was still a hope. As long as there was a glimmer of hope in their hearts, no matter how small it was, people would not give up. This was human nature. In a life-and-death situation, when there was no other way, who would be willing to die when there was still hope? Double-Faced King did not want to compete with the Golden Crown King and the Lion King. They wanted to avenge the Domain Emperor and rage the Domain Emperor. If they interfered, the Lion and the Golden Crown wouldn't be happy even if they didn't show it on the surface. The Double-Faced King did not want to compete for this credit, and there was no need to. This was because in the Stone World or the Space Channel, there were still 3 Skysplit Tower warriors waiting to be dealt with. They couldn't compare to the 3 region emperors, but their contributions weren't small either. Most importantly, the 3 warriors of the Tong Tian Tower seemed to be standing firmly on the surface. However, Double-Faced King knew that it was just a facade. That was how battles were. If there was constant pressure, then the person who was fighting with his life on the line would be able to persist and not let go, or even stand tall, giving others the terrifying illusion that no matter how hard they were hit, they would not die. However, there was one thing that was certain. As long as these people relaxed, it would be almost impossible for them to stand up again. This was because their bodies were severely exhausted. Once their minds relaxed, they would no longer have the strength to struggle. Double-Faced King, who was familiar with all kinds of battle phenomena, had seen all kinds of deathsworn before. He felt that it would be best for him to deal with the 3 unkillable Tong Tian Tower warriors. He guessed that Sky's Retribution, the tenacious man who could still stand proudly in a state of near death, who did not give up even after his heart stopped beating, and who used electricity to stimulate his heart to fight again, was now on the ground, dying. Without the pressure, that kind of person wouldn't be able to hold on. He. Double-Faced King let out an eerie laugh. He carried his black scythe and glided across the night sky like a bat, disappearing into the space tunnel. There was no one in the space tunnel. There were no signs of him collapsing like what Double-Faced King had expected. Could it be that Sky's Retribution had escaped? After entering the Stone World, Double-Faced King saw Sky's Retribution and the others sitting in front of the Star World Stone adjusting their breathing. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. So Sky's Retribution and his 2 companions had held on until here before collapsing. What about Sun King, Titan Yu and the others? Why did they disappear? Could it be? The Double-Faced King looked at the place where half of the god's body had been. There was nothing left, and the ancient rune circle underneath was still faintly flickering. He immediately understood that the Sun King must have chased the Titan Mountain into the Divine Grimoire's space. As expected of the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, he was really cunning. He could even find a way to escape from a rancor like Sun King. However, since Sun King had chased after Titan Yu, the rest of the credit would belong to him. Killing 3 Tong Tian Tower warriors who were on the verge of death and had no choice but to adjust their breathing to heal themselves was probably more difficult than killing 3 chickens. Awu, meow. In this world, there was only one watchdog that knew so many foreign languages. It was Wei Tai Lang. What AFC King lowly dog. Double-faced King realized that Wei Tai Lang was standing behind him with a smile that made people want to beat him up. He even burped as if he had eaten his fill. Double-faced King's mood became extremely bad and he couldn't help but curse. Woof. Wei Tai Lang laughed. He laughed like an idiot. His face was filled with an idiotic look that said, "I sold you and I still helped you count the money." On the other side of the storm ocean, the battle was still ongoing. Angry Realm Emperor, you are the person I hate and hate the most in my life. I wish I could eat your flesh, drink your blood and sleep with your skin at night. I have never thought that one day I would fight alongside you. A trash like you should have died long ago if you had any self-awareness. The vengeful Realm Emperor was hit by Golden Crown King's sneak attack and was thrown thousands of meters away, creating waves in the storm ocean. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain, but the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter, like the last light of an oil lamp before it went out. But now, at the last moment, in order not to disgust me, get out of here immediately. There's no need to struggle here. I don't want people like you to die with me. Get out, get out. Little brat, you can't control me. The angry Realm Emperor snorted heavily. To be honest, the angry Realm Emperor's behavior was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that once he got out, he would escape without a trace. But what was surprising was that this angry Realm Emperor actually fought against the Lion King. Even though he had several opportunities to escape, he didn't do so. If he hesitated once because he was worried about the Silent King's trap, then, the next few times. Why didn't he take the chance to escape when there was a better opportunity? A person like the angry Realm Emperor was not someone who would sacrifice himself for others. Although the angry Realm Emperor seemed to disdain the vengeful Realm Emperor, his refusal to leave made everyone feel that this guy was not as selfish or heartless as the rumors said. In some matters, even if the angry Realm Emperor did something wrong, he probably had a mental struggle. All in all, now everyone felt that although the angry Realm Emperor was the one who caused the whole tragedy, he did not do it intentionally. In fact, the angry Realm Emperor was not a crazy person. It was just his stubborn personality that caused the misfortune in his life. A pitiful person who killed his beloved wife and daughter, a pitiful person who destroyed his whole life in pursuit of perfection. You can't even protect yourself. The Lion King roared and burst out with all his strength. The grimoire was suspended in the air, and the energy light pillar soared into the sky. The image of a golden lion covered the whole sky. Except for the Silent King, everyone else was suffocated by the pressure of the Lion King. People like Leader Jin and Chief Butler Yi, who were not even heaven rankers, fainted immediately. A golden lion cloud that was even bigger than the burning cloud descended from the sky, covering the sun. It was made up of pure elemental energy. A unique lion cloud formed by the 3 elements of gold, fire and wind. This kind of lion cloud was stronger than the real Lion King. It was bigger and more majestic. It was ever-changing and had infinite power. When it descended, the entire storm sea, which was filled with raging waves, was suppressed by the lion cloud until it was as flat as a mirror. Those below Heaven Ranker level 3 could not help but fall to the ground. Even the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor, Green Wolf Kingdom Emperor and other Heaven Rankers felt suffocated and almost bent their knees to submit to this lion cloud. The lion cloud was no different from a lion, but it was 10,000 times bigger. It changed from wind to fire in an instant, and then to a golden lion. A claw directly hit the vengeful Realm Emperor's head. When the vengeful Realm Emperor used all his strength to resist the attack with the Divine Light Sword, the second wave of attack had already arrived. The flames in the lion cloud's mouth burned the storm sea, and a large amount of seawater turned into white mist. The vengeful Realm Emperor was in the center of the flames. He was almost charred. When the vengeful Realm Emperor rushed over to save him, a cruel look flashed across the Lion King's eyes. He raised his giant claw and used all his strength to destroy mountains and rivers to hit the vengeful Realm Emperor's chest heavily. The vengeful Realm Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down like a meteor. On the other side, the guardian beast of the Lion King, Lion Cloud, had already changed from fire to gold. Its giant golden claw was waiting for the vengeful Realm Emperor to be hit again in the opposite direction. The vengeful Realm Emperor, who was originally falling straight down, turned into a tumbling rotation. It was like splashing water on the storm sea, creating waves of splashes. Every splash was splashed with the Vengeful Realm Emperor's blood. The Vengeful Realm Emperor arrived. The Vengeful Realm Emperor had reached the limit of his body and was dying. His skull, sternum and vertebrae were all shattered to varying degrees. Some broken bones formed sharp bone spurs, pierced through his skin and came out through his chest and back. No, no. The Vengeful Realm Emperor couldn't save him in time and could only watch it happen. He suddenly knelt down in pain and stretched out his hand excitedly in front of the Vengeful Realm Emperor, as if he wanted to catch the Vengeful Realm Emperor's broken body. The blood of anger all over his body turned into blood tears, dripping on the storm sea. Don't be like this. Stand up. I know you hate me. I know you want revenge. Continue to stand up and fight with me. Do you hear me? How can a proud young man like you fall in front of an old man like me? You are too weak. Can't you even take this little blow? Don't you want to avenge your mother? Get up and fight with me. In the blurry blood light, a middle-aged man with a painful face could be seen, looking at the broken body of the Vengeful Realm Emperor in despair. The Lion King was merciless when he had the upper hand. Several heavy punches landed on the head of the Vengeful Realm Emperor. The Vengeful Realm Emperor didn't block them and forcibly withstood them. The blood on his head flowed down his forehead, slid past his eyebrows, dripped down his eyelids, and dripped down his cheeks. Finally, it mixed with his tears and fell into the storm sea. Get lost. I don't need your sympathy. The Vengeful Realm Emperor's lips wriggled as he said weakly. His voice became softer and softer. In the end, it became so weak that it couldn't even be heard. Apparently, he didn't even have the strength to speak. The enraged Domain Emperor wanted to reach out and pick up the Vengeful Domain Emperor, but the Lion King stepped on the enraged Domain Emperor's hand, and the Golden Crowned King's palms pressed on the enraged Domain Emperor's back silently. Blood spurted out of the enraged Domain Emperor's mouth and nose, and his internal organs were almost shattered by the Golden Crowned King's hidden force. The Silent King, who was holding the Divine Light Domain Emperor in the distance, looked on indifferently, unmoved. The Vengeful Realm Emperor. Seeing the Vengeful Realm Emperor like this, even though he still refused to forgive this person. However, he didn't give up. A drop of tear flowed out of his eyes and fell on the blood on the sea. The snake-hair devil sighed softly. Well, to be able to die under the blood and tears of your loved ones, revenge, you have nothing to regret. The Lion King raised his hands. His guardian beast, Lion Cloud, turned into a wind lion, filling the entire sky. On the storm sea, which was as calm as a mirror, there was an image of a lion with its mouth wide open, swallowing down fiercely. One blow was enough to destroy the world. The Vengeful Realm Emperor, the Snake-Hair Devil, the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom, and the Lord of Green Wolf Kingdom all closed their eyes. There was absolutely no way to survive such a fatal blow. There were only a few seconds left to live. All the grievances, all the hatred, everything was going to end. Farewell, my friend. Farewell, my lover. Farewell, my loved ones. However, when the lion cloud swallowed down, the Vengeful Realm Emperor suddenly rushed out, lifted the Vengeful Realm Emperor in his arms, and wrapped the Vengeful Realm Emperor with the aura of the blood sea around him. Then, he tore the space and prepared to throw the Vengeful Realm Emperor into the broken void. He didn't know if the severely injured Vengeful Realm Emperor could survive in the broken void. However, the Vengeful Realm Emperor hoped that he could do something for the last family member who had always hated him, even if the Vengeful Realm Emperor would not be grateful in the future. I was wrong before. I hope you can live well. Living is more important than anything else. The Vengeful Realm Emperor, who had never admitted his mistakes, apologized for the first time. He lowered his head to the Vengeful Realm Emperor, his only family member, who might never forgive him. What a touching family member. Let me send you to hell together. The Golden Crown King's right arm suddenly turned into a golden holy sword. It pierced through the Vengeful Realm Emperor's chest from behind. The tip of the finger was still deeply inserted into the Vengeful Realm Emperor's chest. Under the obstruction of the Vengeful Realm Emperor, the long needle pierced through the Vengeful Realm Emperor's heart. Faster than the Golden Crown King, the Lion King opened its mouth and spat out a lion-spitting wind, which directly shattered the space that the Vengeful Realm Emperor tore apart, completely destroying the Vengeful Realm Emperor's last hope of escaping. Howl! The Vengeful Realm Emperor roared in grief, and a blood-red vengeful demon god image exploded above his head. The lion cloud, which was about to devour the entire storm sea, was instantly pierced through by the blood-red vengeful demon god's attack. The vengeful demon god leaned back in grief, and the 7 orifices on his head emitted blood-red light, and his horrifying face was extremely distorted. A sorrowful and indignant power of the law, carried by the blood sea's red light, penetrated the entire storm sea, including the hearts of all the heaven stage experts. Everyone could clearly feel the anger and despair of the vengeful realm emperor. The vengeful realm emperor was completely dominated by grief and indignation. He turned around and chopped off the golden crown king's right arm that had turned into a golden holy sword with his bare hands, blood splattered. The vengeful realm emperor's sorrowful cry resounded in the sky for a long time. Unknowingly, the storm sea had turned into angry blood, and it erupted at the same time. Destruction, regardless of friend or foe, everything in the world, everything, 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 everything. Chapter 975. The blood sea erupted, destroying the world. The lion cloud in the sky was penetrated by the boundless blood energy. It turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the blood sea. If not for the fact that it was a guardian beast that would never truly die, it would not have survived the destructive blood sea energy. The surface of the stormy sea was also surging with thousands of waves. It was surging. It could not be calmed down for a long time. Beside the silent king, the 8 generals were gathered, completely unharmed. Under the protection of the silent king's guardian beast, the faith inherent skill, and the prayer domain, the poet, the long-bearded man, the fatty, the dwarf, the fool, the barbarian, and the hanged man survived the blood sea explosion, which the enraged domain emperor had sacrificed his life. The hanged man was shocked. However, after realizing that he was safe and sound with the protection of the silent king, he immediately showed an arrogant and contemptuous expression. You overestimate yourself. The dwarf was also laughing strangely. The silent king, who was like a majestic mountain protecting his subordinates by his side, remained silent. Not only did he not mock them, he did not show any disrespectful expression. He even bowed slightly to the enraged domain emperor, who had sacrificed his life to explode the blood sea energy in the center of the stormy sea. 2 people fell from the sky. They were the Golden Crown King, who had lost his right arm, and the Lion King, whose guardian beast had died on the spot. The 2 kings were standing at the center of the explosion when the enraged domain emperor self-destructed. They bore the brunt of the blood sea's energy attack. Although they were strong and their lives were not in danger, they were in a sorry state. A blood-red fiend celestial was slowly descending from the sky. There was no longer any anger on its face. There was only a strange expression. That was relief. That kind of relief was like a long-hidden wish or secret that finally had the chance to be fulfilled or revealed in front of everyone. Other than mental relief and relaxation, there was also an indescribable joy and satisfaction. This was a kind of liberation. Normally, it was hard to see, but many people were on the verge of death. It was the final radiance of the setting sun before death. The blood-red light emitted by the blood-red demon was no longer violent and angry. It was no longer bloodthirsty and murderous. Although it did not smile, it gave the illusion that the blood-red demon was smiling. It floated all the way down. The vengeful domain emperor, who was wrapped in a ball of blood-red energy, floated above the stormy sea. Closer, closer, gradually drifting closer. The avenging domain emperor, who was protected by the blood-red energy, was not dead yet. He opened his eyes with his last breath and saw that the blood-red demon god was gradually drifting closer and turning into the enraged domain emperor. The furious domain emperor seemed to want to say something, but no sound came out. He seemed to want to hug the vengeful domain emperor. However, he no longer had a body. His body had already turned into powder when the blood sea erupted. At this time, the energy body formed by the blood-red energy was exactly the same as the blood-red energy that enveloped the revenge domain emperor. Before the finger could touch the revenge domain emperor's body, it continued to dissipate. The storm sea lost its energy pressure, and the energy that had been suppressed to the limit at the bottom of the sea erupted again. A gust of wind swept across the surface of the sea. The blood-red energy body of the angry domain emperor was gradually blown away by the gust of energy and gradually dissipated. With his last bit of willpower, the furious territory emperor barely managed to maintain the shape of his head. The lips on the head moved slightly, as if it wanted to say something to the vengeful territory emperor that it had never said before. What a hateful guy. No matter what, don't think that you can survive in this storm sea. The Lion King was very angry. Lion Yun was his guardian beast. Although he could not kill it, the level and power of Lion Yun would definitely be greatly reduced after such a devastating injury. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to summon it again for a long time. Go to hell. In comparison, the Golden Crown King was more resentful. The enraged Domain Emperor had broken one of his arms in front of everyone. That arm had fused with the golden holy sword of the central shrine. Without it, his power had decreased by at least 30%. Originally, his power was on par with the Lion King, but now he could only be ranked behind the Lion King. Although the Lion King had lost Lion Yun, it was a guardian beast and would recover very soon. Losing an arm meant that his power had decreased even more. What worried the Golden Crown King the most was that the double-faced king had improved very quickly. He had been catching up with the double-faced king all these years. If his power continued to decrease, the double-faced king would surpass him sooner or later. The Golden Crown King waved his remaining left arm and drew a holy shield rune pattern in the void. The golden energy formed a shining holy shield. As the enraged Domain Emperor's lips moved, as if he had something to say to the vengeful Domain Emperor, he turned his body and threw out the golden holy shield, drawing a golden path. The golden holy shield carried the Golden Crown King's anger and killing intent. It heavily hit the bloody red energy that was only left of the enraged Domain Emperor's head, instantly destroying it. The vengeful Domain Emperor could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it. He also did not speak. His lips were tightly pursed. However, a tear of blood quickly slid down from the corner of his eyes. When the person he hated the most, when the target of revenge died in front of him, he did not feel happy or satisfied. Instead, he felt an indescribable regret and pain. Kill him, he beckoned with one arm, and the divine light sword that was originally sinking to the bottom of the sea broke through the air like a flying fish out of the water, and as if there was a fishing line in its mouth, it accurately fell into the hands of the Golden Crown King. The divine light sword did not accept such a master. It buzzed for a while, but it could not resist the power of the Golden Crown King. Like a big fish that fell into the hands of a fisherman, it struggled in vain. After buzzing for a few times, it gradually became silent and gave up struggling. However, it sealed its will and refused to accept a new master with spiritual error. The Golden Crown King did not care about it at all. He knew that as long as he pressured it with energy for a long time, this divine light sword would succumb sooner or later. Strength could overwhelm everything. He inserted the sword into his belt, waved his hand, and cruelly ordered his 8 generals to kill the vengeful Domain Emperor in front of the divine light sword. Yes, the hanging man and the barbarian tribe savage jumped out and decided to take the credit. If the vengeful Domain Emperor was not in a dying state, even if there were a few more of them, they would not be able to defeat him. However, now, not to mention elites like the 8 generals, even an ordinary heaven rank or even an earth rank warrior could disperse the blood energy and successfully kill the vengeful Domain Emperor. The vengeful Domain Emperor slowly closed his eyes. As for death, it was within his expectations. However, at this moment, he would rather die in the blood sea of the vengeful Domain Emperor than die in the hands of the hanging man and the others. Even if the vengeful Domain Emperor protected him and he could live for one more minute, what was the point? Rather than being tortured to death by the people of the central shrine, he would rather die in the blood sea. Of course, death was not an option. Moreover, the wait would not be too long. The enemy would not waste any time, and the fatal blow would come soon. Wait, this guy still owes me a lot of money. No matter what, let me collect my debt first. On the stormy sea, a person appeared. The rolling waves seemed to be frightened and suddenly calmed down, like a puppy shrinking in the corner of a wall. Wah, what? Not to mention the stormy sea, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King were shocked. The Silent King's eyes narrowed as if they were pricked by needles. The poet and the other generals were dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. They could not believe that this person had appeared. The person was, of course, Yue Yang, who was called the new prison emperor by the Sun King. He had a smile on his face. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His smile was relaxed and bright. Those who did not know him would think that he had just returned from a wedding. When Yue Yang's figure appeared, behind him, the snake-haired demon man, the emperor of Still Wind Kingdom, the Pearl Light Beauty, the emperor of Green Wolf Kingdom and the others who had been destroyed by the Blood Sea all appeared. None of them were missing. None of them died. The Silent King's eyes were colder than ice. Only he knew how terrifying this young man was. This young man not only escaped from the Sun King's attack, but also managed to hide from his eyes and save his companions who were in the center of the explosion. Most importantly, he still had the leisure to do so. What did this prove? It proved that the Sun King would not catch up for the time being. Although the Silent King could not understand how this young man could trap the Sun King, but from his relaxed smile, the Silent King understood that this young man was very confident. His appearance at this time was probably part of his plan. "I'm sorry, I'm not dead yet. Sorry to disappoint you." Yue Yang apologized with a smile, looking very sincere. "Where's Double-Faced King?" The Golden Crown King was shocked. He asked the Double-Faced King who was chasing after Sky Execution. Actually, he wanted to ask the Sun King more, but he did not dare to think about the Sun King's failure. "Ah, could it be that you think it's really fitting for this young master to personally take care of a lowly servant like him? It's enough for my guards and watchdogs to take care of him. I won't do anything that's too shameful." Yue Yang took out a paper fan out of nowhere. He opened it and waved it, looking exactly like a hedonistic young master who teased innocent women on the streets. The Lion King wanted to say something, but the Silent King instantly passed his subordinates. He stood directly in front of Yue Yang. Other than him, no one else was a match for Yue Yang. Even the bravest Lion King and the proudest Golden Crown King were secretly afraid of this young man. They felt guilty and couldn't bring themselves to fight. This was a young man that even the Sun King couldn't stop after scheming for the entire situation. This was a young man who had defeated Shu Kong and Zhu Shao, two of the Heaven Realm's three great leaders. This was a young man who had completely defeated the Nine Lights Heaven Queen and directly destroyed the entire Nine Lights clan. Little Wen Li, who was beside Yue Yang, flashed and appeared behind the Golden Crown King. The Golden Crown King used the Golden Holy Shield to protect his body. He turned around quickly. Attack! Although he didn't know, the little lowly snake stared at him with her big eyes. The divine beast's will and binding inherent skill exploded and froze the Golden Crown King in midair. She stretched out her small hand and gently pulled out the divine light sword from the Golden Crown King's waist. Her slow movement was like a fiery slap on the Golden Crown King's face, mercilessly humiliating the Central Shrine's ranker's face. After the divine light sword regained its freedom, with the support of little Wen Li's energy, it turned into a ray of silver light. It pierced through the blood-red energy shield and flew towards the safe area behind Yue Yang with its master, the vengeful Domain Emperor. The snake-hair devil man leapt out with all his might and caught the vengeful Domain Emperor. He then turned around and shouted at the Still Wind Kingdom's king, Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others who were at a loss, "You fools, quickly return to the space passage and leave this place. Don't cause more trouble for Titan Yu." This roar woke the Still Wind Kingdom's king and Green Wolf Kingdom's king from a dream. They quickly led the crowd back to the space passage. The Lion King raised his head and glanced at the Silent King. He realized that the Silent King was like the Sun King, only looking at Yue Yang. He quickly stood with the Golden Crown King who had regained his mobility and fought the enemy side by side. Now, he realized that the little Lamia Loli, who had been quiet all this while, was not as simple as an ordinary divine beast. She was basically a lowly version of the conquering queen. The barbarian tribe savage roared at the sky and madly charged towards the Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others. Although he couldn't do anything to the Titan Prince, it was not a problem to kill the Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others. This guy who was rough but careful had chosen an opponent for himself. Whoosh! A golden arrow nailed into the barbarian tribe savage's thigh. In an instant, the elephant-like leg turned into a stone pillar. Unknowingly, there were already 4 guardian warbeasts behind little Wen Li, 4 guardian warbeasts. Furthermore, every single one of them was a guardian beast that was close to the level of a divine beast. Forget about the warriors of the 8 generals, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King felt their hearts sink when they saw the stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga and the ice serpent demon. This battle was really not easy to fight. Chapter 976 Space Tunnel. In the spatial passage that was on the verge of collapse, the Still Wind Monarch, the Azure Wolf Monarch, and the other heaven-ranked powerhouses unexpectedly discovered that there was no one there. What about God's Retribution and Two-Faced King? What made the Still Wind Monarch the most suspicious was that according to the time Titan Yu came out and the time Double-Faced King pursued, there was no reason for them not to have met. Could it be that Double-Faced King had already been killed by Titan Yu? The two rulers, Green Wolf and Lu Luo, immediately entered the stone world. Soon, he turned back. He shook his head. This meant that there was no one in the stone world, and even the astral world was empty. Sky Execution and their companions, as well as Wei Tai Langan. That Earth Divine Soldier, if young Master Titan had saved them into the Grimoire world, then that would be fine. But where did double-faced king go? No matter how powerful the Titan Prince is, there's no reason for him to instantly kill the double-faced king. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had recovered a portion of his strength. While channeling energy to heal the Pearl Beauty, he discussed the battle situation with the Lord of the Azure Wolf Kingdom and the others. Inside, there's actually an ancient runic teleportation array. Originally, there was an additional teleportation array beneath the god body. The Azure Wolf Emperor hesitated for a moment, but he still said it in the end. What do you mean? The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had a rough idea. That ancient rune transportation portal might be a passageway to the grimoire. Sky Execution, Grey Wolf, and the Two-Faced King might have already entered it. As for the Titan Prince, he managed to escape from the Sun King's pursuit under Lord Mingri Hao's control and return to the Stormy Sea, the King of Luluo said. The moment he said that, everyone's hearts began to heat up. Divine Grimoire. Although everyone knew that the Divine Grimoire would never recognize him as its master. After all, it was a Divine Grimoire. Even if he couldn't obtain the Divine Grimoire, being able to enter it would not be a waste of his life. Everyone quietened down and looked at each other. In the end, they all avoided eye contact. In fact, everyone wanted to enter, but they were too embarrassed to show it in front of everyone. According to their strength, they had no chance of entering the grimoire. That was the battle between the Titan Prince and the Sun King. Unless the two of them died in battle, and the Silent King, the Lion King, and the 8 generals under their command were all dead, it would never be their turn. The snake-haired devil man, who was holding the vengeful Region Emperor, suddenly laughed out loud. Let's go. We can see the Divine Grimoire, so why not? Even if I die, I will close my eyes to see it. He carried the vengeful Domain Emperor and walked confidently in front. Go. The Azure Wolf Kingdom's king and the Luluo Kingdom's king were originally a little hesitant, but seeing that someone was taking the lead, they were overjoyed and immediately followed. What about you guys? The King of Still Wind Kingdom, holding the Pearl Beauty in his arms, also wanted to follow and take a look, but found that Zhang Guan, Bai Ma, He Tu and the others were sitting down, as if they did not have the strength to move, and he was a little embarrassed. If these people did not go in, and the people he had received favors from were rushing to go in, if the young Master Titan knew, he would definitely be furious. Besides, if it were not for these guards, he and the others would have died long ago. We'll wait for young Master here, you guys go ahead. Zhang Guan had been injured many times. He forced a smile and said, if young Master doesn't come back, we have no reason to live. If the monarch is righteous, please come and bury this corpse for us later. Alright, Ji Feng will go first. The King of Still Wind Kingdom understood that these loyal guards would not be too far away from the young Master Titan. If it were not for the fact that their combat power was too weak, these guards would probably stay outside the Storm Sea and fight with the 8 generals. The young Master Titan was very strong, but apart from the Silent King, he still had to fight with a terrifying enemy like the Sun King. The odds were against him. It was reasonable that these guards were unwilling to leave. The King of Still Wind Kingdom wanted to stay and wait for Yue Yang with these loyal guards. Although the true identity of the young Master Titan was a rebel leader from the Tower of Babel, he treated him far better than his family and friends. However, the Pearl Beauty in his arms had already woken up, and she wanted to enter the Divine Grimoire to take a look. According to her words, first go into the Divine Grimoire to take a look. If there was really no chance to see the truth, then come out and wait for the young Master Titan. The Pearl Beauty did not plead bitterly. She just looked at the King of Still Wind Kingdom with a very longing gaze. The heart of the King of Still Wind Kingdom was moved by her. He decided to temporarily bid farewell to Zhang Guan and the other loyal guards, and take her into the Divine Grimoire to take a look. Your Majesty, we are weak and useless. It's better to stay. Manager Yi and head teacher Jin also wanted to enter the Divine Grimoire, but they all knew their limits. Not to mention servants like them, even the King of Still Wind Kingdom would be as difficult to protect himself as an ant in the Divine Grimoire. Instead of taking risks, it was better to stay here in the space channel with Zhang Guan and the others. At least, staying with these people was the safest. Okay, you guys stay and wait. The King of Still Wind Kingdom could certainly feel the loyalty of Manager Yi and head teacher Jin, but he could not protect himself. It was already difficult to enter the Divine Grimoire with a Pearl Beauty in his arms. Exploring the dangerous Divine Grimoire world, it was impossible to divert his attention to take care of more people. It was also a good choice for Manager Yi and the others to stay. Seeing the King of Green Wolf Kingdom and the others enter the Divine Grimoire world from the ancient rune transmission array, the King of Still Wind Kingdom was a little hesitant. Should he go in, or turn back and wait for the young Master Titan to win? It was too selfish of him to abandon the young Master Titan who was fighting fiercely and enter this unknown Divine Grimoire world. If he encountered the double-faced king or the Sun King, wouldn't he be courting death? The pearl beauty in his arms did not urge him, but looked at his face with big bright eyes. Waiting patiently. Usually, there were very few things that could make her desire so much. As a man, couldn't he go through fire and water for his lover? The King of Still Wind Kingdom kissed the pearl beauty's white jade-like forehead, gently wiped away the little blood stains on her face, and used energy to make her little face glow again. Holding her carefully, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, he stepped onto the Divine Wish transmission array. Storm Sea. Yue Yang and the Silent King looked at each other. Just like when he and the Sun King looked at each other, he looked at the Silent King without blinking, and the Silent King also stared at this dangerous young man with incomparable seriousness. Around Yue Yang's body, dots and dots of starlight unconsciously flashed. Although it was still daytime, the sky had gradually darkened. Night fell, and the dots of starlight were like innocent children blinking their big curious eyes. Gradually, there were more and more, and finally, the entire storm sea was inlaid with beautiful stars. They were of different sizes, but all of them were lifelike and shone brighter than real stars. A beautiful Milky Way, a Milky Way filled with tens of billions of bright stars. They were born around Yue Yang's body, and constantly rotated, covering the entire storm sea. The storm sea became the Sea of Tranquility again. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the shining beautiful starry sky. It was really hard to tell which was the starry sky and which was the sea. Yue Yang turned his hand. The sea and the starry sky, both strangely flipped over. The whole world was flipped over, becoming the starry sky below and the sea above. The inverted starry sky and the sea were no different. When the blood of the people above and below dripped down, it strangely dripped down to the starry sky below. On the contrary, the seawater continued to be as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starry sky. The seawater was clear and transparent, reflecting thousands of dots of starlight, as if the sea above was the real starry sky. Child's play. The Lion King was secretly shocked. He did not know how Yue Yang did it. He actually turned the world upside down, the starry sky upside down, and it was a true reversal of the world, the starry sky, and everyone in the storm sea. But his expression did not change at all, as if what Yue Yang did was an insignificant trick that even a 3-year-old child could not fool. Is that so? A mocking smile appeared on Yue Yang's lips. He flipped his hand again. Heaven and earth were reversed again, the starry sky above, and the sea returned to its original position. The corner of the Silent King's eyes twitched slightly, because he did not see any flaws in Yue Yang's two changes. If it was His Majesty the Sun King, he would definitely be able to see through the flaws and counter Titan Yue's domain. He clearly knew that Titan Yue's innate ability was the reversal innate ability and that his domain was the starry sky domain, but he just couldn't counter it. This was the biggest difference between him and a top powerhouse. The smile on Yue Yang's face did not change. Once again, he flipped his hand to change the sky and earth. What made the Lion King and the rest panic was heaven and earth. Under the flipping of Yue Yang's palms, the world spun like a windmill. 10 turns, 100 turns, 1,000 turns. In the end, even someone as strong as the Lion King could not determine whether the sky above him was the starry sky, or whether the soles of his feet were the sea. Under such circumstances, if Titan Yu attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Lion King and the Golden Crown King clenched their fists, while the 8 generals panicked and looked at the Silent King. The Silent King could not see through the mystery, and could only guard his heart. Regardless of heaven and earth, regardless of the starry sky or the sea, his own combat strength and willpower remained the same. But he had already realized another point. This Titan Yu was not using this starry sky domain to target him, but his companions and subordinates. It could be said that this heaven and earth reversal and starry sky upside down were used to kill the Lion King, the Golden Crown King, and the 8 generals. With a wave of his hand, rays of guidance brilliance from the birth of the faith talent were released. He ordered the 8 generals under him to gather behind him. Although the Lion King and the Golden Crown King did not receive the guidance of the guidance brilliance, they knew that the Silent King was leaving them some face. Although they did not say anything, they secretly moved closer to the Silent King. When these people gathered their greatest strength and were ready to counterattack. Yue Yang smiled. He very politely made a welcoming gesture, like a hospitable host who happily welcomed his guests. Welcome to the Tower of Babel. This is the 9th level of the Heaven Stairway. This place is a little shabby, but as the host, we are still very hospitable. Tower of Babel, the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway. The Lion King's expression changed. This is specially designed by me to welcome everyone to the Tower of Babel. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Aren't you all very surprised? Yue Yang smiled radiantly. He had a flaw. When he smiled, people would feel that he was very handsome. But there was one bad thing about him. He was handsome with a bad side, making people feel like he deserved a beating. Chapter 977. When Yue Yang flipped his palm again, what appeared in front of everyone was a wasteland that was in ruins. There were rocks all over the ground, not a single drop of water, not to mention the sea. In the distance, there was a collapsed valley. Silent King realized that the place where Yue Yang was standing was a blood-red altar, and there was a statue of a headless goddess with infinite power standing on it. If everything he had seen before was still an illusion, then the moment he saw the statue of the goddess, the Silent King knew that everyone, including himself, had really left the stormy sea and arrived at the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway mentioned by Titan Yu. How did Yue Yang Titan Yu do it? Silent King could not understand. However, he did not doubt it. Because it was very simple. This Titan Yu could not have created the power of that goddess statue. That kind of power, although not offensive, was terrifyingly powerful. Even the Sun King, Eastern Palace Master, and even Ji Zun of the temple had to bow down to the power of this goddess statue. This was definitely the statue of an ancient god. Although he did not understand how a statue could hide the power of a god, it was the truth. Anyone who had not reached that realm could not create such an illusion. This place, I smell a terrifying aura. The dwarf among the 8 generals suddenly cried out in alarm. It's a kind of death aura. I'm sorry, the Empress died here. Maybe some of the death aura energy has not dissipated yet. Yue Yang explained lightly, as if the one he was killing here was not the 9 Lights Empress, but a hen. When the Lion King and the Golden Crown King heard this, their hearts sank again. Without the Sun King, could Silent King really fight against Yue Yang Titan Yu alone? Silent King frowned. He suddenly realized something. Why did this Yue Yang abandon the Sun King and come back to fight him? The reason was that he wanted to drag him to this Tong Tian Tower and stop him from returning to the temple to report his secret. Do you think that I can't report to the temple because of this? My beast had already left long ago. The Silent King didn't say it out loud, but he felt that he was cautious. After following the Sun King for so many years, he already knew the priorities of things. Although he did not return personally, how could he disobey the order to report to the Divine Hall? How could he throw it to the back of his mind? Now, the Mudskipper should have returned to that place. Although the Mudskipper dog's battle power was not strong, its speed was as fast as lightning, and it could not be killed by any external force. With its basic intelligence, it was not only the best beast for tracking enemies, it was also the best beast for carrying information. Its identity represented the most important information, because it was a beast that only Hall Masters and above were qualified to own. In the Solar Divine Palace, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King were not qualified to have Mudskipper dogs. Only the Sun King and himself had it. That place will definitely do its best to escort the Mudskipper to the Temple of Light when it sees the Mudskipper dog. Silent King sneered in his heart, but did not say it out loud. If you think that you can intercept the information by intercepting me, then you are wrong. He was gravely mistaken. Little Wen Li, who was standing behind Yue Yang, suddenly stepped forward and threw something. That black shadow fell heavily on the pile of rocks and couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling cry, woof. Then, it jumped up and ran towards the Silent King as fast as lightning, like a pitiful wandering dog that saw its owner. When the Silent King saw the black shadow appear, it was as if his heart was punched by someone. It was so painful that he couldn't speak, and even his breathing stopped. However, Yue Yang was different. His body was light and his mind was clear. He said with a face full of smiles, "The Silent King's watchdog is not bad. It runs very fast. I originally wanted to send my watchdog to chase after it, but that fellow underestimated me too much. It started too slow, and I actually couldn't catch up to it in a short period of time. My little darling is still the best. She used 100 teleportations and chased your watchdog back." The more amiable Yue Yang's smile was, the more bitter the Silent King felt. He really wanted to punch his mudskipper dog to death. However, after calming down, he knew that it wasn't his mudskipper dog that made a mistake. It was just that the silent little serpent demon Loli was too strong. At first, he thought that the mudskipper was the strongest. Who knew that this little serpent demon Loli was more likely to be the strongest? A miniature version of the Conquest Queen. Seeing little Wen Li capture Silent King's mudskipper dog, the Lion King, Golden Crown King and the rest's expressions changed. What do we do now? No matter how brave the Lion King was, he would be lying if he said he wasn't a little nervous after suffering a series of blows. The Silent King made a series of hand signs. This set of hand signs was said by the Sun King before they set off. It was a special hand sign language created by the Sun God Palace. It replaced verbal commands and used secret hand signs to inform everyone to execute it. This was a secret hand sign language that could be used even by the enemy without fear of being leaked. Once the Silent King made a gesture, the Lion King and the rest immediately understood. Moreover, this was the last hand sign that the Sun King had instructed before setting up his plan. It could be said that this was also the most important hand sign language that would only be used when there was no other choice. This meant that the situation had already collapsed to the extreme. Everyone had to give up on their original mission and find a way to survive at the first possible moment. They had to leave on their own. The Silent King made another gesture. This meant that he would stay behind to stop Yue Yang. The Lion King and Golden Crown King would assist him and wait for the 8 generals to escape before leaving. As for the 8 generals, because of the temple's previous understanding of Tong Tian Tower and the latest information given by the clown, they all knew that staying in the heaven stairway was a dead end and they would never be able to leave. They had to escape to the space-time crack in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and return to the heaven realm through the space-time crack. Of course, if it really didn't work, they could also hide and wait for the gate of heaven realm that opened once every 100 years. However, that route was no different from a dead end. Without the strength of a demigod, no one dared to say that they could pass through the shattered void and reach the gate of heaven realm. Unless the people in the temple that guarded the gate of heaven realm knew that their companions were in need of help in advance and received them from afar. When the Silent King saw that the 8 generals were still looking at him, he couldn't help but be furious. With a wave of his hand, he sent the poet and the other subordinates flying 10,000 meters away. According to the clown's information, other than Yue Yang, Titan Yu and Ji Zun, there was no one else in Tong Tian Tower who was slightly stronger. The entire Tong Tian Tower had just risen and there weren't many warriors with the strength of Earth rank, let alone Heaven rank. With the strength of the 8 generals, if Yue Yang didn't chase after them, they could totally sweep through Tong Tian Tower and return to the Heaven realm calmly. Even if Ji Zun and Night Empress tried to stop them, he believed that a few of them would be able to escape. Only one of them could escape and report the news of Yue Yang to the Deity Templar. The Deity Templar would definitely attack Tong Tian Tower at all costs. Let's go, there's no point for us to stay. The poet was the calmest. Although he was brought to the heaven stairway by Yue Yang, he was still rational. He took the initiative to stand out and lead the group to leave. Not long after they set off, they were worried that Yue Yang would abandon the Silent King and follow behind them. After a quick discussion with the most experienced long-bearded old man and the strongest fool, they decided to split up and leave. I'll bring up the rear. The fool didn't dare to be lazy anymore and decided to stay at the back. Let's meet again in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower. The long-bearded old man agreed to split up. He brought the fatty and the dwarf along with him, while the poet brought the barbarian tribe and the hanged man along with him. If they split up into 3 groups, even if Yue Yang chased after them, there would definitely be 2 groups that survived. Moreover, there was still the Silent King, Lion King and Golden Crown King behind them. It was said that other than Yue Yang, Ji Zun and Night Empress, there was no one else who was a heaven ranker in Tong Tian Tower. Even a king-level warrior from Heaven Realm could do whatever he wanted. Any random person from Sun God Palace could defeat Heaven Realm's king. With the 7 generals here, why would they need to worry about their future? Other than Yu Tai-tan, the new prison emperor, who was strong enough, Tong Tian Tower had fallen for a long time. They weren't a threat at all. Before the poet split up, he comforted his companions. Then, everyone hurried on their way. Although there weren't any strong people in Tong Tian Tower, it was still a scary place. Who knew what would happen? This wasn't Heaven Realm, it wasn't their territory. It was better to take it easy and not be too arrogant. If they provoked Yue Yang and made him his target, it would be terrible. At this time, the poet and the other strong warriors didn't care about their demeanor anymore. They quickly split up and searched for teleportation circles. If this was Tong Tian Tower, it would be better. The clown's information had the location of the teleportation circles in every level of Tong Tian Tower. But this was Heaven's Stairway, a wasteland that no one had ever set foot on before. Previously, no one cared about the information here. The poet brought the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanged Man along the canyon. Before they flew for more than 100 kilometers, an earth-shattering battle broke out behind them. The entire ground was shaking. The shockwaves swept up rocks and sand, covering the sky. It was unknown if it was due to good luck or something else, but the poet who couldn't find the teleportation circle for a long time saw a fatty who looked like he deserved a beating. He brought a dozen young human men and women running towards him from afar. Isn't this the perfect hostage? As long as he captured these weak humans and let them lead the team, wouldn't it be fine? Without waiting for the poet to give the order, the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanged Man had already rushed out. Fuck. When the leader of the group saw the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanging Man, his face turned pale with fright. He shouted like a pig being slaughtered. Come quickly, we have caught up, there are enemies here, so strong, these two guys are at least Heaven Stage level 6, you guys attack. You're not going. A tall and skinny warrior beside the fatty kicked the fatty angrily. Me, if I go, I'll just be throwing my life away. The fatty knew himself very well. Not just Heaven rank level 6. In the crowd, another cool young man stepped forward. The poet noticed that this kid looked a bit like God's retribution. They both had a special temperament, but his power was much weaker than God's retribution's. He was still very young, just like a teenager. Of course not. Although we haven't comprehended divine sense, our strength has already surpassed the average Heaven rank level 6 with divine sense. If it wasn't for the temple's rule that one must have quasi-divine sense to be called Heaven rank level 6, and only those who have complete divine sense can be called Heaven rank level 7, we would have reached Heaven rank level 7 long ago. Hello, I'm a general of the Sun God Palace who has comprehended quasi-divine sense. You can call me poet. The poet first scanned the group of people cautiously. When he realized that no one had the strength of Heaven rank, he came out with a peace of mind. Not to mention the three of them, even a Heaven rank warrior could sweep them away. No wonder there was no one in Tong Tian Tower. It turned out that the juniors here were really weak and pitiful. Does possessing divine sense equal to comprehending sovereign will? A little girl in the team asked her companion. It should be. The Heaven realm has a different name from ours. The tall and skinny man explained in a low voice. The poet could tell at a glance that this little girl actually had the highest position in the crowd. She should be some kind of royal family, maybe even a human princess. I comprehended sovereign will in the gate of life and death. It's a pity that my strength is not enough. I haven't reached the innate sovereign realm yet. Maybe this is what they meant by quasi-divine sense. The poet saw that the little girl suddenly clenched her fists and stepped out from the crowd. She issued a challenge to him, General from the Heaven realm, let me fight with you. Let's see if your quasi-divine sense is stronger or if my immovable sovereign will is stronger. Bing we don't need to fight one-on-one. We have a lot of people. Let's just gang up on him. Fatty, Skinny and the others hurriedly persuaded the little girl to change her mind. With just you, the Hanging Man sneered and snorted disdainfully. Her identity is the most honorable. Take her as a hostage. The poet also felt that this little girl had never seen the world. She must have been spoiled by her elders since she was young. She completely didn't know what a real battle was. She even thought that all kinds of performances under the luxurious clothes were real battles. A real battle where life and death could be decided in an instant was not something a little girl like her could participate in. This was really too ridiculous. The Hanging Man's movement technique was incomparably strange. His movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind the little girl. His long hands were like claws, grabbing the back of the little girl's neck. When he grabbed the little girl, he was also prepared. If the little girl's companions came to her rescue, he would immediately release a ring-shaped shockwave to shake off the group of people, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to capture her alive as a hostage. The Hanging Man felt that he had 100 ways to kill the other party in a second. Suddenly, the Hanging Man felt the world spinning. He flew out and crashed into the stone wall of the canyon. He was so dizzy that he didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the terrifying Yue Yang had caught up? Impossible, he was clearly still fighting with the Lion King, Golden Crown King and the Silent King. However, at the moment when its fist was about to land, the little girl who didn't look very powerful had already gotten close to it and pressed her palm on its chest. Rumble, the barbarian tribe's huge body slid backward, his legs deeply embedded into the stone surface. He tried to stabilize his body, but the irresistible force made his body keep moving backward. His legs carved out 200 meters deep pits on the stone surface before he gradually stabilized himself. The barbarian tribe's body was as strong as a dragon's. He vomited a mouthful of green blood. The poet saw this incredible scene and his eyes widened. Impossible, this is impossible. Brother is right, an attack with the will of a supreme martial artist can directly hit the soul. External forces can't resist it at all. The little girl named Bing defeated 2 warriors with 1 move. Although it was only a slight setback, she was so happy that she jumped up. She looked at her hands in disbelief. I can help brother beat the bad guys now. Don't underestimate the enemy. The enemy's strength is still above us. The attack just now was just because they were too careless. They almost didn't get hurt. The poet saw a noble beauty in luxurious clothes caressing the little girl's head. She seemed to be her elder. Behind the little girl, there was a masked woman who was floating in the air and sitting on a spirit mirror. She was smiling and encouraging the little girl. Bing if you use the power of ancient runes, the effect will be better. However, I can't believe that you can fight against the warriors of the Solar Divine Palace now. Yes, I will work harder. The little girl clenched her small pink fist. No matter how the poet looked, he couldn't see that the 2 attacks just now were made by her. That's not right. How could such a weak human girl defeat the hanging man and the barbarian with 1 move? There are only 3 here. The number is not right. These cunning guys split up halfway. There are still a few that we didn't catch. It's okay. There are still the warlike guys from the demonic palace and the demonic abyss. It's definitely not enough to deal with them alone. Sister Sky Law and Sister Sky Calamity have already rushed over. It's okay, then what are we waiting for? Let's fight quickly, otherwise, we will be robbed again. Princess Fallen Flowers, you fight that poet. Inan and Sister Bing fight that white-eyed stalker. We will gang up on this stupid barbarian. Fatty continued to gesticulate about the arrangement. The poet still felt strange until now. Why did these people dare to challenge him? Since when could the elite warriors of the Solar Divine Palace of the Central Shrine be bullied by Earth-rank warriors? Die! The hanging man flew out from the rock and fiercely charged towards the little girl called Bing who attacked him just now. His speed was extremely fast. Forest of Life. The poet saw that the little girl calmly summoned her grimoire. It was actually a high-ranked platinum grimoire that many elders, clan leaders, high lords and even the vice palace masters didn't have. Once the grimoire was summoned, a protective shield appeared. The hanging man who originally thought that he could instantly kill the little girl in the protective shield realized that he was bound. Countless strange vines and towering trees formed by runes erupted around the little girl's body. In an instant, a boundless ancient forest was formed. It also formed a forest domain that couldn't be defended by human strength. This forest domain was connected to the heaven and earth. If one wanted to shake it, they would undoubtedly shake the entire heaven and earth. The little girl shouted and the energy in her body exploded. An overwhelming will emerged from her small body and formed an indescribable power that suppressed the hanging man. The 2 tree ant warriors that the poet had never seen before jumped out and heavily trampled on the hanging man's body. This was not the end. Another guardian spirit beast flew out. With her support, the entire ancient forest-like domain immediately increased in quantity. The girl's willpower was also pushed to its limit. Even the poet, who was outside the battle circle, couldn't help but take a step back from the shock. What? This hidden power, how could it be so terrifying? The poet couldn't help but cry out in shock. Now, he suddenly understood why this little girl dared to challenge him. It was because she actually had the power close to heaven rank level 6. The strangest thing was that she wasn't even a heaven-ranked ranker. She was obviously an earth-ranked ranker. Once her hidden power was unsealed, how could she have the power close to heaven-ranked level 6? The scariest thing was that this little girl had comprehended divine sense without being a heaven-ranked ranker. From the looks of it, her divine sense was comparable to his. The more the poet thought, the more shocked he became. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted, I understand, you are Titan Yu's sister. Other than Titan Yu, that abnormal genius, the poet couldn't think of a second possibility. Only his sister could be so powerful. Hearing the poet's shout, the fatty who looked like he deserved a beating suddenly smiled and asked, "You guessed it right. However, can you guess who I am? Stand firm, pay attention, don't let me scare you to the ground. The one standing in front of you, the elegant, tall, mighty, handsome, and confident jade-faced gentleman, Hai Dafu, is me. The Titan you speak of, he's actually my little brother. As a boss, I have no choice but to show you how powerful I am. Take a look, I'm going to use my ultimate move. It's none of my business if you guys cry in fear." Hearing this, the poet was immediately dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the ground. Chapter 978 Blood Altar. The Lion King's huge mouth shot out 19, lion spit wind, consecutively. In the Silent King's prayer domain, this extremely aggressive light pillar energy received the greatest boost. It was dark gold in color and looked like a solid substance. Any heaven ranker below the king level would die on the spot if they were hit by any one of them. Just this was not enough. Silent King's guardian beast, devout, with the help of its master's faith inherent skill, personally guided the 19 destructive lions spit wind with its mind. All 19 lions spit wind hit Yue Yang's body. Not a single one missed. Boom 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 boom, a series of explosions erupted around the blood altar. Shockwaves distorted and tore the surrounding space. Huge chunks of the mountain in the valley collapsed. Huge rocks flew into the air, and mud and smoke filled the air, covering the sky. At the center of the explosion, it was like a shattered sun. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. The fireball was still burning in the sky for a long time. Lightning danced like a golden snake. If such a terrifying attack were to land on someone else, the Lion King would not doubt if his enemy would still be alive, because it was impossible. However, when the 19 lions spit wind hit Yue Yang, the new prison emperor, the Lion King did not dare to guarantee that it would be effective. For a young man who could turn the sky and the earth with a flip of his hand, easily turning the sky upside down, for a young man who could secretly deceive the meticulous Sun King, escape from the divine grimoire, return to the stormy ocean, deceive Silent King in a large group of people, and use an unknown secret skill to teleport all his companions to the 5th floor of the heaven stairway of Tong Tian Tower, could such a young man really be killed by 19 lions spit wind? It was already not bad if it could seriously injure him. This was how the Lion King comforted himself. If not for Silent King trying his best to hold this young man back, he would not have had the chance to use the 19 lions spit wind. Fortunately, no matter what, the 19 lions spit wind had hit its target. No matter how abnormal his fighting power was, his body was still human. As long as he had a human body, there was no reason for him not to be injured. The human body was the most fragile of all creatures. In front of a powerful race, the human body was simply synonymous with weakness. Yue Yang, who had been hit 19 times by the lion's breath jet, was also silent for a long time. He didn't make a single sound, nor did he sense any aura. Could he really have been killed by this sneak attack? How could that be possible? The Silent King's divine power heavy palm was also effective. Could it be that this kid's body could resist spiritual sense attacks, but not energy jets? His weakness was that he couldn't withstand the impact and burning of energy. If that was the case, how did this kid survive the energy storm of the Sun King's explosion? Is he really dead? Golden Crown King and Lion King looked at each other in confusion. The two of them moved forward slightly, with the Silent King holding the fort. They waved their hands together. The palm wind formed a fierce gale. It engulfed the entire heaven and earth, as if a hurricane had passed through. The gale swept away all the smoke and gravel, revealing the empty blood-red altar. There was no one on the blood-red altar, as if silently proving the fact that the young man who stood there had been killed. This result made the Lion King and Golden Crown King both surprised and happy. It couldn't be. Was this a dream, or was it real? Isn't the human body too fragile? Golden Crown King's voice was trembling with joy. Not necessarily. Lion King was overjoyed, but he spoke modestly. After all, the Silent King was the main contributor. Just as the two of them were about to go forward to check the traces, the Silent King's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something terrifying. He slowly turned around, turned back. The horrified expression on his face was like a normal person who had seen a ghost. Both the Lion King and Golden Crown King were shocked by the Silent King's abnormal reaction. They rushed forward a few steps at the same time, and then leapt back, afraid that someone would attack them when they turned around. There was no attack, and there was no one behind him at all. There was only an empty world, a void ruins filled with rubble. As the mountain wind blew, there was an indescribable desolation in the entire wasteland. Is there something wrong? Lion King couldn't tell. Everything is normal. Golden Crown King looked left and right, but didn't find anything unusual. The Silent King didn't say anything. Suddenly, he ruthlessly kicked the mudskipper dog at his feet, sending it flying in a semicircle, crashing heavily into the mountain wall tens of thousands of meters away. That's a mudskipper dog. The Lion King's heart ached for the Silent King. That was a mudskipper dog that only Hall Masters and above could possess. How could it be kicked away? Moreover, with this kind of strength, the mudskipper dog would definitely be heavily injured. Although the Silent King was extremely serious, he had always treated his beasts well. The mudskipper dog was also his beloved beast, so there was no reason for him to do this. What was going on? Golden Crown King was also shocked, but he soon discovered the problem. The mudskipper dog crashed into the mountain wall. The impact caused the mountain wall to collapse. However, there wasn't the expected scream. The mudskipper dog didn't make a sound. It just shattered into a pile of rubble. Fake. The mudskipper dog at the Silent King's feet was actually a fake. If it was an enemy, then wouldn't the three of them be in danger? The Lion King and Golden Crown King couldn't understand how this living mudskipper dog was replaced by Yue Yang as a rock. Where did the real mudskipper dog go? Woof, woof woof. A few barks rang out. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the Lion King and Golden Crown King, there was another living mudskipper dog at the Silent King's feet. Was this one real or fake? The Silent King's expression changed. He raised both of his palms and exploded with all his strength. Together with his guardian beast, Devout, they formed a divine sense energy ball that was as large as a sun. As soon as the flame sun spiritual will energy ball came out, it heavily smashed onto the ground, scaring the Lion King and the Golden Crown King. If it exploded, not to mention the hidden enemy, even they themselves would be severely injured. Just as the two of them sprinted towards the sky with all their might to avoid the explosion. Suddenly, the world changed. It was as if a curtain was gently lifted, revealing a stage. It was also like a light breeze blowing away the smoke that shrouded the earth, restoring the original appearance of the world. In short, in an instant, the world had completely changed. The original broken canyon, desolate wasteland ruins, and the blood-red altar with the statue of the goddess had all disappeared. The Lion King realized that the three of them were hanging upside down, standing upside down at the top of the sky. Below them was a boundless snowfield. Everywhere in the sky, there seemed to be ice blocks of different sizes floating, but they were all melting at an indescribably slow speed. The Silent King raised his arm and realized that his skin was also melting continuously. Only now did he realize that his body was being devoured by a terrifying and irresistible divine power. This devouring speed was very slow, but it was irresistible. Compared to this devouring space, the energy in his body was as insignificant as a clay ox entering the sea. Silent King, I was wondering who was so arrogant and dared to barge into Tong Tian Tower. So it's you. An angelic voice came from an ice palace on the snowfield. This voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the entire world of ice and snow. In the ears of the Silent King, the Lion King and the Golden Crown King, it was as powerful as a hammer striking their hearts. An absolute confidence that couldn't be described by any words in the world pierced into the minds of the Silent King and the others like an arrow, forcefully digging a hole in their minds. When the Silent King heard this heavenly and gentle voice, he shuddered and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You are Ji-Zun. Previously, the Lion King had obtained information about Tong Tian Tower from the clown. He knew that other than the new prison emperor, Yue Yang, the strongest person in Tong Tian Tower was a woman called Ji-Zun. It's a little familiar. The Golden Crown King tried hard to recall. He felt that this voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Let me introduce. Yue Yang appeared out of nowhere at this moment. He clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look at him. He had a smile on his face. It was a smile with a hint of naughtiness that made people want to punch him. When Yue Yang came out, little Wen Li naturally followed behind him. With a light wave of her hand, she threw the muddied dog onto the surface of the snowfield. Once the muddied dog regained its freedom, it immediately wanted to escape back to the Silent King's side. However, this time, it wasn't like the time at the blood altar. When the muddied dog jumped up from the snowfield, it immediately froze into ice cubes. Its momentum didn't change. Although it died on the spot and its corpse turned into ice, the force of the jump caused it to fly all the way to the Silent King's feet. Through the ice, the Lion King could see the surprise when it found its master, as well as the eagerness to return to its master's side. The muddied dog was similar to a guardian beast to a certain extent, it would almost never die. Now, the Lion King was 100% sure that the muddied dog was dead. And it was definitely incurable. It died under the power of the ancient code that was comparable to a god. Under this power of the ancient code, not to mention a muddied dog, even a divine beast would find it hard to survive. The strangest thing was that the muddied dog was killed by the power of the ancient code and turned into ice, but it didn't exist forever like ordinary ice corpses. Another kind of equally terrifying divine power directly devoured all the energy of its corpse. Under the situation of losing the support of its willpower, the ice corpse disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It first turned into powder, then into nothingness. It really disappeared forever. Cough cough, I seem to have introduced a little late. But it's okay, I believe you have seen it. This is the black hole space, the sealed place of the ancient gods. Below it is the ice world that Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li is building. Because the ice world has not been completed, the ice palace is also a little crude. However, as the disciple of Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, there is no reason for me not to welcome all of you esteemed guests. Yue Yang apologized very sincerely. Previously at the 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway, I was really rude. I have just become the new prison emperor, so I don't know the etiquette and have neglected everyone. I'm really sorry, I hope that everyone can forgive me this once for the sake of Her Majesty. Those who didn't know would think that Yue Yang was treating them to a meal. His sincerity was really quite sufficient. At least, that was how it looked on the surface. A drop of sweat dripped from Silent King's forehead. He was now a little aware of the seriousness of the consequences. It was no longer as simple as dying in battle. If the Conquest Queen made a move, he was afraid that everyone, including himself, would be captured. Once captured, he might not even be able to keep the secret of the Divine Palace, let alone Lion King and Golden Crown King. It's over, the Conquest Queen was about to break through the black hole seal and reappear. He hurriedly made a self-destructing gesture towards Lion King and Golden Crown King. Lion King and Golden Crown King were shocked. Self-destructing? They didn't even see the Conquest Queen and they were going to self-destruct. Although the Conquest Queen was strong, she had exhausted all her energy in the sealed space and might be very weak. She was just scaring them now. If they were to self-destruct without understanding, wouldn't their sacrifice be in vain? You want to die? It's not that easy. A golden light flashed, faster than sound. The heavenly words reverberated in the ears of Lion King and Golden Crown King. Their eyes had already seen a horrifying scene. Silent King, who was about to self-destruct, had his head pressed down by a woman in crystal armor. Instantly, his entire body turned into ice and he became an ice sculpture. That woman took down Silent King in one move and slowly turned her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Even if Lion King and Golden Crown King didn't recognize their parents, they would recognize this face. This was because the owner of this face had once shaken the entire heaven realm. She had almost single-handedly defeated the central shrine. When they saw this, it was as if their hearts were struck by lightning. They couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, "The Conquest Queen." Queen Vivian Li's bright eyes swept across them, as if she was looking at two little bugs with disdain. Her murderous aura soared to the sky. Her voice was colder than ice. "Do you want me to make a move or surrender?" Lion King was known as the bravest warrior in the entire central shrine. But at this moment, he was scared out of his wits and almost knelt down. He tried hard to swallow his saliva and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. However, he found that his throat was strangely dry and he couldn't speak at all. "Kneel down. I haven't come out for 10,000 years. Do you little bugs think that there's no one left in Tong Tian Tower?" Queen Vivian Li was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Chapter 979. With the invincible might of Queen Vivian Li, Yue Yang finally didn't have to worry about dealing with the Silent King. With his current strength, he would definitely be able to win against the Silent King. The problem was what kind of price he would have to pay. No matter how perfect Yue Yang's battle tactics were, he wouldn't have the strength to challenge the Sun King after defeating the Silent King in a one-on-one battle. In order to save the most energy and deal with the Sun King who had entered the grimoire, Yue Yang had painstakingly thought of a scheme to deceive everyone. First, he used the reality of illusion, that reversed the stars in heaven and earth to deceive the enemy. Then, he lured the Silent King and the rest from the stormy ocean in the heaven realm to the heaven stairway. Then, while the enemies were panicking, he used the reality of illusion again to secretly send the main target, the Silent King, into the world of ice and snow in the black hole sealed space. When Queen Vivian Li appeared, even a powerful person like the Silent King was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to fight at all. In fact, due to the difference in levels and strength between the two, there wasn't much to compare. Even in front of Queen Vivian Li, who hadn't recovered her full strength, the Silent King was far from being a match for her. He couldn't even self-destruct. With just one move, the invincible Queen of Conquest took him down. In the black hole sealed space, in the world of ice and snow built by Queen Vivian Li, not to mention the Silent King, even if the Sun King came personally, he would definitely be defeated. This was no different from when Yue Yang barged into the central shrine and was ganged up on by Ji Wei, the Sun King and the Eastern Palace Master. It was even worse. Even if Queen Vivian Li ignored the Silent King, he would never be able to get out. Even if the Silent King never stepped into the world of ice and snow and was not restricted by Queen Vivian Li's divine power, he would still be swallowed alive by the black hole. When Yue Yang used the world exterminating wheel to split the Silent King in half, the frozen soul was first burned by Yue Yang's nirvana flame, allowing him to experience the feeling of ice and fire. Then, under the seal of Yue Yang's supreme will and domain of creation, he was locked in the demon-suppressing tower forever. Lion King and Golden Crown King immediately knelt down. He had no choice but to kneel. No one would be able to withstand such a combination of ice and fire. Not to mention himself. Even if the Sun King came personally, he would also have to kneel in this kind of hopeless situation. Queen Vivian Li alone was already terrifying enough. There was still Titan Yu, who possessed the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. Furthermore, they were trapped in the black hole sealed space that they could never escape from. How could they survive? I won't make things difficult for you. No one believed Yue Yang's words, but they had no choice. Their lives were already in his hands, they had no choice but to listen. Go in yourself, Queen Vivian Li shouted. Lion King and Golden Crown King shivered and automatically entered the demon-suppressing tower's inner space. As for when they would be released, it would depend on Yue Yang's mood. However, no matter how long they stayed in the dark prison, it was still better than being executed on the spot. At least they would still be alive. What Lion King and Golden Crown King were most worried about was not being executed, but being unable to live or die. Under the torture of Queen Vivian Li's peerless ice and Yue Yang's nirvana flame, even if they had the immortal body, indestructible godhead and unmoving divine sense, they still wouldn't be able to endure it. In order to avoid physical pain, Lion King and Golden Crown King chose to surrender, like many of the seniors from the central shrine who had fought against Queen Vivian Li before. It was better to be captured with dignity than to resist stubbornly. If they didn't have to die, who would desire the shrine to award a brave warrior's medal? Little fellow, you really don't need my help to fight against the Sun King. Towards her enemies, Her Majesty Empress Fei Wen Li was a conquering queen who could instantly kill all living things. Towards Yue Yang, she was naturally full of smiles and joy. Taking down the Silent King just now has already consumed a lot of your energy. Don't waste it, leave the Sun King to me. Yue Yang knew how difficult it was to recover energy in the black hole seal. Moreover, Queen Vivian Li still had to build the ice world. If she helped him to fight against the Sun King, then the day she could leave would be far away. Most importantly, the Sun King was cautious and meticulous. With the strength of a quasi-god, it was impossible for him to be deceived like the Silent King. Even the Silent King was only deceived because Yue Yang first went from the storm sea to the 5th level of the heaven stairway. If not for his chaotic state of mind, how could Yue Yang deceive the Silent King? It was really not easy. It was almost impossible to trick the Sun King into the black hole space. If he let Queen Vivian Li break out of the black hole seal, she probably would not have much energy left to help in the battle. She would also have to give up the ice world that she had painstakingly built for a long time. This was something that Yue Yang did not want to see. Of course, with Yue Yang's little bit of manly pride, he also felt that the most powerful enemy should be dealt with by a real man. How could Queen Vivian Li not understand Yue Yang's intention? She rolled her eyes at him with a hint of rebuke. Compared to the ice world, she was more worried about his safety. Yue Yang pretended to smile and scratched the back of his head. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li's expression changed. She became serious when it came to business. With your current strength, it's almost impossible to defeat the Sun King. Even if you give it your all, I reckon that there's only a 1 in 10 chance of winning. Yue Yang did not doubt this 1 in 10 chance. In fact, it would be good if there was even a 1 in 10 chance. His original estimate was 1 in 100. The Sun King is very powerful for you now, but it's not completely impossible to defeat him. In terms of strength, he is on par with Jiweri, but he's not as good as Jiweri. The reason is that the Sun King has a weakness that Jiweri doesn't have. As long as you can grasp this weakness, then it's possible to defeat him. Queen Vivian Li smiled. You went through all the trouble to open the passage to the Divine Grimoire and let him enter the Divine Grimoire. You must have seen a little. Yes, his weakness will be doubled in the Divine Grimoire space. You did a good job. However, even so, the Sun King is still very powerful. You have to be extra careful. I didn't see any weakness. I just think that my advantage in the Divine Grimoire will be greater than his. Yue Yang humbly asked the queen for advice. His Heaven Eye's divine vision could see through everything, but he didn't see much on the Sun King. If he wasn't greedy, you little guy, even if you improved, you wouldn't be able to touch him. Queen Vivian Li was very satisfied with Yue Yang's action of luring the Sun King into the Divine Grimoire. Then, what should I do now? Yue Yang asked. Let me spank you as punishment for waking me up from my sweet dream this time. I'll consider whether to tell you. Queen Vivian Li raised a white jade arm. Change it to a kiss. Yue Yang's shamelessness was definitely at the Grandmaster level. He quickly pulled up that soft hand and gave a crisp and loud kiss on the white orchid-like fingertips. The exciting attack made the queen, who wanted to joke with Yue Yang, tremble. She hurriedly retracted her hand and didn't dare to stretch it out again. She was deeply afraid that this brat would take an inch and keep kissing her. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Hurry up and go do your work. Queen Vivian Li glared at him. All kinds of flirtatious and peerless charm were all in those bright starry eyes. At this moment, there was nothing to say. Her intentions were clear. Yue Yang couldn't help but hug the beauty and fiercely kiss her seductive cherry lips. Little Wen Li shyly covered her little face with her little hands. However, her fingers were slightly open, and she was a little curious as she peeked at her parents' intimacy. After leaving the black hole sealed space, Yue Yang was still a little drunk. For a moment, he wasn't able to recover from the queen's sweet tenderness. Little Wen Li threw herself behind him and held his head with her little hands. She pouted her little pink lips and signaled Yue Yang to kiss her too. Papa. Yue Yang generously rewarded the little darling with a few loud kisses. If it was a normal day, the little fellow would definitely be very happy. But now, she was a little dissatisfied. She refused to come down. Because she wanted Daddy to kiss her little lips, just like how he kissed her mother, not on her forehead. If you're not obedient, I'll spank you. Yue Yang looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, he hugged the little fellow and kissed her on her pink lips. He kissed her lightly, as if he would hurt her if he kissed her even a little too hard. Ha! Little Wen Li was happy and satisfied. She smiled until her little nose wrinkled. She was incomparably cute. Don't tell anyone, Yue Yang specially warned. Yes, the little fellow nodded her head desperately. She was an obedient little accomplice. Who knew how many bad things she had done for Yue Yang? Blood altar. When Yue Yang returned, there were already 4 more women. From the left, it was Ah Man, Red and Yi Ka. As for the one who flew over and threw herself into Yue Yang's arms, it was the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Duo. In order to fight against the Sun King, Yue Yang didn't dare to be negligent. Without the help of outsiders, he gathered all his beasts. Although the training time wasn't too long, there were no more bottlenecks because of Yue Yang's breakthrough to the Peeping God realm. Their training on the Heaven Stairway World Tree could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. After not seeing each other for a day, they had to look at each other in a different light, not to mention that they had worked together and trained hard for half a year. In order to welcome their return, Yue Yang hugged each of them one by one and gave affirmation to them. Where's Zhang Ying, and the dragon ladies and the rest? Yue Yang caressed Yi Ka's little head. When not in a state of battle, she looked like Yu Bing. Although she could also transform into the little girl Yu Bing, she seemed to prefer to become a learner like Yu Bing. They haven't come down yet. It will probably take another 10 minutes. Red and Yue Yang had the closest relationship. She had become the sister of the girls and was responsible for everything. In that case, let's go see Bing and the rest first. Although Yue Yang was worried that the battle with the Sun King would be too destructive and he would not dare to bring Yu Bing and the rest along, it was not bad to comfort them before the battle. At this time, 500 miles to the northwest, Impatience was furious. Damn it, it's fine if that guy didn't bring us to fight the Sun King, but he didn't even come to see us. When he comes back, let's see if I still care about him. Sky Disaster and the Southern Demon King were secretly happy. As for the people of the demonic palace, the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Demon Kings in the Abyss, they all pretended not to hear it. Now that Sky Law was angry, who would dare to offend her? Offending her was more terrifying than offending Yue Yang. When this Sky Law girl's temper flared up, even Sky Execution would have a headache. In the huge encirclement, Longbeard, one of the 8 generals, had fallen to the ground. He was unlucky enough to bump into the muzzle of Sky Law. 10,000 Sky Law lightning formed by the power of the ancient code. They all hit Longbeard's head. This kind of terrifying lightning. Not to mention the 8 generals, even the Lion King would become a flaming hedgehog if he was hit by it. The dwarf and the fat man were hugging each other, their teeth chattering as they fought. They realized that this large group of human warriors, demons from the Abyss and the Eastern Goblin tribe were not even half as terrifying as this bad-tempered beauty. Could it be that this woman was the Jizun who was known as the strongest in Tong Tian Tower according to the clown's intelligence? Chapter 980 The Divine Grimoire Space. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom, the Pearl Beauty and the others had never entered the Divine Grimoire Space before. Now, they found that after passing through the ancient will-ruined teleportation array, they had come to a wonderful world. Here, there was a golden shield, shaped like the top of the sky, covering their heads. Looking around, there were gardens everywhere, and the fragrance was refreshing. According to the golden shield above their heads, the diameter of this divine grimoire space was at least nearly 100 kilometers. In this huge divine grimoire space, there were many large and small spaces. Each and every one of them was covered by a smaller golden shield. Some were located in front, and some were suspended in the air. Some even combined together, with the giant spherical shield as the center, and a few smaller spherical shields constantly rotating, using an indescribable and mysterious power of laws. However, even the smallest spherical shield space was about 1 square kilometer in size, and the larger ones were even tens of square kilometers. There was a translucent golden shield. Looking inside, one would find that there was a world inside, full of vitality. If one looked at the center, the first thing that caught the eyes of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom, the Lord of the Azure Wolf Kingdom and the Lord of the Luluo Kingdom was a golden palace that towered into the clouds. No one could have imagined that a palace could be built to such an extent. It was not that there were no capable people in the heaven realm, and it was not that the lords and city lords did not have the desire to compete, but the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others could be sure of one thing, and that was that even if they exhausted their entire life's energy and time, it would still be impossible to complete this palace. The Green Willow City Lord's residence was as high as 1,000 meters. Compared to this golden palace, it was like a flea placed in front of a mammoth, completely incomparable. I think even the central shrine on the Holy Mountain of Light can't match it. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had never been to the Holy Mountain of Light, nor had he worshipped the central shrine. He had only heard about it in legends and seen its image in pictures. He had thought that the central shrine was already the best in the heaven realm. Never would he have thought that in this unknown divine grimoire space, there would be a super huge palace that made people feel small. Indeed, only such a palace was worthy of the gods living in. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had never seen a god before, but when he saw the palace where a god lived, he immediately realized the gap between him and a god. It was really not just big. The difference between a flea and an elephant. Perhaps even more. What was an ant? In front of God, people like him were undoubtedly ants. If I can become the master of this palace, even if it's only for one day, I will be able to die in peace. The Emperor of the Green Wolf Empire sighed deeply. In truth, he was just saying it casually. To be able to enter the divine grimoire and see such a splendid building, to see such a golden palace where gods resided, he already had no regrets. Should I go forward, or should I find the inner space of the golden shield to test it out? The sovereign of the Luluo Kingdom realized something. All the shields here, including the huge golden shield outside, were protected by nomological powers. There were countless ancient runic arrays revolving on them. Including the golden palace, there was also a golden shield outside. He probably wouldn't be able to enter easily. If he could find a small space, there might be a way. Moreover, what worried him the most was that the Sun King must have already entered. If he also chose the Golden Palace, wouldn't everyone be sending themselves to their deaths if they went? Without Titan Yu, who would be a match for the Sun King? The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom looked at the pearl-glowing beauty. He wanted to see what this beloved treasure of his had in mind. What he wanted most wasn't to obtain this divine grimoire. He didn't want to become the master of this place. The divine grimoire couldn't possibly acknowledge an ordinary heaven ranker. He still had this bit of self-awareness. After so many things, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom looked down on the struggle for hegemony. What was there to fight for? In front of a powerhouse like the Sun King, even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would still be an ant. He couldn't even beat the 8 generals under the Sun King, let alone the 4 kings. If he gave up on the struggle for hegemony and changed to traveling with his beauty, wouldn't it be the same as owning the entire world with his beloved woman by his side? The pearl-glowing beauty smiled at him. Even though she was still weak, her smiling face was a little pale. But that peerless beauty made his heart tremble. This beauty that he wanted to hold in his arms and love for the rest of his life, why couldn't the heavens let him have her earlier? I want to go closer to the Golden Palace to take a look. I won't go in, I just want to take a look from the outside, okay? The pearl-glowing beauty acted coquettishly towards the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. The intoxicated Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom kept nodding his head. Not to mention that he wasn't sure if the Sun King was inside. Even if he was standing in front of him, he would still bring her along for his beloved woman. Ever since he knew her, she rarely took the initiative to ask for anything. Could it be that as a man, he couldn't even satisfy her wish of going closer to take a look at the Golden Palace? Let's go. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom decided to bring her closer to take a look at the majestic Golden Palace that pierced through the clouds. We'll go too. The Lord of the Luo Kingdom also decided to go together. We don't need to think about whether we can enter the Golden Palace or not. It's fine as long as we can take a look. Haha, to be able to go closer to take a look is enough. The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom laughed crazily. His laughter affected his injuries and he even coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. The strange thing was that as soon as this mouthful of dirty blood was spat out, it didn't splatter on the spotless ground, but instantly turned into nothingness. The flowers that had been splattered with the dirty blood trembled slightly. As if an invisible hand was gently wiping it with gauze, the dirty blood quickly dried up and disappeared without a single stain. At this moment, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others finally understood why the flowers and plants here in the ground were spotless. It turned out that there was a kind of nomological power that was constantly protecting them. The pearl-glowing beauty stretched out her hand, wanting to pluck a flower. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom knew that such an action might cause some kind of danger, but he couldn't bear to stop it. The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom and the others also pretended not to see it. Anyway, it wasn't the nomological power that would punish them later, so who cared about her? Very few heaven-rank powerhouses were a little dissatisfied with the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. Your woman wants to pluck flowers. If there's danger, won't everyone die? It's fine if you don't stop it, but why encourage it? Don't move. An unfamiliar voice rang in everyone's ears. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom heard it very clearly. He was startled because he realized that this wasn't Ming Riwu's voice, nor was it Titan Yu's voice. It was even more impossible for it to be the Queen of Freedom's voice. Because this was a male voice. Other than Ming Riwu and Titan Yu, the outsiders that entered the Divine Grimoire were most likely enemies. It was almost impossible for them to be friends. Who exactly was this person? Everyone was startled and turned around to look. Behind them, there was no one. The Azure Wolf Monarch reacted the quickest. He raised his head and discovered that there was a tall and skinny man wearing a ceremonial hat and strange clothes of many colors hovering in the air several dozen meters above him. He was floating in the air and slowly descending. He had a silver mask on his face, and he was half crying and half smiling. It made people feel very strange. In his left hand, this silver-masked man was twirling a shiny and glossy stick. As for his right hand, he was continuously tossing the tri-colored ball. This person didn't seem like a martial artist, but more like a clown that was in charge of performing funny acts to amuse people at a banquet. Seeing this person, the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom's expression changed slightly. He blurted out, "Clown, you are the head of the 8 generals under the Sun King, the clown." The clown twirled his magic wand with his other hand, he was tossing the tricolored ball. He turned his half-crying and half-smiling face towards the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom. Smart. Unfortunately, smart people usually don't live long. Before I send you on your way, I am very curious. I would like to ask, you know that His Majesty the Sun King has entered the Divine Grimoire space, why do you still dare to barge in and die? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom sensed his surroundings. He realized that other than the clown, there was no one else. Actually, the 8 generals were not here, and the 4 kings were also not here. He reckoned that they were fighting with Titan Yue outside. His confidence returned. With just you. Clown, it is true that you are the head of the 8 generals under the Sun King, but that is because you are smart, not because of your strength. With just your peak heaven rank level 4 strength, you dare to challenge us. Before the Sun King arrives, I only need 10 minutes to capture you. Don't think that just because you are a general of the Sun God Palace, you can provoke me. I, Green Wolf, have died and come back to life. I am already unafraid of death. Sometimes, it is not impossible to do 1 or 2 acts of courage. If you are Yue Yang Titan Yue, I can still accept what you said. The clown laughed weirdly. Green Wolf, use your brain and think. You are just a king, how dare you speak such arrogant words? You can be brainless, but you can't be brainless to this extent. I am a heaven rank level 4, hee, that's right, I am very weak. Quickly come and kill me. You, the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom was furious. He had already died a few times, what was there to be afraid of? Wait, he seems to have come prepared. The Lord of the Luo Kingdom hurriedly stopped him and advised the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom not to be rash. Of course I came prepared. Ha, to be more accurate, I am fearless. The magic wand in the clown's hand suddenly stopped and casually pointed to the surroundings. Everyone, as long as you are not blind, I believe you have all seen it. This divine grimoire space is full of vitality, fragrant flowers and green grass. Is there something missing? What is missing? Could it be? After the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom heard this, his mind shook and he cried out involuntarily, "It's birds and beasts, there are no animals here." He hurriedly summoned his grimoire, but it surprisingly failed. In an instant, everyone understood one thing. This divine grimoire space had a unique power of law that forbade summoning of grimoires. Not being able to summon grimoires here was equivalent to not being able to summon war beasts. The worst thing was that they could not use their inherent abilities. Without war beasts and inherent abilities, whether it was the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom or the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom, their strength would be greatly reduced. Now, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom were all injured. Under such conditions, it would be a bit difficult to defeat the uninjured clown who was at the peak of heaven rank level 4. The clown sneered, "For today, I have planned for a long time. I am not afraid to tell you, not to mention that you do not have reinforcements, even if Titan Yue personally came to rescue you, you will definitely die." Chapter 981 Divine Grimoire Space. Ji Feng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo, as well as the heaven rankers, all fell to the ground. Their overall strength was far stronger than the heaven rank level 4 clown. Originally, any one of the heaven rankers could have easily beaten the clown to a pulp. However, with just one shockwave from the clown, everyone fell to the ground. It was like a small forest being blown over by a hurricane. The heaven rankers instead fell to the ground like soft-footed crabs, completely losing their ability to fight. Even Ji Feng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo, the 3 strongest heaven rankers, did not have the slightest chance to struggle. As for the other heaven rankers, they did not even have the strength to move a finger. If there was a word to describe their current situation, it would be, waiting for death. Ah, why is it like this? The Green Wolf King could not understand. Impossible. The Lu Luo King was also in disbelief. Quote. Before the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom fell, he used the last of his strength to protect the pearl-glowing beauty in his arms, unwilling to let her fall in pain. The reason is simple, all of you are cursed. The clown raised his slender index finger and chuckled sinisterly. Actually, I was the one who planned the entire plan, including the ambush at the banquet, the self-detonation curse of the Death Warriors, and the activation of the Sea of Storms. It was all part of my plan. We were injured at the Storm Sea because we used our blood to activate the curse. The Still Wind King suddenly understood why the double-faced king and his 8 generals did not kill everyone. Previously, he thought it was luck. He never thought that it was just the clown's plan. Not only did the clown predict the curse, he also predicted that the survivors would take the risk to enter the divine grimoire out of curiosity. That's right, the clown did not deny it. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed weirdly. If I had killed all of you earlier, with my strength, I would not have been able to open the shield outside the golden divine grimoire. In order to maximize the success of the plan, I decided to let all of you in. When all of you arrived here, I would kill all of you and use your blood to open the temporary opening of the shield and enter the golden divine grimoire. Why us? We have no enmity with you. The Green Wolf King did not understand. It was one thing to plot against Ji Feng, but why him? Do you still remember the massacre in Ginkgo Valley? The clown's voice suddenly became 1,000,000 times more venomous. He tried his best to suppress his anger and sneered in a sharp voice, 1,500 people in the valley, including the old, the weak, the women, and the children, were all killed. This is what you, Lu Luo, and Wan Zhao have done. You're the kid with the broken leg. The Azure Wolf Emperor looked at Xiao Chou as if he had seen a ghost. That child clearly didn't have legs back then. You really are the last survivor. The king of Lu Luo Kingdom's facial expression changed drastically. He was clearly burned to death. Another heaven ranker exclaimed, "Impossible." Almost everyone present had participated in the Ginkgo Valley massacre. When they heard about revenge, their faces turned deathly pale. Yes, I'm the leftover that you guys couldn't burn to death even after burning for half a day. The clown's voice was colder than ice, and his tone was gloomier than the breath of a ghost. Do you think that I said I would take revenge for nothing? All these years, I've been plotting for this day at all times. Do you think that accepting the King of Still Wind's invitation to the banquet was an accident? Ha ha ha, that was all arranged by me. I predicted your greed. Even without Titan Yu's appearance, without God's blood as bait, you guys would have fallen for it. So it's Ginkgo Valley's retribution. The Azure Wolf Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. That is indeed the only crazy action that I feel guilty about. Back then, my good friend had just been killed, and my mind had already been stimulated by blood to the point of losing control. I regret the madness of Ginkgo Valley. Regret, ha ha ha, what did I hear? You, who participated in the rape and murder of Ginkgo Queen, can actually say the word regret, ha ha ha. The clown laughed wildly. Everything that Madame has done to her makes me feel guilty. The Azure Wolf Emperor laughed bitterly. Although she said that she had already forgiven me, I can't forgive myself. Since you're taking revenge for her, then I'll compensate you with my life. The Azure Wolf Emperor's trembling hands turned into wolf claws. He gritted his teeth and fiercely clawed out his heart. It was dripping with blood. He handed it to the clown. The clown spat in disdain. Without even looking, he stomped down with his long legs. With one stomp, he crushed the heart that was still beating slightly. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Not only did he mercilessly crush the Azure Wolf Emperor's heart, he also used the magic wand in his hand to draw out all of the Azure Wolf Emperor's blood before his death. He condensed it into a ball and floated it in front of him, preparing to use it as a blood sacrifice later. The Azure Wolf Emperor's blood was almost completely drawn out. His face was deathly pale. His lips trembled. I'm sorry. Although you've forgiven me, I, in the end, did not become a good person. I can't forget your smile, I can't forget your tears, and I can't forget your forgiveness, but I'm too weak. In the Tianhua region, in this place where evil people are everywhere, I can't bravely stand up and be a good person. I can only use viciousness to cover up my cowardice. After so many years, Madam, actually, I've never forgotten. I'm sorry. His pupils were constantly dilating. Before he died, a drop of bitter tear fell from the corner of his eye and dripped onto the fresh blood on the ground. When the Lu Luo Emperor saw the Azure Wolf Emperor commit suicide to atone for his sins, he was scared out of his wits. He used all of his strength to jump into the air and escape in a panic. The clown chased after the king of Lu Luo like a feather. With lightning speed, the clown's claw pierced through the king of Lu Luo's back. The clown's slender fingers tightly gripped an object. It was a heart that was covered in blood. Pa! As he retracted his arm, the clown mercilessly crushed the Lu Luo Emperor's heart. The Lu Luo Emperor escaped 1,000 meters away. Countless drops of blood splattered in the air, forming a long blood rainbow. The clown hurriedly used the magic wand to condense that long blood rainbow into a second ball of blood. As for the Lu Luo Emperor's corpse that had lost all of his blood, it fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Compared to the Azure Wolf Emperor who died in repentance, the power of the laws within the divine grimoire was cleansed and turned into powder. It continuously disappeared into nothingness. On the contrary, the Azure Wolf Emperor who died to atone for his sins still had a small portion of his will left. The corpse did not disappear immediately. It only gradually melted. The clown snorted. He stepped on the Azure Wolf Emperor's corpse with force and crushed the skull of the Azure Wolf Emperor's corpse. The corpse quickly turned into powder and disappeared. However, under the clown's feet, surprisingly, there was still a magic crystal-like crystal. It was condensed with a large amount of the Azure Wolf Emperor's repentance when he was alive. It could be said that this was an unknown heart of repentance. The clown quickly killed all the heaven rankers other than the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor and the Pearl Glowing Beauty. He then absorbed their blood and made it into dozens of blood balls of different sizes. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor knew that he would not be able to escape. Although he did not participate in the Ginkgo Valley massacre, with the clown's character, he would definitely not let him go. He looked longingly at the Pearl Glowing Beauty in his arms. He bent down and kissed the forehead of his beloved woman affectionately. He used his hand to signal her not to speak and let her leave everything to him. "Clown, I understand what you mean." The clown smiled eerily. "Then tell me, what do I mean?" The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor sighed. "You didn't kill me first because you want to keep me alive to torture me slowly and force me to hand over the astral stone fragment." The clown laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Smart people are indeed different. "All right, if you don't want to watch me rape and kill your beloved woman in front of you, then hand over the astral stone fragment. Without it, I can't enter the Golden Palace. If I can't enter the Golden Palace, I will be in a bad mood. When I'm in a bad mood, I will inevitably find a woman to vent. You love your woman so deeply, you definitely don't want her to be offended, right? If you swear in the name of the Ginkgo Queen that you will not violate the Pearl Glowing Beauty, I will give you the astral stone fragment if you let her go immediately after I give you the astral stone fragment. Otherwise, I will commit suicide like the Azure Wolf Emperor. Once I die, the astral stone fragment will disappear forever." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor had already thought about it. In the clown's plan, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor didn't leave it for himself. Instead, he exchanged it all for the life of his beloved woman. The clown swore without hesitation. He promised not to harm a single hair on the Pearl Glowing Beauty. As long as he got the astral stone fragment, he would let her go immediately. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor looked deeply at the Pearl Glowing Beauty in his arms. At the last moment, he couldn't bear to look at her for even a second. The Pearl Glowing Beauty burst into tears. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor gently wiped away the tears on her face and comforted her with a smile. "Darling, you will have to walk alone in the future. With your intelligence, as long as you are careful, I think it won't be hard. Don't cry, don't cry. Live on bravely, remember, you must be happy in the future. You must be happier than anyone else. I love you, darling." He gently held the Pearl Glowing Beauty's head and kissed her deeply on her smooth forehead. He was so affectionate when he kissed her with his eyes closed. The clown looked at them coldly from the side with a playful gaze. "You must abide by the oath you made just now." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor let go of his hand and wiped away the Pearl Glowing Beauty's tears. He suddenly stared at the clown with an abnormally serious expression. "Otherwise, Queen Ginkgo will definitely curse you." "Don't worry," the clown pretended to be serious. "I won't let anything taint Queen Ginkgo's oath. The oath I made just now is absolutely valid. That's for the best." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor took out a sparkling crystal. This crystal was far more sparkling and translucent than the similar crystals on the surface of the astral stone. It shone even more brilliantly. Its energy was also hundreds or even thousands of times more than those similar crystals. The astral stone fragments outside were indeed fragments. But the astral stone fragment in front of them was more like a core, and not an equivalent existence. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor handed it to the clown. The clown was a little cautious. He first scanned the surroundings, worried that someone would attack him. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he quickly snatch the astral stone core and put it into his storage ring. As he retracted his hand, he kicked out heavily, completely shattering the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor's heart from the outside to the inside. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor seemed to have expected this. He laughed bitterly. "You even know my most hidden weakness. It's not an injustice that I lost." He hurriedly turned his head and forced a smile. Baby, let's go. I can't protect you anymore. The clown laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that tears flew out. Maybe it's a little cruel, but I still have to tell you the truth. Otherwise, you'll die contentedly. That kind of man protecting his beloved woman is full of superiority. Actually, Still Wind, you're the #1 fool in the world. What kind of woman is Pearl Light? Don't make me laugh to death. Who told me about your weakness? It's her. Who do you think this entire plan was made for? It was for her. Who do you think entered this golden palace for? It's for her. You think you're so great, but you're just a fool that we can play around with in our palms. You're not even qualified to call you a fool. You're simply a big idiot. The #1 idiot in the world. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor's body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the Pearl Light beauty who had already wiped away her tears and stood up from the ground. Your Majesty, I'm very grateful for your love for me. After you finish the last part of your journey, I'll always stay by your side to accompany you. The Pearl Light beauty's voice was gentle and beautiful like the sounds of nature. But seeing her stand up, the clown could not help but avoid her as much as possible, as if he had seen a snake or scorpion. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor was so heartbroken that he could not speak. He closed his eyes, unable to bear to look at the woman who had betrayed him. Your Majesty, Pearl Light still has a little doubt. I hope your Majesty can clear it up. The Pearl Light beauty bent her beautiful body, her face as close as possible to the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor. She asked in a voice as gentle as the wind, although your Majesty has only known Titan Yu for a short period of time, but Titan Yu is a discerning person. He definitely appreciates your Majesty. Furthermore, your Majesty is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Experts like Sky Execution would be happy to make friends with you. With Titan Yu's intelligence and ability, there's no reason for him to watch your Majesty die. Your Majesty, in this last bit of time, Pearl Light hopes that your Majesty can be as honest as before. Is Titan Yu hiding behind us? Is he waiting for us to open the Golden Palace? I beg you, your Majesty, if you don't want everything that Pearl Light has done to benefit others, then tell us the truth. I don't know. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor sighed. Large amounts of blood flowed from his mouth. He used the last of his strength to struggle. Although you betrayed me, but I still love you. Beauty, if I see Titan Yu, I'll definitely ask him to let you go, thank you. The Pearl Light beauty seemed very moved. She wiped her tears and said with a sob, Your Majesty, you can die now. Chapter 982 The Clown and the Pearl Glowing Beauty went far away. Only Still Wind was left, quietly waiting for his death to come. The Pearl Glowing Beauty did not kill the Lord of Still Wind, and the clown did not want to. Now, even a blind person could see that Still Wind could not be saved. Even if a deity descended, he would not be able to save his life. Instead of giving Still Wind a quick death, it was better to let him suffer a little more before he died. Although he did not know what the Pearl Glowing Beauty was thinking, the clown was definitely thinking that way. Before leaving, the Pearl Glowing Beauty shed a tear. Everything that the Lord of Still Wind had done for her, in the end, was only exchanged for this tear, and no one knew if it was real or fake. Ha! What an idiot! The clown laughed mockingly. He didn't stop laughing. Amidst his laughter, his shadow was like a bat, drifting away like a ghost. The Pearl Glowing Beauty did not look back. She left the Lord of Still Wind behind without looking back, as if she did not know the person on the ground. However, the Lord of Still Wind stared hard at her back, as if he was looking at his most beloved treasure. Even before he died, he could not bear to miss a glance. It was not until she and the clown disappeared without a trace that he withdrew his gaze and sighed slightly. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. Yue Yang appeared out of nowhere, descending like a light smoke. Following behind him were Man, Red, Ika, Duo, Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying, and even the dragon sisters Yao and Yu. In order to fight against the Sun King, Yue Yang had used almost all of his strength. Man and the others, seeing that Yue Yang had stopped in his tracks because of the Lord of Still Wind, consciously and naturally lined up behind him. Only little Wen Li, who had seen the Lord of Still Wind before, accompanied Yue Yang, and glanced curiously at the passionate king who was on the verge of death. Yue Yang bent down, looked into the eyes of the Lord of Still Wind, and said sincerely, I do not understand why you are doing this, but I respect your choice. If you have any last wishes that I can fulfill, I don't mind doing you a small favor. Thank you, young Master Titan. You are a true friend. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom shook his head strenuously, a faint smile on his face. I don't have any regrets in my heart. I'm already very satisfied to die like this. Do you feel satisfied when she treats you like that? Yue Yang asked curiously. She betrayed me, but I don't blame her. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom sighed. No matter what she does, my heart loves her the same. You really are a fool. Princess Sissy, who was descending from afar, snorted in annoyance. That kind of bitch should be beaten with a whip. The better you treat her, the more wrong you are. In your eyes, it is indeed so, but only I myself know that when I love someone, I don't care about the gains and losses. When I love someone, I don't ask for anything in return. Even if she betrayed me and did many things that outsiders find unbearable, my heart still loves her. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom's words almost made Yue Yang fall to the ground. Big brother, are you acting like Aunt Chongyao? You are a lord of the Tianhua domain. You should be cruel and merciless, killing people like flies, and treating women like playthings. How did you end up like this? Your love is completely without reason and worthless. Princess Sissy felt that the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom was a fool. Yes, I admit, but love is like this. There is no reason for love, and love is blind. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom smiled. His face flashed with the radiance of the setting sun, and his voice became clear and powerful. I used to play with women every day. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in my heart, she is just a plaything. No matter how beautiful a woman is, to me, if I can't use her to my fullest potential, she is worthless. She is even less than cattle and sheep for meat. Until one day, when I met the Pearl Light, I suddenly felt my heart being struck by love. I was completely captured, and there was no possibility of struggling. At first, I didn't dare to admit that it was love. I didn't dare to face the throbbing of my heart. I explained to myself that it was the influence of the quasi-divine weapon prayer bead on her forehead. I even wanted to kill her, so that I could return to being the cruel and merciless Still Wind who treated women like cattle and sheep. But, in the end, I couldn't win against my heart. When I saw her face, when I saw her bright eyes, I completely surrendered. I also knew that a beautiful woman like her could not have no past. Someone as powerful as me might not necessarily have a future like her. But, what does that matter? I swear, even if I only have her for a day, or even for a second, I will fight for it, no matter who she is, no matter where she comes from. As long as she is willing, I will think of ways to make her laugh every day, think of ways to make her happy. I have long known that this day would come, and I also know my ending. I don't regret it, I really don't. If I had to choose again, I would still choose true love. I know that I can't keep her for a lifetime, but I am satisfied to have her once. In the past, that cruel and merciless Still Wind who treated women like playthings, looked majestic and happy on the surface, but his heart was empty. Now, this fool who was betrayed by a woman and lies on the ground waiting for death, and doesn't feel regret or even satisfaction, his heart is full. Hearing the Lord of Still Wind's words, Yue Yang and Princess Sissy were abnormally shocked. They really didn't expect that this idiotic Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. He actually knew true love. For the true love in his heart, he was willing to give up everything, including his own life. In the eyes of many, this was an idiotic and laughable act. But, from the perspective of love, this fellow was undoubtedly a good husband. In fact, Yue Yang quite admired this Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. But, he was still a little unconvinced, and tried to argue against this fellow who was about to die. Sacrificing for love, this, if it was mutual, it would be better, but what about her? She didn't do anything. Isn't this your wishful thinking? In my opinion, Pearl Light doesn't love you at all. Yue Yang's words were a little hurtful. The kind-hearted Yu was afraid that the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom would die with everlasting regret. She hurried forward and gently tugged at her brother's sleeve, indicating that he shouldn't rub salt into the other's wound. But the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom revealed a smile. I know, Pearl Light, she doesn't love me. I'm not really stupid, of course I can feel what her heart is like. But, young Master Titan, who said that love must be mutual? It would be best if it could be mutual, but even if she doesn't love me, I can still love her, right? I love her, regardless of whether she loves me or not. I don't know why either. Perhaps, this is what you people in Tong Tian Tower call fate. Perhaps, I owe her something in my previous life. No matter what, I am very clear that my heart has always been deeply in love with her, regardless of what she has done in the past, and regardless of what she has done now. she has never said that she loves me, so it can't be considered as her lying to me. I can only say that it was my own wishful thinking. Before she left, she shed a tear, and I know that it was true. She doesn't love me, I'm not her choice, not her final goal, but she didn't ignore my sincerity, she just didn't give the mutual love that you speak of. You idiot, a tear in exchange for your life. Yue Yang scolded exasperatedly. What you said makes sense, but I feel, love shouldn't be like what you said. Princess Sissy still had her own opinion. That's because you and young Master Titan love each other deeply. In this world, not everyone can be like you, and there are also people like me who love each other silently, but the other's heart belongs to another person. Perfect love is love, imperfect love is also love. I envy you, but I can't ask Pearl Light to respond like how you love young Master Titan. Actually, you should tell her your feelings, tell her that you love her so deeply. Yu felt a little pity for the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. He loved Pearl Light so deeply, why didn't he say it directly? If she wants to know, she will know. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom coughed. His time in this world was coming to an end. Is that so? Yu was secretly shocked. Wasn't she also suppressing her true feelings? If others knew about it, it would be terrible. In an instant, her heart was beating like a deer, speeding up. Her face was overflowing with warmth, and her cheeks were red. She hurriedly retreated behind Princess Sissy, afraid that others would see her heart. You really don't need me to do anything? Yue Yang asked for the last time. No need, I'm already very happy to have a friend like you send me off. If there's anything I regret, it's that I'm not outstanding enough, not strong enough, I can't meet the requirements in Pearl Light's heart. If I can be half as outstanding as you, perhaps she will fall in love with me, and not someone else. The Still Wind Monarch's voice gradually weakened. Although she appears to be restraining herself on the surface, I can tell that she would often sneak a peek at Ming Ri Hao by your side. Perhaps, the ones who are truly a couple are her and him. Young Master Titan, if you really want to do something for me, then I want to say, please spare her life, let her live well, the happiness that I don't have, let her. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom didn't finish his words. He had already breathed his last. However, Yue Yang already understood what he wanted to say at the end. Even though he knew that his lover didn't love him, this idiotic Lord of Still Wind Kingdom still didn't feel jealous. Instead, he gave his blessings, hoping that the lover in his heart would be able to live happily. Yue Yang didn't speak for a long time. His heart was touched by the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's words. What is true love? The idiotic Lord of Still Wind in front of him said it. True love is priceless, true love doesn't talk about conditions, true love has no reason, true love is to sacrifice for one's lover, and still give blessings for them. Princess Sissy walked forward, and used her slender hand to gently hold Yue Yang's big hand. Usually, she very rarely expressed her feelings in front of others. However, at this moment, she wanted to tell him that he also had such a precious true love, and it was even more perfect. Because she and he loved each other. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's corpse gradually melted under the power of the laws. He was the same as the Green Wolf Kingdom. Because of the obsession of his will when he was alive, his energy had condensed into crystals, forming a rare heart of true love. Yue Yang picked up this heart of true love, and took the heart of repentance, left behind by the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom from Oman. He sighed slightly. Why did you choose to leave when you clearly could have lived on? Although death is a kind of release, it's also a very irresponsible act. You all died, and died very naturally, but instead caused trouble for this young master. I really didn't know how to make friends. His words gave Yu a fright. Afraid that her brother's heart would be touched, and he wouldn't be able to extricate himself, she hurriedly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his back. She hurriedly advised, Little San, don't let your thoughts run wild, we will always be with you. Don't have any thoughts of committing suicide at any time. Yue Yang didn't expect Yu to be so nervous, and originally wanted to make a joke. When he looked back, he saw that her eyes were red. He felt very apologetic in his heart, and used his arms to hug her and Princess Sissy. Although he didn't speak, he responded with a hug. In an instant, Red, Man, Duo and the hornless dragon Zhang Ying all rushed over, and tightly hugged him with open arms. Chapter 983 Sun King. He stood quietly in front of the Golden Palace, like a gentleman who kept his promise to his friend. Even if his friend didn't come, he insisted on waiting. Ming Ri Hao sat on the steps of the Golden Palace with his hands on his knees and his head lowered. And Sun King, there was only a layer of golden barrier between them. The light on his body was dim, as if he was at the end of his rope. Surprisingly, Ming Ri Hao's body didn't have any injuries. On the steps not far from him, there was another person lying quietly, as serene as a sleeping beauty. It was the Freedom Queen who came in earlier. Other than a bloody red finger mark on her forehead, there was no other abnormality. However, her body was slowly dissipating. It seemed that other than the cleansing power of the divine grimoire, there was another kind of energy that was silently devouring her body. Yue Yang floated over from the divine grimoire's space. Although he saw Ming Ri Hao and the Freedom Queen's abnormality, he didn't retreat. Instead, he increased his speed and flew to Sun King's side. "You're here." Sun King's tone was as if he saw an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, and not an enemy. "I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way, so I'm a bit late." Yue Yang apologized sincerely. "It's all right, it's good enough that you can come. If I were you, I might not have the courage to come back." Sun King looked at Yue Yang with admiration and sighed. "If you weren't so outstanding, if you didn't have such courage, if you weren't the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, I would really want to be friends with you. In the Heaven Realm, there are many enemies, but few friends. It's rare to meet a young man who is worth befriending, but I have to destroy him with my own hands. Although I'm not a sentimental girl, I still feel a little regretful. Maybe, this is fate. No one knows what fate is like before the truth is revealed." Yue Yang laughed and shook his head. "We have a saying, fate is unpredictable, those who flourish will fall. Some people look like the sun in the sky, unstoppable and awe-inspiring, but they might be the product of fate's ruthless elimination. Until the end, who knows? That person has power close to that of a god. What do you think will happen to him in the end? Elimination or victory?" The Sun King also laughed. "Even gods will fall one day, not to mention near gods." Yue Yang retorted bluntly. "Give it a try then." The Sun King's smile grew wider and wider, just like his killing intent. "Old Hao, you're not dead yet, right?" Yue Yang suddenly shouted towards Ming Ri Hao. Almost there, as Ming Ri Wu spoke, he coughed non-stop. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, staining the white jade steps in front of him. However, in the blink of an eye, the nomological power within the divine grimoire was eliminated and disappeared without a trace. "At first, I only thought that your ability was lacking. I didn't expect that your brain wasn't that good either." Yue Yang shook his head and said, "I told you to lead the Sun King here and run as fast as you could. I didn't expect that not only did you not listen to my advice, but you even attacked the Sun King. Old Hao, this is not the way to show off, okay? If you can defeat the Sun King, why should I run? I might as well stay and watch your performance." "FCK, there's a reason why I did that." Ming Ri Hao was furious. However, he couldn't straighten his back anymore. Although he didn't look injured on the surface, his body seemed to have suffered a huge internal injury. "Sun King, aren't you being a little mean?" Yue Yang turned to look at the Sun King and criticized him. "Tell me, how am I being mean?" The Sun King pretended to be confused and asked. "With your status as the master of the Solar Divine Palace, it's already degrading to challenge a nobody like Ming Ri Hao alone. Yet, you ganged up on him. You might as well be called a street thug. Why are you still calling yourself the Sun King?" Yue Yang sneered and mocked. "Actually, it's a little exaggerated to call it ganging up on him. We were only fighting 2 against 2. The Sun King calmly explained. "Ming Ri Hao and the Freedom Queen teamed up to fight me and the Palace Master of the Water Divine Palace. We had the same number of people in the same conditions. I even let her have the first move out of respect for a lady. On the battlefield, how many martial artists in the world can still maintain their poise like me? I think even young Master Titan might not be able to do it, right? Of course young Master Titan can't be like the Sun King." An old man's voice slowly sounded behind Yue Yang. That voice was like a rusty steel gear that was turning with time. It gave off an indescribable feeling. According to the information this palace master has obtained, no matter if it's in Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, young Master Titan's actions can only be described with one sentence. Despicable is only young Master Titan's nickname. Shameless is young Master Titan's real name. If we are to compare methods, this palace master is simply a good and kind person compared to young Master Titan. There was an old man with a round head and a snow-white beard that reached his chest. He appeared behind Yue Yang. He was holding a dragon head walking stick that was carved out of purple gold sandalwood. He was wearing a wide-sleeved robe with a gold collar. The color of the robe was dark purple. There were a few silver cloud patterns on the sleeves and the bottom of the robe. Other than the bald head and the beard that reached his ears, the biggest characteristic of this old man was that he had a pair of eyes that were filled with wisdom. That pair of eyes were blue and as deep as the sea. Even if it was Yue Yang, when he saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Definitely, only after countless years of accumulation, after thousands of years of precipitation, could one possess such a pair of eyes of wisdom. Yue Yang knew so many powerful people, from Tong Tian Tower, Southern Heaven Realm, Western Heaven Realm, there were countless of them. However, there was only one person who could be mentioned in the same breath as this old man. That person was Old Man Nangong. Other than Old Man Nangong, who didn't forget to read a book before going to bed, there was no one in the world who could match this old man's wisdom. That kind of great wisdom, not to mention Yue Yang, even an ordinary person could see it with a glance. As long as one looked into this old man's eyes, no one would doubt the knowledge in his mind. Although Grandma Wu Tang, the old fox, and Yu Yu's mentor, Elder Jing Hu, and other seniors were also sages with vast knowledge, they were still inferior to this old man. New Water Temple Master. Yue Yang frowned. He never thought that the new Water Temple Master would look like this, nor did he think that he would appear here. Ah, not the new Water Temple Master, but the Water Temple Master. The old man with a pair of wise eyes smiled kindly like a kind and understanding elder. I have been serving as the Temple Master of the Water Temple for thousands of years. During my tenure, I have made modest contributions to the region and the temple. If I were to say that I am the new Temple Master of the Water Temple, wouldn't that be irresponsible of me? Young Master Titan, perhaps you have just heard about this Temple Master not long ago, but this Temple Master has long heard about you and has always been interested in you. Before today, I always wondered what kind of young man could kill the Nine Light Clan's Heavenly Empress. You should know that the Nine Light Clan's Heavenly Empress is the most qualified candidate to challenge the Western Heaven Realm's great leaders. If it was the Sun King, he wouldn't dare to say that he could easily take her down. But what about you, young Master Titan? Not only did you kill the Nine Light Clan's Heavenly Empress, you even annihilated her entire clan. This Temple Master sincerely admires you. The younger generation will surpass the older in time, this saying is absolutely true. If I'm so fearsome, then why did you come here to compete with me? Yue Yang smiled. Yingluo, the Queen of Freedom that you know, is actually my granddaughter's granddaughter. My family is unfortunate. In order to restore the family's prestige, this Temple Master had no choice but to straighten my old bones and make a trip here. Although this Temple Master and the Sun King are on the same path, our goals are different. The Sun King pursues the Divine Codex, his ambition is lofty, and he is in existence like the future pillar of the deity's Templar. As for this Temple Master, I don't have much time left, I'm old and weak, and I'm satisfied to be able to guard this small manor in the Tianhua region. If this Temple Master has a little selfishness, it would be to completely eradicate your Tong Tian Tower in the Ming clan. After all, you young people grow too fast, squeezing us old fellows until we have no place to stand. The benevolent-looking old man stroked his beard as he spoke slowly and calmly. I've seen many annoying old men, but I've never seen anyone as annoying as you. Yue Yang couldn't stand this kind of person. He had talent but no virtue. This was the kind of person the new Water Temple Master was. If this old fellow didn't have any ability, then it wouldn't matter. If he didn't have any ability, no matter how bad his heart was, he wouldn't be a disaster. However, this old fellow had talent and ability, but his heart was evil. He was simply a nightmare. Towards this kind of person, Yue Yang felt that it was useless to say anything. The best way was to beat him up. Beat him until he cried for his parents, then beat him until he looked for his teeth all over the floor. That was the right thing to do. Yue Yang rolled up his sleeves angrily. Don't think that just because you're an old man, I don't dare to beat you up. Lowly people are asking for a beating. What's the point of beating a lowly person's skin and flesh? Ha, young Master Titan, looks like you're prepared to fight the two of us alone. The old man glanced at Ming Ri Hao, who was within the golden barrier, and smiled with great confidence. I don't deny that you have an extremely powerful strength. You, who can kill the Nine Lights Empress, are an existence that no one can ignore. However, I've collected all the information in the Tianhua region and researched for thousands of years just for this day. Here, in this divine grimoire space, you might be able to defeat the 9 Light Clan's Empress, or even a Heaven Realm great leader, but you definitely can't defeat me. Is that so? Yue Yang snorted coldly. He didn't believe in superstitions. If the old man wanted to play tricks on him, then come. The current Mingri Wu will be the next you. The new water temple master slammed his dragon-headed walking stick on the ground, his words filled with confidence. With Elder Kang taking action, I'll just be in charge of holding the fort like before. The Sun King seemed to have a lot of confidence in the new water temple master. Although he had been carefully plotting against Yue Yang and had been staring at Yue Yang all the time, he was deeply afraid that he would relax for even a second. However, at this moment, he was even willing to let the new water temple master be the main attacker. When Yue Yang heard this, his eyes turned cold. In an instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the new water temple master's head. It was a huge saber that he had obtained from the 9 Light Clan's strongest warrior, Li Pan. It was a platinum-ranked heavy weapon. With its weight combined with Yue Yang's earth-splitting slash, its power was unimaginably terrifying. It truly had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The saber and sword chi exploded in the air like a heavenly dragon swallowing the sun. Even though this was the divine melody space protected by the power of the laws, it was still shocked by Yue Yang's destructive attack. The golden barrier trembled violently, and the ground here, which was harder than diamond, had already been cut deeply by the saber and sword chi. Not to mention a person, even if it was a mountain, the current Yue Yang could still cut it in half. An unstoppable and invincible slash. It came down from above. The new water temple master, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to it and waited quietly. Only when the Zanmadao, which carried the power of thunder and lightning, was 1 centimeter away from his head did he slowly raise his left hand. With his other hand holding onto the crutch, his body was as still as a mountain. Raising his hand, he used his skin to forcefully receive Yue Yang's earth-shattering chop. Die. Yue Yang felt that even if this old man's body was made of steel, he would still be able to cut him in half. What a joke. The new water temple master snorted with a fake smile. He did not change his action of raising his hand and did not even make a second move. However, this action alone had completely broken Yue Yang's full-powered slash. That Zanmadao, which could destroy heaven and earth and split mountains, was like a light smoke when it hit his palm. It turned into mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All that was left in Yue Yang's hand was a bare hilt. How could a platinum-ranked weapon be destroyed just like that? What kind of innate ability was this? Wasn't it impossible to use innate abilities in this divine grimoire space? Yue Yang looked at the broken saber in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Damn, isn't this old man's ability a little too strange? Chapter 984. To be able to corrode a weapon instantly and turn it into nothingness, and it was even a platinum-ranked weapon. This ability of the new water temple leader was indeed a headache. It was not that Yue Yang did not have a better weapon, but he could not bear to take it out. Even if it could not be corroded, if it was damaged, it would be too late to regret it. Mingri Wu, you are such a bad friend. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this old man had such an ability? This was the first time Yue Yang had officially ordered someone to destroy his weapon. He had nothing to complain about. Hence, he vented his anger on Mingri Hao, blaming him for not reporting what he knew. I don't know either, the information was wrong. Mingri Wu replied weakly. He felt that he was going to die soon and could not be bothered to argue anymore. Damn it, you think you won't die after being hit by a weapon? I will use Kamehameha. Yue Yang definitely did not know how to use Kamehameha, but he could easily condense a ball of energy. Could an energy ball smash the new water temple leader to death? Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't do that. With a thought, the ball of energy condensed into energy quickly changed shape under the power of his small law, instantly becoming a huge energy blade that was exactly the same as the platinum Zanmadao. If the new water temple master's innate ability was to decompose metal, then this saber formed from energy would definitely cause him to suffer the consequences. Yue Yang sneered and slashed again. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Just as the energy blade was about to hit the head of the new water temple leader, Yue Yang raised his other hand and quickly condensed a second energy blade. This second energy blade was bigger and faster. It was formed in an instant and surpassed the first energy blade the moment it was formed. With a long tail, it burst out with a special skill that Yue Yang rarely used, third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Yue Yang's abnormal attack, super fast energy formation, and familiar usage of the minor laws were all seen by the Sun King. Although he did not show it on the surface, he was amazed in his heart. This young man was truly a formidable opponent. Even Ji Wei, who was recognized as the most talented person in the Divine Hall, could not achieve this at his age. Who would believe that a human warrior in his 20s could challenge the temple master of the water temple of the central shrine? It could even directly cause a crisis for the master of the solar divine palace. Although the growth of humans was extremely fast, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't possibly be this fast, right? What do young people in their 20s usually do? The Sun King had read the clown's investigation report and found that before the appearance of Yue Yang, a human warrior in his 20s who could reach the standard of the Tower of Babel could be regarded as a once-in-a-century genius. As for reaching the innate realm in his 20s, he was probably a peerless genius that only appeared once in a millennium. However, while others were still struggling in Tong Tian Tower's innate realm, which was equivalent to Heaven Realm's Earth Realm, Yue Yang was still struggling. This Yue Yang had far surpassed the heavenly stage, surpassed the innate supremacy, and was approaching the godly state. A baby, who was only in his 20s had actually managed to catch up to him. Except for the adjective, abnormal. The Sun King could no longer think of any other words to describe him. What made him most curious was, what kind of person and what kind of power had trained him to be where he was today. The Sun King would never believe that it was born naturally without the protection of a peerless powerhouse. The question was this peerless expert by Yue Yang's side? If not, then he had to kill him as fast as he could. If he was, then where was he? How strong was the peerless expert guarding him? The Sun King's mind was surging like a stormy sea. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. However, in the outside world, time passed by in the blink of an eye. The new water temple master was successfully deceived by Yue Yang's attack. This was because other than Yue Yang, who never played by the rules, no one else would attack like this. Just as the new water temple hall master raised his hand to block the first energy blade, Yue Yang's second energy blade had already cleverly bypassed the old man's raised right hand and miraculously broke through the old man's mental defense, ruthlessly slashing at the side of the old man's neck, right in the middle. In terms of age, Yue Yang's entire family was no match for the new water temple master. However, in terms of battle techniques, even if all the martial artists of the new water temple were added together, they would still be no match for Yue Yang's imagination. The diversion attack, the feint attack, and the second attack had caused the hall master of the new water temple to be unable to react and could only watch as the energy blades sliced towards his neck. The Sun King almost used time reversal to eliminate this fatal blow for the new water temple master. However, when he saw the astonished expression on the face of the hall master of the new water temple, he suppressed his disdain for everything in the world. The two energy blades, one after the other, slashed at the new water temple master's neck and hand. Under the watchful eyes of the Sun King and Yue Yang, the two energy blades, which were not made of metal but were formed by Yue Yang's will and energy, instantly turned into nothingness. They disappeared without a trace. The new water temple master did not lose a single strand of his beard. The skin on the side of his neck was as good as new. It did not look like he had taken the third slash at all. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen a ghost. FCK. These blades were formed by his own will. How could they be melted like that? Melting metal could be described as corrosion. What kind of ability was this? Moreover, these were energy blades that contained his own will. FCKU. What kind of *T heavenly game company is this? I want to complain. How can a solo boss in a dungeon have such a ridiculous ability? I don't have any teammates, how can I clear the dungeon alone? Moreover, this guy is not even the strongest boss. There's still the final boss that hasn't appeared yet. How am I supposed to survive? Yue Yang almost cried. The difficulty was too high. This kind of game was not fun at all. Shouldn't a solo dungeon be easier? The Sun King was confused. He did not understand, but he could understand that this Titan Prince was angry. Usually, people who were about to lose were like this. In fact, even he did not know that the new water temple master had such an inherent ability. He did not understand why Elder Kang could melt Titan Yu's energy blades even though this was not his inherent ability. Even if he had such an inherent ability, he could not use it here. Why could Elder Kang use his inherent ability under the restriction of the laws? There must be some unspeakable secret. Golden Palace's Sun King, the godly grimoire belongs to you. This young man can be dealt with by this old man. There's not much time left. In order to prevent any more problems, Sun King should quickly enter the Golden Palace and contract the godly grimoire. The new Water Temple Master was very proud of himself, but a wise and kind smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was the legendary great sage who had educated countless people and had many disciples. The Sun King understood. This Elder Kang planned to take all the credit for killing Titan Yue. The godly grimoire, this cunning old man, knew that he was unable to inherit it. Thus, he calculated that the Sun King valued the godly grimoire more and prepared to take all the credit for killing Titan Yue. Sure enough, it was worthy of being recognized as the most sinister sea dragon in the heaven realm. The Sun King snorted in his heart. He actually schemed against him. It seemed that this old man's hidden strength was not bad. His appetite was also big. Thank you, Elder Kang, for your help. I am very grateful. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of the Sun King's eyes. His voice became gentle. Titan Yue, this young man is very outstanding. Elder Kang, are you sure you don't need me to support you? The Sun King's contract with the godly grimoire is the most important thing. How can we waste too much time here? It's fine for this old man to spend a little more effort outside. The new Water Temple Master replied with a smile. He predicted that the Sun King was not willing to have too many changes at this time. He was mainly concerned about the godly grimoire. As for the credit of killing Titan Yue, the Sun King would most likely not snatch it. Moreover, without his ability, the Sun King would definitely need to spend a lot of time to kill Titan Yue. Would the Sun King take the risk to kill him when he could plunder the godly grimoire at any time? If that's the case, I will take my leave first. Here, old Zhu Kang, you have succeeded. The Sun King snorted and bowed slightly. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light, penetrated the golden barrier, and appeared on the platform where Ming Riwu was sitting. With another flash, he disappeared without a trace. HMPH. The new Water Temple Master sneered secretly. If it wasn't for the support of the elders of the deity's temple, how could you, the Sun King, be where you are today? Back then, you were just a servant with average talent. Moreover, you were a servant that was kicked out by Ji Wuri. You want to get the godly grimoire. Even Ji Wuri, who was born with a noble bloodline and was the most favored disciple of the deity's temple, did not dare to say that he could contract the godly grimoire. A third-rate servant dared to be arrogant and covet the godly grimoire. What a joke. The elders had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the Sun King. His name was very famous, but could he really compete with the three temple masters? Even if he could barely catch up to Ji Wuri now, what about in the future? The Sun King, who had exhausted his potential, could only look up to Ji Wuri, who had infinite potential. Trying to subdue him with a shabby place like the Tianhua domain. Too childish. Other than the deity's temple's venerable, no one else could get his loyalty. Although the old guys in the elders group were jumping up and down, it was useless. Sun King, you are just wasting your time. You don't even know what conditions are needed to contract the godly grimoire. The new Water Temple Master's lips curled into a cruel smile. He knew the answer, but he did not say it out loud. Wasn't it the best thing to see others hit a wall? You have two gifted abilities. Yue Yang suddenly asked tentatively. Oh, the new Water Temple Master was a little confused. How did this kid know? According to the legends, this godly grimoire space would prohibit the gifted abilities of those who entered. In order to truly integrate into this space, one must have the unique primordial dual talents. Warriors with primordial dual talents, that is, warriors who were born with dual talents, only existed in legends. However, if they had a breakthrough in some aspect, or received a reward from the ancient gods, they would gain wisdom. Very few martial artists were able to develop a second innate ability. On the surface, it seemed easy for Tian Qi to produce a second inherent skill, but in the deity's Templar, there were no more than 5 people who possessed 2 inherent skills. In the entire Heaven Realm, including the Heaven Realm's 4 great clans and various sects, there were no more than 10 genius warriors. Apart from these 2 kinds of people who had 2 gifted abilities, there was another kind of person. That was the quasi-gifted ability, that was personally activated by the deity's temple sovereign with the power of the ancient code. This kind of quasi-gifted ability was infinitely close to a second gifted ability. The new Water Temple Master, Azure Dragon, who was loyal to the deity's temple sovereign, was one of the few lucky ones who was able to activate it because of his loyalty and suitable conditions. On the surface, no one could tell, but having a second quasi-gifted ability would definitely greatly increase one's strength. With his second quasi-gifted ability, Azure Dragon was often invincible in certain environments. At the very least, he was infinitely close to being invincible. For example, right now, the only problem was, how did this Titan Yue guess that he had a second gifted ability? Strange, how did this kid's brain work? Was he really that smart? This kid figured out the situation that even the Sun King could not understand with a single sentence. I guessed correctly. Yue Yang saw the uncertain expression on the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon's face and laughed. Since that's the case, I have an idea. What did you call me just now? Despicable is my nickname, and shameless is my real name. Alright, I've decided to let you see what true shamelessness is. If the Sun King was still here, I would be afraid of using my ultimate move and letting him see through my flaws. But since he's not here, I can rest assured, old man, have a taste of my treasured blade. This slash is called Universe Reversal. Yue Yang took out the crescent moon from his storage ring and rushed towards the disdainful Azure Dragon, the new Water Temple Master. A slash came right at his face. The new Water Temple Master stood proudly and raised his hand, just like before, to welcome the slash. However, the result was completely different. This slash caused blood to splatter. When Yue Yang slowly retracted his blade, a severed hand fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 985. Not only did Yue Yang chop off one of Azure Dragon's hands, but he had also shaved off most of his beard with his saber chi. His robe was torn open and blood oozed out. Impossible. Azure Dragon, the new Water Temple Master, exclaimed. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. You are very cunning and know how to hide. However, I want to tell you that your time is over. A smile brighter than the sun appeared on Yue Yang's face. Moreover, victory cannot be won through tricks. That is not the right way. The person with the strongest strength could obtain the final victory even without using any tricks. On the contrary, no matter how good one's tricks were, without the corresponding strength, in the end, they would become a laughing stock. Yue Yang did not attack again. He just stared coldly at the cunning old man. Azure Dragon stared at his severed hand for a long time. Suddenly, like a madman, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Do you think that by using some kind of domain power or the power of the law to break my second talent and cut off one of my hands, you can really defeat me? Too naive. Question mark quote. Yue Yang looked at the old man strangely. Let me tell you some bad news. Azure Dragon stopped laughing. He bent down to pick up his severed hand from the ground and put it back on his wrist. In an instant, the severed hand and wrist healed, no different from before. The wound on his chest had already healed at some point in time. Even his beard had slowly grown and returned to its original appearance. The Azure Dragon, the palace master of the new Water Temple, paused for a moment with his dragon-headed walking stick and lectured in an old-fashioned tone. Young man, don't think that every race in the heaven realm is as weak as you humans. Take this palace master as an example. As a member of the Water Clan, let alone breaking my limbs, even if you cut off my head, I wouldn't be hurt at all. We do not have the weakness of your human body. We are half-elemental. As long as we exist, we are immortal. You don't know the true benefits of the human body. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Yue Yang did not want to argue with this old man. The human body was indeed the most fragile, but it also had the greatest potential. Moreover, the speed of cultivation was also the fastest. Young man, you have done well to be able to break my second talent. However, as long as you are a human, your weak and pitiful body will always be your fatal weakness. Azure Dragon, the temple master of New Water Temple, brandished his dragon-headed walking stick and a layer of white mist spread out from his body. This white mist seemed to have a life of its own as it spread in all directions. Yue Yang realized that it was getting harder and harder to breathe in this strange white fog. Although it was gas, it was too humid. Staying in there felt like being suffocated in water and unable to breathe. However, this was not water, so it was useless to breathe in water. The Hall Master of the New Water Temple, Azure Dragon, was very pleased. This white mist was his domain, the tidal mist domain. As long as one stayed in this tidal mist, all living beings would be restricted by him. Azure Dragon was very pleased with himself. This white mist was his tidal mist domain. As long as one stayed in this mist, all life would be restricted by him. He could directly suck the water out of the opponent's body. He could turn the opponent into a salted fish. However, with Titan Yue's willpower and strength, he could not do this. Even a god might not be able to directly take away Titan Yu's life. He did not need to directly take away a life because he was familiar with the human body's weaknesses. The human body had three major weaknesses. The first was the head, which was protected by the sovereign's willpower and could not be easily harmed. The second was the heart. If the heart did not beat, no matter how strong the human body was, it would soon collapse. The problem was that the opponent's heart was protected by a huge amount of energy. It was very difficult to stop it from beating. The third was the internal organs, especially the lungs, which needed to communicate with the outside air to absorb energy. If one did not breathe for a few minutes, the human body's condition would plummet. Titan Yu was very strong, but no matter how strong he was still a human. No matter how strong he could not escape from the weakness of breathing. The Azure Dragon's tidal mist domain could not take away the opponent's life, but it could not take away the water in the opponent's body. However, he could take away the air in the domain and fill the space with his own tidal mist. As long as the tidal mist filled the opponent's lungs, he would be able to wreak havoc in Titan Yu's lungs. Yue Yang raised his hand, waved the crescent moon blade and slashed forward. The Azure Dragon was clearly in front of him, but the blade chi deviated strangely in the white mist. It floated behind Yue Yang and disappeared into the white mist vortexes. The second slash, Yue Yang slashed towards the ground. Logically, there should have been a deep mark left on the ground. In the worst-case scenario, the crescent moon blade should have cut into the white jade tiles on the ground. However, an even stranger thing happened. The crescent moon blade in Yue Yang's hand did not even touch the ground, but his entire body had already floated upwards. It was as if he was floating in the air, as if he did not feel any force at all. In the tidal mist domain of the Azure Dragon, everything was under his control. Even if Yue Yang wanted to attack or escape, he could not do so. If this is not a grimoire, I still can't do anything to you because you can hide in a summoning grimoire. I don't have the patience to wait for you. The kind-looking Azure Dragon, the temple master of the new water temple, showed a trace of malevolence at the corner of his lips. Unfortunately, you can't summon your grimoire here. So, I'm dead meat. Yue Yang did not panic at all. You will suffocate to death in this white fog that is like a tidal current. I know it's not easy for someone like you to suffocate to death. Maybe a day, maybe a month, but no matter how long I have to wait, as long as there's hope, even if it's a year, 10 years, or 100 years, I will wait patiently. The Azure Dragon grinned. Not a bad domain, but don't you want to know what my domain power is? Yue Yang asked back. His breathing was getting more and more difficult. I don't need to know what your domain power is. The Azure Dragon laughed and explained, because my tidal mist domain is slightly different from other people's domains. Quote? Yue Yang did not understand. As long as I activate the tidal mist domain, my enemy will not have a chance to use it. It's a domineering domain. The Azure Dragon laughed. Did Ji Zun of the Divine Palace also teach you this? Yue Yang was finally a little moved. Maybe you don't know, but this is an ability that every divine grimoire warrior with the rank of Temple Master must master. The Azure Dragon saw that Yue Yang could barely breathe and was in a good mood. It was not that he had never tortured an opponent like this before, but he had never felt as satisfied as he did today. How could killing an ordinary opponent compare to the hope of killing Tong Tian Tower? How could killing the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower give him such a sense of accomplishment? Is this the beginning of comprehending the power of the ancient code? Yue Yang muttered to himself. He now understood a little why Ji Zun of the Divine Hall required all the hall masters under him to grasp the domineering domain. The reason must be to use this to train his subordinates, allowing them to continuously grow and improve in battle. From domain power to domineering domain power, and then to the power of the ancient code. Yue Yang felt that although the central shrine did not have places like Tong Tian Tower and Gate of Life and Death, it did not directly require its subordinates to follow the path of innate Ji Zun. However, this kind of extension of talent or race ability into domain power, and then to the domineering domain power, and then to the absolute existence of the ancient code power. This was also a kind of growth model. This kind of growth model was even more acceptable for the majority of Heaven Realm warriors. Like Tong Tian Tower, it had to rely on personal comprehension. It was too difficult to break through. Tong Tian Tower walked the path of absolute geniuses. If they did not succeed, they would return to mediocrity. The central shrine walked the path of elites. Although there might not be geniuses, there would at least be a large group of elites. It was very necessary to maintain the ruling position. Yue Yang suddenly understood the venerable deity temple's intention. It seemed that this guy had put in a lot of effort to ensure the outstanding status of the central shrine. Breathe, breathe hard. New Water Temple Master Azure Dragon laughed out loud. The more you breathe, the more water will fill your lungs. My tidal mist domain not only fuses with the air, it can also fuse with your body. Before long, your body will be filled with water and swell up, just like a corpse that has been drowned alive in the water. I have to say, you have studied the weaknesses of humans very thoroughly. Yue Yang praised, then changed his tone and snorted, however, there are always exceptions. My body is not an ordinary person's body. Not understanding this is your biggest failure. Yue Yang kept the crescent moon blade and spread his hands. A piece of earth Yue Yin fire was scattered around his body. What made the New Water Temple Master Azure Dragon dumbfounded was that these terrifying flames, which would explode at the slightest movement of energy, were now as still as a lake, without any ripples. You still don't understand. Yue Yang slowly walked towards Azure Dragon. No matter how Azure Dragon activated the tidal mist domain, it could not affect Yue Yang's movements at all. On the contrary, when Azure Dragon wanted to retreat, the tidal mist domain restrained him, not allowing him to move easily. It was as if the owner of the tidal mist domain was Yue Yang and not him, the New Water Temple Master. Impossible, this is clearly my domain. Azure Dragon's expression really changed. Wrong, this is my creation domain. Ever since the Sun King left, you have been dreaming, do you understand? Yue Yang put on a bracelet and grabbed Azure Dragon's throat before the New Water Temple Master could call out elemental disaster. If the Sun King didn't leave, I wouldn't have dared to use my domain so easily, and I wouldn't have been able to extract so many secrets from you in your dreams. Now, it's all over. I'm very happy that I've obtained a lot of Supreme Temple secrets. Thank you for your contribution. Even if you have elemental disaster, don't even think about killing me. Azure Dragon desperately resisted with energy. I won't kill you. Yue Yang smiled. I just want to turn you into a ball of fire and let you burn forever. I think you will feel very warm. No. Azure Dragon's face turned deathly pale when he heard this, and he stared at Yue Yang's left hand in despair. On that hand, there was a ball of nirvana fire. Because you are too powerful, the conversion may take a long time. I hope you can cooperate. Also, don't think that this hidden snake, which looks like a dragon head crutch but is actually a guardian warbeast, can help you. This is fake, understand? Everything you see is fake, but of course, it is also real. Yue Yang pulled the dragon head crutch out of the sea dragon's hand as if it was a small earthworm. At this moment, the sea dragon truly believed that it had really fallen into this Titan Yu's dream trap. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. Azure Dragon shouted at the end. I'm very sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Why don't you say it again? Yue Yang's face revealed a smile more terrifying than that of a demon. Azure Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire. Yue Yang and the New Water Temple Master fought for a long time, but in fact, in the creation domain, only a few seconds had passed. Under Ming Ri Wu's gaze, he saw Yue Yang grab the New Water Temple Master's throat with one hand and turn this unkillable old man into a ball of fire. Then, Yue Yang threw him in front of him like he was throwing rubbish. The shock in his heart was even greater than seeing an ancient god descend. How did you do it? Ming Ri Wu obviously knew that Yue Yang could win, but he never expected him to win so quickly and in such a carefree manner. Yue Yang snorted arrogantly. It's a secret. Yu, who floated over from afar, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Actually, it was only against the semi-elemental Azure Dragon. If it was another one, even if Yue Yang could win, it would not be so easy. In addition to the natural restraint of attributes, there was also the overwhelming suppression of the domain. Nirvana Flame, Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Twilight Flame, Scarlet Sky Divine Flame, Earth Yue Yin Flame, Creation Domain, and even the energy absorption bracelet known as Elemental Disaster. If Yue Yang still could not defeat the New Water Temple Master, he would not be Yue Yang's third young master. Most importantly, in the creation domain, Yue Yang used a few days to turn the Azure Dragon into a ball of fire. How could it be done in a few seconds? It was just that the creation domain was more mysterious than the gate of life and death. Time and space, life and energy, everything was under the control of Yue Yang. In the creation domain, Yue Yang was the creator of that small world. What should we do with this woman? Princess Xianxia saw the Freedom Queen lying on the steps. She raised her head and glared at Yue Yang angrily, as if a certain someone had been caught red-handed. Chapter 986 The Golden Palace. They crossed the white jade stairs, passed through the front hall that towered into the clouds, and passed through the passage of the Golden Palace that was even more unbearable to look up at. Reflected in his eyes was a brilliant and extraordinary enormous square. It was richly ornamented and magnificent, and any imperial city in the world was simply like a tiny ant's nest when compared to it and was inferior in comparison. Even the wondrous Sky Island, which was suspended in the sky and protected by the Golden Shield, had as many as 9 of them. In front of them, there were 3 avenues that were nearly a kilometer wide and tens of kilometers long. Then there were countless golden stairs. The tens of thousands of golden stairs were all made of pure gold. If Yue Yang had not entered the Stairway to Heaven and seen the even more incredible Stairway to Heaven of the World Tree, he would definitely be shocked by such a miracle. You go after the Sun King first. We'll check around, and then catch up with you. Princess Sissy had a hunch that she had to be separated from Yue Yang for a while in order to really help him. She did not know what would happen around here, but she found that after entering the Golden Palace, the 6 records talent that was originally forbidden by the power of law could play a role again. I'll go east. When Yu came here, she also had a feeling that there seemed to be some kind of invisible voice that was constantly calling her. Could it be that she was really like what Princess Sissy had said, that she would eventually become the key to her brother's victory? Then I'll go west with xianxia. Drunken Cat pondered for a moment and made a decision. This Golden Palace was facing the north and south. From the south, it was facing the north. Left to the west, right to the east. Originally, Princess Sissy's strength was much stronger than Yu's, but Drunken Cat was more worried about Tigress than Yu, who was meticulous, calm, and aloof from worldly affairs. If they were to encounter a powerful enemy, Yu would be able to protect herself better than Princess Sissy. If Yu couldn't win, she wouldn't force herself to accept the challenge. However, Princess Sissy was different. She would do everything in her power to defeat her enemy. Drunken Cat felt that it was necessary for her to stay by Princess Sissy's side and provide support when necessary. If Yu could accompany Red or Man, it would be safer for them to search together. Yue Yang got Red, Man, and the others to stay behind temporarily and spread out to see if they could find any crucial information about the Golden Temple. As for the battle against the Sun King, it was not a battle that could be decided in a short period of time. He brought everyone here mainly to overwhelm the Sun King with their collective strength at the last moment and obtain the final victory. If they joined forces to fight against the Sun King from the start, it was very likely that a few of them would die. Although Man, Red, and Duo were all guardian beasts and wouldn't really die, Yue Yang didn't want any accidents to happen to them. If they were killed, it would just be a decrease in strength. What Yue Yang was most afraid of was that their intelligence, willpower, and potential would greatly decrease. If they didn't have to die in battle, Yue Yang still hoped that everyone would be safe. It's not okay if you don't bring anyone with you. Princess Sissy knew that Yue Yang was protecting her, but she was also worried about his safety. After all, his safety was the most important. Little Wen Li, and Yao Yu's sisters, follow Shao San. Yu originally wanted to bring Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Yvonne. But when she saw Yue Yang waving his hand, she didn't bring it up. If too many guardian beasts followed and charged in, the Sun King would realize that something was wrong. That would definitely ruin the original plan. For the final victory, Yu decided to bring Man, Red, and the others outside to find the biggest secret of the Golden Palace as soon as possible. At the same time, they had to set up an inescapable trap to prevent the Sun King, who was defeated by her brother later, from escaping. The Sun King must be killed. If he escaped, not only Yue Yang, but the whole Tong Tian Tower would also suffer unimaginable consequences. You guys, be careful. Yue Yang hugged Princess Sissy and Drunken Cat one by one. The last one was Yu's turn. Before the battle, Yu couldn't care less about her shyness. She hugged her brother tightly and pressed her cheek against his, trying her best to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Shao San, you have to be more careful. We will catch up soon, you must wait for us. Seeing him bringing little Wen Li and the Yao Yu sisters up the golden stairs, Yu even chased a few steps and warned with a crying voice, don't fight recklessly. Be careful, remember the weakness that Her Majesty Fei Wen Li told you. Yue Yang didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that if he did, they would burst into tears and pounce on him, refusing to let him go first. He hardened his heart and ran all the way up hundreds of steps. After confirming that Princess Sissy and the others weren't chasing him, he raised his hand and waved it gently, indicating that he understood. Princess Sissy bit her lips. She waved her hand firmly. Let's go, we have to act as soon as possible. Little Wen Li and Yao Yu, the dragon sisters, followed closely behind Yue Yang. From the golden stairs, they ran up tens of thousands of steps before they gradually saw the official hall behind the clouds. This hall was purplish gold in color. It was magnificent and beautiful. It was hard to describe with words in the world. At the end of the golden stairs, white clouds floated about, as if it was a fairyland on earth. In front of the purplish gold hall, there were 4 giant pillars. The trees arched a white jade archway that was 100 meters long and wide. In the middle of the white jade archway that emitted a dense treasure light, there were 4 words, Purple Gold Divine Hall, written in ancient runes. In the distance, the Purple Gold Divine Hall, at the head of the 3 gates, also had a plaque. It was written, Supreme Hall. Yue Yang slowed down his pace and carefully entered the golden door in the middle with little Wen Li. Yao Yu and Yao Yu were still a dozen meters behind, in case of any changes. The interior of the Purple Gold Divine Hall was extremely large. It was several hundred meters tall. There were giant pearls that were like stars in the sky, shining resplendently. There were also dozens of coiling dragon pillars in the middle. Each pillar was so large that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. Yue Yang estimated that just the front hall of the Purple Gold Divine Hall was as big as a dozen football fields. On the throne in the front hall, there was a person standing. It was the Taiyang King. So fast, the Taiyang King looked back. His expression was abnormally serious. He carefully sized up Yue Yang. When he found that Yue Yang didn't have any injuries or signs of fighting, his gaze turned even colder. He shook his head and sighed. I knew that the Azure Dragon couldn't defeat you, but I never thought that he couldn't even stop you for 10 minutes. Titan Yu, are you really so strong that you can kill a temple master in 10 minutes? Furthermore, your inherent skill is restricted by the ancient code and you can't summon your grimoire. He's a fake, you should know that. Yue Yang pretended to be relaxed and laughed. If the Azure Dragon is a fake, then how many people in this world aren't fake? Even someone as strong as Ming Ri Hao couldn't easily take revenge against his old enemy. But you, Titan Yu, only took 10 minutes to kill a water temple master. This is something that I can't do easily. So, I really have to say, respect, to you. The Taiyang King said as he increased his strength. Although the Taiyang King was impressed, he didn't hold back. Other than quickly increasing his strength, he also secretly observed the Yao Yu sisters from the corner of his eyes. Yue Yang naturally wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He increased his strength while observing his surroundings. He even paid extra attention to the table in front of the throne. On the table, there were a few items. There were brush, ink, paper, inkstone, imperial seal and even a huge grimoire that seemed to be a godly grimoire. Due to the distance, Yue Yang couldn't see if the huge grimoire that occupied a third of the table was a divine grimoire. He also couldn't tell if it was a godly grimoire or a holy grimoire. However, based on what he saw before, he felt that this magnificent grimoire was at least a holy grimoire. It was very likely to be a legendary godly grimoire. Was it really a godly grimoire? If it was, why didn't the Taiyang King try to contract it? If the Taiyang King didn't contract it, did it mean that it couldn't be easily contracted? Even though Yue Yang was experienced and knowledgeable, when he saw this grimoire that seemed to be a godly grimoire, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry and his heart beat faster. I also have a beast, but for now, I think it's better for us to fight. If you win, I, the Taiyang King, can die without regrets. Everything will belong to you. The future of the Heaven Realm will also belong to you. If you lose, I can promise you 3 wishes. If it's within my power, I will definitely fulfill them for you. The Taiyang King's body emitted a glow that was even more intense than the sun. At the last moment, he paused for a moment and said sincerely, I have never had such an exciting opponent. If it wasn't for fate forcing me to make a choice, Titan Yu, to be honest, I don't want to be your enemy. Taiyang King, I don't want to be your enemy either, but I don't have a second choice. Yue Yang imitated the Night Empress' starry sky domain and steadily lit up the surrounding stars. Together with the blazing light emitted by the Taiyang King, it formed a strange scene of the stars and the sun intertwining. Everything depends on the choice of fate. The Taiyang king rushed over. At this moment, all methods, schemes, and strategies were useless. In the face of absolute power, the only thing Yue Yang could do was to fight head-on. He had no choice. This wasn't a battle with the Azure Dragon, the temple master of the New Water Temple. This was the Taiyang king, whose domain, laws, and willpower were all above him. Rumble. The direct exchange of the two strongest powers shook the entire purple gold divine palace. When Princess Sissy, who was running, looked up, she found that the whole sky was shrouded by the light of the sun. It was so dazzling that she couldn't see it. The shockwave transcended space and came crashing down. It was like the end of the world. Yu Yu's beautiful face turned pale, and her heart trembled in fear. In the face of this doomsday scene, other than closing her eyes and praying desperately for her brother, she found that she couldn't do anything else. Chapter 987. The rumbling of the duel in the violet gold divine palace continued without end. It sounded like both sides were evenly matched. However, both Princess Sissy and Yu Yu were very clear about the biggest difference between Yue Yang and Sun King. It was the most basic strength. No matter how talented Yue Yang was, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't catch up to the current Sun King. A person's talent was far from being able to make up for the gap in time, because that was a gap of tens of thousands of years. Princess Xianxia clenched her teeth and no longer looked at the purple gold shrine above her head. Instead, she buried her head and rushed forward. Rather than staying here worrying and wasting her time, it was better to find the relevant secrets of the divine grimoire as soon as possible and help him as soon as possible. Passing through the incomparably spacious royal garden, a huge wall that separated the inner and outer palaces came into view. There were 3 layers of gates in the wall. In front of the city gate tower, there was a woman dressed in dazzling golden clothes. She was so dazzling that it was hard for people to look at her. She stood there quietly, waiting for Princess Xianxia. Seeing this woman, Princess Sissy felt bitter in her heart. Although she didn't know this woman in a golden dress, she was extremely powerful. Based on Princess Sissy's senses, she might be slightly weaker than the empress who led her clan to conquer Tong Tian Tower, but she was definitely much stronger than the 9 Brilliance King. Such a strong opponent was right in front of her, but she didn't have many helpers by her side. It seemed that the situation was not good. You are Titan Yu's wife, right? I think your goal is the same as mine, to find the secrets of the godly grimoire and help my husband win. Little girl, before we fight, let's exchange our names. I am Wu Lan, from the Tang Valleys. 3-legged Golden Crow Clan. I am my husband's second wife. Little girl, what about you? This Golden Crow Clan's woman, whose strength was only slightly weaker than the 9 Brilliance Clan's empress, looked at Princess Sissy from top to bottom, as if she wanted to see through the prison emperor divine sword in Princess Sissy's hand. I am also my husband's second fiancé. My surname is Jun and my name is Yuan. I am the daughter of the Jun family in the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower. Princess Sissy didn't mention that Yue Yang was acquainted with the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan. She knew that in this kind of life and death battle, personal relationships were useless. Mentioning it would only damage their morale. As this concerned her husband's life and death, this woman named Black Orchid would not show mercy just because she knew Wu Hai. Of course, Princess Sissy would not do that either. Moreover, this Wu Lan's strength was comparable to the Empress. Her position in the 3-legged Golden Crow tribe should be extremely high. 8th Prince Wu Hai was probably her junior. Wu Lan had married very early, so she might not even know Wu Hai. Black Orchid, her entire body shining with golden light, suddenly smiled sweetly. What a coincidence, you're the second as well. Looks like that gentle and kind little girl is the real wife. Princess Sissy immediately shook her head in denial. That's not it. Sister Yu is his elder sister. If the one ranked first comes, you'll definitely die in her hands. She's not as easy to talk to as I am. If it was any other time, Princess Sissy would definitely not admit that Shui Wuxia was ranked higher than her. At the very least, they should be the same. However, the current her had no choice but to take advantage of the situation to attack her enemy. Princess Sissy didn't know if Shui Wuxia could kill this Black Orchid. However, she knew that if Shui Wuxia were to awaken from her deep slumber after melting her godhead, her strength would definitely increase greatly. She would definitely be stronger than herself. Although she didn't know if Shui Wuxia would be able to awaken in time, it didn't stop her from using Shui Wuxia as her trump card. With a trump card, she could speak with more confidence. Oh, she didn't come. Could it be that she's the #1 person in Tong Tian Tower, Ji-zoon, mentioned by the clown. Black Orchid asked with a smile. She's not Ji-zoon. Princess Sissy naturally wouldn't let the other party trick her. Tong Tian Tower is indeed Tong Tian Tower. Once it rises, it's unstoppable. Black Orchid shifted her gaze and looked at Drunken Cat, Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who were behind Princess Sissy. She nodded continuously. I'm also my husband's wife. However, I don't know what my ranking is. That guy is too fickle. Drunken Cat stepped forward and greeted politely. Each one is more outstanding than the other, furthermore, all three of you are guardian beasts. This is too shocking. Can Titan you have 3 guardian beasts at the same time? Furthermore, there are 3 completely different races. One is a dragon lady, one is a flower queen, and the last one, you're not an earth divine soldier, nor do you look like a human divine soldier. Could it be that you're the legendary sky divine soldier? Black Orchid of the Golden Crow clan looked at Ika, who was the last to fly over, and asked in shock. I'm a human. Ika snorted coldly. Other than her own people, Ika was absolutely ruthless to her enemies. She was designed in ancient times and was born to kill enemies. Ika was not a human. She was a battle angel. The crystallization of ancient wisdom and the mutation created by Yue Yang. Originally, she was only a saint-ranked battle angel. It was unknown whether it was because of Yue Yang's blood or some unknown mutation during the manufacturing process, but the Ika that was born was far beyond the saint-ranked. Everyone originally estimated that she might be a god-ranked existence. However, with her wisdom and growth, everyone's judgment was shaken. This was because Ika's growth speed was too fast. Originally, her strength was far inferior to Red and Man. She was also inferior to Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Duo. Now, after training in the Heaven Stairway, she had already caught up. Except for Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who had the fastest growth and unlimited growth. Ika had already caught up with Red, Man and Zhang Ying. Even if Red, Man and Zhang Ying had all comprehended and possessed their own unique power of the ancient code, and had already completely absorbed and started to use the divine power bestowed by the ancient gods, they could no longer leave her, who was naturally good at killing. Looks like there are benefits to being a playboy. At least when fighting, there will be many helpers. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid laughed softly. Originally, I thought it would be very simple. I did not expect that each of you would be more outstanding than the other. Today is destined to be a bitter battle. Come, little girls, I am doing it for my husband. You are also doing it for your husband or master. Let's fight to the death together. Sister Yi, bring Zhang Ying and Ika first. Duo and I will follow later. Princess Sissy knew that since Black Orchid was the second concubine, then there must be the first and third concubines. The first and third concubines must have already entered. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid was just an obstacle at the door. Having confidence is a good thing, but sometimes one should not be too confident. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid finished speaking. She raised her hand. She quickly condensed an energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. It was as powerful as the sun and smashed on top of Princess Sissy's head. Princess Sissy shouted and charged forward bravely. She waved her divine sword and completely ignored the energy ball above her head. She made a posture of fighting to the death with the enemy. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying, who was standing in the back row, stepped out from the crowd. Her hands formed an ancient rune circle. The Supreme Dragon God's divine power exploded and forcefully stopped the energy ball that was comparable to the sun above Princess Sissy's head. She stomped her feet and countless energy emerged from her body. Under the guidance of the power of the law and will, it turned into a water dragon that shot straight into the sky. This water dragon first shot furiously into the sky and became bigger and bigger. Then it looked down. It swooped down and swallowed the energy ball into its stomach. It tried its best to burn the giant dragon so much that it kept twisting and spinning. It vomited on the spot. However, in an instant, it was swallowed by the water dragon again. After swallowing and spitting a few times, the energy ball became much smaller and turned into a dragon pearl. The water dragon swallowed and spat in the sky, completely breaking away from the control of its original owner, Wu Lan. It no longer had the possibility of killing Princess Sissy. On the other side of the battle, Princess Sissy waved the Prison Emperor divine sword and slashed down. A sword that could destroy heaven and earth. It was actually caught by Wu Lan's index and middle fingers. I've said it before, being too confident is not a good thing. Wu Lan of the Golden Crow clan caught the Prison Emperor divine sword with one hand and condensed 9 energy balls. that were a few times stronger than the one just now. She exploded them in front of Princess Sissy. Not good, Drunken Cat screamed. So Wu Lan's move just now was a trick to lure the enemy. Protect. With a cold snort, 100 times faster than lightning, Ika had already appeared in front of Princess Sissy. In her third battle form, she opened her wing like angel's blade and protected her mistress. Even if the planet exploded, before she was destroyed, no one would be able to harm a single hair on Princess Sissy. The 9 sun balls exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. Other than hitting Ika, there were 3 more that flew towards Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying, Drunken Cat and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen duo under the command of Wu Lan's will. The Drunken Cat Big Sis had the most trouble catching it. She was originally the weakest. She did not dare to take them head on and instantly teleported behind Duo. When Zhang Ying's second water dragon rose up and swallowed the sun ball in front of her into a second dragon pearl, a strange flower had already grown behind Duo. It opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 sun balls in one gulp. Then, it continued to evolve and turned into 2 blazing sunflowers. Wu Lan was stunned when she saw Duo's swallowing method was even easier than Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying's water dragon. A plant-type beast could also restrain her Golden Crow clans. 9 Brilliant Sun. Arrow. Ika took 5 consecutive hits from Wu Lan's sun ball. She, who was protecting Princess Sissy, was knocked back 100 meters. She could not help but fly into a rage. Her guardian beast, Wishing Little Angel, appeared in a flash and immediately blew its horn, giving its master the greatest boost. A war statue rose above Ika's head. It was similar to her image. It was hundreds of meters tall, looking extremely solemn and dignified, like a god. That incomparably huge battle angel drew her arm like a bow and used vengeance as an arrow, nailing the Golden Crow clan's Wu Lan's body. Wu Lan was stunned again. She was hit by this arrow of vengeance. Only then did she realize that this was an existence that could not be resisted by normal laws. No power could evade or defend against it. She did not know that Ika had the hatred inherent skill. When the hatred inherent skill was triggered, Ika would immediately gain 10 times the power of hatred and go berserk. At the same time, she would be immune to all negative states. The target she attacked would be nailed with the arrow of vengeance, which could not be dispelled by any external force before the enemy died. In other words, unless Ika was killed or the time limit was up and the hatred was eliminated, this state of hatred would not disappear. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, Ika had already fired hundreds of cannons, and the light pillars were like rain. Drunken Cat and the Hornless Dragon Girl were so scared that they quickly dodged to the sides to avoid being accidentally hit by the energy cannons. As long as Duo continued to cooperate with the summoning of various thorny flowers, letting those thorny flowers greedily devour energy to evolve. For Duo, the more intense the battle, the more thorny flowers she would have, the stronger they would be, and the faster she would grow. Destroy. Ika's eyes were red. She raised her arms and condensed a terrifying giant energy cannon behind her, allowing her to hold it above her head. The energy light in the cannon's muzzle was condensing crazily. Although the power of the sun ball just now was terrifying, compared to the energy of this giant cannon, it was like the difference between an eagle and a sparrow. If this cannon hit, not to mention a person, even a mountain would be instantly wiped out. Wu Lan, who had opened her palm to defend against Ika's intensive attacks, changed her expression, shouted, "Crazy," and hurriedly jumped to dodge. A destructive beam of energy spewed out from the cannon's muzzle. It surpassed the sound. It shattered the space through which the beam of light passed. Whoosh! In just a second, it blasted a giant hole with a diameter of 10 meters on the unbreakable city wall that had not been damaged by the explosions of several sun balls and nearly 100 energy cannons. It was unknown where it had hit inside. Only after a dozen seconds, after the terrifying shockwave came, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Wu Lan's face instantly turned pale. It was not that she did not know the sturdiness of this city wall. She had tried before, and with almost half of her strength, it had only caused a slight crack in the wall. The internal buildings protected by the divine grimoires and the power of the rules were practically indestructible. Now, the opponent's cannon had blasted a giant hole in the entire city wall. Wasn't this heavenly divine soldier's highest destructive power above hers? Fortunately, the opponent's cannon was a little slow, and it could not be fired at any time. Otherwise, wouldn't she be smashed to pieces if she was hit directly? Looks like I have to go all out. You little girls are really too dangerous. Wu Lan looked at her palm that was faintly aching. Although the opponent's high-speed shooting could not break her defense, it could not continue like this. She would definitely lose if she dragged this on. Don't be a companion anymore. She had to kill these little girls as fast as possible. Wu Lan of the Golden Crow tribe started to look serious. Her eyes turned blood red. Just the power of her blood-red eyes was enough to force the hornless dragon Zhang Ying to take a few steps back. Her jade-like palms flew and slashed across the sky. Tens of hundreds of feather-shaped sword chi slashed down in rows, forming numerous sword chi vortexes in the sky, engulfing Princess Sissy, Drunken Cat, Zhang Ying, Ika and Duo. Before the sword chi finished, Black Orchid raised her arms high and raised her claws towards the sky. Facing the girls within the sword chi, she pressed down heavily. 2 golden claws that were 1,000 meters long came crashing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Her target was the weakest Drunken Cat Big Sis on the left, and Princess Xianxia on the right. Although Princess Xianxia had yet to display her top-level combat ability, out of caution and a woman's strong intuition, Black Orchid felt that this sword-wielding woman was actually the most difficult to deal with out of all the women in front of her. If she was not killed as soon as possible, this female warrior with the divine weapon would definitely be a disaster in the end. Divine weapons must not be underestimated, no matter whose hands it was in. There's an opening, counterattack. Princess Sissy screamed. The hornless dragon Zhang Ying turned into a water dragon and accompanied Princess Sissy as they charged towards Wu Lan. Duo summoned thousands of thorny flowers, forming a sea of flowers that resisted the golden claws in the sky. She also used a wall of flowers to block the sword chi and opened up a path through the sword chi vortex for Princess Sissy and Zhang Ying to attack. Kill. Ika was even faster. She had already waved her angel's blade and attacked Black Orchid from the side, who had just cast 2 big moves. Chapter 988 On the other side of the royal garden. Yu, Red, Man, the spirit of chaos, and the Reaper Mantis had also encountered an enemy. If Princess Sissy was here, she would definitely be surprised by this person's appearance. The enemy standing in front of Yu looked exactly the same as the 3-legged Golden Crow tribe's Black Orchid at the West Tower. There was no difference. The only difference was that this enemy's tribe was different. She was not a 3-legged Golden Crow, but a 3-legged Golden Toad. Both of them were from the Eastern Goblin tribe, but their innate abilities and battle styles were completely different. I don't have the patience of Black Orchid. Come at me together. I hate those boring cat and mouse games the most. The Golden Toad tribe's beauty looked exactly the same as Black Orchid in terms of appearance and attire. Other than the difference in attitude, even her voice was hard to distinguish. She waved her long sleeves and pointed at Yu coldly. You will be the first to die by my hands. For Xiao San, I will definitely kill you at the foot of this tower. Yu was a very kind person. She was the kind of person who would not even step on an ant to death. However, for the sake of her brother, she decided to go all out and kill the enemy at the front. Her eyes showed a kind of determination that had never been seen before. She unconsciously bit her lower lip to dispel her nervousness. The angel's blade that Yue Yang had specially made for her spread out like a pair of silver wings. At the same time, her summoning grimoire appeared in the air. Her guardian beast, Tsunami Witch, flew out from the golden light. She opened her arms and fused with Yu's body in the form of energy, ready to fight alongside her master. Aside from that, the beautiful silk umbrella that the beautiful silk celestial maiden had gifted to her also quickly spun through the air before drifting into Yu's hand. Yu had originally wanted to give this umbrella to Inan, but the lass said that she already had the spirit mirror and was unwilling to accept the umbrella. And Fallen Beauty also thought that it would be more comfortable to use the Death Aurora and Nirvana Sunflower. Yu had also wanted to give this umbrella to Impatience, but Skyla had always been cultivating in the Heaven Stairway, so Yu hadn't had the time to change hands. Right now, the beautiful silk umbrella, a powerful quasi-god weapon, seemed to acknowledge Yu more. During the battle, he did not even wait for Yu to summon him. They automatically flew out to assist in the battle. How arrogant! When Red heard the words of this 3-legged golden toad race enemy, she was so angry that her navel was crooked. What kind of people were they? You're so arrogant just because you have some ability. What do you take us for? Roar. Man, the Earth Divine General was different from Red. She didn't like to use her mouth and preferred to use her fists directly. The Reaper Mantis sister had been reborn from the door of rebirth and obtained a human body. She also received the enlightenment of the wisdom sacred fruit and the deity's radiance. She already possessed extremely high intelligence and EQ. When she saw Man and Red protecting Yu, she had a thought and silently slid backwards, blocking the spirit of chaos that was preparing to charge together. She changed to leading the spirit of chaos and secretly flew towards the small door at the side, preparing to cross the enemy's line of defense and sneak in. The spirit of chaos was extremely unwilling. She preferred to fight directly, but the spirit of chaos was the one that Yue Yang scolded the most. He had stipulated that no matter when, as long as Red, Zhang Ying and the others were by her side, she had to listen to other people's opinions. Unless there was no one by her side, then she could make her own decisions. The three-legged golden toad race beauty seemed to have noticed the Reaper Mantis sister and the spirit of chaos. Crossing the boundary, she snorted coldly, "Two little mice, you want to ruin my plans." She waved her long sleeves. A golden toad appeared at each of the 3 doors below the city gate tower. The golden toad in the middle was the biggest. It was 100 meters tall. When it opened its mouth, it seemed like it could swallow the entire world. Although the golden toads at the 2 small doors were smaller, they were still close to 60 meters in size. The Reaper Mantis sister was shocked. Such a big toad. The spirit of chaos was a little confused. It was obviously a 4-legged toad. Why was it called a 3-legged golden toad? With her intelligence, it was already not easy for her to think of this question. It was probably not possible for her to find out the answer. Go and die. Red was furious. You dare to be distracted when you are facing me in Man's joint attack. She slid at high speed and pressed one of her hands on the golden toad race beauty's ample chest. Her divine power shook. The golden toad race beauty's expression changed drastically, because she just realized that the woman who attacked her was actually a god's messenger. Her sternum was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to crack. However, the golden toad race's super strong defense and innate talent of soft breath allowed her to negate most of Red's attack. Red's second palm attack arrived. The golden toad race beauty leapt into the air with a shocking jumping force. Man charged forward like a train. She was unstoppable. She fiercely crashed into the golden toad race beauty's body. As the golden toad race beauty screamed in pain, Man's head smashed into her face, shattering the golden toad race beauty's nose bone. The golden toad race beauty was like a cannonball as she crashed into the city wall. That unbreakable city wall was cracked by Man's terrifying strength. In terms of strength, who could be compared to Man who possessed the heart of earth and the 5 elemental pillars' divine power? In terms of battle techniques, Man was not the best among the many guardian beasts. But in terms of brute force, if she was ranked second, no one would dare to rank first. At the moment when the golden toad race beauty was still in so much pain that she couldn't move, Man charged forward again. At this moment, her 5 elemental pillars' divine power was fully unleashed. She didn't hide anymore and was invincible. She crashed into the big and small golden toads that came to save her like a hot knife through butter. She sent a 100-meter large golden toad and a 50-meter small golden toad flying into the air and crashed heavily into the golden toad race beauty's body. Rumble! The golden toad race beauty's tongue stuck out for half a foot. Her eyes bulged and almost popped out. Her sternum had collapsed and she was almost killed by Man in one move. If she wasn't from a special race like the golden toad race, she would definitely die from Man's attack. So painful. You guys have guts. How dare you hurt me like this? Since it's like this, fine, I'll eat you guys even if I don't have this beautiful appearance. The golden toad race beauty slowly raised her head from the inlaid part of the city wall and roared. Her stomach bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her face quickly became ugly. It was 100 times uglier than when Man broke her nose. Many red warts densely grew on her skin. The skin on her arms and legs became rough. Layers of old skin overlapped each other. The muscles underneath also looked like there were hundreds and thousands of rats moving around, gathering crazily. The biggest change was her stomach. In less than half a minute, the golden toad race beauty had already turned into a golden toad person with a bulging stomach. Because her stomach was too big and her limbs were too thick, she couldn't stand anymore. She could only lie on the ground. As she breathed in and out, her sternum that was broken by Man's divine power instantly recovered. Seeing the enemy's abnormal transformation, Red quickly turned around and secretly protected Yu who was increasing her strength. Man was not afraid at all. She turned around and took a few steps before charging forward again. The biggest golden toad person's stomach bulged and blocked Man's charge. Another golden toad person opened its huge mouth and vomited green smoke that made people dizzy. Man continuously punched the ugly golden-toed person's head, but found that her strength seemed to be completely useless against this enemy. Man, let me. Yu suddenly understood that this was not an enemy that could be defeated with strength. To kill this enemy, she had to contribute her greatest strength. Although she was kind-hearted, this was related to her brother's safety. At this moment, she would not hold back. I'll eat you. The golden-toed person was surprised to find that Yu was the weakest among the women. Rather than fighting a divine general with unparalleled brute force, it would be better to get rid of the weakest human woman. Her body swelled up, her mouth opened and a long tongue dripping with mucus was thrown towards Yu like a milky-colored ribbon. It was prepared to wrap around this human woman and swallow her. Everything in the world, as long as it entered the stomach of the golden-toed person, no life form would be able to escape. This was the golden-toed person's most terrifying predatory ability. When Yu's angel's blade slashed down, heaven and earth seemed to split apart. Her long tongue was cut into two, falling to the ground. Just as the golden-toed person looked in disbelief at her toughest tongue being cut off, Yu flew over like lightning. She spun the beautiful silk umbrella to block the poisonous smoke that the golden-toed person crazily breathed out. The tip of the umbrella pierced deeply into the enemy's head. She then closed the umbrella and sent the screaming golden-toed person flying into the air. Red stayed in the air for too long. Her scream exploded and shook heaven and earth. The golden-toed person's hidden eardrums exploded. 2 blobs of blood and countless amounts of white poisonous liquid flew out. Although the scream was not fatal, the golden-toed person's eyes rolled back. Her severed tongue hung weakly outside her lips. Man sent the large golden toad flying. She leapt into the air and grabbed the slowly falling golden toad person with both hands, smashing it heavily into the ground. The other golden toad person opened its mouth to bite. Yu opened the beautiful silk umbrella and spun it. The golden toad person flew back 100 meters. Returned to Earth. Man released all her 5 elements divine power. She raised her fist and punched the spot that Yu had pierced through with the beautiful silk umbrella. No matter how good the ugly golden toad person's skin was, it could not withstand this blow. Brain matter spurted out from the small hole in the head. The entire head was flattened by man's punch. The large golden toad person hurriedly tried to save its master. It leapt into the air, opened its huge mouth and flicked its long tongue, wanting to swallow man in one bite. Man turned around and stared at it angrily. Her eyes instantly became blood red. A ball of raging flame quickly ignited on man's body. The large golden toad person who leapt into the air suddenly lost its life. Its eyes lost its color in an instant. Its huge body fell powerlessly in front of man. That long tongue could not be extended anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. It was less than half a meter away from man. The golden toad person who was on the verge of death. He also let out a scream. His head split open and blood flowed out from all his orifices. His 2 bulging eyes dilated rapidly and his heartbeat stopped. Man's doom eyes had not been activated for a long time. In today's battle, even blood pupil double kill had appeared at the same time. This time, the golden toad person was really unlucky. The little golden toad that was being beaten by the Reaper Mantis sister and the chaotic spirit, and the golden toad that was forced back by Yu's beautiful silk umbrella. He let out a scream at the same time and fell to the ground dead. A gold summoning grimoire exploded from the golden toad person's body and instantly dimmed. At this moment, the Sun King who was beating up Yue Yang in the purple gold palace suddenly stopped attacking. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "Titan Yu, you are so cunning. So Jizun was always by your side. She actually killed my queen. What kind of power is this? Is this the power of Jizun? A kind of peaceful and tranquil divine power?" Yue Yang gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled. "If Jizun was here, you would have been defeated long ago. Do you think that the information that the clown gave a year ago is still useful now? We are no longer the as from a year ago." The Sun King was about to step forward and attack this cunning brat. Suddenly, he realized that there was a huge rune circle under Yue Yang's feet that was slowly forming a wheel. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is the eternal wheel. Didn't you also hide your ultimate move? I was beaten up badly by you just now, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. This time, I will let you have a taste of my fist. Yue Yang stretched out his arms and the eternal wheel expanded to a radius of 50 meters. The Sun King realized that it was useless to struggle with the ancient code. He was firmly nailed to the ground. Other than thinking, he couldn't move anything else. Chapter 989. Yue Yang's left hand ignited the heaven's fury fire lotus, and his right hand was the twilight flame. In the sky, the red heaven divine flame fell like a waterfall, and the earth Yue Yang fire on the ground had quietly covered the soles of the Sun King's feet. Whether the Sun King moved or not, as long as Yue Yang launched an attack, it would cause a huge explosion. The Sun King could not move, but he was not afraid. No matter how powerful the fire energy was, it could not hurt him. Even if it could hurt his body, he could use the sun clock to reverse time and eliminate all the energy. Unless it was divine power, Yue Yang would not be able to hurt a single hair on his head. The Sun King had enough confidence. He, who had the body of a demigod, was not afraid of any fire in the world. Even the most powerful red heaven divine flame and earth Yue Yang fire would only cause pain when they exploded. Sword, however, Yue Yang did not attack with flames. He stretched out his big hand, as if he was asking for a certain sword from his followers behind him, just like a knight who was about to fight in front of a battle. What kind of sword was there that Yue Yang could not carry with him? The Sun King was a little confused. Yue Yang had a grimoire and a storage ring, why did he not even bring a sword with him? For the first time, the Sun King realized that he still did not see through Yue Yang. While he was surprised, he suddenly saw three girls at the entrance of the Purple Temple. One was the Lamia Loli that the Sun King had known for a long time, and the other two were the Eastern Goblin tribes, dragon sisters that the Sun King did not know, even in the clown's intelligence. This pair of dragon sisters was completely different from the ordinary Eastern Goblin tribe. Their bloodline seemed to be purer, and faintly, they had a transcendent temperament. This temperament, could it be? The Sun King's heart trembled. There was a hidden super strong tribe in the heaven realm. The men and women there were extremely similar to this pair of dragon sisters. Could it be that they were also one of them? One of the dragon sisters flew forward and shouted. Amidst a burst of colorful light, his body began to transform in a mysterious and boundless manner, transforming into a dazzling double-winged sword. The sword of Bai Yi naturally floated into Yue Yang's hand. When his large hand held the hilt of the sword, it was immediately like blood, flesh, and veins. His energy was instantly connected and integrated. Yue Yang didn't need to circulate his qi. As long as he willed it, the energy in his body would immediately transform into astral swords and shoot out. With the support of the war god servant's infinite swords, the astral swords were at least 100 times more powerful than when Yue Yang unleashed them at full strength. War god guard, humanoid divine weapon. Sun King finally understood that this damn Titan Yu not only had that demon-like earth deity weapon, but he also had a humanoid deity weapon. Although there were many capable people in the central shrine, there were very few who knew how to wield a humanoid divine weapon. Even if they could wield a humanoid divine weapon, how could they be like Yu Taiden, who actually used a dragon lady, a humanoid divine weapon? Damn it, he was trapped in the eternal wheel and couldn't escape. Sun King didn't think that the Sun Bell and recovery innate skill could reverse everything. It was absolutely impossible to recover from an injury caused by a humanoid divine weapon. It was the same as the power of the laws. Yue Yang waved his sword and slashed forward. What he used was not a combat technique like the earth-splitting slash, nor was it a fatal strike that used all of his strength. It was just a casual slash made with his mind and heart. However, the pillars and roof of the entire purple gold shrine were slashed into two halves by this slash. The brilliance of the sword penetrated through the roof and shot into the sky. The space of the eternal wheel was also slashed open with a crack that was tens of meters long. For the first time since the battle with Yue Yang, there was a deep wound on Sun King's shoulder. Although blood couldn't be condensed because of the eternal wheel, Sun King knew that he was injured by this slash and it was irreversible. Originally, with Titan Yu's strength, no matter how he attacked, he wouldn't be injured. The small damage on the surface could be completely reversed by the Sun Bell and recovery innate skill. The huge gap between their levels was a gap that Titan Yu couldn't overcome. Now, with the humanoid divine weapon in hand, he had the qualifications to fight with him as an equal. Now, it wasn't just him who injured him. Now, he could also injure him. What was even more strange was that Sun King discovered that the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Twilight Flame, Scarlet Divine Flame, and Earthly Yin Flame that were slashed by Yue Yang didn't explode no matter what kind of characteristics they had. Instead, it was like flowing water. Under the command of Yue Yang's will, it followed the sword qi and crazily drilled into the wound on his shoulder. Within a few seconds, Sun King felt a burning pain in his heart and soul. Hot, extremely hot, How did this cunning guy know that his Sun Bell and recovery innate skill couldn't remove the energy in his body? Sun King didn't have time to think too much. While Yue Yang had finished his move, he struggled with all his might. The eternal wheel cracked, shattered, and disappeared. The 4 types of flames that had crazily drilled into his body from the wound were also instantly blocked out by Sun King's protective energy. Don't even think of hurting me with just a little trick. Sun King roared and forcefully spat out the 4 types of flames from his throat despite his internal organs being shaken. Bo, come, how could Yue Yang give Sun King a chance to adjust? At the same time that he returned to his human form, he reached behind him again. Feather, one of the dragon ladies, had already flown up. In the dazzling brilliance, she transformed into a beautiful and unparalleled treasure bow and landed in Yue Yang's palm. As soon as the bow was in his hand, Yue Yang's innate chi, which had been consumed by more than half, rose again. With the help of Feather's energy, Yue Yang's willpower, battle intent, and innate chi energy all exploded. At first, Sun King wanted to rush up and counterattack, but now that he saw that Yue Yang still had a humanoid divine weapon, he immediately retreated, summoned his grimoire, and raised his shield. He didn't want to take it head-on. In addition to the shield, Sun King also raised a Raging Inferno Divine Shield with demonic flames in front of him. Although the Raging Inferno Divine Shield was a holy rank treasure, in terms of defense, it was comparable to a divine weapon. Some divine weapons might not even be as powerful as it. Whether it was close combat or long-range attack, as long as it was within 10,000 meters, any attack on the Raging Inferno Divine Shield would only cause its owner to suffer half of the attack's power. The other half would be reflected back to the attacker by the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. Ordinary swords and arrows could not break through the defense of a holy rank treasure. Anyone who wanted to attack the owner of the Raging Inferno Divine Shield would only be rebounded to death. If it wasn't for the terrifying power of Yue Yang's humanoid divine weapon, Sun King wouldn't have wanted to take out the Raging Inferno Divine Shield so quickly. These were all life-saving trump cards that he didn't want to take out easily. Eat my arrow. Yue Yang pulled the bee bow into the shape of a full moon and put on the purple lightning condensed from his own energy. This bee divine arrow, with ice as the arrowhead, purple lightning as the shaft, divine flame as the feather, and the power of law as the power, was already aimed at Sun King's heart. Yue Yang let out a cry that was louder than thousands of troops and horses. He pulled the bowstring with all his strength and shot this arrow with the will of destruction. Howl! The bowstring exploded like a thunderbolt. Faster than the sound, under Sun King's gaze, the purple lightning flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already passed through the grimoire's shield, then through the Raging Inferno Divine Shield, and even through Sun King's physical defense, through his heart, and through his back. The purple lightning arrow came out from the other side of the shield. It went beyond sound waves and pierced through several giant pillars in the hall. Finally, it successfully broke through the wall and came out. Other than a string of holes, there was no trace of the purple lightning arrow, as if it had never existed in the first place. Sun King's face was full of disbelief. He had already used the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. How could he let Titan Yu's arrow pierce through his heart? The grimoire's shield was completely ineffective, and the Raging Inferno Divine Shield did not reflect anything. How could this arrow be so fast? Forget about him, even a god wouldn't be able to withstand this arrow. It was too scary. No wonder Titan Yu dared to fight with him even though he knew that he was the Sun King of the Sun God Palace in the central shrine. He had such a terrifying humanoid divine weapon. The Raging Inferno Divine Shield let out a buzzing sound, like an injured beast. It was crying out in pain. Kill you. Sun King did not bother to check the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. He exploded with all his strength and rushed forward to fight Yue Yang, who had just finished using the bee bow. He definitely couldn't let this brat use his humanoid divine weapon again. It was too dangerous. He had to get close to him and use his strongest power to exhaust his stamina. He had to use endless attacks to torture him to death in this purple gold hall. His own power and level were far higher than Yue Yang's. As long as Yue Yang didn't have the chance to use his humanoid divine weapon, the final victory would definitely belong to him. Ah! Little Wen Li screamed. She was so angry that her eyes were about to crack open. Her binding chain's inherent skill was activated to its limit. Blood flowed out of her eyes. This is the interest I'm paying you back. Yue Yang ignored the Sun King Arena's heavy punch on his chest. When Xiao Wen Li's binding chain's inherent skill took effect, he immediately unleashed his world-exterminating wheel. Forming a wheel with his hands, he slashed the Sun King's chest that was already heavily injured. Sun King immediately felt the shadow of death creeping into his heart. It had been a long time since he felt the fear of death. It was very clear now, causing his soul to tremble. This Titan Yue actually had such a terrifying ultimate skill like that world-exterminating wheel. He was waiting to ambush him. How could a young man like him have so many unique skills? Other than divine weapon, divine equipment and earth divine weapon, this brat also had the humanoid divine weapon that belonged to the Eastern Celestial Tribe's Dragon Lady sisters. He also had the Eternal Wheel and World-Exterminating Wheel. Just where did he come from, to actually receive such favor from the heavens? This was too unfair. Originally, he thought that Yue Yang was the world's most favored child. Who would have thought that this young man was even more favored by the heavens? The Eternal Wheel and World-Exterminating Wheel were all in one person. He also had a Dragon Lady as his master, a divine equipment and a divine beast as his companions. Who exactly was this person? Sun King used all of his strength to break free from little Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill. The moment that World-Exterminating Wheel passed through his body, he jumped back and escaped pathetically, dodging that World-Exterminating Wheel's fatal attack. He did not look at the damage that the World-Exterminating Wheel had caused to the purple gold hall. He only stared blankly at his own fingers. 3 bloody fingers silently proved how terrifying his opponent was. With his strength as the Sun King, he still ended up in such a state. If it was another person who came, wouldn't that be sending food to Titan Yue? Chapter 990 Inches. Do you think you can kill me like this? Sun King's expression was very calm, but he was angry in his heart. He was angry as if he trusted a friend but was heartlessly deceived by the other party. Originally, Sun King thought that he had seen through this brat and believed that this brat still had trump cards, but definitely not many. As long as he was careful, he would be able to take him down. The Sun King felt that as long as he paid a certain price, he would be able to win the entire battle. When he stood high above in front of the enemy's corpse, he should sigh at how difficult it was to win this battle, or at how rare it was to meet such a difficult opponent. However, it was no longer a question of victory. Titan Yue's actions showed that he didn't just want to stubbornly resist. This kid wanted to kill him, he wanted to kill the Sun King. The humiliation of being deceived and provoked maliciously exploded in his heart. Good fellow, you brat, you are crazy enough. You want to kill me, Sun King. You are not qualified. Sun King took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He snorted and said, even if the Conqueror Queen came personally, she would not be able to kill me. I am no longer the coward who ran away 10,000 years ago. I am the Sun King of the Solar Divine Palace. Yue Yang did not speak. He gently wiped away the 2 bright red streaks of blood that flowed down from little Wen Li's eyes. He gently kissed the little baby's slightly pale little face due to overexertion. Sun King clenched his fists tightly. No matter what technique you have, you will definitely die because the gap between us is too big. His body erupted with a glorious light like that of a god. Even if he had to use up the divine power that he had not been able to gather and use all the sun divine power that he had accumulated for 10,000 years, even if he had to destroy his perfect body, even if his strength would drop after the battle, he was determined to kill this hateful young man in front of him. It was too hateful. Even in the central shrine, that high and mighty heaven's favored one, Yue Yang, had never looked at him with such a murderous gaze. This Titan Yue did not want to win. He wanted to kill him. Die. The Sun King angrily expanded the time domain and the law of time, enveloping the entire purple gold divine temple. He then condensed the ultimate sun divine power in his hand. Then, he aimed at Yue Yang's heart and attacked with an unstoppable force. You pierced my heart with an arrow. I'll also smash your heart and return that punch to you. Yue Yang pushed away Yao and Feather who were in front of him. With the support of little Wen Li's energy, his arms turned into a whirlpool, hoping to weaken the Sun King's fatal blow. Suddenly, the Sun King retracted his golden fist in a strange way. At the moment when Yue Yang's spinning arm missed, the Sun King's golden fist suddenly stopped. Then, with the help of the law of time, he launched a second attack. This time, there were no more obstructions. The punch, which was imbued with divine power, landed heavily on Yue Yang's chest, directly breaking his sternum, and his fist sank deep into his chest. Die. The Sun King roared happily. With the help of the time domain and the law of time, any defense would become a joke. This was because the entire space field was controlled by his own time field. "I'll give it back to you." Yue Yang spat out a blood arrow, which splattered towards the Sun King's face. Little Wen Li's two blades slid over from behind like fish, sticking close to Yue Yang's skin, passing through the tattered clothes on his body, and fiercely slashed at the Sun King's fist that carried divine power. The sunken fist shook, and the divine power emitted a golden light. Nothing could hurt it, but the skin above his arm was instantly frozen, greatly slowing down the speed at which the Sun King retracted his arm. The whip legs of the two war god guards, Yao and Yu, heavily kicked the Sun King's knee. Although they were unable to cause serious damage, they successfully caused the Sun King's center of gravity to shift slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yue Yang counterattacked. With both hands, his 10 fingers were like swords, inserted into the left and right ears of the Sun King. He Guikang and Kai Shaolian erupted at the same time. How powerful was the innate invisible sword chi? In the past, Yue Yang had yet to become a sword chi, but it was already invincible. Even the Sun King would not be able to resist the two swords that he had condensed today. Moreover, most of the Sun King's divine power had already struck Yue Yang's heart with a heavy punch, like two sharp daggers piercing through a bag filled with sand. He Guikang and Kai Shaolian successfully broke through the protective energy of the Sun King and pierced straight into his ears. The Sun King only felt a pain in his head, and his vision was already pitch black. He didn't have time to retract his right fist, so he punched out with his left fist again. A huge golden fist, carrying divine power, it was as powerful as lightning. With a single punch, it sent the rescuing Yao and Yu flying, blasted away little Wen Li's double blade protection, and smashed into Yue Yang's chest like a cannonball. Originally, his goal was to shatter Yue Yang's head. However, due to the pain of the two swords piercing through his ears, he was no longer able to accurately capture his target. Yue Yang didn't dare to take it head-on either. He leapt backwards and tried his best to dispel the opponent's fist aura. Puff! An arrow of blood spurted out from Yue Yang's throat. He felt that the place where he was punched had completely shattered his sternum, and the lungs below had been turned into a sea of blood by the damned sun god's power. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted there. Suffocating, unable to breathe. Whether it was the pain or the injury to his lungs, Yue Yang was unable to breathe. Yue Yang had never experienced such pain before. The divine power blasted into his body. Even if the innate sword chi had been reborn and the nirvana flames had cleansed his marrow many times, it was still difficult for him to withstand such a blow. If it weren't for the innate sword chi, the nirvana flames, and the devouring instinct consuming the sun god's power at the same time, Yue Yang had no doubt that he would fall to the ground and die if he was punched by the Sun King. At this moment, Yue Yang felt his mind go blank. Other than pain, there was still pain. He couldn't come up with any plans or reactions. So tired, so painful, I really want to fall down. Even if he knew it was impossible, his body really couldn't bear it. Ah! Yue Yang aimed at his left chest and fiercely hit the white xianxia sword. The heart that was punched had already stopped beating. Because of the opponent's time domain and the law of time, as well as the torture of the sun god's power, as long as the heart stopped beating, it would never automatically recover, and would only continue to weaken forever. The reason why Yue Yang didn't use the xianxia sword just now was to keep it to disperse the remaining divine power in his body. If it was in normal times, it would be fine to endure more pain and let the devouring instinct absorb the divine power. But now, he couldn't waste even a second. Jump! Yue Yang found that the power of the xianxia sword couldn't completely offset the attack of the sun god's power on his heart. His heart recovered a little, but it still couldn't beat. Little Wen Li screamed. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed out of her eyes. Her pair of small hands, disregarding her life, urged the pure light energy to form a healing light ball, and pressed it on Yue Yang's chest. Sun King's body swayed a few times. He, who had Guikang and Shaolian's swords penetrated his ears, was still able to stand. His face was stained with Yue Yang's blood, as well as his own. That slightly distorted face looked somewhat sinister. It's useless. My divine power shattered your heart. Any healing is useless. You're dead. Little Wen Li heard this. Shock appeared on her face. She suppressed her fear and allowed her tears to flow freely. She bit her lips tightly, suppressing the urge to cry. At the same time, she frantically condensed a ball of light, hoping to disperse the divine power that was still wreaking havoc in Yue Yang's chest. Yue Yang, on the other hand, calmed down. He stopped Yao and Yu from helping, and even made them stand further away. Sun King wiped away the blood in his eyes, and found that this Titan Yu's expression was unusually calm. That kind of calmness was the sign of a storm. Not good, this brat wanted to perish together. For some reason, Sun King, who thought he could win for sure, felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. In order to suppress the fear in his heart, Sun King suppressed the dizziness and pain in his head, stepped forward again, and waved his golden fist toward Yue Yang. Boom! A kind of divine power that Sun King had never felt before appeared on Yue Yang's body. That kind of divine power was filled with resentment and hostility, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. That kind of hatred that cursed the heaven and earth made even Sun King's soul tremble. Compared to this kind of divine power, the Sun God's divine power was like the setting sun in the cold winter, powerless. Fortunately, Titan Yu could not truly unleash the power of this divine power. All he could do was drive a trace of it. Sun King retracted his fist, and realized that his golden fist had turned pitch black. His opponent's divine power had cursed his own divine power, and like a plague, it spread from his fingers to his arm, then to his shoulder, and then to his heart. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an icy hell. Sun King turned around and retreated hurriedly. Since Titan Yu was going to die, why not retreat to the side and watch quietly before that? Yue Yang, along with little Wen Li, was sent flying 100 meters away. After forcefully taking a punch from Sun King, the bones in his fist cracked. In terms of absolute power, he was indeed several levels lower than Sun King. Yao Yu and Yao Yu hurriedly helped Yue Yang up. Yue Yang pressed his chest, and his heart still did not beat. The blood in his body was barely circulating under the guidance of the innate sword qi, but even so, his body was getting weaker and weaker. Kill! Yue Yang roared silently, his eyes filled with killing intent. As long as he killed Sun King, there would be a possibility of stopping the healing. Otherwise, he would die for sure. Little Wen Li suddenly threw Yao Yu and Yao Yu out of the purple gold palace. She wanted them to call Yu Yu and the others to come and save him. Sun King waved his hand, and shot out dozens of light pillars. Yue Yang leapt into the air and shot towards Sun King like a soaring dragon. Other than refracting all the light pillars, he also charged towards Sun King with his divine power. Sun King already had battle experience, so he did not take the attack head-on anymore. Instead, he threw out a ball of light that was extremely flexible. It looked like it was alive, but it was not. It was Sun King's special beast, Echo Light. Yue Yang flicked his finger, and flicked the Echo Light, which had a stronger attack power, away without expending any energy. He stepped down from the sky, forcing Sun King to fight head-on. Sun King turned his body and kicked sideways. He was still unwilling to fight head-on with Yue Yang. However, this contact made Sun King completely numb. This was because the divine power of Yue Yang's attack was no longer the divine power of disaster. Instead, it was a kind of chaotic divine power that made even the heaven and earth turn gray. It was a kind of primal energy from the beginning. Sun King realized that his mind was in chaos, and his whole body was numb. In the sky, a huge golden snake demon image appeared, just like the invincible conqueror queen in the past. That golden snake demon image waved the weapon in her hand. An all-out attack. It slashed the body of Sun King, who was still in the posture of a side kick. Blood splattered from Sun King's waist, and his whole body was almost cut in half by little Wen Li's golden image. He couldn't help but scream in pain. At the same time that little Wen Li's sneak attack was successful, there was also a huge golden image behind Sun King. It was as powerful as a god, and with one slap, it sent Yue Yang and little Wen Li flying. The moment Yue Yang fell to the ground, Sun King, who was still screaming just now, had actually caught up. His golden fist punched Yue Yang's chest for the third time, with the intention of punching through Yue Yang. "I'll send you on your way." At this time, Sun King's ferocious butcher face was full of murderous intent. In order to fight to the death with Yue Yang, he even used the last quasi-god golden body. Yue Yang didn't speak, but his eyes didn't have the fear that Sun King expected to see. Instead, there was a kind of chilling mockery. The moment he hit Yue Yang, Sun King suddenly felt a sense of horror. He hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. But it was too late. A pillar of fire formed by nirvana flame soared into the sky, wrapping Sun King's whole body in it. With a rumble, it broke through the dome of the purple gold temple, chapter 991, in front of the western city gate. The three-legged golden crow tribe's black orchid could no longer maintain her carefree demeanor. She returned to her original form, a golden crow with a wingspan of tens of meters, fighting against Princess Sissy and the others. In this battle, Princess Xianxia's estimation of her was very high, but it was still too low. She did not expect that Black Orchid alone would be able to fight against herself with her divine sword, Ika who was in a berserk state, and hornless dragon Zhongying who had completely fused with the dragon god's supreme divine power. If not for the strongest golden crown thorny flower queen duo supporting them, they would not dare to say that they could win. On the contrary, Golden Crow tribe's Black Orchid was at a disadvantage. She had never thought that Titan Yu's two wives and guardian beast would actually be this strong. With her strength, she was actually suppressed by her opponent's storm-like attacks to the point that she couldn't even breathe. Her golden feathers were damaged, her golden claws were burnt black. Black Orchid had never been beaten so badly by the enemy when she returned to her original form. The worst thing was that the opponent had not sent out all of their forces. There was still the strongest and a girl with unknown special abilities guarding the side. If the strongest thorny flower queen attacked, she would be defeated in less than 10 moves. What should she do? Why was the golden toad queen Jin Miao not here to support? Could it be that her opponent was even stronger? How many guardian beasts did Titan Yu actually have? Just here alone, there were already 3. He was obviously a human male from Tong Tian Tower. How could he be more outstanding than the geniuses and elites from Heaven Realm? Black Orchid became more and more afraid as she fought. She could not fight against the 3 girls. She retreated step by step. The battle above Purple Gold Divine Palace was earth-shattering. Black Orchid could faintly hear the Sun King's miserable howls, and not just once. The Sun King must also be in a tough battle, otherwise he would not last for so long. Black Orchid originally wanted to retreat to Purple Gold Divine Palace, but now she gave up on that idea, her heart filled with worry. Black Orchid, aren't you too useless? You can't even take down a few girls. Just as Black Orchid was retreating, a ray of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the palace. A tall, beautiful and noble woman with horns on her forehead appeared behind Black Orchid. Behind this woman, 4 ugly iron-armed golden apes walked out with large strides, carrying a huge golden coffin on their shoulders. Quick, come help. Black Orchid was usually the enemy, but she could not care about it now. Kai Yan, Black Orchid said. Sister, Orchid laughed coldly, Orchid, and Zhang Ying, little sister Kai Yan, no, elder sister, quickly come and lend me a hand. My strength is almost depleted and it is hard for me to maintain my body. When we return, little sister will definitely give way to elder sister and willingly become the 3rd concubine. Black Orchid flapped her wings with all her might, forcing Ika and Zhang Ying to fly away and retreat. As for Princess Xianxian, she had already retreated to the drunken cat Big Sis and Duo's side the moment the new enemy appeared, deeply on guard. Drunken Cat saw that Princess Sissy was very rational and didn't let her anger get to her head. She praised her in her heart. As expected of Tigress, who became braver and more shrewd the more she fought. Other than that Shui Niu, who else could compare to him? Ika wanted to continue to attack, but Princess Xian blocked her attack with her sword. Hornless dragon Zhang Ying also quickly returned after Princess Sissy made a defensive gesture. Seeing that the enemy was full of misgivings towards her, the noble and beautiful woman very proudly snorted. You were originally the 3rd, if not for you, His Majesty, how could it be your turn to be the 2nd concubine? Actually, if it wasn't for that bitch Jin Miao helping His Majesty when she was young, her position as Empress would have been mine. Black Orchid, you have to remember what you said today. Black Orchid lowered her head, her attitude respectful and submissive. Princess Sissy, with her 6 records inherent skill, keenly discovered that Black Orchid's eyes flashed with an unexpected light. Sister Kai Yan, I am tired from fighting for a long time and I am worried about His Majesty. I would like to ask Sister to take control of the situation and come to Purple Gold Divine Palace to take a look. I promise that I will definitely not compete with Sister for merits. Black Orchid pleaded humbly. You won't be able to compete with me. I have already obtained the golden coffin for His Majesty. With the god's bones and the divine grimoire, His Majesty will definitely be able to subdue the divine grimoire. What can you do for His Majesty? Don't cause trouble, go to the side and recover from your injuries, lest you become a dirty cat with an ugly appearance and embarrass His Majesty. The noble and beautiful woman's neck was raised high like a proud swan. Yes, I will go to the garden to rest for a while. When my injuries have recovered, I will come back to pay my respects to Sister. Black Orchid flapped her wings hard and flew high, intending to leave. Ika still wanted to aim with the energy cannon. However, Princess Sissy secretly asked her to pay attention to the proud Kai Yan in front and let go of the extremely tenacious Black Orchid who had fought for a long time. Almost at the same time, Zhang Ying and Duo also reached out to dissuade Ika. Drunken Cat, who was in the center of everyone's protection, saw this, smiled slightly and nodded secretly. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that they were working together while the other side was fighting openly and covertly was enough to determine who was stronger. If Black Orchid had stayed and teamed up with the proud Kai Yan, they might have been able to fight to a draw. However, not only did the other side not do so, they were like fire and water. Drunken Cat also felt that Black Orchid's departure had the faint intention of framing the other side. Black Orchid definitely knew the opponent's strength, but even she, who had used up all her secret powers and returned to her original form, could that Kai Yan be able to? Black Orchid did not say it clearly, but it was obvious that she wanted to frame her rival in love. Sometimes, a rival in love was even more terrifying than an enemy. Drunken Cat secretly thought that it was a close shave. Fortunately, none of her sisters were as easily jealous as Black Orchid and Kai Yan, or else they would be in trouble. Of course, that bad guy Yue Yang also did a good job. He took care of everything and did not favor one over the other. Thus, everyone was able to maintain unity and fight side by side against external enemies. Growing up together, training together, and fighting together, the love and friendship born from this were especially strong and hard to be separated by external forces. Drunken Cat guessed that the Black Orchid and Kai Yan in front of her, as well as the Queen Jin Miao whom she had never seen before, must have known each other halfway. That was why they were so jealous and fighting for fame and fortune. Whoosh! With a few flaps of her wings, Black Orchid had already disappeared without a trace. She left behind that noble and beautiful woman called Kai Yan, who stood there arrogantly, coldly sweeping her gaze across Princess Sissy and the others as if they were a group of servants. Princess Sissy did not say anything. She stretched out her hand and the soul energy knot spread out, connecting with Zhang Ying, Ika, Duo and Drunken Cat. In an instant, she shared her 6 senses, thoughts, and plans with everyone. Zhang Ying and the others nodded, and at the same time, gave their opinions back to Princess Sissy. Ever since they cultivated together under the World Tree's Heaven Stairway with Yue Yang and broke through the limits of the godly state, they had obtained different soul energy ribbons, which were also known as soul energy knots. As long as they were connected, their thoughts would be mutual and there was no need for them to speak directly. Princess Xianxia had deliberately used this hard knot in order to keep it a secret and to better cooperate with each other, allowing them to have a tacit understanding. The arrogant Kai Yan did not care. She only curled her lips and snorted disdainfully, "Insignificant tricks. You don't even know how to use directional sound transmission, and you dare to show off in front of me. What a joke. Big idiot and second idiot, you two go and tear that weakest slut apart. Third idiot and fourth idiot, you two trample that flower to death. Even if plant-type beasts transform into humans, what kind of battle power do they have? Just because their faces have become beautiful, does that mean they will definitely be strong?" Ika was furious. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo laughed and shook her head. Of course, having a beautiful face has nothing to do with battle power. On the other hand, an ugly freak like you will easily make people vomit and affect other people's battle power. Slut, you're courting death. The arrogant Kai Yan was so angry that her face twisted. Without waiting for the 4 steel-armed golden apes to come forward, she had already flown up. She held a ball of fire in each hand, intending to kill Duo in one move. Duo's laughter was like a bell. Not only did she not retreat, she charged forward. She leapt into the air, and when the opponent's ball of fire was about to hit her face, she waved her fists, like a normal girl fighting, randomly punching out. When Kai Yan saw her posture, she simply laughed her head off. She somersaulted, with her head down and her legs up. She executed a beautiful roundhouse kick, aiming straight for Duo's forehead. If this kick landed, even a heaven-rank ruler would be killed on the spot. The smile on Duo's face became even wider. She turned a blind eye to the collision and explosion of the ball of fire. Kai Yan's beautiful roundhouse kick was also completely ignored. She looked like a silly little girl who did not know what danger was. Just as Kai Yan's foot hit Duo's head, Duo's body suddenly blossomed with countless flowers. Her beautiful posture was the best in the world. A kind of deterrence energy that was even more terrifying than that of a divine beast, a kind of terrifying energy that was even more powerful than the minor law energy that Yue Yang usually used, burst out from her body. The entire world seemed to have become a fresh flower. No one could stop this fresh flower from blooming, just like no one could stop the laws of nature. The flower crown on Duo's head sank slightly, blocking Kai Yan's kick. The two colliding and exploding balls of fire drowned the fresh flowers on Duo's body, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was not the slightest ripple. Kai Yan's face was full of astonishment. She had never expected this. She wanted to turn around and retreat, but found that her calf had unknowingly been grabbed by the enemy's hand. With a burst of dizziness, Kai Yan found that her body was falling rapidly. An irresistible force carried her and smashed her to the ground. Rumble. Kai Yan felt as if all the bones in her body had been shattered. She did not even have the time to groan in pain. The moment her body bounced up from the ground, another foot stomped heavily on her back, almost breaking her spine. This time, Kai Yan could no longer endure the pain and screamed. The scream had just started. Duo raised her sky-piercing blade and slashed across Kai Yan's throat with incomparable elegance. Her neck split open, and blood spurted out like a waterfall. Kai Yan painfully covered the wound on her throat. She supported herself with one arm, anxiously trying to escape from danger. However, Duo, who was behind her, did not let her go so easily. She raised the sky-piercing blade high up and stabbed it heavily into Kai Yan's back, directly piercing through her chest. The arrogant Kai Yan howled in pain after receiving this heavy blow. Her body crazily transformed into a blood-red dragon amidst the bloody light. The sky-piercing blade pierced deeply into her back. Transforming into a dragon did not mean that the danger was over. The blood-red dragon frantically flapped its two wings, anxiously wanting to fly up like Black Orchid and escape from this place. It did not expect that in the sky, the hornless dragon Zhang Ying had been waiting for a long time. Zhang Ying first threw down a silver spider web, then condensed a slender water dragon. She shouted delicately, "Let's see if your dragon or my dragon is stronger." The water dragon covered the sky and swallowed down, directly knocking the already heavily injured blood-red dragon to the ground. On the ground, Ika raised the angel's blade. She slashed with all her might. The blood-red dragon's left wing was silently separated from its main body and flew out. Dragon blood splattered all over the ground. The blood-red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dragon breath. However, before it could leave its mouth, it was horrified to find that Ika's energy cannon had already shot out an energy beam, blasting the ball of dragon breath back into the blood-red dragon's throat. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The shockwave sent Drunken Cat, who was fighting 4 steel-armed gold apes, flying 100 meters away. The steel-armed gold apes also rolled on the ground, each of them in a sorry state. The blood-red dragon with a large hole in its head finally realized the strength of the enemy and Black Orchid's humble attitude. It turned out that these enemies were existences that could not be defeated. Black Orchid appeared to be retreating, but in reality, she was shifting the disaster. Kai Yan, who had transformed into a blood-red dragon, struggled with all her might, wanting to fly up. However, one of her wings had been cut off, her head had been blasted black, and there were a few large holes in her body with blood gushing out. She struggled a few times, but still could not fly up. "Do you still have a pretty face now?" Duo floated down from the sky. Her small hands grabbed the dragon's tail and pulled Kai Yan's huge body up. After swinging her back and forth dozens of times, she asked with a bell-like smile, "Look at me, who has a pretty face. Don't you think I'm just an empty shell? Spare me." The blood-red dragon vomited blood non-stop. At this moment, she thought of begging for mercy. It's already too late. Princess Sissy, who had condensed her strength for a long time, carried the power of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. With the ultimate support of her Saint Energy inherent skill, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword slashed down heavily. The sword was about to chop off Kai Yan's head. At the same time, a person flew out of the purple gold Divine Palace. It was Yue Yang, who was covered in blood. He was punched out of the palace door by the Sun King. He fell on the golden steps with great momentum, rolling non-stop. The Sun King wasn't having a good time either. First, he was restrained by Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill for the second time. Then, he was sent flying by Man's 5 elemental Pilar's divine power. He fell 10 times further than Yue Yang, if it wasn't for the Sun King. If it was someone else, they would definitely explode and die on the spot after taking a punch from a man. However, Red gritted her teeth and held on. She blocked the attack of the Sun King's quasi-god golden body with both hands, preventing it from helping the main body. Yue Yang and the Sun King both fell on the golden steps. Both of them fought until their eyes were red. They didn't care about their injuries, their surroundings and other attacks. They were like madmen. Once their bodies regained their mobility, they immediately pounced on each other like raging bulls. They didn't defend themselves at all, and their fists rained down on each other's body. The Sun King's quasi-god golden body rushed down to help the main body. Of course, Yue Yang also had the help of little Wen Li, Red and Man. The great battle continued. The chaotic battle was endless. Before one side fell, the battle would never stop. Chapter 992 Under the West Gate. Wu Lan snuck back to the battlefield and found that Kai Yan's corpse had already become fertilizer. The other 4 iron-armed gold apes had suffered the same fate as her. Only the golden crown thorny flower queen Duo was left. She had a sweet smile on her face, looking cute and harmless. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't look like a warrior who was about to start a massacre. Instead, she looked like a princess who was waiting for a warrior to save her. The battle at the Royal Garden Plaza rumbled like thunder. The terrifying shockwaves were like the eruption of a tsunami. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. If you like it, I'll gift this golden coffin to you, sister. Duo's words were filled with sugar. No matter what she said, it sounded very pleasant to the ears of others. It couldn't be helped, this little girl was a naturally likable person. If I take this golden coffin, I'm afraid I'll have to live in it forever. Wu Lan of the 3-legged gold crow tribe suddenly sighed. How could that be possible? Sister is very powerful. Duo smiled and shook her head. Her voice was like a bell, extremely pleasing to the ears. I am not that idiot Kai Yan. I don't want to fight with you at all in this battle. Our 3-legged gold crow tribe has no enmity with Tong Tian Tower. In fact, our ancestors had some relation with them. Whether Titan Yu leads you to power or not has nothing to do with us, and is not a threat to our gold crow tribe. If not for the Sun King, why would I fight? That year, for the sake of peace in the Valley of Tang, I replaced my sister and married the Sun King far away. I've never felt happiness for a single day, but I don't have the ability to resist fate, nor the possibility of struggling. Right now, I'm already tired, I don't want to struggle anymore. If Titan Yu wins in the end, I'll return to the Valley of Tang and live the life I want. Wu Lan muttered to herself with a hint of longing in her voice. Unfortunately, compared to Kai Yan fertilizer, I'm more interested in you. Duo placed the ancient golden coffin into her summoning grimoire. Without looking at Wu Lan again, she stepped on the blossoming flower and floated away. I hope I can regain my freedom. Wu Lan paid attention to the battle at the plaza, but didn't want to go near, afraid of being discovered by the Sun King who was locked in a bitter battle. Purple Gold Divine Palace, plaza below the golden stairs. The Sun King was caught in a bitter struggle. In terms of level and strength, he was far superior to Yue Yang. However, the problem was that Yue Yang had too many unique skills, and his right-hand men came one after another. First, it was Man and Red, followed by the hornless dragon Zhang Ying and Ika. Finally, it was Duo who absorbed Kai Yan as fertilizer and scared off Black Orchid. The Sun King's only help right now was the golden body quasi-godhead, but with little Wen Li's golden snake demon battle statue blocking it, it was impossible to rescue the main body in time. At the back of the hall, Princess Sissy and Drunken Cat who were gritting their teeth and dashing forward had already met up with Yu who was carrying the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Chaos. This was the place where Kai Yan moved the ancient golden coffin. Different from Kai Yan who only cared about moving the coffin, they came here mainly to find the secrets of the divine grimoire or the purple gold shrine. Princess Sissy had a hunch that they had to find some key to defeat the powerful Sun King. The Sun King had the quasi-godhead and a strong recovery talent. It was not easy to kill him. They had to find the secret of the divine tune and kill him with the ancient law. Moreover, Princess Sissy felt that the key person might be Yu. Not herself. Where is the secret? Quickly find it. Yu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her brother. After all, the Sun King's strength and level were there. The longer the battle went, the more dangerous it would be. Oh my god, there is an even higher shrine behind. The Reaper Mantis flew out and was surprised to find that the purple gold shrine was only the first shrine in the entire divine grimoire world. There was another one behind, and even more. This back of the hall was far from the end of the divine grimoire world. It was unimaginable how big the divine grimoire world was. There is another one. Then how can we find the secret of the divine grimoire? Princess Sissy was also anxious. She did not know what to do. Should she continue to move forward or stay in the back of the purple gold shrine to search? Calm down, there must be a way. Drunken Cat desperately comforted others, but her own tears were streaming down. Yes, I need to calm down, I need to save Xiao-san, I must think of a way, I need to calm down, Yu suddenly muttered like a madwoman. Her eyes began to lose focus, and her mind was a mess. She fell into a state of chaos, as if she was repeating an endless loop of thoughts. Princess Sissy held her with trembling hands, trying to cheer her up, but found that her throat had become hoarse. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down, and she could no longer speak. Seeing the state of the 3 women, even the chaotic spirits, who were full of enthusiasm for energy and wanted to leave the team to absorb the space energy from time to time, also calmed down. She would not persuade them. She just quietly floated there, waiting quietly. Maybe the secret of the divine grimoire is in the ancient golden coffin. Sister Reaper Mantis was also anxious that she could not help, but she had a bright mind. The idea flashed in her mind, and she said it out loud. I'll go back, you stay, take care of Sister Yu first, pay attention, don't let her be in any danger. Princess Sissy saw that the shrine in front of her was too tall and too big. If she went to explore it again, she was afraid that there was not enough time. She hurriedly went back to the ancient golden coffin to see if there were any secrets in it. Previously in the Tower of Babel, Yue Yang had taken everyone to the periphery of the divine grimoire. Qilin girl Bing Yin had once moved a similar ancient golden coffin for Yue Yang. The secrets stored in it had not been fully excavated until now. Perhaps the secret of the purple gold shrine was really in the ancient golden coffin. Mistress, I just thought of it, it may not be correct. Sister Reaper Mantis saw that Princess Sissy took it seriously, and was anxious. I don't have a premonition like you. I just thought of it casually. What if it's wrong? Don't go back, think of another way, there's not enough time, no matter what the possibility is, I have to fight. Princess Sissy kept the prison emperor divine sword, wiped her tears, and ran back. Don't be impulsive, Xianxia. Drunken Cat was afraid that she would be in danger, and quickly chased after her. Now, what should we do now? Sister Reaper Mantis looked at the spirit of chaos. The spirit of chaos had no opinion at all. With her intelligence, she did not know how to think about these problems. She just waited there quietly, and waited for other people's decision according to Yue Yang's instructions. I want to save Xiao-san, I want to save Xiao-san, Yu fell into a state of confusion. Because of the shock she saw in the back hall, her spirit almost collapsed. What should I do? I can't do it alone. I can't make a decision. I also want to save Master, but I don't know what to do. Mistress Rain, please wake up, I'm only good at fighting, I don't have the ability to make that kind of decision that can change fate. The secret might be in the divine palace in front, or in the ancient golden coffin, or in the purple gold palace. Sister Yu said that there's a summoning grimoire up there. It looks like a holy grimoire, but it also looks like a godly grimoire. Maybe the real secret is in there, maybe there's a lot of strange energy here, and even the twisted power of the ancient code in a strange energy field. Oh my god, my head is going to explode. Where is the secret of the purple gold palace? There are so many spaces around us, and they all have golden barriers. It's a world of its own inside, where is the secret hidden? Mistress Rain, I beg you, please wake up quickly. Sister Reaper Mantis was getting more and more nervous. The pressure in her heart was too great, and she cried out loud. She hugged Yu, and cried harder and harder, her tears splashing everywhere. Because of her crying, Yu's eyes gradually regained their spirit. As if the crying had awakened her from her muddled state, Yu's body glowed with a holy light. In this life and death situation, she broke out from the muddled state of endless loop of thoughts, and successfully gave birth to a new consciousness. At the same time, her clear and calm mind was instantly restored. Yu closed her eyes gently, and tears fell down uncontrollably. Because of the golden light shining on her body, it looked like sparkling golden beams were falling from her body. When she opened her eyes again, a kind of light of wisdom shone in her eyes like a divine light. The brilliance of the light made Reaper Mantis' sister dumbfounded. Breakthrough, leveling up, the light of wisdom shining, I understand now. A smile appeared on Yu Yu's lips. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she turned around and flew back quickly. Reaper Mantis' sister hurriedly chased after her with the chaotic spirits, guarding her left and right. While suppressing her surprise, she asked anxiously, Mistress Rain, what did you understand? What do you want us to do? I can't explain it right now, let's go back first. Yu Yu opened her semi-god silk umbrella, and her speed increased by 10 times. She floated in the air like a fairy. Below the west gate, Princess Sissy and Drunken Cat had already rushed back, but they found that the ancient coffin was gone. Where's the golden ancient coffin? Princess Sissy's vision darkened. There was no time to clean it up just now. Could it be that Wu Lan who ran away had stolen it? If it was true, it would be terrible. Maybe Duo Duo took it away. Calm down, Duo Duo wouldn't leave such an important thing behind. Drunken Cat quickly comforted her. Then let's go and find her. Princess Sissy took out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and flew forward to meet up with Duo Duo. At this time, the battle at the Purple Gold Plaza had reached its climax. The Sun King had used his ultimate skill, Sun Explosion, on Yue Yang. The energy that engulfed the heaven and earth could completely annihilate all living beings on the battlefield. The Sun King risked his life to kill Yue Yang, even if he was severely injured. As for Yue Yang, other than the Nirvana Flame, Eternal Wheel and innate invisible sword chi, he still had his ultimate skill. That was the Golden Giant's ancient code that was born from the enlightenment of the Card of Fate. This was the only power that Yue Yang couldn't control. However, as long as Yue Yang's life was in danger, it would usually be activated. The Golden Giant's feet, body, and head were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it represented the power of the Law of Fate, a power that had never been defeated and only made its enemies feel inferior and insignificant. When it appeared, all beings bowed their heads. From the Black Tide at the beginning, to the Empress of Heaven, and now the Sun King, there was no exception. When Yue Yang was hit by the Sun Explosion's divine flame, his body immediately gave birth to a golden giant. In front of it, any power would fall into stillness. The soaring Yu Yu, the sprinting Princess Sissy, all floated in the air. Time also stopped. When it was born, there was only this kind of irresistible ancient code of fate in the world. In an instant, Yu Yu, who had returned from the east, and Princess Xianxia, who had rushed over from the west, resumed their movements. However, they were extremely slow, as if there were thousands of heavy burdens on their shoulders. In fact, they did not feel heavy pressure, but they were unable to move smoothly. The Sun King screamed as he was stepped on by the Golden Giant. At this moment, his quasi-divine godhead golden body couldn't even resist for a second and was completely shattered. The sun clock stepped on the ground, the golden hands of the hour and second, twisted, and parts of unknown origin splattered on the ground. Black Orchid, who was far away on the city tower, was suffocated. From her angle, she could only see a giant foot that was as tall as a mountain, piercing through the clouds. She didn't know how tall it was, but it was at least a few thousand meters. Such a huge golden giant couldn't see its body or face at all, and its true appearance was unknown. On the contrary, Little Wen Li's golden snake demon statue, which was almost shattered by the Sun King's quasi-divine godhead, instantly recovered. Zhang Ying and Red, who were exhausted from the battle, also felt full of energy. Ika screamed, and the angel's blade spiraled. Ah-Man shouted, and the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars erupted. Countless flowers bloomed on Duoduo's body. Yue Yang's heart that had stopped beating for a long time started beating again. Thump thump thump, it became the only vibration in the entire battlefield. The golden giant disappeared in a flash. The moment Yue Yang's heart started beating again, he immediately fainted and fell to the ground. The golden giant that exploded also disappeared because of Yue Yang's consciousness, as if it had never appeared. Only the giant footprint on the ground silently showed its invincible power. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, you who possess the strongest power of the law, you are completely the favored child of fate, Titan Yu. Even like this, you still can't defeat me, the Sun King. The bones in Sun King's body were broken, and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His face was hideous, and his blood stained the ground. His guardian beast, the Sun Clock, exploded with a bang, and its parts flew everywhere as it died. After being killed by the Golden Giant, even if it was reborn in the future, it would probably drop in level and its power would be greatly reduced. Kill. Princess Sissy saw that the Sun King was on the verge of death and immediately raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. No, Yu kept her beautiful silk umbrella and flew over like an arrow. She carried Yue Yang, who was lying on the ground, and shouted, "Don't care about him, we just need to save Xiaosan. Sun King, he has his own destiny." "What did you say?" Princess Sissy heard Yu's words and seemed to understand. Her eyes lit up. She immediately threw down the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and rushed over. Using her chest as a cushion, she supported Yue Yang's head so that Yu could save him. Little Wen Li, who was covered in blood, also rushed over to help with the help of the Yao Yu sisters. Duo and Zhang Ying also had some healing abilities. As for Ah Man and Red, they were in charge of guarding the surroundings. Reaper Mantis Sister and Chaotic Spirit had just returned. Everyone was working hard to save Yue Yang. No one cared about the Sun King, who was laughing crazily and climbing the gold stairs with all his might towards the purple gold shrine. The Sun King was laughing crazily until tears of blood flowed down. "Ha ha ha ha, I won. Titan Yu, I won in the end, I won against you. The Divine Grimoire belongs to me. Tong Tian Tower, Central Shrine, everything belongs to me. From today onwards, no one will dare to look down on me. No matter if it's you, the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, or the Central Shrine's favored one, Jiwari, none of you can win against me. I am the victor. The Divine Grimoire belongs to me, the Divine Grimoire." After an unknown period of time, the Sun King, who was dragging a bloody path, climbed all the gold stairs and entered the purple gold shrine. With his blood-stained hands, he made a contract with the giant summoning grimoire. His face was filled with fanaticism and satisfaction. A kind of unsuppressible joy after winning twisted his face. At the same time, it also twisted his mind and mind. "It's mine, you belong to me. Divine Grimoire, I have you, I am a god, I will be a god in the future. I will be a god in the future." When the Sun King placed his bloody hands on the giant summoning grimoire, a golden light flashed. At the bottom of the purple gold plaza, Yu and Princess Sissy looked up and saw a golden light flashing, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! Some broken bones, flesh and blood flew out of the shrine. The golden light disappeared and everything returned to nothingness. A summoning grimoire was blown out of the shrine and fell on the gold stairs, quickly dimming. It was the Sun King's own grimoire. Inside the purple gold shrine, the gorgeous summoning grimoire that looked like a holy grimoire and a godly grimoire sat quietly on the table, as if no one had touched it since ancient times. Chapter 993. Wu Lan, who was hiding and watching the battle from afar, immediately burst into tears when she saw this scene. There was a sense of relief on her face. Without wasting another second, she transformed back into her original golden crow form, spread her wings, and flew away at the fastest speed in her life. Princess Sissy and the others actually knew of Wu Lan's existence, but at this time, they only cared about Yue Yang, and couldn't be bothered to care about an enemy like Wu Lan who had no desire to fight. The Sun King was dead, and their greatest threat had fallen. That was better than anything else. For people like Wu Lan, who was not their enemy's opponent, and was also the descendant of the Eastern Goblin tribe, or even the three-legged Golden Crow tribe who had been on good terms with Yue Yang before, if there was no need to kill them, Princess Sissy really wouldn't want to make an enemy out of the Valley of Tang. After all, their greatest enemy was the Central Shrine. Drunken Cat grabbed Yu's little hand excitedly, and asked repeatedly, "How did you know that the Sun King would die under the grimoire? Whether he could contract the grimoire?" No one dared to say, and no one could say for sure. The grimoire had a spirit, and chose its own master. Even a confident and gifted child like Yue Yang didn't have the confidence to contract a grimoire. But not being able to contract a grimoire didn't mean that one would definitely die or explode. The grimoire wasn't evil, it didn't recognize its master, and just ignore it. It didn't mean that it would kill the person who contracted it. However, everyone witnessed the Sun King's death when he tried to contract a grimoire. How did Yu know that he couldn't contract a grimoire? For a moment, everyone's hearts were in suspense, and they all looked at her curiously. That's not a grimoire. Yu found that her brother's heartbeat was strong, and his injuries were slowly recovering with everyone's energy. Even though he couldn't wake up immediately, his condition had improved, and she was relieved. She gestured for everyone to sit down. She also sat on the ground tiredly and half-hugged Yue Yang's body, letting him rest on her thighs. She took a sip of the fairy spring water that Zhang Ying passed to her and explained to everyone, Feather had told us that there was a book in the purple gold divine palace that looked like a holy grimoire and also a divine grimoire. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, when my mind was in a mess, I suddenly realized that the book on top was definitely not a divine grimoire. After I realized this, I have to thank Future for waking me up. Or else, I don't know how long I would be confused. No, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't help at all. The Reaper Mantis sister blushed and waved her hand. She was most afraid of being praised. Not the grimoire. The drunken cat Big Sis frowned. Could it be a grimoire? Princess Sissy still didn't understand. How did Yu know that the grimoire was not a grimoire? She didn't even go up to take a look, so how did she know? No, it's definitely not a grimoire. Yu waved her hands and smiled. Actually, everyone's thinking is too complicated. Let's think about it. When we first contracted a grimoire, what did our teachers or elders teach us? Everyone's grimoire is unique, and one person can't have two grimoires. If someone wants to contract a grimoire endlessly and covets the quantity, they will suffer the backlash from the grimoire's protective power. Even if the backlash from the grimoire's protective power, it would only cause a headache, or a drop in power, but not an explosion. Drunken Cat felt that this was too serious. That's why I said that the grimoire that caused the Sun King to explode was not a grimoire, nor a grimoire, or even a grimoire, it should be a pseudo-grimoire. Yu smiled and revealed the truth. What is a pseudo-grimoire? Red and Zhang Ying did not know much about grimoires and were surprised. A pseudo-grimoire is not a grimoire, or rather, it is no longer a grimoire. A pseudo-grimoire, how do I put it? In Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, there are some talented geniuses who, because of their environment or fate, gradually deteriorated and finally became warriors who had fallen to the extreme. Because these people did all kinds of evil, their nature had fallen to the extreme. Their actions went against the most primitive laws of the grimoire, and there were even serious conflicts. In other words, the grimoire no longer recognized this person. However, the grimoire was not a person, it would not say things like, "I'm leaving, you're on your own." However, the grimoire's protective power would indeed remove the polluted grimoire. Under the situation where it could not get rid of its owner, it completely gave up on its polluted body. The grimoire did not disappear, but some of the ancient code's power disappeared, leaving only the polluted parts. On the surface, it still looks like a grimoire, but it is already a fallen grimoire that is completely different from a normal grimoire. Are there still innate abilities in guardian beasts? Zhang Ying asked curiously. The original grimoire itself did not disappear, but some kind of mutation occurred. Guardian beasts and innate abilities, as well as all kinds of ancient codes' power to promote the owner, some protective powers would gradually disappear, leaving only an empty shell of the grimoire. Of course, that kind of fallen grimoire still has some primitive functions. For example, some contracted beasts, if they did not defect, would also be polluted. They could also live in the grimoire. Some of the abilities obtained from the grimoire might not disappear, but they would be distorted and mutated. In short, the real grimoire had actually disappeared. That empty shell of a grimoire gradually became a pseudo-grimoire that was not recognized by the ancient code. Quote, Yu's understanding of the pseudo-grimoire was partly from listening to her teacher, partly from Xi Niang, and partly from what she had seen and heard when she was with Yue Yang. Ah, why would there be a pseudo-grimoire in the Purple Gold Palace? Sister Yu, how did you know that it was a pseudo-grimoire? This was the last question that Princess Sissy could not figure out. The reason is very simple. Yu glanced at Yue Yang, who was sleeping quietly. Seeing that his face was gradually recovering, and that his sternum, which was broken by the Sun King, was also being healed by the energy, she let out a long sigh of relief. After her consciousness returned, Yu calmed down and saw that Princess Sissy's face was full of confusion. She couldn't help but feel a little amused. You can also think of it, but you are too worried about this battle now, so you have neglected some details. Because wuxia is not here, you have to shoulder the worry on your shoulders and become the one who suffers the most. In fact, there are many details that have already shown abnormalities. I was also too worried and did not discover it in time. In fact, the Purple Gold Palace in front of us is not the real Purple Gold Palace at all. This is actually only the periphery of the grimoire. We have not really entered the grimoire yet. What? Drunken Cat was stunned. So that's how it is. Oh my god, I understand now. Princess Sissy was so smart that she completely understood after hearing what Yu said. Isn't this the grimoire? We clearly walked in from the outside. Red didn't understand. Previously, Yue Yang killed the new water temple master Azure Dragon outside the divine temple and led everyone into the grimoire. The two laws inside and outside were different. Why wasn't this inside the grimoire? Before, outside, no one could summon the grimoire, and no one could use their inherent ability. The war beasts must also be brought in from the outside. Inside, anyone could summon the grimoire at will. It was obviously different. Princess Sissy now understood and clapped her hands happily. I'm confused. In fact, a long time ago, we have seen what the real grimoire shield is. Remember when the Black Hell Emperor desperately knocked on the grimoire golden shield? If you are not recognized by the grimoire, it is very difficult to enter the grimoire space. At that time, we could not enter no matter how hard we tried. Yue Yang used sword chi, but he could only teleport little Wen Li inside. Later, he even thought of a method to use Lu Yi's perforate deer and teleport. Other than Bing Yin, I don't think anyone else can enter the grimoire so easily. This is indeed the grimoire space, but it is only the outer space, just like the outer space of the grimoire space that we entered before. It's just that there are different laws and restrictions here. We actually did not enter the real core. Yu nodded, indicating that this was the truth. Drunken Cat also suddenly understood. No wonder, I was wondering why this grimoire space was so easy to enter. I thought every grimoire's laws were different. That is to say, the real grimoire, the real purple gold temple, is still inside. Zhang Ying happily hugged Red and Ika. I don't know why, maybe it was the intention of the ancient gods. There is a lot of outer space here, which is very confusing. Moreover, in order to test people's hearts, there are also many traps. We should have thought of this long ago. No matter how easy it is, the ancient gods would not leave the grimoire on the table for future generations to inherit. No matter what, there must be a test. I also remembered something. Fourth Mother once advised Xiao San not to easily try to contract the grimoire. She must have known that it is not so easy to inherit. Think about it, in order to obtain the grimoire, Jiwari did not hesitate to put in all his effort and risked his life to enter the trial grounds. He has been breaking through for tens of thousands of years, but he still has not obtained the grimoire he wants. Now, is it really so easy for the Sun King to obtain the real grimoire here without much effort? Jiwari is definitely not a fool. If the grimoire here is so easy to obtain, why would he go to the trial grounds to take the risk? The dangers there could endanger his life at any time. After hearing what Yu said, everyone completely understood that the grimoire was indeed not so easy to obtain. If it was placed here for people to contract, how could it be the Sun King's turn today? Alright, now that we've figured out the truth and defeated the Sun King, let's go back and rest. When this big bad guy wakes up, we'll explore the real divine grimoire. Princess Xianxia relaxed, feeling very tired. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. In order to fight the Sun King, he was indeed exhausted. Now the Sun King was dead. Although he did not know whether his body exploded because of the pseudo-grimoire, or because his body was so heavily injured that he could not bear the contract, it was no longer important. In fact, even if he did not contract the pseudo-grimoire, he would definitely not be able to survive. In the end, the Sun King had completely gone crazy. Fate had eliminated him. This self-abased and arrogant man died because of his wrong pursuit. Of course, a person like him could still be considered as a dazzling brilliance in his life. He was able to work hard from the bottom and struggle to reach the position of the Sun King in the Sun God Palace of the Central Shrine. He was already very amazing. In the Heaven Realm, there were not many people like him. However, he was unwilling to accept his fate and challenged something that he could not bear in his life. In the end, he was eliminated miserably. If he hadn't insisted on killing Yue Yang and had obediently continued to be the Sun King, he wouldn't have fallen today. Unwillingness and self-improvement brought him from the bottom to the peak. However, it also brought him away from the peak of his life and fell into an abyss from which he could not recover. The Sun King could stand at the peak, but it was destined that he could not leave the peak and soar to a higher sky. If he insisted on doing so, the result would be like this, falling to pieces. Mistress, there are 2 little mice outside. Red reminded Princess Sissy that the clown and the Pearl Beauty were still outside. That's nothing to be afraid of. Why don't you go and take a look? Princess Sissy was not interested in these things. In the Tianhua region, who betrayed who framed who sacrificed for who took revenge for who, everything had a cause and effect. No one was completely right, and no one was completely wrong. It was not that outsiders did not want to help, it was their own stubbornness that caused this tragedy. Princess Sissy's attitude was that whoever wanted to care, she would not interfere. In Tong Tian Tower, the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Demon Abyss fought until blood flowed like a river, but they could all join forces and resolve their grievances. Why couldn't the Tianhua region do the same? In fact, in the Tianhua region, those who fought and killed each other were actually a family. They all had some kind of kinship. How could others care if they fought among themselves? Aw man, let's go. Seeing that Princess Sissy was not going to care, Red decided to go out and take a look. She hoped to help Yue Yang take over the Tianhua region. Even if this place was not very useful, it was at least a territory. Okay, Aw man was always the most obedient, a person of action. I will go too, duo, I will bring back a lot of fertilizer for you. The Reaper Mantis sister flew over, chasing after Red and Aw man. She always hoped that she could fight more, learn more and improve more. Only then could she help her master fight the bad guys, right? I wonder how Inan and Bing are doing. Yu carried Yue Yang and returned to the grimoire world under the guidance of little Wen Li and the others. I am not worried about them, but Sky Execution and the others who are fighting against the double-faced king are a little dangerous. But there is Wei Tai Lang. Forget it, there will always be difficulties. There are opportunities and risks. If they can fight against the double-faced king, they will definitely improve greatly. Let's not think about it, I am so tired. Let's sleep. Xiaonu helped me massage my shoulders. Princess Sissy was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. Zhang Ying and Duo also went to rest. In the end, only Yu, who was carrying Yue Yang, was left. Yu was also tired, but there was no other way. She could not bear to just leave him like this. She could only sigh and carry him to the bath. If she did not wash the dirty and blood-covered Yue Yang clean, she would not be able to sleep no matter how tired she was. Who asked her to owe him in her previous life? Luckily everyone was resting, or else it would be really awkward. Chapter 994 On the steps outside. Ming Ri Hao was still sitting there. The fatal blow from the Sun King had severely injured his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was strong enough and his vitality was as tough as a cockroach, he would have already fallen to the ground and died. The clown and the pearl glowing beauty suddenly appeared. Seeing Ming Ri Hao's appearance, the clown's eyes flashed. The pearl glowing beauty didn't have any change. She even smiled, as if she was gloating. Look at you, Aya, so many years have passed and you're still the same. If you don't act tough one day, will you die? The pearl glowing beauty clicked her tongue. She went through the golden barrier and walked towards Ming Ri Hao. She circled around him twice and suddenly burst into laughter. My beloved Lord Marshal, you are known as the most powerful man in the Ming family. You abhor evil and will not tolerate even the slightest bit of betrayal. Have you not come to Green Willow City to capture me? Why aren't you doing anything? Aya, I missed my chance. But no matter, I still have a chance. Come, capture me and hang me on the Moonlight Plaza to be judged. A traitor like me should at least be sentenced to death. Ming Ri Hao was dead silent. I'm right in front of you, why aren't you doing anything? Let me see. Aya, you're already heavily injured. Who was it? Who beat the strongest man in the Ming clan into a coward? Who beat the bravest man in the world into a coward? The pearl glowing beauty sneered. Ming Ri Hao still didn't say anything. Don't you hate me a lot? That's right, I betrayed you. No, I betrayed the entire Ming clan. I even betrayed the Ming clan's supreme saintess Ming Yu Guang. Aren't you a good brother who protects your sister the most? Why are you silent when you see a traitor like me? Ha ha ha, I've waited for thousands of years. I thought I would meet a vengeful demon. I didn't expect to meet a coward. What caused you to become like this? Let me guess, it must be the prison emperor. It must be the prison emperor who scared you out of your wits and turned you into a coward. The pearl glowing beauty continued to mock him. She was simply asking for trouble. Pearl glowing. The clown seemed to dislike the pearl glowing beauty. Getting too close to Ming Ri Hao and shouted, "Go grab your divine grimoire, don't worry about me." The pearly beauty was inexplicably angry. She turned around and glared at the clown, "Don't worry about me. You'd better disappear and care about the god's blood, the god's body, and the holy canon that you've been dreaming of. I do like those things, but you know who I'm doing this for." The clown's eyes were also filled with anger. He was no longer calm. What a good excuse. Do you think I'll believe it? The pearl beauty sneered. The clown was seething with anger. He rushed over, raised his right hand, and wanted to slap the pearl beauty. The pearl-like beauty was not afraid of the clown at all. Not only did she not lie down, she even moved her charming little face closer to the clown, gesturing for the clown to hit her. Hit me, I know you have wanted to hit me for a long time. Anyway, I am not your opponent, there is no need for you to pretend, just slap me directly. The clown raised his hand, waved it, and several times tried to strike. In the end, he put his hand down. With a gentle voice that no one had ever heard before, he said gently, Pearl Light, you should understand me. I can be the enemy of everyone in the world, but I will not touch a single hair on your head. Whether it is Ji Feng or Ming Ri Wu, these guys are just tools. You and I are both smart people, you should know what is the most suitable. You said I'm doing it for the god's blood and the divine grimoire. I want to say that these things are not suitable for us. Pearl Light, if you are willing to come with me, I can put down the divine grimoire and give up everything in the world. The pearl-like beauty laughed. Good, so you are so free and easy. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, wait for me outside. I will take the divine grimoire and immediately go find you. How about this? The clown's body shook, the expression in his eyes changed a few times, and said with a bit of bitterness, Pearl Light, in the end, you still don't believe me. The pearl-like beauty shook her head, her expression was full of disdain. Believe you? You don't even believe yourself, your left hand doesn't believe your right hand, and you want me to believe you. What if I can really give up the divine grimoire? The clown clenched his teeth, and forced out this sentence. Then you have no value to be used, scram. The pearl-like beauty coldly replied. No matter how good the clown's temper was, he couldn't help but explode. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, his fists clenched tightly, and the three-colored ball was crushed by him. His eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. Clown, please don't treat me as a retard, okay? Don't bully yourself anymore. Who do you think you are? The world's most trashy scum, the most deranged dog *t, compared to you, they are like saints. Did you forget? How did you come from? It was through constant betrayal. You betrayed your hometown, betrayed Tong Tian Tower and that heroic prison emperor, and then you betrayed your master Black Prison. If you want to talk about your history of betrayal, there are too many. Do you still remember the fire in Ginkgo Valley? Who was the one who pointed the way? Ha 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 ha, I think Green Wolf and the others, even until their deaths, they wouldn't know that everything was done by you. Who killed Ginkgo Queen? Was it Green Wolf, Lu Luo and Wan Zhao? How could they have thought that it was you, the one who purposely made them roast in the fire and then pretended to take revenge? You were chased by the warriors of Tong Tian Tower who stayed in the Heaven Realm and escaped to the Ginkgo Valley. It was the kind queen of Ginkgo who took you in, and cured your dying injuries, but you raped her in return. The pearl-like beauty pointed at the clown and mercilessly ridiculed him. You, the one who made me feel disgusted, pretended to repent and knelt in front of Ginkgo Queen to beg for forgiveness. When the kind Ginkgo Queen forgave you, you became a beast again and raped her again, enjoying her pain and humiliation. You pretended to repent countless times and repaid kindness with enmity. Ginkgo Queen forgave you so many times, but you enjoyed the pleasure of scheming against her from the bottom of your heart. Clown, you are such a disgusting person. Until Ginkgo Queen got pregnant. In order to eliminate the people of Ginkgo Valley who hate you, you purposely lured Green Wolf and the others and poisoned their food with the sheep demon poison, making them the scapegoat to cover up your sins. The clown's whole body trembled. He pointed at the pearl-like beauty with a trembling finger. How do you know all these? Laughing, the pearl-like beauty's face instantly darkened. She stared at the clown. I saw it with my own eyes. That year, I saw you stab Ginkgo Queen's stomach, killing her and her child who had reached out to you for help. Clown, you want to say that you are sincere, right? Ask yourself if you believe it or not. The clown collapsed on the ground, covering his face with his hands. For a long time, he did not say anything. Only when the pearl-like beauty was about to leave did he stretch out a hand towards her. I am sincere to you, believe me, I love you. If I am not sincere to you, why would I share everything with you? I have done many things to play with women in the past, but pearl-like beauty, I am sincere to you. I admit that this is crazy, this is unbelievable, but I love you more than Ji Feng. The pearl-like beauty smiled. She slowly walked towards the clown and stretched out her hand. You, who love me so much, hurry up and hug me. I can't wait for your kiss. The clown jumped in fright, as if a poisonous snake had bitten his butt. His whole body bounced up. Facing the pearl-like beauty's hand, he took a few steps back in fright. Haha, this is how you show me you love me. The pearl-like beauty laughed loudly. I do love you, but you will steal my ability. If you don't use that ability, the clown tried his best to defend himself, but before he could finish his words, the pearl beauty slapped him across the face. Just as he was about to react, another resounding slap landed on his face. Don't say that you love me anymore, it makes me feel disgusted. The pearl-like beauty spat mercilessly, her eyes filled with disdain. The clown's whole body was trembling. Scram, this was the pearl-like beauty's reply. You are too heartless. I have done so many things for you, and you treat me like this. Back then, who helped you? The entire Ming group wanted to kill you, and only I helped you. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive today? The clown roared crazily. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have seen the central shrine attack my hometown and kill all my brothers and sisters. Although I don't like those people at all, if you don't show it, I will praise you for your enthusiasm. You helped me, didn't you use me? Between us, there is only mutual use, there is no more relationship. You said you love me, fine, I feel disgusted from the bottom of my heart. The pearl-like beauty's voice was colder than ice. The clown couldn't help but slap the pearl-like beauty away. With his strength, he was far stronger than the pearl-like beauty. This slap was full of hatred. The pearl-like beauty's face was swollen, and her lips were bleeding. The clown seemed to be very regretful, but he didn't dare to approach the pearl-like beauty. He only apologized guiltily. Sorry, pearl-like beauty, I didn't mean it. I was too angry. I was wrong, don't be angry. Let's go, I don't want the divine grimoire anymore. As long as you are willing to go with me, I don't care about anything else. The pearl-like beauty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and laughed. If I was only 3 years old, you would have successfully convinced me. Unfortunately, I am the pearl-like beauty who even doubts myself, not a 3-year-old child. Don't ever think of deceiving me. In this world, there is no one who can deceive me. If you think you can coax me with some tricks and sweet words, I am sorry, I am not the kind of person you think I am. The clown roared, you have to go even if you don't want to. Pearl-like beauty, you have to go with me. The pearl-like beauty combed the messy hair in front of her forehead. Her movements were very elegant, and she asked lightly, what if I say no? The clown's eyes flashed with murderous intent, then I will kill you. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill your elder sister, the Queen of Freedom, and your beloved man, Ming Wu. Look at him, he is just like a dead dog. I can kill him anytime. If you are willing to go with me, I might spare his life. The pearl-like beauty laughed loudly. She laughed so hard that even her tears flowed out. After a long time, she finally stopped laughing with great difficulty. She pointed at her chest. Do you want me to give you an even more vicious suggestion? Why don't you rape me in front of Ming Wu? Just like how you raped Queen Ginkgo in the past. Come, I promise not to resist, I promise not to use the divine solution that Queen Ginkgo gave me. Back then, she believed that you would change, so she didn't use the divine solution to kill you. Today, I will give you a chance. The clown swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He seemed to be very tempted. But in the end, he still shook his head. The pearl-like beauty revealed a strange smile. Why would a scum with animal instincts turn into a gentleman who doesn't like women? Let me guess, when you killed Queen Ginkgo in the past, you were punished by the divine solution. You became a eunuch. No, Queen Ginkgo is such a benevolent person, she wouldn't do that. Even if you killed her and her child, she still prayed that you would change one day. Ha ha ha, clown, do you know why you became an inhumane trash? It was because of me. I used Queen Ginkgo's divine solution to curse you. I'm very sorry, I didn't tell you this secret until today. How is it, clown? Are you very angry? Do you want to kill me immediately? Alright, you who love me very much, you can do it now. After the clown heard this, his silver mask fell to the ground uncontrollably. His expression was even uglier than death. His entire face was distorted beyond recognition. There was anger, resentment, fear, bewilderment, madness, and depression. He raised his hand and slapped the pearl-like beauty 100 meters away. He suppressed his voice and used the most terrifying voice to curse with incomparable resentment. Whore, I'm going to throw you into a herd of beasts. Let every kind of beasts in heat ravage your lowly skin and flesh. Finally, I'm going to peel off your skin and use 3,600 knives to cut your flesh into cubes for dinner. If I cut less than one knife, then I'm not a clown. Ha 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 ha, this is your love. Not bad, I kind of feel your love. The pearl-like beauty viciously mocked, look, you've shown your true colors. Clown, this is you. Whore, I love you so much, but you've destroyed me. The clown crazily roared, the king of Still Wind Kingdom can die for me, but you can cut me 3,600 knives because of my words. Is this love? In the end, you only believe in yourself, you've never believed in anyone. The pearl-like beauty could still laugh. She wiped away the blood stains on her face, once again tidied up her appearance. She took out a small mirror to look at herself, adding some powder to her swollen face. Finally, she put away her makeup box and hooked her finger at the clown. Come, Xiaocheng, what are you waiting for? Come and kill me, you think I don't dare? The clown quickly rushed in front of the pearl-like beauty, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The pearl-like beauty fearlessly looked back at him. The clown suddenly lowered his eyes, and his voice became gentle again. Pearl-like beauty, I really love you. Let's go, as long as you're willing to go with me, I don't mind what you've done to me. I love you more than Ji Feng. Really, I swear, I'll only be good to you in the future. You can test me, when you feel that I've truly repented, then you can help me break the curse. I won't kill you, I love you more than anyone else in the world. Yes, after I'm touched, I'll help you break the curse, then you'll tell me what lies. The pearl-like beauty smiled very sweetly. Clown, you're a smart person, but don't treat me like a fool, okay? This kind of lie, I knew how to tell when I was 4 years old. Smelly whore, you're simply looking for death. The clown raised his head, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. He took a few steps back and pulled out a long, curved, silver, oddly shaped blade. He pointed the sharp blade at the pearl beauty. I'll count to 3, if you don't help me break the curse, I'll peel off your dirty skin. Don't think that just because you have the power of the divine solution, you can resist me. If I want to kill you, it'll be easier than killing an ant. Then what are you waiting for? Count to 3. The pearl-like beauty spat out a mouthful of saliva. I'll help you count. 1, 2, bitch. The clown waved his blade and chopped down on the pearl-like beauty's arm. He could kill her with one slash, but he didn't want to kill this woman so quickly. Before killing her, he wanted to torture her as much as he wanted, let her suffer all kinds of humiliation and pain, and most importantly, force her to break the curse. Her strength was far weaker than him, there was no way she could resist. Now, he would first chop off one of her arms, then torture her while forcing her to break the curse. After chopping off her limbs, he could still skin her. After skinning, he could still cut off her flesh. After cutting off her flesh, he could still scrape off her bones. The torture methods were endless. She wanted to die, not so easy. If he didn't break the curse, then he would let her live in pain and torture forever. The pearl-like beauty's face showed no fear. She looked at the blade slashing down, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up into a strange smile. She even stretched out her arm to block. It was as if she wouldn't be satisfied until her arm was cut off by the blade. A huge hand reached out from behind her, and lightly caught the clown's curved blade. At the same time, a sigh sounded out. Thousands of years have passed, why are you still like this? Is there any meaning in competing like this? I haven't changed, I'm exactly the same as before, it's just that you think I've changed. You can say that I'm greedy for beauty and unscrupulous, but you can't deny my heart. I'm a vicious woman, I'm not that good looking, I'm not that beautiful. In order to become beautiful, I wear the semi-god weapon prayer pearl every day, am I wrong? I'm a woman, chasing after beauty, am I wrong? Even if I'm wrong, my heart is still the same, even when I heard that you died in battle in Tong Tian Tower, I'll still protect you, waiting for your return every day. It's just that you think I've betrayed you. Did I betray my people? No matter how crazy pearl-like beauty, I wouldn't kill my own brothers and sisters. Don't you know that cunning enemies will sow discord? You big fool, what did I wait so long for? I was waiting for a promise from you. You said that when I bring reinforcements, you'll marry me. I happily went back, broke through the encirclement, went to ask for reinforcements. I've always remembered your promise, but did you keep it? You're like a turtle, hiding from me. I've maintained my virginity for thousands of years, waiting for you to marry me, but you're like a coward. Could it be that even you think that I'm a whore who can take any man? You really think that I can go and die, right? Shut up. Ming Ri Hao, who had appeared behind the pearl-like beauty, roared loudly, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The shockwave sent the clown flying, his body flying like a leaf in a hurricane. His strength, in front of Ming Ri Hao, was not even worth mentioning. Even if it was the injured Ming Ri Hao. I won't. The pearl-like beauty screamed and stared at Ming Ri Hao fearlessly. You're a coward, a gutless man. Divine Ancestor has been dead for so many years, but you still can't let it go. There's a woman who loves you, but you don't even look at her. What kind of man are you? It's because of people like you that the tragedy of Tianhua region is repeated. I'm not as beautiful as Divine Ancestor, and I'm not as gentle as her. I'm naturally lively and active, I just like to scheme and scheme. I've inherited the second Divine Ancestor's personality. What's wrong with me? Could it be that all the women in the world have to be like great Divine Ancestor? You fool, look at Yu Tai Tan's women, every one of them has a different personality. Why is he so happy? Why are you so unlucky? It's because you're blind, a heartless and cowardly tortoise. He's sincere to his lover, and life rewarded him with happiness. What about you? You're indifferent to your lover, and life rewarded you with pain and sorrow. You asked for it. Finally, I want to say, if you're willing to let go of your sorrowful past, love me, accept me, and fulfill your promise, you'll be happy immediately. If not, you'll repeat the tragedy of the past. Divine Ancestor is already dead, and it's impossible for her to revive. Even if she revives, she wouldn't want to see you in such a dispirited state. Ming Ri Hao didn't know how to reply to the pearl-like beauty's question. Didn't you say that I'm hypocritical? All right, I'll return to my true self. I won't covet my beautiful appearance anymore, and I won't face you with a fake face anymore. If you're still not satisfied, I'll die in front of you. The pearl-like beauty took off the semi-god weapon wish bead on her forehead and threw it on the ground without hesitation. She took off the wish bead. A golden light flashed, and the pearl-like beauty suddenly turned from a delicate beauty to an 8 meters tall female giant. The muscles on her body bulged, and the contours of her face were clear, as though it was carved from stone. It was completely different from how she looked previously. It was completely different. Tears flowed out from the pearl-like female giant's eyes like a waterfall. I'm so ugly, if you don't want me anymore, I'll kill myself immediately. Pearl-like light, will do what I say. Do you dare to say that you don't want me anymore? Ming Ri Hao was a little shocked by the pearl-like female giant's determination. One must know that the wish bead was her lifeline. Others couldn't even touch it. I've already done this much, what else do you want me to do? The pearl-like female giant covered her face and cried. Ming Ri Hao sighed. Silence. He took a step forward and opened his huge arms. Slowly, he hugged her. And the female pearl-like giant's body trembled violently. When she felt Ming Ri Wu's actions, she immediately threw herself into his embrace and cried loudly with all her might, as if she had suffered all the grievances in the world. Red, Man and Reaper Mantis' sister, who were hiding at the other side of the passage and watching this scene, all had red eyes. They were extremely touched. The clown moved quietly, wanting to sneak away. Man quickly flew over and stepped on him, flattening him to the ground. She then picked up the wish bead from the ground, thought for a while, then passed it to Red. This treasure, Master might not be able to keep it. Red took it and looked at it while muttering to herself. Why? Reaper Mantis' sister did not understand. When Mother Xianxia and Mother Yu find out about this, they will definitely give it to Pearl Light as a wedding gift. Red explained to her. Reaper Mantis' sister suddenly understood, then tilted her cute little head and asked, is it okay to use other people's things as wedding gifts? It's already rare for Master to be able to give away something that he already has. Red covered her mouth and snickered. Yes, even Man agreed with this point. Chapter 995. By the time Yue Yang woke up, it was already a day later. When he heard Drunken Cat say that the Sun King had already died, although he did not kill him personally, Yue Yang was still very happy. After all, the Sun King, a formidable opponent, had died tragically under the Pseudo-Codex's body explosion. But when he thought about it, Yue Yang immediately felt like he was going crazy. Damn it, killing such an awesome boss, but it didn't drop anything, and it didn't even level up. What kind of bullsh*t game was this? Where is the GM? I want to complain. In total, he had fought almost 10 battles, and his life was in danger a few times. Let's not talk about killing monsters above his level. Even if it wasn't, Would it be easy for a boss like the Sun King to drop? There was no reward at all. What was the meaning of this? Princess Sissy was already used to Yue Yang's reaction. It would be weird if it wasn't like this. Yu comforted her brother. Xiao-san, didn't you get half a god's body before? It's already very good to have a god's body as a reward. Yu was absolutely right. How many people in this world could obtain a god's body? Not to mention a god's body, even a drop of god's blood was enough to make people fight for it. Yu Yang thought about it and finally felt better in his heart. But he was still a little unwilling. The Sun King actually died and didn't drop anything. What a fake. Who said it didn't drop? It dropped. The Sun King dropped a grimoire, and Hong has already picked it up for you. However, whether you can obtain the items inside, you have to think of a way yourself. Drunken Cat knew that Yue Yang had a habit. Every time he killed a strong enemy, he would always want to obtain something in order to balance his heart. She didn't know where this strange habit of his came from. Other than a dull grimoire, is there anything else, like a divine weapon, a demi-divine weapon or something? Yue Yang asked again. No, everyone shook their heads. The Sun King shouldn't be this poor, right? Yue Yang was very doubtful. Maybe there is, but he didn't have time to take it out and use it. He was trampled by your giant of fate until he went crazy. When he went crazy, he climbed up the purple gold temple to contract the pseudo-codex. I couldn't stop him, and in the end, he exploded with a bang. Can you think of a way to find it? In his grimoire, Drunken Cat pretended to be serious, but in her heart, she was overjoyed. Forget about the grimoire. Yue Yang shook his head. Grimoires were not like storage rings. No matter what was placed inside, it would be very difficult to take it out. It had to be owned by someone else. Without an owner, it would have to find a new owner. Once it was contracted by a new owner, if the owner's strength was insufficient or if the owner's attributes were different, the grimoire would return to its original bronze grimoire form, and everything inside would disappear without a trace. Yue Yang also guessed that the Sun King didn't have anything good. After all, at the last moment, the Sun King had used all the divine weapons and demi-divine weapons. If he didn't use them, it meant that the things he had wouldn't be of much help. But then again, Yue Yang wouldn't believe that such a powerful person like the Sun King, who held such a high position, didn't have any good things. Maybe, when the Qilin girl Bing Yin woke up from her deep slumber, he could ask her for a favor and see if he could enter the ownerless grimoire and plunder it. Not now. This girl was in a deep sleep. She didn't respond when he asked her to help fight the Sun King. She was probably in the most important stage. Red passed the prayer bead to Yue Yang and talked about Ming Ri Wu and Pearl Light. Yue Yang pretended to be surprised. What? Pearl Light is actually a female giant. Aha, this young master is a little sympathetic to Ming Ri Wu now. No wonder this bitter uncle didn't nod his head. He looked down on Pearl Light. But speaking of which, with Ming Ri Wu's bitter look, if it weren't for a female giant like Pearl Light, no one would be able to match him. Now, ha ha ha, they look like a couple. Princess Sissy rolled her eyes at him, indicating that he shouldn't go too far. Drunken Cat couldn't help but tease Yue Yang. Don't be so proud. If you have the guts to say that to Raging Flames, Captain Raging Flames, cough cough, I have a very pure friendship with her. Yue Yang still wanted to quibble. Xiao-san, Yu was angry when she heard this. Even if it was a joke, he couldn't just make it. If Raging Flames heard it, how sad would she be? Yue Yang quickly raised his hands in surrender. On this issue, everyone let him off a little and gave him a way out. Everyone knew the inside story. They just took care of Raging Flame's face and saved everyone from embarrassment. Although he hadn't fully recovered, Yue Yang couldn't wait to clean up the battlefield again. Things like the golden ancient coffin didn't count. He had to find the equipment dropped by the Sun King before he could feel at ease. The Sun King was so awesome, there was no reason for him to not drop anything. There were no weapons or armors, and there were no accessories like necklaces and rings. Yue Yang searched for a long time in the fake purple gold temple. In the end, he let out a long sigh. It's not easy to get a dungeon. Who doesn't want to be a water pig? Ah, no, this guy is even poorer than a water pig. A water pig drops some potions, but this guy doesn't have anything. Princess Sissy glared at him with her eyes. Even if there was, it would have been blown to pieces long ago. You're wasting time. Hearing what she said, Yue Yang held his chin and pondered. Could it be that we didn't kill him in the end, so everyone didn't even improve? If it was in the past, Killing such an awesome opponent, even if there was no law reward, the one who contributed the most and fought the longest would always get a big or small increase. How could there be nothing? Drunken Cat suddenly said. Could it be that the battle isn't over yet? This sentence gave everyone a fright. Even Yue Yang's back was sweating a little. One Sun King was already terrifying enough. If there was another one like him, he really didn't know what else he could do other than run away. Fortunately, Yu comforted him softly. Don't be nervous. Maybe Grey Wolf and the others are still fighting, or maybe there are other reasons, such as leaving this divine grimoire space. Otherwise, we will always be considered to be still fighting. I think there won't be many people like the Sun King, even in the Central Divine Palace. We've killed one, which is already a heavy blow to the Central Divine Palace. I don't think there will be another one like him in a short time. Xiao San, after we go back, you can completely focus on the trial ground challenge. Don't worry too much. I think the Sun King probably didn't report the matter of Tong Tian Tower, but did it himself. Now that he's dead, we have won a certain amount of time to develop. Princess Sissy nodded in agreement at first, then shook her head. Sister Yu is right. The Sun King won't report it easily, because he is confident that he can win against us. Now, I only worry about one person, and that is the clown. This guy, even if Duoduo turns him into flower fertilizer, I think he still has a certain threat. He likes to set up ambushes, and it's very likely that he has some hidden chess pieces somewhere. If he's dead, there might be someone else who's going to carry out his plan. Yue Yang nodded. It was indeed possible that the clown had set up such a plan. If the Sun King won, he would naturally use the follow-up plan to promote the Sun King to increase the Sun King's reputation in the central shrine. However, if the Sun King lost, and if the clown didn't survive, the chess pieces he left behind could report the matter to the central shrine's elder group. It's okay, we won't announce it to the public for now. The chess pieces left by the clown won't be able to confirm the death of the Sun King and the clown so quickly. They might also think that the Sun King and the clown are thinking of ways to contract the Holy Grimoire. Before the elder group finds out that the Sun King is missing, we still have time before they get suspicious. Besides making use of the time to improve, we will also get strong reinforcements, such as Ming Riwu and Ming Yu Guang. Most importantly, Queen Vivian Li will come out soon. As long as we destroy the Holy Grimoire that Jiwari obtained from passing the trial ground, we have nothing to worry about. After thinking about it, Yue Yang felt that they still had time. The only thing they had to do was to stop Jiwari from passing the trial. We have to keep a low profile in the Tianhua domain, or else the central shrine will eventually become suspicious, Princess Sissy added. Let's talk about that when we get out of here. Now, why don't we go and see the real Holy Grimoire? Even if we can't contract it, we can at least enjoy it with our eyes. Drunken Cat couldn't wait to pull Yue Yang away. As for the fake Holy Grimoire, she felt that it might be dangerous to even look at it, let alone want it. This was the fake Holy Grimoire that killed the Sun King. Just by looking at it, it looked even more powerful than the Holy Grimoire. God knows who was the one who possessed this Holy Grimoire and fell into evil. The group of people passed through the garden, passed through the city gate, and arrived at the back hall of the fake purple gold temple. Looking into the distance, they were shocked to find that there was a tall purple gold temple behind it. Similar to the fake purple gold temple, there was also a city gate passage in front of them. The only difference was that the purple gold passage at the back did not have a golden shield. The golden shield only covered the purple gold temple. Walking up the white jade stairs, Yue Yang found that the scale of the building behind was even bigger. It was at least 3 times bigger than the one in front. There was originally a passage that was 100 meters tall, but when he looked up, it was actually a few hundred meters tall. The passage was extremely long. In the middle area, there was a space that was several times bigger than a football field, dividing the passage into 2 halves. When Yue Yang and his group arrived at the middle area, a metal puppet that was lying on the ground suddenly stood up, giving Yue a big shock. At first, she thought that this puppet was an inanimate object. She didn't expect it to be able to move. When it was alive, this puppet was probably a titan. Or, at least, it was a human creature that was as big as a titan. Because this puppet's body was extremely big, even without a physical body, it still made people feel small. It was like a ghost, but not a ghost. It was an existence that was completely like a special kind of energy. On this puppet's body, there was still an enormous armor that it was wearing when it was alive, it looked like a humanoid enormous energy floating in the air, wearing armor that was as thick as a city wall. In its hands, there was also a broadsword that was as wide as a road and a shield that was as big as a city square. Just by standing in front of Yue Yang and his group, it blocked all the paths of Yue Yang and Princess Sissy. Most importantly, the will of this enormous energy puppet resonated with the whole purple gold passage, forming a kind of rule will similar to the one Yu Chu used to protect the Heaven Stairway World Tree. This kind of rule will was not inferior to Yu Chu's. If it wasn't for the recognition of this energy puppet, no one could enter unless they were a god. Want to fight? Yue Yang wouldn't waste his energy. Smart people always have ways, such as using diplomatic skills. Yue Yang pretended to be polite and saluted, "Sleeping giant, we are adventurers. In response to the call of the divine grimoire, we have gone through untold hardships, overcome countless difficulties, defeated the most powerful enemies, and finally arrived in front of the divine grimoire. Loyal guard, perhaps you already knew that your loyal mission is about to end. Rejoice in the welcome of freedom, we are the new masters of the divine grimoire. Admirable guard, please allow us to pay our respects to you. Your loyal duty and your glorious name will forever be passed down in the world." Princess Sissy almost fell to the ground. My goodness, this kid's mouth is really slippery. When did you become the new master of the divine grimoire? Asking others to get lost, and you can regain your freedom with a good reputation. I have never seen someone like you. The drunken cat Big Sis expressed her adoration. As expected of my little husband. Cheating people to death without paying for it was a small matter. Cheating the divine grimoire, that was the real skill. Yu was a little speechless. This mistress, whether it was coaxing little girls or fooling outsiders, his mouth was just as nimble. Of course, they tacitly remained silent. Watching Yue Yang's eloquence performance, Shui Wuxia was not here, otherwise she would definitely cooperate with Yue Yang. Only she would think that wisdom was the first choice to solve all problems. You are adventurers. Ah, there are adventurers here, Babu is so happy. The energy puppet, which was probably a titan when it was alive, let out a thunderous roar, shaking the whole passage. It bent down, its huge head looked down at the human man in front of it, who was as small as an ant in comparison, and suddenly said, "Adventurer, Babu used to be like you. In order to pursue the ideals in his heart, in order to sharpen his combat power, he once traveled all over the heavenly realm, until he was shot in the knee." Puff. Yue Yang vomited blood and fell to the ground when he heard it. Damn it, you can't afford to hurt a guard who was shot by an arrow above the knee. Chapter 996. No matter what he said, this damned guard refused to give way. Because the guard's will was combined with the ancient code, he couldn't use force even if he wanted to. Yue Yang had no choice but to go back first. The condition for the guard was that he had to have the strength of innate elder level 8 or above before he was allowed to enter. Damn it, if he had the strength of innate elder level 8 or above, why would he need to contract the grimoire? He could just kill his way into the central shrine. Yue Yang was speechless. Before he left, he decided to plunder the fake purple golden hall outside the grimoire, as well as the many independent spaces, until the ground was as high as the sky. Only then would he be able to relieve some of the depression in his heart. Actually, if you bring Xiao in here, since they are both from the same clan, that guard might be willing to let you in. Drunken Cat comforted Yue Yang. The Xiao that Drunken Cat mentioned was the giant loli who had the bloodline of the ancient Titan King. Yue Yang never thought about why the giant loli was called Xiao. To him, the giant loli was a loli girl. As long as she was cute, it didn't matter what she was called. Princess Sissy disagreed. That guard might not be a Titan. It might be a mutated race. Using Xiao to open the way is a bit unrealistic. A stubborn guard like this, not to mention that it might not be a Titan, even if it was a Titan, it would not give way. The ancient gods would not find a flexible guy to be a guard. Yu also supported Princess Sissy's opinion, but she didn't want to hurt Yue Yang's younger brother. She just smiled and said, "We are not entering a treasure mountain empty-handed. Don't we still have the golden ancient coffin? It might be filled with treasures." Yue Yang decided to keep the golden ancient coffin for later research. There was no need to rush the things that he had. As long as it was something that didn't belong to him, he would snatch it right away. After a round of looting by Yue Yang, he had managed to find quite a few good things in the dozens of independent spaces outside. For example, drinking the sweet dew spring, that could slightly rejuvenate a person's youthful vigor. There was also the wisdom leaf, that could slightly increase a beast's intelligence. Although it wasn't as powerful as the wisdom fruit, there were quite a few of them, so the total amount was still quite impressive. Among the many treasures he had plundered, the most valuable one was a chest full of sky dragon crystals. The sky dragon crystal was not a dragon crystal, but a type of ultra-pure energy crystal that was comparable to a dragon crystal. It could only be used to create battle puppets. Because it didn't have any attributes at all, and it had a huge amount of energy, if it was fed to a beast, it would cause the beast's body to mutate. Losing some of its abilities was considered light, but it wasn't impossible for its body to explode. If it was someone else, the chest full of sky dragon crystals would be useless. After all, not everyone was like Yue Yang, who knew how to create ancient battle angels. The technology of battle angels had long been lost in the heaven realm. Rich, Yue Yang was very happy. With hundreds of sky dragon crystals, he could do many experiments. The battle angels already had Ika, so they probably wouldn't be made again in the future. But other battle puppets could be tried. The most important thing was that these sky dragon crystals could be combined with other energy crystals and special metals to make the super top grade beast bracelet that Yue Yang had been having a headache about. Look at how happy you are. Princess Sissy felt that Yue Yang was sometimes still a big child. His Majesty is in danger. Drunken Cat didn't dare to say this, but she felt that if Yue Yang was allowed to further develop the beast bracelet, His Majesty seemed to be in danger. Things like pretending to be excited and breaking into the bedroom in the middle of the night might happen again. For the sake of His Majesty's face, Drunken Cat pretended not to know anything. Sky Dragon Crystal, did it appear before? Yu sighed secretly. It seemed that she would be busy again. She didn't know how many times she would have to cooperate with her brother to research the super top grade beast bracelet. But it was better to do something for him than to do nothing. At least, she could stay by his side and take care of him. Open the ancient golden coffin and get the treasure. Then let's go back. Yue Yang also wanted to go back and see the situation of the battle. Not finished yet. Could it be that something had happened somewhere? It shouldn't be. The most dangerous one was the Sun King, and he had survived. For example, the double-faced king had Wei Tai Lang and Sky Execution, and the poet's 8 generals had Impatience, Fallen Flowers, and Inan to deal with them. There was no reason that they couldn't win. But why didn't they level up? Yue Yang also had some doubts in his heart. He really couldn't understand. If it's empty, I can imagine someone's face. Princess Sissy laughed and attacked Yue Yang. Ever since she defeated the Sun King, the burden on her shoulders had been lifted. Her mood was relaxed, and she also started to joke around with Yue Yang. Tigress, if this ancient golden coffin is empty, be careful of your butt. If I don't beat it until it's swollen, it's not called Yue Yang. Yue Yang snorted as a warning. You dare, but how could Princess Sissy be afraid of him? She immediately rolled her eyes at him. Pervert, I support you. The drunken cat Big Sis secretly reached out her hand and touched Princess Qian's little butt, exclaiming that it felt good. This angered Huniu, who immediately retaliated and fiercely slapped the drunken cat Big Sis's plump butt. Because the drunken cat Big Sis was wearing tight-fitting clothes, this forceful slap actually caused a beautiful wave of seductive, soul-stirring waves. Seeing this, Yue Yang's anger flared up, and he almost turned into a pervert and howled towards the sky. This ancient golden coffin is a little different from the previous one. Yu pretended not to see it. She carefully observed the ancient golden coffin and changed the topic. With the experience of opening the first ancient golden coffin, this second one was much easier. Yue Yang spent 10 minutes to understand the ancient golden coffin's secret rune formation. He then used his energy to attract it. Amidst the flickering golden light, the ancient golden coffin's lid was silently opened, revealing the scene inside. A golden light, as fast as lightning, escaped from inside. Yu and Drunken Cat reached out their hands at the same time, but caught nothing. Princess Sissy stood a little further away. When she wanted to chase, the golden light had already escaped more than 100 meters away. Fortunately, little Wen Li and the others were there. They were faster than Ika, Red and Man. Duo reached out her hand and caught the golden light in her palm. She raised her hand and released it. A ball of golden light floated in front of her. In the center of the ball of golden light, there was a tiny little thing, looking at everyone with a little fear. Yue Yang carefully observed it with his heaven eyes divine vision. Suddenly, he cried out involuntarily, "This is a metal life. How is it possible? Puppet war dolls can also create life." From the appearance of this tiny thing, it was impossible to tell that it was a puppet war doll's. It looked like a little elf. On its back, there were thin wings that were a little transparent like a dragonfly. Its body was small and slender. Although it was only half an inch tall, it looked like a woman. Even outside its body, it was wearing a gauze dress made of some unknown metal. It looked soft like silk. But even Drunken Cat and Yu could see that this dress was made of metal. It was not ordinary silk or cotton. It was not woven, but a very special metal that could change shape at will. In Yue Yang's eyes, the image he saw corresponded to the information that came out from the inheritance of knowledge in his mind. Ancient guide elf. An ancient metal life. Saint level. High intelligence. Energy supplied by the space energy will automatically recover. Never aging, never tired. Only serves the gods. Once a master-servant contract is signed, it will serve for life until the master dies or abandons it. Special skills. Tracking, break mystery, guidance, 1,000-mile blink, space-time return. Don't kill me, the guide elf in the golden light pleaded weakly. She could speak, but she did not know the Heaven Realm's language or Tong Tian Tower's common language. She could only speak the ancient language. Safe. Yue Yang did not know how to speak the ancient language, but he understood runes. He drew a rune circle and signaled for Duo to let go of her. This kind of ancient guide elf could not be killed. Although she did not have any combat power, no matter how her body was destroyed, she would automatically recover. If he wanted to kill her, it would be a waste of energy. It would be better to seal her in the golden coffin for 10,000 years. Duo seemed to be a little reluctant to let go of this little thing. However, since Yue Yang had spoken, she did as he said without hesitation. She let go of her hand, and the divine beasts will no longer suppress this little thing. With a flash of golden light, the guide elf, who had just regained her freedom, was teleported 10,000 meters away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Princess Sissy was a little regretful. She stretched out her hand and punched Yue Yang, complaining, "You are usually not this generous." Yue Yang laughed, "Girl, this kind of thing only serves the gods. Talking about conditions with her is simply nonsense. You might as well let her go." Princess Sissy was startled. "Only serves the gods." She shook her head and did not pursue the matter. There was no point in forcing things that did not belong to her. Yu and Drunken Cat looked at each other and smiled. No wonder this brat Yue Yang was so generous. It turned out that it was impossible to contract it. Otherwise, how could he be willing to let that little thing go? The treasures in the golden coffin were more than the golden coffin that they had obtained previously. Other than the ancient era's battle puppet illustrated booklet, there was also a small bottle of ancient god's blood. Although there were only 3 drops in the bottle, it was enough to make Yue Yang ecstatic. This was ancient god's blood. Compared to it, the god's blood that he had obtained previously was simply nothing. With these 3 drops of ancient god's blood, Yue Yang could finally do many things that he could not solve previously. After pressing on the ancient battle puppet book and ancient god's blood, there was also a giant soul stone. That had a slightly dimmed color. It might have been absorbed by that little thing's guide elf, but the remaining energy was still incomparably rich. Yue Yang hesitated slightly. Should he give it to Man to level up and let her go to the next level, or give it to the spirit of chaos as a host for the soul stone? Or give it to someone else? He had to think about it carefully. Yue Yang, who could not make up his mind for the time being, continued to search. In the end, he found an unknown ancient beast skin in a small metal ball. Needless to say, the ancient beast skin was a treasure map. Not to mention whether the treasures left behind from ancient times were still there. Just looking for the terrain of the Heaven Realm that had been constantly changing over the past tens of thousands of years would probably give him a splitting headache. Of course, no one would complain about having too many treasures. If he could accurately find the hidden treasure on the map, Yue Yang would not mind taking some time out to search for it. The small metal ball was very strange. Yue Yang held it in his palm and felt a strange slight vibration. He estimated that it was the core of an ancient battle puppet. The ancient battle puppet's body was driven by it, which was equivalent to a human's brain. However, Yue Yang could not guess the specific appearance of this ancient battle puppet. It seemed that he still had to study the ancient battle puppet book to find the real answer. Not to mention other things, just 3 drops of ancient god's blood was enough for this trip's reward. Yue Yang was currently in a very good mood. He hugged Tigress and rewarded her with a kiss on the spot. Princess Sissy was extremely embarrassed and rebuked him for his rude actions. After struggling to no avail, she accepted it and shared the joy of the moment with him in the hot kiss. However, the moment he loosened his lips, she bit him harshly with her little white teeth to punish him. Yue Yang sighed. In the end, she was tigress, she just liked to bite people. Everyone burst into laughter. Before leaving the grimoire, the little guiding spirit seemed to have understood what space she was in. It stuck its head out and followed behind Yue Yang's group. It seemed that it wanted to leave with everyone, but it also seemed to be afraid of Yue Yang. She watched as one by one walked into Yue Yang's grimoire world. She was a little anxious. In the end, she saw Duo waving at her. After a slight hesitation, she quickly teleported over. Her small body hid under the flowers on Duo's head, thinking that she had escaped from Yue Yang's gaze. She used her small hands to gently pull up a petal on Duo's head and silently covered her body. Then, she slept soundly in the cluster of flowers. Duo nodded slightly towards Yue Yang. Before entering the grimoire world, Yue Yang rewarded her with a thumbs up. Before turning into a stream of light and returning, Duo's face revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 997. Leaving the divine grimoire space, Yue Yang used the three-realm compass to return to the 5th floor of the heaven stairway. Just as he stepped on the blood altar, before Yue Yang could even stand firm, countless golden pillars of light had already risen from his body, shooting straight into the sky. Princess Sissy, Drunken Cat and Yu, who were still resting in the grimoire world, all automatically came out of the grimoire world. One by one, they floated in the air, their bodies and minds immersed in the wonderful energy field of leveling up. It turned out that it wasn't that they couldn't level up after the great battle, but because they were restricted by the laws inside the divine grimoire, they couldn't level up. Now that they had left the divine grimoire space, other than Xiaonu who didn't participate in the battle, everyone had benefited and leveled up in this difficult battle. What made Princess Sissy, the Rouge Tigress, most moved was that after joining hands to repel the Sun King, she had finally broken through the realm that she had yearned for a long time. From the original innate realm, she had broken through to the innate elder realm, officially possessing the innate elder realm and indestructible will. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword had further fused with Princess Sissy's leveling up this time. Although it hadn't been completely fused, there wasn't much left. Princess Sissy could already see the dawn of complete fusion and officially turning this divine weapon into her own unique divine weapon. Tigress, I will help you. Yue Yang congratulated and fawned on her. I need to consider carefully whether I should give you this chance. Princess Sissy said arrogantly on the surface, but in fact, she knew that without Yue Yang's cooperation, she would never be able to completely fuse with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. After all, this divine weapon originally recognized him as its master. Only if he completely gave up and completely transferred the ownership of this divine weapon, could the Prison Emperor Divine Sword become her own unique divine sword. Princess Sissy treated Yue Yang well in private, but in front of everyone, she naturally maintained her arrogance as tigress. We're finally back. Fourth Mother brought Luo Hua's city mistress, Yi Nan, Yu Bing, Yu Shuang and the others to the periphery of the blood altar. When she saw that Yue Yang had brought everyone back, and that everyone had leveled up, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao-san, Yu Shuang, this little thing, immediately threw herself into her brother's embrace. She was even faster than Yu Bing, who was charging towards them. You're so annoying. You killed the Sun King without bringing me along. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's tone was a little sour. She knew that Yue Yang did this because he was worried about everyone's safety, but seeing how happy Princess Xianxia was, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. He treated her very well, but he treated that bad-tempered who knew the best. Forget it, the Southern Demon King rolled her eyes at the impatience. What she meant was that she, Sky La, was already Yue Yang's woman. Who didn't know that he was the best in bed? She's already so spoiled by her husband, yet she's still going to argue with us who haven't pushed her down yet. Look at how Shui Wuan did it. That's called magnanimity. The impatience covered her mouth and giggled. She secretly winked at the Southern Demon King, implying, let's fight tonight. How could the Southern Demon King not understand Sky La's meaning? Her jade-like face instantly turned red. Although she had the intention, she still shook her head. She thought that it would be better to be alone with him for the first time. Anyway, her father had already discussed it with Fourth Mother, Yu Hai and the other elders. Shui Donglu, Zheng Wuyu, Grandma Wu Teng and the other elders would be the matchmaker, and Elder Nangong would be the host. Later on, when the wedding day comes, she would also wear her wedding dress and be a beautiful bride. She wouldn't need to be like Bai Lu and Lai Yan, who had to do things secretly and couldn't announce it to the public. The impatience spread her hands. Get married. She didn't care about those customs. No ceremony. When he took her away from the succubus hall, he had already obtained everyone's witness. Why did he have to do it again? Moreover, no matter if it was announced or not, the marriage between the demonic palace and the Yu clan had already been written in the Yu clan's genealogy book and the Da Sha Empire's book. Perhaps, in the Soaring Dragon continent, who didn't know that she was his wife. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. The Southern Goblin King sighed. Skylaw naturally didn't need to worry about her. She had already been pushed down by that bad guy and everything was a fait accompli. However, she was different. He didn't even have time to talk to her. What kind of treasures did you get? Brother-in-law, I want this one too, and this one. This was Sky Disaster. I want one too. I like this wisdom leaf. Give me another one. Stingy fellow, you have so many, give me another one. It's just one leaf. Sky Disaster has already snatched 3 of them, don't snatch mine. This was the golden elf Bao-er. Ah, I don't want it. Give it to Sister Bao-er. This was the kind Lu Yi. Something to coax a child. HMPH, I don't want it. This was Sha Yi, who said one thing but meant another. Seeing this scene, Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled. She turned around and walked towards the Heaven Stairway's world power that was guarding the passage. At the same time, she pretended to be mature and sighed, tisk tisk, how carefree. Hearing this, the Southern Demon King rolled her eyes. Please, you're not that much more mature than them. If it wasn't because there were so many people here and you were the only one waiting for Yue Yang, it would be weird if you didn't take off your clothes and fight. As the price for everyone waiting here, the Sweet Dew Spring and the Wisdom Leaf that Yue Yang obtained were all divided by Sky Disaster Bao-er and the others. No one wanted the Sky Dragon Crystal, but the top-quality beast bracelet had already been reserved. Of course, they didn't dare to touch the important treasures. For example, the ancient god's blood. Other than clicking their tongues in envy, no one had any ideas about it. Most of them asked about the process of fighting the Sun King and exploring the grimoire. Yue Yang and Drunken Cat were in charge of explaining. Princess Sissy and Yu Yu would occasionally add a sentence to explain. Not only Yu Bing, Bao-er and the others who were still young, but even the mature Fallen Flowers and Southern Demon King were stunned. This was because this bitter battle was really beyond their expectations. Fourth Mother listened quietly, maintaining a smile on her face. When she heard Yue Yang said gloomily that there was a terrifying guard outside the grimoire, she couldn't help but laugh. Yu Yu noticed it and asked softly, are there guards in all the grimoires? Or is it only the grimoire that we met? Fourth Mother waved her hand, I don't know. Although she denied it, Yu Yu felt that Fourth Mother definitely knew some secrets, but she just didn't say it. Maybe it was not the right time yet. Yu Yu didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Fourth Mother wouldn't hurt Xiao San. She would definitely tell him if there were any benefits. She didn't say it, but she loved him the most in her heart. After the reunion, the Southern Demon King and the others continued to cultivate in the World Tree. Fourth Mother brought Yue Yang, Yu Bing and the little girl home. Princess Sissy declined to go with Yue Yang because she wanted to cultivate and consolidate her innate elder realm. Drunken Cat also said that she wanted to cultivate properly. In the end, under the persuasion of Fallen Flowers and Inan, Yu Yu decided to go home and rest. Other than the exhaustion from the battle, she needed a good rest. Yu Yu also felt that Yue Yang needed her in the research and development of the beast bracelet. If she and Princess Sissy went to the Heaven Stairway to cultivate, he would definitely make a mess without anyone's help. Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Yu returned to the Tian Luo Palace's mirage and waited for Yue Yang there. Fourth Mother brought Yue Yang, Bing-er and Shuang-er back to the Yu clan castle to report their safety. One must know that Elder Yu Hai, the old cunning fox and Zheng Wuyu were also anxiously waiting for Yue Yang's news. The Sun King has fallen. Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox were overjoyed when they heard the news. Good, good, Elder Yu Hai roared towards the sky. Yue Yang's growth had far exceeded their imagination. However, even if they knew that Yue Yang was a genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years, they didn't dare to think that he could kill the Sun King who came from the central shrine's Sun God Palace. The Sun King was an existence that was close to the level of a god. He was a rancor that couldn't be killed by humans, Now that they heard that Yue Yang had successfully killed the Sun King, this good news had far exceeded their expectations. How could they not be excited? Zheng Wuyu and the old cunning fox prepared to discuss with Elder Nan Gong whether they should temporarily suppress this news and not spread it out, so that the spies from the Heaven Realm wouldn't know about it. If there were some spies who could successfully pass through some unknown space-time crack and send this news back to the central shrine, then Yue Yang, who would definitely start a war with the central shrine in the future, would be alerted. Yue Yang needed time, and Tong Tian Tower also needed time. For the time being, it was better to keep a low profile. The good news of the war could also be the killing of the Sun King's 8 generals. Anyway, to the ordinary people, the Heaven Realm's rankers were all unbelievably powerful existences. Where are Fatty Hai and the others? Yue Yang realized that Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were nowhere to be seen, so he asked curiously. Because they were too proactive in chasing the enemy, they were all heavily injured. Also, the Demon King from the Demon Abyss and the rankers from the Eastern Goblin tribe were almost the same. Only the people from the Demonic Palace were slightly better. If it wasn't for Sky Law and the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the 8 generals. The poet and the fool surrendered conditionally. This was agreed upon by Fallen Flowers and Inan. The dwarf was captured, the savage and the hanged man died on the spot. The long-bearded old man escaped for a day before he was caught by the Sky Law and Sky Calamity sisters and killed together. That fatty was captured by the 2 seniors, Bei Feng Jia Suo and Feng Zhu. Because he refused to surrender and was very loyal, he was surrounded and killed by the people from the Demonic Palace, the Demon Abyss, the Eastern Goblin tribe and Shui Tan Lang. Even though he was surrounded, he still fought for a day and a night. That fatty was very strong. Fortunately, the stronger poet and fool surrendered conditionally. Otherwise, our people would have suffered unavoidable losses. The old cunning fox still had some lingering fear when he talked about the war. Yi Kong and the others went to the elven forest to recuperate. There is a special elven spring water there, which is good for their recovery. Zheng Wuyu expressed that there was no need to worry. In short, we are still too weak. Yue Yang didn't have any better ideas. Growth needed time. Haha, let's not talk about you. Even their performance had far exceeded our expectations. If that's the case, where do you want us old fellows to put our faces? Rest well, we old fellows can't fight a war. Rest assured and leave these trivial matters to us. The old cunning fox patted Yue Yang's shoulder. After bidding farewell to Zheng Wuyu, the old cunning fox and elder Yue Hai, Yue Yang returned to Tian Luo Palace. Before returning home, he went to see His Majesty first. His Majesty seemed to have received the news and was in a good mood. He praised Yue Yang a little, but still refused to see him, giving him a cold shoulder. Fourth Mother personally cooked a table full of dishes. The little girl secretly ate a few times, but forgot to wipe the grease off her little mouth. She thought that no one knew and pretended to be obedient as she sat on her seat. Fallen Flowers and Inan also put on a good performance and cooked a dish each. Only Yu Bing still persisted in her brother's daily training plan. Before Yue Yang returned, she still practiced her combat skills for an hour. Inside the god's ruins, would there be that infuriating guard? While Yue Yang was eating, he suddenly thought of something. He forgot about Fourth Mother's previous denial and directly opened his mouth to ask Fourth Mother. Ah, Fourth Mother looked at Yue Yang's face full of expectation and sighed. Well, although I have never entered the god's ruins, there are some things that can be deduced with common sense. Why did the ancient gods set up a guard at the entrance of the Divine Grimoire? If the Divine Grimoire was absolutely safe, then there seemed to be no need. Or maybe this Divine Grimoire didn't want people to contract it, so they just sealed it. Why did they need to set up a guard? Could it be that a Divine Grimoire with a guard was actually the easiest to contract? And setting up a guard was also to find the best contractor. I think, not every Divine Grimoire is exactly the same. Some of them should be very strict. Why was there a guard at the entrance of the Divine Grimoire? Could it be that it was the doing of the great god who sacrificed her life to open the passage? Did she open the passage for future generations and deliberately set up a guard? In the god's ruins, I think, there should be many gods with different personalities buried, so the way to deal with them is also different. Fourth Mother said very vaguely, trying to ignore her own factors, and pushed her understanding to common sense reasoning. However, whether it was Yue Yang, Yu, Fallen Flowers, Inan and Yu Bing, they all understood at once. Except for the little girl who was engrossed in eating, everyone understood a principle through Fourth Mother's guidance. That was, a divine grimoire with a guard was actually the easiest to contract. It was also looking for its master. Yue Yang was ecstatic. But on the surface, he didn't show it. It was already very rare for Fourth Mother to guide him to this step. He couldn't force her to say what she was unwilling to say. Moreover, if one didn't experience it personally, one wouldn't be able to understand what Fourth Mother had said. Only by experiencing it personally would one understand that everything that the ancient gods did had some kind of deep meaning behind it. Some of them were hard to understand with a human's way of thinking. Only when one stood at the height of the gods, or was close to the height of the gods, would it be easy to understand. After the meal, everyone relaxed and sat together, chatting and laughing, enjoying this rare peaceful life. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yu quickly found an excuse to go back to her room to rest. But Bing didn't know the reason. She felt that it was rare for her brother to be by her side, so she could report the various situations of her training to him. Fourth Mother carried the little girl who kept yawning back to her room, and called Bing a few times. But Yu Bing was too happy, showing that she wasn't sleepy at all. She kept pestering her brother to talk about training. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Inan secretly laughed, but they waited patiently, smiling too. See how Yue Yang, this brother who doted on his sister, would accompany his sister to practice martial arts. Isn't it too late? When Yu Bing came to her senses, it was already close to midnight. She was worried that she would disturb her brother's rest. It's okay, brother isn't sleepy. Your training is the most important. Yue Yang patted Bing little head, slightly messing up the soft hair on her forehead. Sister-in-law Inan, sister-in-law Fallen Flowers, I'm going back now. Oh right, Mother said before that after the war ends, Tong Tian Tower will not be in danger temporarily. She wants you to hug your baby as soon as possible. Yu Bing obediently said goodbye, but she suddenly remembered something and immediately ran back to warn Fallen Flowers and Inan. This time, the two girls were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Actually, according to Yu Bing's simple understanding, brother and sister-in-law slept in the same room at night. If brother and sister-in-law slept in the same room at night, then they would have a baby. As for how the baby came about, she had not thought about it for the time being. She ran back to warn Fallen Flowers and Inan, mainly to remind them not to forget to sleep with her brother. They must not be like Princess Sissy and Sister Shui Wuxia, who stayed with her brother during the day but had their own rest at night. Yue Yang was speechless. He almost wanted to say that his sister couldn't be so cute. Speaking of pure thoughts, other than Yu Bing who didn't have too many distracting thoughts, Yue Yang had also influenced her. This was because Yue Yang often used his innate qi to cleanse Yu Bing's body, allowing her to be reborn and cleanse her bones. Her body had always been in the most active early stage of youth. She hadn't matured with time, so naturally, she didn't pay much attention to her body. Cleansing the body, not only could one stay young forever, it could also slowly cleanse the distracting thoughts. This was also the reason why Yu Bing's thoughts were becoming more and more pure. Alright, being pure wasn't a bad thing. When Yue Yang saw his sister dashing back, he immediately hugged the extremely shy Yi Nan. He then turned around and kissed the Luo Hua beauty who had already embraced him from behind. Cough, now was the time to enjoy the manufacturing process. As for whether there would be side effects like a baby, he didn't need to think about it. In any case, if he enjoyed the manufacturing process too much, there would definitely be side effects. Chapter 998 Yue Yang lived a blissful life for the next 3 days. Especially when Aquamarine heard the news and rushed down from the meteor shower sea to meet him, it added to the passion of their reunion. The only pity was that sickly beauty was bringing the little guys from the death class out to train and couldn't find time to come back. Are you forgetting something? Impatience and Southern Demon King came back from the heaven stairway. When they hugged, Sky Law asked softly in Yue Yang's ear. Oh, Yue Yang was stunned when he heard this. Forgot something? Nothing. He had defeated the Sun King, the Silent King was killed by Queen Vivian Li, the Lion King and Golden Crown King had entered the Demon Ceiling Tower, and the 8 generals under him had either died or surrendered. He didn't forget anything. Ming Ri Hao had gotten together with Pearl Light. The unconscious Freedom Queen and half of the unknown god's body were brought back by Yu. He didn't have time to deal with them. The treasures around the divine grimoire were all plundered. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and the others were recuperating. The whole Tong Tian Tower was under control. How could he have missed anything? Even the biggest worry, that annoying clown, had become fertilizer for the flowers. Wait, the battle where Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and Wei Tai-lang attacked the double-faced king. No wonder he felt that something was missing these few days. It was Wei Tai-lang, that dog, running around and fawning on him. I'm going to faint. Yue Yang was shocked. He hurriedly brought Sky Law and Southern Demon King with him and used the three-realm compass to return to the Stone World. In the Stone World, everything was the same as before. It was as if there had never been a battle. However, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld all looked like sick men who had just recovered from a serious illness. It seemed like the battle with the double-faced king was really a fierce one. Even now, they had not recovered. Only Grey Wolf was not injured. This glutton was currently eating to his heart's content under the service of Manager Yi, Class Leader Jin, and the others. The ones competing with him were the barbarian Bull brothers. In addition, there were also Zhang Guan, He Tu, Bai Ma, Feng Ji, Fiery Eye Jin Yun, and other subordinates. They were sitting in a circle and gambling out of boredom. Grey Wolf was the first to sense Yue Yang's arrival. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the food in front of the barbarian Bull brothers. Then, it ran over with puffed cheeks, shaking its head and wagging its tail to welcome its master. God's Retribution and the others were ecstatic to see Yue Yang. Zhang Guan and the others cheered in unison. Teacher Jin and the others were moved to tears. God, Titan Yu, who had fought against the Sun King, had actually returned safely. What did his appearance signify? It meant that the Sun King had been defeated. He was already mentally prepared, but when he saw Yue Yang appear, he still felt that it was unbelievable. Let alone outsiders like Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jin, even subordinates like Heavy Crown He Tu and White Horse found it hard to believe. The Sun King had been defeated. That was the master of the Central Shrine, the Sun God Palace, the Sun King who was known as the number one in the Central Shrine, Ji Wei, the Sun King whose strength was on par with Ji Wei, had actually been defeated by Titan Yu. He's already dead. Yue Yang's words shocked everyone even more. They couldn't believe their ears. It was already exaggerated enough to say that he had defeated the Sun King. But now, Titan Yu said that the Sun King was already dead. If this was not said by him, the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, others would definitely laugh their heads off. Sky Execution was startled. He wanted to probe further, but when he saw Impatience walking out from beside Yue Yang, he immediately believed that this was a miraculous fact. The Dragon Emperor was so excited that he couldn't speak. He let out a long roar, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He shouted happily, "Good, good, you're a good lad." The Emperor of the Underworld gave him a thumbs up. He was convinced. He prostrated himself in admiration. He didn't know how strong the Sun King was, but he had personally experienced how strong the weakest of the four kings under the Sun King, Double-Faced King, was. If it wasn't for Wei Tai-lang, the world-exterminating demon wolf, and Yue Yang's deceptive domain that sent Double-Faced King into Wei Tai-lang's grimoire world, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Even if Double-Faced King was trapped in the grimoire world and was restricted by the divine beast's will, he would still need Wei Tai-lang, Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor and himself to fight for a day and a night to finally defeat him. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Tai-lang would have sent the participants out of the grimoire world to heal their injuries, even Sky Execution wouldn't be able to last until the end. However, the Sun King, who was many times more powerful than Double-Faced King, who was almost as powerful as a god, was actually killed by a young man like Yue Yang with the help of Silent King, Lion King and Golden Crown King. He was indeed the most abnormal person in the history of Tong Tian Tower. The three kings of Jifeng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo are already dead. Qing Lang left a heart of remorse, while the king of Jifeng left a heart of true love. Yue Yang explained to Chief Butler Yi, "Young Master Titan, please have mercy on us ants." Chief Butler Yi and Class Leader Jin knelt down. "I can help you remove the curse on your bodies, but I'm very busy and don't have time to be your king. Why don't you look for Sky Execution or the Dragon Emperor?" Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to clean up the mess in Tianhua region. Removing the curse was very easy for him. He could even use Fu Gui to absorb it. However, Tianhua region was in a mess, so Yue Yang didn't have the time or mood to care about it. If he had the time, he might as well chase after Ji Zun at the Heaven Stairway World Tree. Moreover, after killing the Sun King, his next target would be Ji Wei. No matter what, he had to stop Ji Wei and kill him before he passed. "Don't look for me." Sky Execution was also a martial arts fanatic. He couldn't waste any time on training. We can't manage our own people. The Dragon Emperor also shook his head and refused. I'm not interested in being a king. The Emperor of the Underworld refused. Actually, what they meant was that they wanted to train harder in the remaining time and strive for a higher level. With enough power, would they be afraid of not having a territory? Not to mention the Heaven Realm, even the Western Heaven Realm was vast and boundless. Who could manage so many places? Tianhua region was huge and troublesome. Just the countless starving people alone were enough to give them a headache. Yue Yang secretly scolded these guys for not being loyal, but it didn't seem like he could forcefully share the task. After all, they were considered elders. In the end, he could only comfort Leader Jin, Chief Steward Yi and the other servants. Don't worry, the Vengeance Region Emperor didn't die, right? There's also the snake-haired devil man, Mr. Everlasting Wind. Let them be the region emperor and king. If you don't feel at ease, I can introduce another person to you, the Ming clan's commander, Ming Rihao. He is extremely powerful and can definitely help the Vengeance Region Emperor to stand firm and become a stable Tianhua Region Emperor. Before he finished, Chief Steward Yi, Leader Jin and the other servants cried as if their fathers had died. Mr. Titan, they are all gone. Yue Yang heard and frowned. Gone. Leader Jin kowtowed with tears streaming down his face. The Vengeance Region Emperor said that he was blinded by hatred in the past and did many wrong things. He gave up on hatred and exiled himself to travel the Heaven Realm to train. Mr. Everlasting Wind also went with him. Mr. Rishan, when he left the Stone World with a giant clan girl, he said that he wanted to return to the Ming clan's hometown and rebuild it. He said that Tianhua region will be revived under your rule. That damned bitter uncle, don't think that I will give you a gift when you get married. Just hug that muscular girl for the rest of your life. Yue Yang was furious. Mr. Titan, Chief Steward Yi and the others looked as if they would commit suicide if Yue Yang didn't agree. He doesn't have time to manage you, but it doesn't matter, I do. Phoenix Fairy Beauty suddenly stood up. Her beautiful face carried a smile that could charm all living things. Do you know who I am? I am his wife, Sky La. In the future, I will take over Tianhua region. You are all under my rule. This, Chief Butler Yi, Class Leader Jin and the others didn't even dare to look at Phoenix Fairy Beauty. When it came to beauty, they had always thought that Lady Pearl Light's beauty and temperament were the best in the world. However, looking at her now, if Lady Pearl Light was compared to the Titan Prince's wife, she was like a sparrow beside a giant swan. They were on completely different levels. Most importantly, this Sky La Beauty's strength was unfathomable. She seemed to be as strong as Mr. Titan, and even stronger than the Dragon Emperor Heavenly Execution and Emperor of the Underworld. If she became the Region Emperor of Tianhua region, it would naturally be the best. But what would Mr. Titan's attitude be? Without Mr. Titan's approval, who would dare to worship Sky La Beauty as their master? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Yue Yang looked at Impatience strangely. It's okay, I'm just here in name. It's been so long since I came up to take a look. Naturally, I'll still accompany you, you little rascal. Moreover, as the Region Emperor, there are so many countries under me. Why do I have to worry about myself? I just need to know how to use people. Impatience didn't care. She felt that managing Tianhua region wasn't difficult at all. I can't be the Region Emperor, let me be the country's ruler. Southern Demon King also joined in the fun. Her jade-like hands gently played the pipa, and the sounds of nature descended from the sky. People who heard it were mesmerized. For a long time, they didn't want to wake up from the ocean of music. The Southern Goblin King stopped and mischievously blinked her big eyes at Yue Yang. The name Still Wind Kingdom is too unpleasant to hear. Let's call it Breeze, from now on. I want to let hope emerge in the hearts of all the citizens, and then let this hope spread to every corner like a breeze. Hey, are you interested in the treasures left behind by Ji Feng and the others? Impatience couldn't help but ridicule. Sister, are you the kind of person who treats your citizens kindly? I also want to do something big once in a while, okay? Southern Goblin King stuck out her tongue, looking as if her thoughts had been seen through by someone. It's really unfortunate for the citizens to be ruled by you. Impatience couldn't help but sigh. Same to you. Southern Demon King snorted when she heard that. What she meant was that Sky La wasn't that great either. Moreover, even if she couldn't manage it well, it would only be the matter of Gentle Breeze Kingdom. But if she couldn't manage it well, it would be the tragedy of the entire Tianhua region. Chief Butler Yi, Head Jin, and the rest looked at each other. Having someone to manage it was better than having no one to manage it. In the Heaven Realm, if one didn't have a strong backing, it was equivalent to being bullied by others. Now, there were two. Although they were women, they were the wives and concubines of young Master Titan. They were also powerful enough. It was great that they were willing to take over the authority that young Master Titan had no time to manage. If they took over, wouldn't it be the same as young Master Titan managing it? It would be the same anyway. Young Master Titan had great ambitions. He didn't care about the small Tianhua region. His target should be the Heaven Realm. Therefore, it was already a great fortune for the two of them to manage the Tianhua region. When Zhang Guan secretly transmitted a message to them, he hinted that the beauty of Sky Law beside young Master Titan was actually Sky Execution's younger sister, and that the Southern Demon King was the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jin were even more overjoyed. Great, so they were all family. They immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Impatience, calling her, Her Majesty Sky Law Empress. Then, they kowtowed to the Southern Demon King, calling her, Her Majesty Queen of Gentle Breeze. Although the ceremony was very simple, it could be considered as acknowledging their master-servant relationship. Alright, since that's the case, let's go home. The Southern Goblin King smugly revealed a beautiful smile that could melt all ice and snow. I wonder if I, the Queen, would have the honor to invite young Master Titan to my Green Willow City as a guest. My birthday is coming soon. Young Master Titan can't just give me a drop of God's blood, you have to give me at least 100 treasures to make me smile from the bottom of my heart. I'll give you my whole body. Yue Yang couldn't help but pinch her little nose when he saw her smile mischievously. I need to think about it before I decide whether to accept it or not. The Southern Demon King raised her little fist, as if she was dissatisfied with Yue Yang's teasing just now. However, she couldn't bear to really hit him, she was just putting on an act. Seeing a pair of young lovers flirting, everyone naturally turned their faces away, pretending not to see. Wei Tai Lang put them into the grimoire world one by one. Yue Yang activated the three-realm compass and brought them all back to the Green Willow City that they had been away from for many days. Although the Green Willow City didn't change much in just a few days, everyone knew that the whole world had changed. Furthermore, it was a change that reversed the universe. Chapter 999 Green Willow City. The king's residence had a new master today. It was no longer called Still Wind Kingdom, but Breezy Kingdom. The king of Breezy Kingdom was a beautiful queen. This was the first news that all the residents of Green Willow City knew. In the Tianhua domain, whether it was a city lord, or a king, there was nothing strange about it. After all, as long as there was a fierce battle, there would be many changes. Although the king of Still Wind Kingdom had ruled for a long time, everyone knew that this day would come and had long been mentally prepared. To be precise, it was a good thing that a new master was stationed in the king's residence of Green Willow City. Many new kings would set up benevolent policies such as reducing taxes when they first arrived to increase their popularity as quickly as possible. But when the residents of Green Willow City heard the second news, they were completely stunned. Because the second news was that the Divine Light and Wrath region emperors had died in battle, and the vengeful region emperor had exiled himself. The current successor was a divine punishment empress that no one had ever heard of. The chaos in the Tianhua domain was because there were too many experts with the qualifications of region emperors, and they fought each other. That was why it became like this. But no matter how chaotic it was, people could not imagine that the Tianhua domain with 3 region emperors would lose 2 region emperors in just a few days, and one would leave. The most unbelievable thing was that a new TNFA empress had arrived in the Tianhua domain in the blink of an eye. Where did so many region emperors come from? Also, who was this divine punishment empress? All the changes were like a mystery. No one could figure it out. Even the branch leader of the Heaven Realm Mercenary Guild in Green Willow City only knew a little inside information. The divine punishment empress was living in the king's residence in Green Willow City, and she was sisters with the new king of Breezy Kingdom. The Tianhua domain is going to be in chaos again. The branch leader of the Mercenary Guild sighed. Chief Steward Yi received countless guests that day. He felt that even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to split himself. He had to be busy with external affairs, and he had to deal with internal affairs immediately. The dozens of wives and concubines of the King of Still Wind naturally could not stay in the king's residence anymore. He had to arrange a place for them immediately. The loyal guards of the King of Still Wind were also a problem. Fortunately, they had all accepted the death of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. Otherwise, When the new king took office, there would probably be a bloody purge. None of this was important. The most important thing was that the new master would definitely have different interests and hobbies from the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. What if he could make her fall in love with Green Willow City and Breezy Kingdom? Chief Manager Yi felt that this was a difficult problem. Yue Yang had no interest in managing the country. He was the kind of person who would not care about anything as long as he had a beauty in his arms. Others had their own ways of living, and he only needed to take care of himself. Naturally, he did not object to the fact that the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King were willing to share his burden. As long as you don't fight in the Flower Sky domain, the scenery is pretty good. Moreover, there are many secret areas to explore. For example, the sunken floating continent under White River City is definitely not as simple as the Water God's Palace. Other than the secrets under the water, there is also the mysterious smoky wave sea and the legendary hidden fog that devours everything. The Impatiens laid in Yue Yang's arms, lazily flipping through the map while enjoying the frozen purple jade grapes that the charm demon queen had peeled for her. When she realized that Yue Yang, who was engrossed in studying ancient runes, was ignoring her, she immediately turned around and stuck out her tongue, sending the grapes in her mouth into his mouth. Actually, being a king is very simple. As long as the people can eat their fill, it's fine. The Southern Demon King sat at the side. However, she did not dare to be as intimate as the Impatiens, at least not in front of everyone. The problem is that we don't have much food. Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jin knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Although they felt that the new policy that the Southern Demon King had proposed and that the commoners would be exempted from taxes and the slaves would be paid, and the soldiers would be given a holiday, they, as servants, did not dare to open their mouths to persuade her. They could only tactfully say that not only the breezy country, even a small country like Green Willow City would not be able to implement this policy. It was fine if the commoners were exempted from taxes and the slaves were paid. However, if the soldiers who had no war to fight returned home on holiday, those warmongers who thirsted for blood would definitely gather to plunder. At that time, the flames of war would not only spread to the front lines of the war, but also to the rear like the breezy country. Moreover, the Tianhua domain had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. Between cities, between countries, between races, and so on, how could a truce be able to resolve the enmity between them? Even if the most powerful region emperor issued an order, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years before this unprecedented war could be calmed down. We have plenty of food. The Southern Demon King waved her hand nonchalantly. Tong Tian Tower was now ushering in a rising era. The leaders of the various races had purposely calmed down the war between them. Even the expansionist races like the Demon Abyss had stopped attacking. Therefore, there was no place to store the food and materials that were originally reserved for war. If Tong Tian Tower's resources were insufficient, the large area around the Emerald Territory in the Southern Heaven Realm had also become a commercial area because of the arrival of Yue Yang. The Lionheart King and the nearby kings had already given up control of the Emerald Territory. They had no intention of opposing the forces behind the Nightless City. Currently, the flow of materials in the Nightless City was like a tide. If it was not guided, it would definitely decline. The profits would continue to decline, and it would become a place of commercial decay. The Tianhua domain urgently needed food and various materials. It was the best place to digest them. It could not only alleviate the plight of the Tianhua domain, but also allow the businesses of the Tong Tian Tower and the Emerald Territory to continue to develop crazily. If Yue Yang was willing to work harder, if he used the three-realm compass a few more times, then the Breezy Nation, the Tong Tian Tower, and the Emerald Territory could all heave a sigh of relief. All three parties could benefit a lot. The leaders of the various clans in Tong Tian Tower and the various city lords of the Emerald Territory were already prepared. As long as Yue Yang, the Titan Prince, nodded his head, then the ships of food and materials could be loaded into the storage rings of the envoys like an assembly line and transported to the breezy country through the three-realm compass. If the war in the Tianhua domain calmed down, the merchants from the surrounding regions would also move. Therefore, the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King had never worried that the Tianhua domain would not be well governed. If the breezy nation were to promote it, it would be easy for anyone who disobeyed orders. The warriors of the Tong Tian Tower were already ready to go. Without the three region emperors of Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance, the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon, and the subordinates of the Sun King, who in the Tianhua domain would be a match for the warriors of the Tong Tian Tower led by the Tian Zhu Dragon Emperor. All right then, I'll have to be a laborer for a while. Yue Yang saw that the impatiens and the others had decided, and the elders at home, such as Fourth Mother, Zheng Wuyu, the old fox, and Elder Yu Hai also agreed, so he could only temporarily put down this task. The Tian Zhu Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld did not return. Instead, the people of the Demonic Palace, the Demon Kings and Demon Generals of the Demon Abyss, the Eastern Goblin Tribe, the Dark Nether Tribe, and the elite warriors of many races in the Tong Tian Tower all came to Green Willow City under the leadership of Yue Yang. They brought the resources that Green Willow City desired, and also brought the opportunity for them to grow quickly. In the Green Willow City of the Breezy Nation in the Tianhua domain, the base of the Tong Tian Tower in the Western Heaven Realm, they could cultivate and grow in relative safety. Because of the large number of trades, the various races in the Tong Tian Tower had obtained the resources of the Heaven Realm that the Tong Tian Tower did not have. As for how the various clans used these resources, it was none of Yue Yang's business. On the side of the Emerald Territory, there was also an accumulation of countless food supplies. With the crazy pouring of the bottomless pit of the Tianhua domain, the business income of the Emerald Territory made all the participants' eyes red. They had never seen a business that required all kinds of supplies, and it was a business that no matter how much they traded, it was not enough. A few days later, the Emerald Territory became the craziest gold mine in the Southern Heaven Realm. Under the legend of, even picking up a stone can be sold for money, a gold rush-like business exploded here. Even a super strong person like the Lionheart King personally came to meet Yue Yang and asked for cooperation. I'm very busy. I can cooperate, but it won't be too long. I can't do this every day. Yue Yang was not interested in making money. The reason was that he was too rich. Money had become meaningless to him. If it weren't for the fact that money could be exchanged for a large number of treasures, crystals, and exotic plants, he wouldn't have bothered to go to Tong Tian Tower in the Emerald Territory every day. He didn't need to carry goods like a coolie. Everyone used storage rings to load the goods and waited for him to arrive. As long as he took a trip, everyone would be willing to give him half of the benefits, except for Yue Yang. No one had the ability to travel from the Southern Heaven Realm to the Western Heaven Realm in an instant. Of course, there were teleportation gates. Not to mention that taxes would be deducted halfway. It would take as long as half a year. If he encountered a robbery, he might lose everything. With this kind of convenience, who would want to be an unlucky traveling merchant? Who didn't know that Master Bao Jiyu of Nightless City had his current position because he had joined young Master Titan? As for Tong Tian Tower, there was no need to talk about it. The merchants of Tong Tian Tower might not know their parents, but they definitely knew the third young master of the Yu clan, who was called the new prison emperor by the various kings. Do you want to rise? Do you want to go to the Heaven Realm to broaden your horizons? Do you want the elite warriors and talented juniors in your clan to have the best opportunity to grow? Go, the third young master of the Yu clan is waiting for you in the Heaven Realm. As long as you go to his side, you may become the second Shui Tan Lang. You may become the second Yi Kong, the second Hai Da Fu, the second, what are you waiting for? The Warrior Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild of Tong Tian Tower all posted such slogans. Hence, under Yue Yang's leadership for a few days, at least tens of thousands of Tong Tian Tower's elites and Chamber of Commerce's representatives had flooded into Green Willow City. The originally lifeless Green Willow City was like a withered tree that had been given a new lease of life. The flourishing scene simply made Great Manager Yi, Class Leader Jin and the other locals dumbstruck. The Southern Demon King didn't need to govern at all. She didn't need to do anything. The talents of all races in Tong Tian Tower were fully taken over. The only thing she had to do was accompany Yue Yang to study ancient books and the treasure map depicted on ancient beast skin. Impatience. This Sky Law girl had already sent out the first decree of the Region Emperor. She ordered the 10,000 monarchs and the leaders of the super races in the Tianhua region, who originally belonged to the three factions, to come to Green Willow City to see the new Region Emperor within a month. Otherwise, it would be seen as treason and they would all be punished. We still have to stay here for a month. So boring. Yue Yang sent someone to send a letter to Ming Ri Hao, scolding him for not having any loyalty. Why don't we go and explore the Water God Palace under the White River City? Maybe there are divine weapons left there. The Southern Goblin King felt that Yue Yang was actually quite pitiful. It wasn't easy to be a coolie who carried goods to earn money. Furthermore, He had to do it for a month. Hence, she suggested to explore the legendary water god palace during the day to see if they could find some treasures to comfort Yue Yang's broken heart. Why don't we bring that girl Lu Yi along? With her perforate deer, it would be much more convenient. The impatiens also felt that treasure hunting was a good plan. Explore the water god palace. Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a feeling that maybe the treasure depicted on the ancient beast skin was also on the floating continent. If they explored the water god palace, they might be able to find even more ancient treasures. There was also the mysterious smoky wave sea and the legendary hidden fog. Those had to be cleared up. Could it be a divine power inheritance like the one the supreme dragon god left for Zhang Ying? Or some other type of power? Chapter 1000. In the center of the Tianhua domain, White River City. White River City was a city built on water. For thousands of years, it had been the center of a fierce battle between the divine light, wrath, and vengeful domain emperors. What was strange was that although White River City had been at war for thousands of years, it had a strange rule. No one was allowed to use force in White River City. Any warrior who entered the city, whether they were soldiers or adventurers, would agree to this rule. In the city, people who were enemies could sit at the same table and eat together. Once out of the city, they could immediately fight each other and kill each other. In this water city that didn't even have a city lord, it was a miracle that the war filled with blood and anger could be avoided. White River City could be said to be the safest place in the entire Tianhua domain. However, White River outside the city, it was the most terrifying place in the Tianhua domain. Who knew how many corpses of soldiers and adventurers were buried underneath? If it wasn't for the deep White River blocking the way, the pile of corpses from thousands of years of battle would have been even higher than the famous Hanging Mountain Range in the Tianhua region. Anyone who had visited White River City would understand that the White River was not a river. Rather, it was a boundless inland sea. This inland sea, which submerged 1/3 of the land of the Tianhua region, was named the White River because of the strange milky white haze on the surface of the sea. It was even said that there was a hidden fog that could devour all things. The depth of the White River was unfathomable. Even if the entire floating continent fell into it, it would not be visible at all. Originally, there had been several countries and nearly 1,000 cities on the floating continent. Now, only the several hundred extremely tall peaks of the Hanging Mountain Range remained. They had become pitiful little islands, and later generations had built cities on them. In the hazy sky, a long and narrow crescent-shaped merchant ship sailed over. From its deep waterline and bulging sails, one could tell that it was a supply ship, but no one knew which faction it belonged to. Because of the rumor that the Divine Light Domain Emperor and Wrath Domain Emperor had died in battle, and the Vengeful Domain Emperor had exiled himself, the Tianhua domain seemed to be taken over by a nameless woman, Sky La. The chaotic situation made all the merchant ships that came to White River lower their flags. They didn't even know if their lord was dead or alive, and they still continued to fight for him. Wasn't that ridiculous? Welcome to White River City. You are safe now, Old Anchor, who was standing at the East Gate Pier, shouted loudly. He took the giant steel cable anchor thrown over from the ship and skillfully wrapped it around the huge steel pier of the pier. The first thing the dockworkers did was to greet and comfort the outsiders. This was the rule of White River City. No one knew when this rule had come into existence, but it had been passed down for thousands of years. In the end, it had become a specialty of White River City. Old Anchor was the best dockworker here, second to none. He worked here for hundreds of years. Knew everything like the back of his hand. It was said that he had led the boats of Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance, 3 region emperors. Other than him, who was the most senior, no one else had such an honor. Aya, master actually has tips. Old Iron Anchor collected the money as usual. Then, he noticed that the fat toad in glamorous clothes took out another small bag of money. He immediately shrugged and said, "It seems that you are trying to get top secret information from me again. I will only ask 3 simple questions. After I ask, as long as you answer them honestly, whether you can answer them or not, it will be yours." The fat toad merchant smiled. He shook the bag of money, enticing Old Anchor. Old Anchor pretended to be drooling, waiting for the other party's eyes to shine with success. Then, he suddenly put on a serious expression. "I'm sorry, but can I refuse?" His companions were already used to this kind of teasing of foreign merchants. One of them, who was covered in hair and looked like a gorilla, pounded his chest hard, as if he couldn't laugh happily if he didn't do it. "Foreigner, put away your foolishness. In front of our boss anchor, money is completely useless. Do you think he will succumb to you and become a poor slave to money? He will only succumb to good wine. In this world, only the liquor worm can defeat him. Ha 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 ha. Another prawn-like fellow with eyes on the top of his head waved his slender arms and pretended to be serious as he advised, "It's not that I want to talk too much, but rich foreigner, in White River City, you can do anything. Even if you make money like crazy, even if you empty everyone's wallet, you will still be fine. But if you know too many secrets that you shouldn't, you're right. I was just about to kindly remind you, dear master, that here, the ignorant are the safest." Old Anchor said and laughed. So that's how it is. The fat toad was not angry at all. He was still smiling. Instead, it was the two guards beside the fat toad who didn't look too happy. The fat toad waved his hand. "Feng Ji, Jin Yun, go back and report to young master and madam that we have arrived at White River City." Someone had already come out of the cabin. It was Yue Yang and Sky Law and Southern Demon King, who were wearing a cloak and veil to hide their beautiful figures. Unlike the two of them, Lu Yi still maintained her original appearance. She accompanied Yue Yang, her beautiful big eyes rolling around, constantly looking around, curious about everything. Those who didn't know would definitely mistake her for Yue Yang's maid. The fat toad was naturally Jada, the big profiteer, Yue Yang's #1 money-making expert. He was even better than the slick Bao Ji Yu. The guards in front were Feng Ji and Jin Yun, and behind them were the surrendered trio, Zhang Guan, He Tu, and Bai Ma. Hua Ban and Fei Huang were left in the cabin to watch the goods. Of course, there were also the barbarian bull brothers who couldn't walk as long as they had food and drink. Although Grey Wolf was also gluttonous, he was definitely not as unrestrained as the two brothers. He was absolutely outstanding as a watchdog. As soon as Yue Yang went out, he immediately followed. He would never miss the opportunity to show his loyalty. "Young master, why don't we take the sedan? It's too humid here." Although Jada was not a dog, his nose was also very sensitive. He could smell the abnormality in the air. Other than the salty water vapor, there was also a half-hidden smell of blood. It was like the smell of a bloody battlefield where thousands of people had died. After a few days of rain, there was still the smell left. Yue Yang was silent. He, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could truly understand. The smell of blood was definitely not coming from this White River, but from inside White River City. This smell of blood was not from slaughtering pigs or sheep. Although there were some concealment, most of it was human blood. Yue Yang was very sure of this. It should be some kind of blood sacrifice. The impatiens did not say anything. She directly communicated with Yue Yang and the Southern Demon King through the soul ribbon and told them her judgment. "Looks like this White River City is really a dangerous place. It is not as peaceful and stable as the rumors say. Blood sacrifice, what do we need to open that requires a blood sacrifice? The Water God Palace, or some other ancient ruins?" The Southern Demon King was not someone to be trifled with. It must be known that other than Shui Wuxia, the Princess Sissy had the most respect for this Eastern Goblin tribe princess. They must have received the news that the Divine Light and Wrath region emperors had died in battle, and the Vengeful region emperor had left Tianhua region. It was impossible to say that the people in White River City had nothing to do with the central shrine. They should know that the Sun King had plotted against the 3 region emperors, but they were not the Sun King's subordinates. They only did this after the Sun King had set up the trap. It could be seen that if they were the Sun King's subordinates, they would have sacrificed their blood without hesitation, and would not have waited until now. As for whether these people are related to the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon, it is still unclear. Let's go in and take a look. The White River City is really an interesting place, with just the dock laborers having the hidden power of Heaven rank level 6. Yue Yang's face was covered with a new silver mask. He did not show it on the surface and only communicated with the impatiens and the Southern Demon King through his consciousness. As for Lu Yi, the less this girl knew, the better. Because she was too innocent, she was a person who could not hide her thoughts. As long as others looked at her face, they would be able to understand. Therefore, it was best not to tell her anything, and only arrange for her to do it when the time was right. Yue Yang did not look at the old anchor who was pouring wine into his mouth. He just walked forward and led the way. However, the impatiens and the Southern Demon King understood the hidden expert he was talking about. It was this old drunkard. The fat toad Jada was good at doing business, but he could not see through people's hidden strength. Among the guards, only Jin Yun, who was known as the Fiery Eye, looked at the old anchor in confusion, shook his head, and finally gave up on his suspicions. Even the impatiens and the Southern Demon King could only see through old anchor's hidden strength, but could not accurately judge the old anchor's strength. He was not someone a guard of Jin Yun's level could see through, even if he was called the Fiery Eye. As Yue Yang and the others walked over, the old anchor who was pouring wine into his mouth suddenly put down the bottle in his hand. His drunken eyes became extremely sober as he stared at the back of the impatiens, as if trying to judge something. What's wrong? Just a bunch of small merchants. There are dozens of ships like them every day, the protruding lobster-like man asked. Apart from the woman in the middle who has some strength, the rest are all Earth class, not worth mentioning. The gorilla was no longer as boorish as it had been before. It was more like a meticulous fellow. The woman in the middle is definitely stronger than I am. The old anchor sneered. As for that young man, he doesn't look strong, like a gigolo who lives off a woman, but I feel something's not right. Before those big things are about to succeed, there can be no mistakes. Everyone must be on high alert, and not let anything go wrong. If there's a chance, send someone to find out why they're here. If they're here for business, then we'll welcome them with open arms, but if they're here for something else, then it's best to, let's send Floater. That kid's definitely a smart one, the protruding lobster-like man suggested. I hope these people are real merchants. Old Anchor sighed softly, his sparkling eyes dimmed, and his imposing manner receded. He returned to being an old drunkard who led a befuddled life. He gulped down the rest of the wine from the bottle in his hand. In the distance, a few merchant ships, their waterlines almost touching the sides of their ships, broke through the smoke and sailed heavily towards White River City. The old anchor waved his large, rough hand. Everyone returned to being a bunch of dockworkers who reeked of alcohol, rushing to greet the ships. Welcome to White River City. You're safe. Chapter 1001. One day later, Yue Yang took the impatiens, the Southern Demon King, and Lu Yi, and left by the East Gate Pier by boat. His departure surprised Old Anchor, who had been very suspicious of him. Why would he leave when he clearly felt that something was wrong? Could it be that he was really a merchant who came to White River City for business? But how could there be such a powerful merchant in the world? What kind of business do they do? Old Anchor could not help but look for Floater, who was in charge of gathering information from Yue Yang, and decided to get to the bottom of it. A gemstone business. They have countless gemstones. In White River City, they have found a dozen large chambers of commerce and sell gemstones of various colors at a price 30% higher than the outside world. In addition to selling the colorful gemstones from their hometown, they also buy ores of various attributes, such as electric flower ore, flame drop ore, and other rare ores. It's obvious that the sisters are the owners. That silver-masked gigolo, no matter if he's just the captain of the guards, isn't very strong, but he has sharp eyes and is very knowledgeable about gemstones and ores. A few traveling merchants tried to refine gemstones that are extremely difficult to distinguish, but he saw through them with a glance. Floater was the guide arranged by several large chambers of commerce in White River City. Although he had only followed them for a day, he had already obtained a lot of information. Did they say where they were going next? Old Anchor asked after a moment of thought, holding his stubbled chin. The itinerary of this group of people has almost no clear goal. It's completely up to the sisters. I didn't find out their next target, but I heard the maid mention to a Chamber of Commerce deacon that they came from 8 Desolation region. Floater, who had 2 long flagella tentacles on his head, reported in detail to Old Anchor. 8 Desolation region. There are a dozen remote mountainous areas there that do produce colorful gemstones. The gorilla-like man seemed to have a certain understanding of 8 Desolation region. But there don't seem to be any particularly famous female experts there. The lobster-like man with bulging eyes was a little troubled. It could be a hidden family. That pair of sisters are obviously from a famous family. Their temperament is completely different from ordinary people. Another bald man with octopus arms made his judgment. Is it possible that it is the TNFA Empress who issued the summoning order for the region emperor? Someone quietly said this. Because this kind of suspicion was too absurd, in the end, he also felt embarrassed, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. The Heavenly Punishment Empress was currently in Wind-Still Swamp's Green Willow City, waiting for the various rulers of the Tianhua domain to pay their respects to her. There was no way she would come all the way to White River City. First, she had no purpose. What was she doing here? The name of the TNFA Empress had never appeared in the Tianhua domain before. She must be an outsider. How much did she know about the Tianhua domain? He guessed that she was a warrior secretly trained by the central shrine. Because the Divine Light Domain Emperor and the Wrath Domain Emperor died in battle, and the Vengeance Domain Emperor was forced to leave, she was sent here to take over the territory. A woman, no matter how strong she was, without the support of a powerful faction, could she take over the entire Tianhua domain? If it wasn't for the central shrine supporting her from behind, would she be able to secure her position as Regent Empress? If it weren't for the central shrine, she wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and send out the Domain Emperor's order to gather all the monarchs of the Tianhua domain before anyone was recognized. Second, the Tianfa Empress didn't have time to come to White River City. Although it was impossible for all the monarchs to be convinced, there would definitely be many monarchs who would go there to watch the show and accept the new Regent Empress. With the central shrine behind her, she would definitely stay in Wind-Still Swamp's Green Willow City to take charge of the situation. White River City wasn't the center of power. On the contrary, it was a rare, peaceful place. Why would the Tianfa Empress come to White River City for no reason? Most importantly, White River City was the place that the central shrine didn't want to attract people's attention. The secret of White River City was forever hidden under the mysterious mist and fog. If the Tianfa Empress was really sent by the central shrine to take over the Tianhua domain, she would never set foot in this place. She would never even mention it, making this place a forgotten place. The result of guessing may not be correct, but bold guesses are worth encouraging. The truth of some things is often beyond people's expectations. If you think that everything is impossible, then you're making a big mistake. Old Anchor's face showed a wrinkled smile, like a generous elder. He reached out and patted his subordinate's shoulder, encouraging him. Although it's wrong, in the future, you still have to speculate boldly and use your flexible brain to find the answer, huh? While they were discussing, the sharp-eyed lobster man suddenly cried out. His slender arm pointed to the southeast and shouted urgently, "It's back. The curved boat that left just now has returned." Old Anchor's face darkened. In the faint mist, far away on the sea, a curved moon-shaped merchant ship quickly split open two white waves and hurriedly sailed towards White River City, as if some terrible monster was chasing after them. Not long after, in addition to the sister merchant ship that sold the colorful gemstones, there were more than a dozen large-bellied square sail merchant ships that left one after another, also sailing towards White River City at the fastest speed they could reach. Seeing this, Old Anchor's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. He hurriedly led his team to meet them, flying in the air while shouting loudly, "You're safe, please don't panic. Welcome to White River City, you're safe now. Up ahead, what's going on? Is it a pirate ship or a sea monster?" Fat Toad stood at the bow of the ship, but his face was pale. He didn't want to answer. The long and narrow moon-shaped merchant ship sailed directly into the dock. Old Anchor saw everyone disembark, including the pair of mysterious sisters who were presumably from a prestigious family, with their peerless beauty concealed by a light veil. Apart from the sisters, all the guards looked a little panicked, as if they had encountered some undefeatable monster. The answer was revealed by the great slave master, Shidong, who had escaped. Shidong's appearance was very strange. His limbs were surprisingly short, but he had a belly bigger than a pregnant woman's. His face was as majestic as a king's, especially the two curved and curled mustaches at the ends, which were even more distinctive. If one only looked at his face, then one would feel that this person was an incredible big shot. Unfortunately, his tragic height that even an ordinary person couldn't reach, and his big and majestic face, in contrast, seemed so comical and ridiculous. Hidden fog, damn it, there has never been a hidden fog on the outskirts of White River City, and now even the last safe sea route is gone. The great slave master, Shidong, cursed loudly. He had made an appointment with several large chambers of commerce in White River City to transport 10,000 slaves as quickly as possible. Now, because of the sudden appearance of the terrible hidden fog that devoured everything, he had to return to White River City and stay for a day or two. According to the experience and lessons of the predecessors, it would take at least a day or two to determine that the area where the hidden fog appeared was not dangerous. Deep in Old Anchor's eyes, there was a strange look that flashed and disappeared. When the lobster man, the bald octopus arm man, and the gorilla heard the words, "hidden fog," a strange smile appeared on their faces, as if they didn't believe it at all. However, they didn't correct it, allowing the great slave master Shidong to vent his unquenchable anger in his chest. In the end, Old Anchor, like a slick laborer, smiled obsequiously. "Master Shidong, Are you sure that is the hidden fog? You know, there has never been a hidden fog near our White River City. This is an incomparably safe paradise. Do you think I'm lying? What's in it for me? I'd rather the hidden fog never appear again. Do you know how much money I'll lose every day I stay? Damn it, I have to transport 10,000 slaves as quickly as possible. Every day I'm late, I lose 5% of the money I earn. Do you know how much that is? That's money you'll never earn in a lifetime. It's because of the damned hidden fog that I have to stay in this damned place. You peasants, you think I'm just trying to scare you. Heh heh heh, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Less than 20,000 meters away from here, I saw with my own eyes 2 ships sail into a black hole, instantly engulfed by the hidden fog. On the ships, whether sailors or unlucky merchants, there was nothing left of them. No, not nothing left of them, but evaporated. Everything turned to dust. And you dare say it's not the hidden fog? The more Shidong scolded, the angrier he became. He roared at Old Anchor. Master Shidong, we will send people as soon as possible to ascertain the safety period and restore the channel. Please do not worry. Old Anchor smiled obsequiously. Even if you tell me that the hidden fog has returned to peace, I wouldn't dare leave. Who doesn't know that the hidden fog is the most capricious thing? Although I like money the most, it's impossible for me to take risks with just a sentence from you peasants. Shidong scolded as he walked away. Old Anchor began to ponder. He did not speak for a long time. The lobster man whispered, it's definitely not the hidden fog. It should be that thing that worked. The bald octopus man, the rough gorilla man, and the other coolies also nodded in agreement. At this time, their faces were filled with an irrepressible joy, as if it was a great thing that thing, had taken effect. Old Anchor glared. Shut up. Don't ever mention it in front of anyone. This is top secret. However, if it really worked, in addition to protecting this secret, we have to report it in time to avoid unexpected losses and unnecessary leaks. You stay here and warn every voyager. Remember, the words in your hearts must be strangled in your throats forever. Floater, known as Smarty, asked in a low voice, what should I do? The sisters are back again. They should have noticed that I'm in your group. They might be suspicious. This time, you can't go again. Find your sister, Fuping, to guide them. They're all women, so they'll be less wary. If they're not here for that, it doesn't matter. We just don't provoke them. In the next day or two, find a few more groups of people to talk business with them. They like electric sparks anyway, so we'll sell some of the electric sparks we collected. That way, their attention won't be diverted. Old Anchor did not forget to remind them, report their every move to me, especially the strongest sister. She's definitely not an existence to be underestimated. What about that pretty boy? Floater, with the flagellar tentacles, asked carefully. If he's lustful, give him a beauty. Whether it's beauty or money, as long as he's willing to accept bribes, we'll try our best to win him over and cater to his tastes. After Old Anchor gave his order, his shrewdness disappeared in an instant, replaced by a befuddled decadence. He became a drunkard coolie again. While pouring wine into his mouth, he staggered towards the East City Gate. Such drunken steps. He had been walking for hundreds of years. Chapter 1002 White River City. If one only looked at the race and architectural style, White River City was a place that was different from the other cities in the Tianhua region. Although there were many disabled soldiers, adventurers, and traveling merchants of various races living here, the main race that resided in the city was the half-fish people, which were rarely seen in the Tianhua region. The half-fish people, numbering close to 200,000, formed the most primitive residents of White River City. Their history. It was said that their history could be traced back thousands of years. The ancestors of these half-mermen had been living here for an unknown period of time. The natives of White River City belonged to dozens of different sects and clans, and they all had similar characteristics. That was, the men were ugly, and the women were beautiful. No matter which sect or clan the men came from, they all looked grotesque and unsightly. Their appearances were especially similar to the fish, prawns, insects, and monsters that lived in the water, and the parts that were close to human bodies were severely missing. The women, on the other hand, did not have many of the characteristics of fish, prawns, insects, or monsters. Most of them had bodies that were close to human, and with a small amount of fish characteristics, they looked especially beautiful. The architectural style of White River City was also unique. No one could understand why these half-fish people liked metal and machinery so much. Just like how they stubbornly only married within their own race, these natives would rather not build houses, and would not use anything other than metal to build their own residences. All the shops and buildings created by the half-fish people had names that resembled metal and machinery, such as Iron and Steel Guild, Gear Hotel, Copper Gong Square, and so on. In short, if there was not a shop in White River City with a name related to metal and machinery, it was definitely not a native of the city, but a foreign merchant or immigrant. White River City had railway locomotives that could not be found anywhere else. They were driven by mechanical puppets created by the ancient half-fish people. They moved forward or stopped at fixed times. The locomotives were supplied to the natives of half-fish people who needed them. If foreign immigrants or tourists wanted to use these locomotives, they had to obtain permission from the local half-fish guild and pay a certain fee. Right now, Yue Yang was sitting on a four-seater, double-track, round-the-city motorcycle. Sitting beside him was Lu Yi, who was extremely curious about the strange things around her and frequently looked out of the window. As a qualified guard captain and a qualified maid, Yue Yang and Lu Yi had just represented the Titan Chamber of Commerce that they belonged to and negotiated a big business deal with the Silver Chamber of Commerce, one of the three major chambers of commerce of the half-merfolk people, regarding the electric flower ore. Although there was no deal in the end, considering the half-mermen's weak resistance to the colorful gem, this deal was definitely going to happen. Why don't we take the train back? It looks very peaceful. Miss Lu Yi was happy, but a strange thought suddenly emerged in her mind. The interest of the distinguished guests. The representative of the Silver Chamber of Commerce naturally tried his best to cooperate. They sent someone to the Iron Guild as fast as possible and helped Yue Yang and Lu Yi apply for real name passes. When they respectfully sent Yue Yang and Lu Yi off on the train, the polite representative, Sardine, still held Yue Yang's hand and joked, "Respected Mr. Yue Yang, if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have known your names." Yue Yang smiled when he heard this. His smile was especially sincere. "Mr. Sardine, as the business between us develops, you will know more about me." Grey Wolf, the lazy dog that was lying lazily at its master's feet and dozing off, also raised its head and meowed. It seemed to want to say no, but everyone ignored it. Its action amused everyone present. The train's speed was very slow, but it was very punctual. Every 5 minutes, it would stop at a set platform. The time was half a minute, and then the doors on both sides of the train would automatically open for passengers to get on and off. Yue Yang and Lu Yi took the train back to the Iron Cross Hotel where they were staying. When the train stopped at a place called the Screw Station, a mermaid dressed in green got on. As soon as she came up, she immediately attracted the attention of Yue Yang and Lu Yi. None of the mermaids were ugly. All of them were beautiful and moving. Even the worst of them had above-average looks. However, it was the first time Yue Yang and Lu Yi had seen such a beautiful mermaid in green. This mermaid in green, who was holding a petal-shaped basket in her arms, exuded a fragrant fragrance. Needless to say, her appearance was definitely one of the best. Her big sky-blue eyes were even more beautiful than gems. Anyone who saw her beautiful face, even if they were extremely angry, would immediately dispel the resentment in their hearts and change into a happy mood with a face full of smiles. This green-clothed mermaid's figure was extremely good, almost causing Yue Yang to reveal a lecherous look. Even Lady Lu Yi, who had a perfect figure, secretly felt inferior. Her actions were elegant, and she had an extraordinary air of nobility. She was clearly holding a basket and looked like a flower seller. She also looked like a commoner girl who was helping her mother to buy groceries on the streets. However, the feeling she gave was definitely not like that. No matter how outsiders looked at it, they did not think that it was awkward for her to hold a basket in her arms. On the contrary, it was like a noble princess holding a diamond ring. In the future, they would also be more generous and decent than her. "Hello, I wish you a safe journey." The green-clothed mermaid gracefully sat in front of Yue Yang. She politely greeted Yue Yang, who was sizing up Yue Yang like a pervert. According to White River City's customs, she politely greeted a foreign guest. She was not angry at his rude gaze at all. She seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of rude gaze. She was polite to Yue Yang, but when she sized up Lu Yi, who was of the same gender, she became happy. The mermaid in green's jade face blossomed into an indescribable moving smile. In that instant, the fresh flowers were overshadowed by her smile. She smiled at Lu Yi, who was secretly feeling inferior, and greeted her with a clear voice. "I also wish you a safe journey, cute Lu Yi." "Ah, how do you know my name?" Lu Yi was very curious. That's because your name is written on your steel pass. The mermaid in green's smile became even more brilliant. It really is. Lu Yi picked up the small silver pass hanging around her neck and looked at it carefully. She discovered that her name was really written on it. She couldn't help but admire. Your eyesight is really good. The words are so small, yet you can actually see them clearly. Of course, my eyesight is the best among my companions when I was young. I can see fishes hiding 10 meters underwater. The mermaid in green giggled and chatted with Lu Yi. After chatting for a while, her big eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yue Yang. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Mr. Yue Yang is very mysterious. Why do you like to use a silver mask to cover the upper half of your face? I'm sorry, if my question is very presumptuous, please forgive me." "Aha, how could that be? I don't have any secrets that I can't tell others. Especially for beauties, if possible, I really hope that all the beauties in the world can come and understand me." As soon as Yue Yang opened his mouth, he revealed that he was a big pervert that could not be concealed. Meow. Wei Tai Lang also raised its head and puffed out its chest. Unfortunately, due to its extremely weak strength, no one paid attention to this pet dog that dared to act cute. "Mr. Yue Yang seems to be very caring." When the mermaid in green said this, Yue Yang retracted his leg that was about to kick Wei Tai Lang. He laughed and said, "Of course, I'm the most caring person in the Tita Chamber of Commerce. If you don't believe me, you can ask around in a place with no people." The mermaid in green was speechless when she heard this. "My teacher is like this, please don't be offended." Lu Yi covered her small mouth and snickered. "Your teacher? Ah, Mr. Yue Yang is actually your teacher." The mermaid in green expressed her surprise. Her red lips opened seductively, giving people the urge to feed her bananas. Of course, this was only limited to Yue Yang. The pure Lu Yi would never have such a thought. Lu Yi frowned a little at the mermaid in green's surprised reaction. "It's my teacher. Although I didn't strictly acknowledge him as my teacher, and I didn't follow the seniority of the school's teachers, he is indeed my teacher. Many things were taught by my teacher, step by step." Lu Yi was a little unhappy that others doubted Yue Yang, no matter who it was. In her heart, Yue Yang was absolutely unquestionable. Yue Yang was now very proud. He put on the look of a good teacher. Only by teaching step by step can results be achieved, haha. Teaching step by step, the mermaid in green suddenly thought of some evil things. Looking at Lu Yi's innocent face, and then looking at Yue Yang's perverted look, she was speechless again. Her reaction was very fast. Seeing that Lu Yi was unhappy, she immediately apologized to Lu Yi, saying that she shouldn't have doubted Yue Yang, this great teacher. She flattered him a few more times and praised that it was rare to see a teacher as young as Yue Yang. Only then did Lu Yi become happy. After a small interlude, the two resumed their previous conversation of similar interests. They talked about clothes, gems, then about gems, then about marriage, then about marriage, then about life, then about life, then about marriage, then about gems, and finally about clothes. "Sister, why don't you be our guide?" "Oh right, what's sister's name? I forgot to ask sister's name before." Lu Yi only remembered now and forgot to ask for sister's name. Yue Yang sighed at the side. "What a pitiful child, the person who sold you and still helped you earn money was you." "My name is Qing Ping, I live in the Sijin district." "Sister Lu Yi, although I really like to chat with you, if you really want to hire a guide, you need to apply to the Iron Guild. Moreover, I don't have any experience as a guide." The mermaid in green declined. "There's no need for any experience, as long as the guide is beautiful." Yue Yang's words were the legendary perverted theory. "Anyway, we only need to be familiar with the terrain of White River City. We don't need to be too professional, we will apply. Sister, can you temporarily put down your work and be our guide for 2 days?" Lu Yi felt that it was better to hire a guide who could chat. No matter what, it was better than yesterday's guide who had a glib mouth and a pair of strange flagellar tentacles on his head. "Double the salary." Yue Yang's words fully displayed the power of money. "All right, if your application can be approved by the Iron Guild." Seeing the train slowly stop, the mermaid in green immediately stood up and waved to Lu Yi. "I'm here, sister, see you tomorrow." "Me too." Yue Yang was anxious. Why didn't the beauty bid farewell to him? Then, "Mr. Yue Yang, see you tomorrow too." The mermaid in green smiled when she heard this. Waving her hands, she gracefully and lightly got off the train and left. Her beautiful figure soon disappeared from the train platform. Lu Yi didn't speak again until they returned to the Iron Cross Hotel. Before she entered her room, she suddenly smiled at Yue Yang and asked, "How was my performance today?" Yue Yang reached out his hand and touched the soft hair on the top of her head, silently giving her a thumbs up. Lu Yi's face turned red, as if it was on fire. She quickly hid in her room in embarrassment. Chapter 1003. Old Anchor returned to his home full of wine bottles. Using his feet, he casually made a small gap on the ground and lay down comfortably in the middle of the stinking garbage, as though he was lying on a fragrant garden lawn. No one had entered this house for more than 300 years. Ever since the one-armed female soldier who wanted to marry Old Anchor left in a huff because she despaired at Old Anchor's indifference, no one had entered his room since then. Before Old Anchor could fall asleep, a few rats had already crawled out of a hole in the corner of the wall and were crawling everywhere, causing a few wine bottles to roll and crash against each other. However, Old Anchor turned a blind eye to them. It was as though the few roaming in front of him were not rats, but invisible air. Outside the window, the immigrant businessman, Gangquan, who had rented Old Anchor's ancestral land to build the whale bar, was instructing his newly hired waiter, Shiju, "Big Brother Anchor is used to sleeping early. Don't knock on the door. Throw the food directly in through the window onto the highest iron hook. Remember to throw it accurately. This rope must be hooked on the hook, or else the rats will steal it. Oh, right, Brother Anchor will run out of wine every 3 days. You must place the wine at the door in time. He can skip meals, but he must have enough wine. Understood. Don't worry, boss." The new waiter, Shiju, was a clever man. He only needed to be told once to remember many things. Thud, he went to the window and looked inside. He slowly reached in and gently tossed the cooked food wrapped in oiled paper and tied with a rope. The food landed on the hook hanging from the ceiling. If Old Anchor wanted to eat it or wanted to go to bed, he only had to stretch out his hand to get it. Finally, Shiju thought for a moment and stacked a dozen bottles of wine on the left side of the door. He believed that Old Anchor would be able to see them the moment he opened the door. This service had started hundreds of years ago and had never been interrupted, be it rain or shine. Old Anchor did not collect rent. Although Gangquan, the owner of the whale bar, had consciously deposited most of the rent with the Iron Guild, he had sent someone to deposit it for Old Anchor so that he could collect it whenever he wanted. Old Anchor never went to collect money. He did not collect rent, but he made a request that Gangquan, the owner of the whale bar, take care of his wine. As long as there was enough to drink, everything was fine. Just like that, the habit of sending food and wine had been delayed for hundreds of years. Snoring loudly, Old Iron Anchor fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, the few hungry mice were a little anxious. They had been looking forward to that bag of fragrant food on top of their heads for more than a day or two. They didn't have enough intelligence to obtain this food, so they were so anxious that they ran around in circles on the ground. When the mice were half dead from exhaustion and had tried all methods to no avail, they had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Old Anchor's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and they shone brightly. His nose was still snoring in sleep. He suddenly took out a small black box from under the bed and twisted the spring on it. The mechanical parts of the small box rubbed against each other and strangely made a snoring sound similar to an old iron anchor. It was extremely similar. Replacing his snoring with the sound of a small box, Old Iron Anchor moved like a wisp of smoke, like a specter, indescribably fast and nimble like a nocturnal tomcat. Without a speck of dust, he slid into the heavily rusted kitchen, which looked as if it had not been used for a very long time. Then, he gently pressed a button under the hidden stove. The entire stove cracked soundlessly. A dark underground passage was revealed, slanting downwards. Old Anchor gently touched the stove again, and in the instant that the stove was closed, he slipped into the underground tunnel as though he had no bones in his body. About a minute later, a faint light appeared in front of the pitch-black passage. When they got closer, they saw that it was a huge steel platform. On the steel platform was a steel door, with several huge steel gears biting into each other as the driving bearings for its entrance and exit. The gorilla and the protruding lobster man, who had changed into special steel armor, looked like dutiful guards. They stood in front of the steel door. Seeing that Old Iron Anchor had arrived, the two of them bowed respectfully. The protruding lobster man asked curiously, "Boss, why are you 3 minutes slower than usual today? You're usually punctual, not even a second off." Old Iron Anchor's face was as dark as still water, and he snorted softly. "There's a newcomer in Sweet Spring's shop, Maybe he already knows something and is a little suspicious. That newcomer, Shiju, is most likely sent by them to investigate me. That Shiju looks like a scum on the surface, but he secretly has the strength of a heaven rank. Why would such a guy come to White River City to be an apprentice? That lame excuse was really hilarious. Keep a close eye on him in secret. If there's any movement, kill Sweet Spring, Shiju, and the others. At this critical juncture, no abnormalities are allowed. Yes, the gorilla and the protruding lobster man answered solemnly, their eyes flashing with killing intent. At that moment, there was a person standing outside Old Iron Anchor's metal hut. It was that clever fellow, Shiju. He disappeared from the window in a flash, as fast as lightning. When he returned to the inner room of the Whale Tavern, the boss, Sweet Spring, who was always smiling and amiable, was waiting for him with a solemn expression. That person isn't here. Shiju bowed respectfully to Sweet Spring, and made a gesture to signal him to go back. You're too risky. You've only been here for a few days, and you haven't even dispelled the vigilance of others, and you're already investigating that guy's whereabouts. That's simply nonsense. You have no idea how terrifying that guy is. Before you, there were already 12 trackers who were as outstanding as you, or even better, who died in his hands. I understand what you're thinking now. You want to prove your ability to the higher-ups as soon as possible, but this kind of eagerness to succeed will only speed up your path to death. Young tracker, do you know how much time and effort we've spent to find this source? We've been working hard since 20,000 years ago. We've spent 3,000 years to successfully enter this White River City, but you, because of your eagerness to succeed, almost ruined all of our hard work. Boss Sweet Spring's voice was not loud, but it was extremely stern. I was wrong, father, but I really can't wait any longer. They're killing people crazily now, and they're using the lives and blood of slaves as sacrifices. If they're not trying to open the Water God Palace, then they're trying to attack some ancient ruins. We must not let them succeed. Otherwise, we, the Chaser clan, will no longer be able to suppress them. Right now, the strength of our pursuers is getting weaker and weaker. If we let these traitors get the treasures of the Water God Palace or the ancient ruins, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shiju knelt before Sweet Spring's boss, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Father, hurry up and notify the Avengers and Adjudicators above us. Have them come here immediately and flatten White River City. Otherwise, we can only watch as they grow stronger and shake off our pursuit. They might even pursue us endlessly. Don't call me father. There are no fathers and sons here, only spies and trackers, only superiors and subordinates. Boss Sweet Spring corrected him seriously, but he suppressed his voice. Even in a secret room, he would never speak loudly. Yes, Shiju nodded in response, but he did not get up. Instead, he reached out and hugged Boss Sweet Spring's legs. You're not a qualified tracker. Boss Sweet Spring slapped Shiju angrily. You can't let your emotions affect your mission at any time. Father, now is no longer the era where the Conquest Queen and the Prison Emperor are famous in the Heaven Realm. Now that the Heaven Realm gate has been closed, we can no longer return to Tong Tian Tower. We have become a lone army, and Tong Tian Tower has already been suppressed by the central shrine to the point of collapse. We don't know when we will be able to produce another powerful existence like the Prison Emperor. The traitors' forces are getting stronger and stronger, and more strong warriors are emerging. As for us, our numbers are getting smaller and smaller. Our territory has been destroyed by the central shrine many times. It won't be long before we can no longer establish a foothold in the Heaven Realm. Even if someone is willing to take us in, we will have to live under someone else's roof. Father, now is the best opportunity. As long as we eliminate the traitors in White River City and kill all those cursed and mutated fishmen and monsters, then this territory will belong to us, the Chaser clan. With the secrets of the Water God Palace or the ancient ruins, we, the Chaser clan, will definitely be able to produce more powerful and outstanding descendants. Father, this is our best chance, we must snatch it before the traitors, Shiju begged bitterly. You unfilial son whose heart and soul have been polluted by greed. Boss Sweet Spring pointed at Shiju and trembled in anger. Why are we different from those traitors? It's because we always maintain an untainted heart. Even if we are forced to stay in Heaven Realm and can no longer return to Tong Tian Tower, our hearts will not change. We are still the proud warriors of Tong Tian Tower. If we have no choice but to succumb to greed, then what qualifications do we have to call ourselves people of Tong Tian Tower? What qualifications do we have to call ourselves the inheritors of Tong Tian Tower's eternal will? The reason why we are the Chaser clan, not the traitors hiding in the central shrine, not the cursed fishmen hiding in White River City, is because we will never be confused by the material benefits of Heaven Realm. Our hearts will always belong to Tong Tian Tower, and we will never forget our roots because of some benefits. As your superior and father, I am warning you for the last time, son. Young Chaser, your way of thinking is very dangerous. If you don't change your mind soon, I will disqualify you from being a chaser. Warriors of Tong Tian Tower can be defeated in battle, can die in battle, but it is absolutely not allowed to be cowardly without fighting. You are afraid of the enemy. This is not wrong, because you are an ordinary person, but as a chaser left behind by Tong Tian Tower in Heaven Realm to eliminate traitors, you cannot be like a coward and be afraid of unpredictable things. My son, if you don't have the unshakable will of Tong Tian Tower, no matter what power you obtain, you will not be a qualified warrior of Tong Tian Tower. No, it can be said that no matter how strong you are, if you don't understand Jizun's state of mind, you will not become a true ranker. Boss Gan Quan took a deep breath and waved his hand tiredly. You will leave tomorrow. With your current state of mind and strength, it is impossible for you to become a qualified chaser. Because of your rash actions, the future may be very dangerous. You must leave as soon as possible. Shi Ju was silent. After a long time, he stood up and asked softly, Father, have you understood what Jizun's state of mind is? Boss Gan Quan shook his head. Shi Ju's face suddenly turned red, and he argued in a low voice, maybe the higher-ups are lying to you. There is no need for Jizun's state of mind at all. If there is a need, why don't the rankers of the central shrine need to understand Jizun's state of mind to have such powerful strength? We trained according to the schedule, but we didn't get anything. The unchanging method may already be outdated. As long as there is strength, only then can one directly reflect the size of a person's ability. As long as we can obtain the strongest power, won't that Jizun's state of mind that is limited to the legends be achieved naturally? Boss Gan Quan stared at him coldly, his expression as if he was looking at a stranger. After a long time, Shi Ju lowered his head and said softly, Father, I was wrong, you haven't truly realized your mistake. I am very distressed. I originally thought that you, the smartest one, were the most hardworking one. Who would have thought that you are even worse than those blockheads of yours? Get lost immediately. With your strength, you dare to criticize the cultivation that has been passed down from generation to generation. This is simply absurd. You are just like an ant. Can you understand the mentality of a giant dragon that soars above the 9 heavens? Get lost immediately and reflect on yourself. Within 100 years, I don't want to see you again. Get lost immediately. Boss Gan Quan couldn't hold back his anger and kicked Shi Ju out. Yes. Shi Ju crawled up in a sorry state, respectfully bowed to Boss Gan Quan, and walked out with a face full of frustration. He quickly organized his personal belongings. He put some of the items needed for the journey into his storage ring, and then went to Boss Gan Quan's room to say goodbye. However, after knocking on the door a few times, Boss Gan Quan, who was already angry, simply ignored him. He could only kowtow a few times with a gloomy face, and then quietly slid out of the whale bar, flying towards the city wall. His movement technique was incomparably mysterious as he dodged the half-merman guards, and then dived into a remote corner where there was no one. He took out a rubber boat from his storage ring, carefully sensing the surroundings while cautiously paddling away. After the rubber boat slid out of the water for 100 meters, it was already out of the blind spot of the city wall guards. Shi Ju took out a bottle of black medicine from his storage ring, preparing to release the fog to sneak away. However, at some point, a half-merman with a jellyfish-like body was already standing at the bow of his boat. Little brother Shi Ju, you've only been here for a few days, why do you want to leave already? Are you blaming us, the traitor clan, for not treating you well as a tracker? Tisk tisk, we're all fellow countrymen from the Tower of Babel, how can I let you go back empty-handed? No matter what, I still have to let you find out some secrets, right? Little brother Shi Ju, come, I'll bring you to our underground city. There, you'll be able to see all the secrets you've been thinking about for a long time. I guarantee that you'll understand everything at a glance. Please don't do stupid things. With your strength, if you think about other things, it'll just be a process of self-humiliation. You'll definitely regret it later. Even if I die, I can't. Shi Ju's face was ashen, and he sneered as he pulled out a blue dagger. No, the jellyfish-like half-merman laughed incessantly. He waved his long arm. Shiju found that his body was suddenly paralyzed. His whole body was stiff like a stone, and he could no longer move. Even breathing was extremely difficult. At this moment, the shadow of death struck his heart. It was only at this moment that he understood that his father's previous worries and reprimands were right. I'm sorry. He really wanted to go back and apologize to his father, to tell him that he was really wrong. However, he no longer had the chance. Small fries like you, I've killed at least 5 of you every year. Young man, don't think that you'll become a hunter just because you're hot-headed. The justice of Tong Tian Tower is not something that you can boast about. Even if we are traders of Tong Tian Tower, what does it have to do with you? You've already settled down in the heaven realm, married and had children. Have you ever returned to Tong Tian Tower? Have you ever seen Tong Tian Tower? No, nothing at all. Tong Tian Tower is just a dream that only exists in legends to you. Do you think that there are any strong warriors there? What a ridiculous thought. The central shrine had already turned that place into ruins. Even if there are still people living there, they're just like ants. Young man, don't always treat legends as truth. If the prison emperor that your ancestors boasted about was really that strong, why would he be killed by the central shrine? Don't talk to me about conspiracies. You also know that in this world, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is a living person, and the other is a dead person. No matter how strong the prison emperor is, he's still a dead person. On the other hand, no matter how weak we traders are, we're still living people. Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker between the 2? Maybe the prison emperor is just an idiot with a wooden head. He's just the trash that you all boasted about. You people are just living in your own daydreams. What justice and judgment? I'm sorry, you're not qualified. Xiaoju's skills were not as good as the others, so he had nothing to say. He could only close his eyes and wait for his death. He was a slightly impetuous young man, but he also had the most basic pride. That was the most basic principle of a warrior. If the other party wanted to persuade him to surrender or use violence to force him to reveal his secrets, he felt that the only thing he could say was, "You're wrong. Open your mouth and speak." Right now, even if that idiot prison emperor comes back to life, he won't be able to save you. You better be more honest with me. Otherwise, I don't mind using all the torture methods on you to extract a confession. Smart young man, you should know what I need. The jellyfish-like half-merman laughed complacently. Xiaoju responded with silence. His heart was beating slower and slower. He, who had undergone special training, would quickly die if the other party used torture on him. Although he might not be able to endure all the torture with a smile on his face, the other party wouldn't be able to stop the slow death of this young pursuer who had made a mistake. You pursuers really have the same morals. Alright, I'll send you on your way, so that you don't waste my time. The jellyfish-like half-merman stood beside Xiaoju and said softly, "Don't you want to know our secret? I'll tell you then. This is a secret that only the dead can know. That's right, we are currently performing a blood sacrifice. We are currently reviving our ancestors. As long as our ancestors are revived, they will open the ancient ruins under White River City. At that time, we, the traders, will rise up and become the pursuers. We will send all of you arrogant and righteous fools to the central shrine. Some of them are very interested in you. Isn't this secret very interesting? It's a pity that you won't be able to pass it back to your clan in this lifetime. Haha, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Young pursuer, before you die, please don't forget, my name is, actually, I'm not too interested in your name, but can you tell me more about the secret just now?" Suddenly, a handsome man wearing a silver mask stood behind the jellyfish-like half-merman and patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. He smiled and said, "I've been running for a whole night, even my clothes are wet from the humidity. I'm so tired that I finally heard a secret that only the dead would know. Do you think it's easy for me?" When he appeared, both the jellyfish-like half-merman and Xiaoju were stunned. Who was this? When did he appear? The jellyfish-like half-merman wanted to attack this silver-masked man, but he was shocked to find that not only could he not move, he was even picked up by the other party like a little chick. He, who had the power of an emperor, was not even comparable to a pitiful little shrimp in front of the other party. You are," the jellyfish-like half-merman was scared out of his wits. "Me, I seem to be the prison emperor who is as stupid as a piece of wood." The silver-masked man revealed a bright and handsome smile, and did not forget to add, "Of course, I am the new prison emperor." Chapter 1004. The jellyfish man wanted to commit suicide, but death was a luxury for him now. Unreachable. He didn't know who had captured him, but he knew that he was doomed if he fell into the hands of this silver-masked man. What was more terrifying was that if he was captured, all the hard work his clansmen had put in for thousands of years in the White River would go down the drain. Just like what you said to him just now, you don't have a second choice. Actually, I don't need you to say anything, because a small fry like you is destined to not know more secrets. The silver-masked man who followed Shiju the whole night was naturally Yue Yang. He grabbed the trembling jellyfish man and threw him into the demon ceiling tower. He would let this guy stay in the demon ceiling tower for a while until he was free, then he would let him out to see if he could be of any use. You, Shiju was shocked and doubtful that Yue Yang claimed to be the new prison emperor. I didn't want to care about you at first, because your performance was a little, how should I put it, it made me want to slap your face. It's already good enough that father didn't break your legs. Of course, you're still young, and young people are always impetuous. Seeing that you still have some backbone, I'll forgive you this time. You have to remember, I rarely forgive people for making mistakes twice. Yue Yang reached out his hand and picked up Shiju as if he was picking up a chick. He stuffed Shiju into his storage ring as if he was stuffing a can of sardines. Using the three-realm compass, he instantly returned to the bloody altar on the 5th floor of the heaven stairway. Once he returned, he greeted Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. He released Shiju, who was covered in heaven realm ore fragments, and threw him on the ground like a broken sack. He didn't care about Shiju's reaction and teleported away. He had to make 3 trips a day, making him feel like a running merchant in an online game. He was so miserable that he couldn't complain to others. Yue Yang, who was forced to run his business, left. Fatty Hai and the others surrounded him with a lewd smile, looking very interested in Shiju's chrysanthemum. Shiju was so scared that his hair stood on end. He wasn't afraid of death, but his chrysanthemum couldn't take it. What do you want? Where is this? Shiju realized that this was an unfamiliar place. She had never been to this place before. In order to become a qualified tracker, a sense of direction and an understanding of the area were undoubtedly important. Shiju dared to say that in the entire Tianhua region, other than the hidden fog, the smoke waves sea, and the underwater ancient ruins, there was no place he did not know. But where was this place? There wasn't even a drop of water in this godforsaken place. It didn't look like the Tianhua domain at all. If they weren't in the Tianhua domain, the ranker who claimed to be the new prison emperor would be able to bring him out of the Tianhua domain in an instant. What kind of terrifying ability was this? Could it be that he was a legendary god? This is the heaven stairway. Ah, that's right, it's also what you arrogant heaven realm residents call Tong Tian Tower. Since this is Tong Tian Tower, then we are naturally the natives of Tong Tian Tower. How about it? You've never seen such a handsome native before, have you? Fatty Hai's smile caused Shiju to sweat profusely. The legendary pervert who especially liked to burst other people's chrysanthemums should be this fellow in front of him. Tong Tian Tower. Shiju was dumbfounded. He never thought that in an instant, he would actually be brought to the Tong Tian Tower that his clansmen couldn't return from for thousands of years. What else do you have to say? Fatty Hai's sinful big hand pressed on Shiju's shoulder. I am that him just now. No, I am the subordinate of Lord Prison Emperor. He just took me in. I am one of his people. I am a remnant of Tong Tian Tower in the heaven realm. I am the tracker in charge of hunting down the traitor. When I was hunting down the traitor just now, I was saved by Lord Prison Emperor. Shiju used his fastest speed to briefly explain the ins and outs of the matter. He knew that the other party wouldn't kill him, but if he didn't explain it clearly and this wretched fatty exploded him, where would he go to cry out for his grievances? In order to protect his chrysanthemum, Shiju decided to pretend for once. Are you really young Master Titan's subordinate? From the crowd, a few people rushed out and enthusiastically held Shiju's hands. Are you really a new recruit? Welcome, I have been waiting for so many days. Heavens, there is finally a new recruit. Shiju was almost moved by these people's enthusiasm. The guy who called himself Jin Yun was actually so excited that he shed tears. He shook hands and hugged Shiju to show his welcome. Heavens, the people of Tong Tian Tower were actually so enthusiastic. Through these people's excited, messy yet passionate welcome and self-introduction, Shiju finally had a certain understanding of this group of people. The fatty who looked like a pervert with a despicable smile was called Hai Da Fu. Although he claimed to be the boss of the group, Shiju felt that he didn't look like it. Instead, the cool and silent guy Shui Tan Lang was more likely to be the boss. Other than these two people, the refined and well-mannered prince of Tian Luo was like the brain of the group. The tall and skinny man with eyes as sharp as a blade but as heavy as a mountain was called Yi Kong. He should be the assistant in the group, in charge of bribing the prison emperor. There was no need to look at the two brothers Li Qi and Li Jie, they were definitely the guards. Moreover, they were the most loyal kind. Jin Yun, who was so excited that he shed tears, and Feng Ji, who was the first to rush forward to hug him, should be the thieves in the group. As for the others, some of them were slightly weaker, while some were slightly stronger. For example, they called themselves Zhang Guan, He Tu, Bai Ma and so on. They should not belong to the same group, because their strength seemed to be much stronger. Thank you, I don't know, you guys are really too enthusiastic. Shiju was extremely touched. He thought to himself, as expected of the people from his hometown that his clansmen could not forget. This is passion. Fatty Hai hugged his shoulders, shook his head and laughed. That's not enough, you haven't truly experienced our passion yet. Before he finished speaking, Yi Kong had already punched Shiju's nose, causing Shiju who was immersed in his emotions to see stars and have a nosebleed. Fatty Hai rushed towards Shiju who did not know the situation and threw him over his shoulder, smashing the pitiful newbie heavily onto the uneven rock surface. In the blink of an eye, before Shiju could scream, 7 or 8 feet had already stepped on him, kicking him heavily. Shiju felt as if his body was being run over by 1,000 wild bulls, all the bones in his body were groaning. Shiju realized that the one who beat him the most fiercely was Jin Yun, who came to welcome him with tears of excitement just now. Feng Ji, who hugged him passionately, was not inferior in any way. Shiju was 100% sure that if this damned fellow had a 10,000th of the passion he had when he was beating people up, he would also be the best employee in the world. You guys, Iya, what are you guys doing? Shiju felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. This is a welcoming ceremony. Fatty Hai explained with a serious face as he kicked him hard, as if he would not be able to express his love for Shiju if he did not beat him hard. Wait, Shiju felt that everyone did not need to welcome him like this. Compared to shaking hands and hugging, although he was not used to it, it was much better than beating him up. We do not have any prejudice towards newbies. Come, let us use our greatest enthusiasm to welcome this newbie. Let us continue this beautiful tradition and never abandon our inheritance. Fatty, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Yi Kong looked at Fatty Hai who had retreated from the ring in confusion. You guys can continue fighting. I'm hungry, I want to eat something to replenish my energy. If I don't have any strength, how can I let the newbie leave behind an unforgettable welcoming ceremony? When Fatty Hai said this, Shiju wanted to cry. It's fine if you beat me up, but you want to eat before beating me up. Is there anyone who bullies people like you? He did not cry, but that Jin Yun cried. He beat Fatty Hai while crying. This damned fellow's explanation was, I was too excited. I've been waiting for this day for so long, why am I the last newbie? Why doesn't young Master Titan recruit new people? I will always live in darkness. I never thought that my suffering would finally end today. You tell me, how can I not be happy? Shiju finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the newbies had to be bullied by the older members. Who was the one who invented this damned welcoming ceremony? Wasn't this 2FC King evil? After fighting for an hour, everyone was a little tired. They all stopped to rest and eat something to replenish their energy. Only Feng Ji and Jin Yun, the two fake newbies, tirelessly carried out the welcoming ceremony. It was as if they would not die in peace if they did not inflict the pain they had suffered previously on the newbies by 100 times. Brothers, why don't we rest for a while before fighting again? Shiju was a little resigned to his fate. Who asked him to be a newbie? Now that he saw Feng Ji and Jin Yun, these two fellows who were half dead from exhaustion, he could not bear to do it. It seemed that it was not easy to properly carry out this welcoming ceremony. Feng Ji and Jin Yun tactfully rejected Shiju's suggestion. They expressed that no matter how tired they were, they had to continue. As an older member, if they could not leave the deepest impression on the newbies, that would be the biggest failure of their lives. Alright, let's ask around. When will there be more newbies joining? Shiju asked the last question to Fatty Hai and the others who had regained their strength after eating and drinking. Let's wait patiently. There will definitely be more. At most half a year, at least 1 or 2 months. There should be newbies joining. Fatty Hai kindly answered the question. Hearing this, Shiju realized that there was no hope for revenge in the short term. He was in despair. You can hit them, but can you not hit their faces? Before Shiju could finish, he realized that everyone immediately picked this as the main point of attack. Damn it, this crow's mouth. Another hour passed. Yue Yang had already made 3 trips from Southern Heaven Realm's Nightless City, Tong Tian Tower's Yu Clan Castle, and Western Heaven Realm's Green Willow City. After completing the task, he returned to the 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway. This time, he was bringing everyone to White River City. For a lazy person like Fatty Hai, if he did not bring him along to gain experience, it would be impossible for him to improve so much. When Shiju returned to the whale bar, his face was even more swollen than a pig's head. Boss Gon Quan could no longer recognize that this was his son. It was only when he spoke that Boss Gon Quan realized that this pig head was his son, as if he had seen a ghost. He was almost scared to death. Boss Gon Quan grabbed Shiju into the secret room. What happened? Why did you come back? He thought that his son had escaped and was discovered, so he escaped from the siege. However, Shiju looked at Boss Gon Quan with tears streaming down his face. In the end, he knelt down with a plop. Father, I was wrong. Hearing this, Boss Gon Quan's killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at his son with a sharp gaze. Unfilial son, you have already betrayed your clansmen. He thought that his son had been arrested and tortured to betray his clansmen. Shiju shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. Father, no, it's a piece of good news. He told his father about how he was discovered by the cursed fishman, how he was captured, how Yue Yang appeared, saved him, and finally brought him to the Heaven Stairway. Not a single thing was left out. Boss Gon Quan did not believe it at first, but at this time, Yue Yang, Fatty Hai and the others had already appeared in the whale bar. Only when Yue Yang showed the prison emperor divine seal did Boss Gon Quan completely believe that what his son had said was the truth. This was simply as wonderful as a dream. Tong Tian Tower that could not be returned for thousands of years could now be returned. Because of the fall of the prison emperor, the passage between Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm was sealed. All the Tong Tian Tower survivors who stayed in Heaven Realm became the most despairing and helpless lone army. After despairing for thousands of years, they finally saw the light of hope. Not only could Tong Tian Tower return, there was also a new generation of prison emperor who had inherited the legacy of their predecessors. Boss Gon Quan's tears flowed down his face. He cried like a child. He was a descendant of Tong Tian Tower who was born in Heaven Realm. He had never seen Tong Tian Tower before, but the nostalgia of his ancestors and parents had affected his entire life. No matter how good Heaven Realm was, it was not his hometown, nor was it his roots. Boss Gon Quan had never forgotten this sentence. He would never forget what his great-grandfather had said when he bravely stepped forward without hesitation to cover the retreat of his clansmen and fight to the death with the leader of the rebel clan. It's a pity that my corpse cannot be buried in the land of my hometown, otherwise, I will die without regrets. Now, someone from his hometown had finally come. His hometown had finally risen. His great-grandfather's last wish could finally be realized. Family members of Tong Tian Tower who were left in Heaven Realm, you have not been forgotten. Tong Tian Tower, our hometown, has not forgotten you. Elder Nangong, who came together with him, emotionally held Boss Gon Quan's hand. Welcome, family, welcome home. Woo-woo, Boss Gon Quan had shed more tears than he had in his entire life. At this moment, he completely understood in his heart. Why would his father's generation be so obsessed with their hometown? It turned out that only with a hometown would there be a home. With a home, that wandering heart would truly have a root. Yue Yang left everything to Elder Nangong to handle and ran back to continue being the captain of the guards. Boss Gon Quan, who had discussed with Elder Nangong for an entire night, walked out of the room in high spirits. He felt that his and his clansmen's efforts for thousands of years had not been in vain. Furthermore, his body, which had originally felt that he was gradually aging, was now glowing with boundless strength. He could still work for a few more 100 years. Father, standing at the door, Shiju, who was a little hesitant, said weakly, I want to introduce you to Titan, you unfilial son. When Boss Gon Quan heard this, he was surprisingly angry. You've been beaten up, and you actually want to introduce your father to be a newcomer. Do you want me to beat you up to calm my heart? Is there a son like you? He immediately rushed into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Shiju was scared out of his wits and fled in a panic.